Traversing the Douluo continent, I have become Dai Yunhan, the fourth prince of the Douluo Empire. At the outset, I find myself confronted with a marriage proposal from Zhu Zhuqing to Dai Mubai. How could this be acceptable? I too am a prince, and thus, my bride must be none other than Zhu Zhuqing. Ha ha ha! What is mine, and all shall be mine. Chapter 1. Transmigration as the fourth prince of Douluo, awakening the love system. In the Douluo continent, within the Douluo Empire, lies the magnificent Douluo city and its royal palace. Today marks the momentous occasion of the fourth prince Dai Yunhan's martial soul awakening. In attendance, alongside the royal family, are the members of the Yuming clan, the Zhu family, observing with keen interest. Your Highness, the fourth prince, are you prepared? A court scholar approaches Dai Yunhan. Ready, he nods in affirmation. Recently, the trend of transmigration has surged, and Dai Yunhan has been fortunate enough to experience it himself. His transition was remarkably simple. He merely bestowed a 5-star review upon the author of this tale, and thus he found himself transported into this world, assuming the esteemed title of fourth prince of the Douluo Empire. With such noble lineage and elevated status, he is thoroughly satisfied. As for the brutal customs of the Douluo royal family, he remains unconcerned. After all, what is the point of transmigrating without a golden finger? System: activate the beginner's gift package. The system awakened on the day of his transmigration, aptly named the love system. By engaging in romance with the goddesses of this continent, he stands to gain rewards. The deeper the affection, the more abundant the rewards. This concept delights Dai Yunhan immensely. However, the system can only be activated on the day of his martial soul awakening. The beginner's gift package has been opened. You have acquired a divine-grade martial soul, the chaotic twin-winged tiger. You have also attained innate soul power at level 20. Only level 20? System, you are quite miserly. If the neighboring transmigrators saw this, they might think we can afford better. Dai Yunhan muses, feeling somewhat slighted, as if he were on par with Qian Renxue. Such a lack of prestige. Nevertheless, the system pays him no heed. Very well, I shall make do. Your Highness, the fourth prince, relax and do not be nervous, the court scholar advises, tossing 6 stones into the air. The stones emit a golden light, forming a unique magic array that envelopes Dai Yunhan. He feels warmth enveloping him, a comforting sensation as something begins to draw upon his spiritual sea. As the pulling force intensifies, a sudden roar of a tiger reverberates, and a black and white tiger with wings materializes in the realm of his consciousness. Simultaneously, in the outside world, the chaotic twin-winged tiger appears with a sudden flourish, its considerable form stretching over 5 meters in length, endowed with robust musculature and an imposing visage. The fur displays a striking pattern of black and white, with a white base adorned with black stripes. Upon its back rests a pair of enormous wings, one white and the other black, each spanning nearly 20 meters, occupying a significant portion of the room. The tiger's roar is deafening, exuding an air of dominance that resonates deeply, sending shivers through the souls of all present. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers are left utterly speechless, their hearts racing with astonishment. This is a mutated martial soul, and a remarkably benign mutation at that. The Douluo Emperor, seated upon the throne, reveals a look of exhilaration. Such a powerful, mutated martial soul heralds the emergence of a titled Douluo from the Douluo Empire. Congratulations, Your Majesty! The fourth prince possesses extraordinary talent, a boon for the nation and its people. Remarks Zhu Tianfeng, the patriarch of the Yuming clan. The Douluo Emperor nods in acknowledgement, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, this is a fortunate occurrence, and you must also be congratulated. Zhu Tianfeng shares a knowing smile, understanding the implications of the emperor's words. Traditionally, the princes form alliances through marriage with the Zhu family, and now, with the fourth prince shining so brightly, a union with his family would undoubtedly elevate their status as well. He glances at his 6-year-old daughter, Zhu Zhuqing, who had previously been promised to marry the third prince, Dai Mubai. Given the fourth prince's remarkable display of talent, should he not reconsider this arrangement with the emperor? After all, he is acutely aware of the brutal, ironclad rules of the royal family. His daughter's marriage would inevitably bind her to a tragic fate. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing has also awakened her martial soul today, the Yuming spirit cat, with innate soul power at level 7. If she were to grow and develop successfully, she might aspire to become a titled Douluo in her own right. Previously, He held little hope for the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, given the latter's significant advantages. However, now that the fourth prince's talent has been revealed, he feels compelled to advocate for Zhuqing's future. Aligning with the fourth prince would surely yield a better outcome than a union with Dai Mubai. At this moment, Dai Yunhan opens his eyes, sensing the powerful aura radiating from him, and he relishes the astonished and envious gazes of those around him. The strength of a martial soul is of little consequence. What truly matters is being strikingly handsome. The chaotic twin-winged tiger embodies his ideal. In stark contrast to the jubilation of the crowd, Dai Mubai and Davis find themselves beset by dismay. Davis, being the elder, had always regarded his younger brothers with disdain, convinced that the throne was his birthright. Yet, upon witnessing Dai Yunhan's formidable, mutated martial soul, an unsettling sense of danger arises within him. Dai Mubai, too, feels his already dim prospects darken further. Sandwiched between a brother of superior talent and now another who surpasses him, despair engulfs him entirely. Observing their father's satisfied expression and Dai Yunhan's triumphant demeanor, he realizes that his place in the palace is becoming increasingly tenuous. Your Highness, the fourth prince, we must now assess your soul power. Please place your hand upon the crystal ball. The court scholar instructs, producing the crystal orb. Dai Yunhan complies, placing his hand atop it. Instantly, a blinding white light fills the chamber, radiating with such intensity that it illuminates every corner, akin to a miniature sun. All present involuntarily close their eyes, wincing from the piercing brightness. Yet their hearts are filled with awe, for they know a true genius has been born. Soon, the radiance fades, and the hall returns to a tranquil state. However, this tranquility is soon replaced by an eerie silence. Yet amidst the stillness, a heavy breath escapes. Your Majesty, the fourth prince's innate soul power is at level 20. At this proclamation, the assembly erupts into a chorus of excitement and jubilation. Even Davis and Dai Mubai, who have been rendered speechless, cannot suppress their astonishment, for this is a public acknowledgement. Yet, inwardly, they are engulfed by bitterness. Level 20. To awaken one's martial soul and already be classified as a soul master is nothing short of ironic. In this moment, despair takes root not only in Dai Mubai's heart, but also in Davis's. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Father. Congratulations, fourth prince. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, the Xingluo Emperor feels an immense sense of joy in his heart. An innate level 20 is a miracle unprecedented in the history of the Xingluo Empire. It is certain that Dai Yunhan is destined to become a titled Douluo. This is an opportunity that belongs to the Xingluo Empire. Chapter 2. The Engagement of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. I have my reservations. However, this opportunity must not be extinguished in its infancy. Proclaim that today's affairs must remain confidential, and those who disobey shall face execution along with their 9 clans. Indeed, in truth, the grand hall was nearly empty, devoid of even a single maid, with only a few individuals present. This was to prevent any unforeseen incidents, both to guard against those who might covet exceptional talent and to shield against ridicule for those deemed lacking. Following the awakening of their martial souls, Emperor Xingluo turned to Zhu Tianfeng and inquired, "Today, Zhuqing also turned 6. Has she awakened her martial soul?" Replying to Your Majesty, Zhuqing has indeed awakened her martial soul, the nether spirit cat, with innate soul power at level 7. Level 7. The Emperor was slightly taken aback. Then a smile graced his face. Indeed, an innate soul power of level 7 is a rarity in this world. The young lady Zhuqing has a promising future ahead. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. The Emperor nodded, then continued. Now that Zhuqing has reached the age of 6, according to our previous agreement, she shall be engaged to Dai Mubai. What say you? Upon hearing Zhuqing's soul power level, the Emperor had initially contemplated bestowing her hand to Dai Yunhan. Yet having made a promise, he felt compelled to adhere to it. After all, the rivalry among the princes was indeed ruthless, and until a victor emerged, he, as a father, must maintain fairness. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Tianfeng felt a weight in their hearts. After witnessing Dai Yunhan's prodigious talent, Zhu Tianfeng regretted the decision. Zhuqing herself bore considerable potential, capable of becoming a titled Douluo in the future. However, aligning herself with Dai Mubai seemed a tragic fate. The Zhu family had finally produced a genius, and he did not wish to see this opportunity squandered. Zhu Zhuqing, well aware of her predicament, had long known that her fiancé was Dai Mubai. Yet she remained indifferent, believing that as long as they worked hard together to confront challenges, nothing was insurmountable. Thus, even if Dai Mubai appeared to be at a disadvantage, she was willing to unite with him. However, upon witnessing Dai Yunhan's terrifying talent, a sense of panic gripped her heart. It was not that she doubted Dai Mubai. Rather, Dai Yunhan's strength instilled in her a feeling of helplessness. Both were 6 years of age, she at level 7, while he had already reached level 20. Faced with him, she felt unsure of how to strive forward. Previously, with Davis, she could envision herself scaling the heights, believing in the possibility of overcoming challenges. But now, Dai Yunhan seemed like a cloud beyond reach, a distance she could not bridge. Thus, upon hearing the Emperor's decree, her heart sank. The words felt like a death sentence. She glanced at Dai Yunhan, who was merely a child of 6 as well, yearning for a carefree life. If given a choice, she would not wish to confront the perilous fate of life and death. Yet, this was her destiny, and she had no choice but to accept it. "Father, I have my reservations." Just as she fell into silence, Dai Yunhan's voice rang out unexpectedly. The sudden sound drew everyone's attention. Zhu Zhuqing's heart skipped a beat. An intense premonition surged within her, causing her heartbeat to quicken. Her small fists clenched tightly, and her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Dai Yunhan. Zhu Tianfeng was taken aback, but then felt a surge of joy. He understood what Dai Yunhan was about to propose. Emperor Xingluo, too, felt a flicker of interest. In truth, he did not wish to see Zhu Zhuqing wed to Dai Mubai. On one hand, Zhu Zhuqing was remarkably talented, while Dai Mubai appeared to be the least favored among the 3 princes. To marry Zhuqing to him would squander a talent. After all, Zhuqing had the potential to evolve into a title Douluo. To see such a talent extinguished would be a loss not only for him, but for the empire as well. Thus, he eagerly anticipated Dai Yunhan's intervention. Despite the promise made, an obstacle could alter the situation. Upon hearing these developments, Dai Mubai wore a bitter smile. The throne was lost, and so was his bride. "Speak, what is your opinion?" Emperor Xingluo inquired. "My opinion is simple. I wish for Zhu Zhuqing to be my wife," Dai Yunhan declared boldly. This statement left the audience with peculiar expressions, though this peculiarity was feigned. Save for Dai Mubai, everyone else secretly rejoiced, especially Zhu Zhuqing. Though she had sensed this outcome, hearing it spoken from Dai Yunhan's lips liberated her heart. This signified her path in life had transitioned from darkness to light. She could not contain her joy. Still, she was merely a girl seeking happiness. Given the opportunity, who would willingly face the shadow of despair? Moreover, she harbored no feelings for Dai Mubai. Thus, despite being treated like an object in a contest, she hoped to be claimed by a worthy family. Such was her fate. Feigning contemplation, Emperor Xingluo remarked, "However, I have already consented to the Prince of Netherworld. Changing my mind now would be somewhat irregular, wouldn't it? What say you, Prince of Netherworld?" Zhu Tianfeng felt a pang of despair. The blame was being shifted to him. "Your Majesty, we are wholly devoted to the prosperity of the Douluo Empire. Regardless of which prince ascends, we shall dedicate ourselves to the cause. As long as the empire flourishes, our Netherworld clan will exert all efforts." This was diplomatic rhetoric, deftly avoiding the emperor's blame, but effectively expressing Zhu Tianfeng's preference for Dai Yunhan. After all, what constituted prosperity? It was strength that defined greatness. And presently, Dai Yunhan embodied that strength. Emperor Xingluo then turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "What of you? Do you hold any thoughts?" "I have no particular thoughts. Everything shall be as per your Majesty's and my father's wishes." Though she certainly had her own thoughts, she could not voice them. Nevertheless, observing the tide of events, she realized she was destined to be Dai Yunhan's wife. She discreetly glanced at Dai Yunhan, feeling an unexpected joy blossom within her, only to suddenly notice Dai Yunhan gazing back at her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she shyly averted her eyes. Ding! Detection of the goddess Zhu Zhuqing developing fondness for the host. Reward: the 100th year soul ring, soul skill, chaotic dual transformation. The system's voice echoed, leaving Dai Yunhan momentarily stunned. Then, with a mixture of delight and astonishment, he turned his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing, surprised that she had developed feelings for him so swiftly. He had intended to cultivate their bond gradually, but it seemed that haste could indeed yield results. Chapter 3. Because I Like You. At this moment, Emperor Xingluo directed his attention back to Dai Mubai. My son, what are your thoughts? Dai Mubai felt a cold mockery within, realizing that he was the last to be asked, as though the emperor wished for him to relinquish all hope. Yet, he resolved not to yield. S face revealed a vengeful expression. He was acutely aware of the royal family's cruelty and understood that his fate was sealed in failure. Yet, before that inevitable demise, he could not simply resign himself to inaction, relinquishing everything he held dear without resistance. Dai Yunhan would surely kill him, whether he yielded or not. Zhu Zhuqing would still seek his life. Thus, if death was the only outcome, why should he grant his enemies any semblance of joy? You wish to take my woman? Not a chance. Father, I do not consent. Zhu Zhuqing was promised to me, an arrangement already established. Royal decrees cannot be altered. Dai Mubai was resolute, fully aware that his words would not sit well with those present. But so what? Would their happiness alter his fate? Clearly it would not. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the emperor of the Luo Empire furrowed his brow, not at the content of Dai Mubai's statement, but at his audacious demeanor. Royal decrees cannot be disregarded. Others may utter such sentiments, but you cannot. Are you threatening me? The emperor suppressed his rising anger and turned to Dai Yunhan. Son, you have heard what he said. Royal decrees cannot be disregarded. Dai Yunhan smirked inwardly, having anticipated that Dai Mubai would not relinquish his claim on Zhu Zhuqing. Setting aside his lecherous nature, Zhu Zhuqing's displayed talent was precisely the reason he needed to secure her. After all, possessing innate soul power at level 7 would significantly enhance his combat capabilities. The power struggles within the royal family of the Luo Empire were not confined solely to the princes. Due to the connection with the nether white tiger, Zhu Zhuqing and her sisters were also embroiled in the fray. However, Dai Yunhan had already devised a countermeasure. Brother, since you are unwilling, let us adhere to the royal tradition. The tradition of the Luo royal family was singular, a duel. To defeat one's opponent was to strip them of everything, even their life. For fairness, however, older princes could not challenge younger ones, but the reverse was permissible. Dai Mubai was 9 years old, while Dai Yunhan was 6. Thus, Dai Yunhan was entirely within his rights to challenge Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression darkened. With only innate soul power at 7.5 levels, his talent was not exceptional. After 3 years of cultivation, he had only reached level 18, while Dai Yunhan was already at level 20. How could he possibly win? Nevertheless, he would not concede easily. You wish to duel me now? Are you afraid, brother? Afraid? Dai Mubai scoffed. What is there to fear? It is merely death. I accept your challenge, but I shall decide the time. Of course, Dai Yunhan understood his brother's intentions. Dai Mubai was at a bottleneck at level 18. Soon to break through to level 19. He would undoubtedly wait until reaching level 20 to duel him. Thus, Dai Mubai needed to set a date. As you wish. Let it be 3 months from now. At the royal arena, we shall decide our fates, Dai Mubai declared. 3 months. He was confident he could reach level 20 by then. He wished to extend the timeline, but he knew that the longer he waited, the more it would disadvantage him. Good. The two turned to the emperor of Luo, who maintained a calm demeanor. This is a matter between you two. Since you have made your decision, proceed as you see fit. He felt a reluctance for Dai Yunhan to duel so soon, as the young prince's future was all but certain. If he could grow safely, he would undoubtedly become the next emperor of the empire. However, the royal tradition had been passed down through the ages, and Dai Yunhan, facing a weaker opponent, could not be hindered lest it be deemed unfair. He gazed deeply at Dai Yunhan, believing that the young prince was not reckless. His actions must stem from an unwavering confidence in victory. Very well, let today's matters conclude here. An evening banquet will be held. Prince of the Nether, you are welcome to stay. Thank you, your majesty. With that, everyone began to depart. As the crowd thinned, Dai Yunhan noticed Zhu Zhuqing had been following him quietly. Why are you here? Where's your father? He is discussing matters with the emperor. My sister and I are free to roam. Ah, he thought, knowing her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, had likely gone off with Davis. Why do you wish to duel him? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly asked, her gaze piercing into Dai Yunhan's eyes. In her view, there was no necessity for him to take such risks against Dai Mubai, as his talent would easily surpass Dai Mubai's in the future. Although he currently held advantages in martial soul and soul power, Dai Mubai's 3 years of battle experience could pose a significant threat, If Dai Yunhan could not dominate, he would be in considerable danger. Thus, she sought to understand. To her, she was merely a pawn, a piece laid down for the expansion of the royal family. And there was no need for them to engage in a life-and-death struggle on her behalf, especially not Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan looked into Zhu Zhuqing's bright, questioning eyes and smiled warmly, enveloping her in a sense of tenderness. It is simple. I like you. Such directness made her heart leap, akin to a long-gestating egg suddenly feeling its first heartbeat, both flustered and incredulous. He likes me? How could that be? We have only just met. She could hardly believe it. Yet, Dai Yunhan continued, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Your visage, your voice, they embody the essence of my ideal partner. This is not mere infatuation. It feels as though we have known each other before, perhaps as spouses in a past life, destined to reunite in this one. From the first moment I saw you, a voice incessantly whispered to me, "You are mine, and I must possess you." His words were imbued with profound emotion, gentle as flowing water. Zhu Zhuqing's heart, once timid, now pulsed with newfound vigor, akin to a fawn bounding within her chest. A flush crept on her cheeks. Overwhelmed by the depth of his declaration, she felt lost and instinctively sought to retreat, her small hands clammy with perspiration. She had never imagined that the reason for his duel would stem from such affection. To her, she was but a pawn, cold and unworthy of love. Chapter 4. The royal banquet, regardless of who took her, it mattered little. Yet now, warmth flooded her heart, and tears welled in her eyes. She longed to cry. Gazing into Dai Yunhan's eyes, she saw a gentleness that was not present in her mother. But she could not weep. She must not allow others to witness her vulnerability. With a sudden turn, she fled, and in that instant, hot tears cascaded down her cheeks. Ding! Detected an increase in affection from the goddess Zhu Zhuqing towards the host. Awarded the 200th year soul ring and obtained the soul skill. Tiger shatters mountains and rivers. Tigers shatter, an attack skill applicable to both groups and individuals upon execution. Causes the earth to tremble, inflicting shock damage upon enemies while simultaneously inducing a 100% stun effect. The greater the strength of the user, the more potent and prolonged the stun effect becomes. The system is rather stingy, granting only a century's worth. Yet, it remains indifferent. Nonetheless, having something is better than nothing. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure, he felt a moment of confusion, wondering if he had frightened her. However, upon receiving the system's prompt, he realized that Zhu Zhuqing was merely shy. He couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, with a romantic version from a different dimension ahead of you. How could I possibly lose? That evening, a gathering commenced in the royal palace. With no outsiders present, only the core members of the royal family and the members of the Yuming family. At the table, Dai Yunhan unceremoniously took a seat beside Zhu Zhuqing. This act was against protocol, as the seating arrangements were predetermined. Such arbitrary changes could cause inconvenience and tarnish the royal family's reputation. However, Dai Yunhan paid no heed to these conventions, for he cherished Zhu Zhuqing, eager to declare his affections to the world. Furthermore, the royal family and the Zhu family had long been akin to one family, making such familial gatherings less bound by strict etiquette. Indeed, upon witnessing Dai Yunhan's actions, Emperor Xingluo and Prince Yuming chose not to comment. The Xingluo royal family has historically valued strength, and this harmless rivalry was, in fact, encouraged. Prince Yuming was delighted by the scene, believing that Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan made the perfect couple, representing the best outcome for Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yunhan's boldness made Prince Yuming glad that Zhu Zhuqing would no longer suffer. As for the other two princes, Davis was indifferent, and Zhu Zhuqing had already settled closely beside him. Only Dai Mubai glared at the two with a face full of anger. Yet what could he do? Dai Yunhan's brilliance today assured that he would only grow more radiant. 3 months hence, I shall surely bring you down. Dai Mubai placed all his hopes on the upcoming conflict. Should he manage to kill Dai Yunhan, a glimmer of survival would be his. His gaze towards Dai Yunhan was icy. This is all you're doing. Dai Yunhan remained oblivious to Dai Mubai's expression. Even if he had noticed, it would not have troubled him. His attention was solely on Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had regained her composure, yet upon seeing Dai Yunhan beside her, a flicker of nervousness and shyness returned. Stealing a glance at him, she found him looking directly at her, causing her heart to race, and she quickly averted her gaze. For some reason, she felt a sweet sensation within her heart, seemingly not averse to having Dai Yunhan beside her. "All right, everyone is here. Let us commence the meal," he announced, and with his chopsticks leading the way, others followed suit. The atmosphere at the dining table was tranquil, although a family gathering might not be as formal. It still adhered to certain royal etiquette. Yet, amidst this tranquility, there was always someone engaging in subtle antics. Observing Zhu Zhuqing, who sat quietly like a little kitten, merely consuming the food before her, Dai Yunhan couldn't resist offering her a piece of exquisite soul beast meat, beneficial for cultivation. This petite frame was too slender. She needed to eat more to grow strong. He smiled warmly. Suddenly, a piece of meat appeared in her bowl, causing Zhu Zhuqing to momentarily freeze. Following the direction of the chopsticks to look at Dai Yunhan, he was gazing back at her, and upon catching her eye, he offered a slight smile. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned away, flustered and at a loss. It was too embarrassing to have someone serve her food in front of so many people. She hastily picked up another piece of food to cover her awkwardness. Though it was a different piece of meat, she dared not touch the one Dai Yunhan had offered, merely pushing it aside. Observing her shy and adorable demeanor ignited a playful urge within Dai Yunhan. "In the palace, one must not leave food uneaten," he whispered. Since it was Zhu Zhuqing's first visit to the palace, she was unaware of its customs. Upon hearing Dai Yunhan's words, her face visibly tensed. Yet she remained silent with her head bowed. Dai Yunhan did not rush her, continuing to eat while keeping an eye on her. Eventually, after a couple of minutes, Zhu Zhuqing cautiously picked up the piece of meat. But her furtive and guilty demeanor, as if she feared discovery, prompted Dai Yunhan to internally exclaim, "How utterly charming is little Zhuqing!" Just imagining that had he not come, she would have been chasing after Dai Mubai across vast distances made him think even less of Dai Mubai. As a man, how could he be so cowardly, leaving a woman to bear the burden alone? Truly, he was not worthy of the name Dai Mubai. Thankfully, he was there to rectify the regret. Once she finished eating, Dai Yunhan, seizing a moment when she was distracted, slipped another tender piece of meat into her bowl. Zhu Zhuqing was surprised to find yet another piece in her bowl, but this time she was notably calmer. However, the tension on her face remained unmistakable. Stealing glances at the others, she resembled a kitten pilfering a treat. When she noticed that the others' attention was elsewhere, she felt a bit more at ease, lowering her head to bring the piece of meat to her mouth. However, just as she placed it inside her lips, another piece appeared in her bowl. She felt a tinge of helplessness, her cheeks puffed, and before she could chew, she glanced at Dai Yunhan, her eyes filled with nervousness and a hint of pleading. At that moment, the others had also noticed Dai Yunhan's small gestures. Chapter 5. Brothers like clothes, women like kin. Yet, everyone remained unresponsive. Emperor Xingluo and Prince Yuming feigned ignorance, continuing to eat, though smiles danced in their eyes. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing noted the interaction, but were indifferent. However, Davis harbored a touch of disdain, viewing Dai Yunhan as a sycophant with no standing, wasting such remarkable talent. Only Dai Mubai's movements were stiff and jerky, like a rusted saw, his gaze seething with fury. To steal his woman and flaunt their affection before him was a grievous affront. The more he watched, the angrier he became. "Father, I am full and have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Dai Mubai could no longer endure the atmosphere, feeling as though he were playing the role of an observer while his woman was being toyed with. With that, he excused himself from the banquet. Emperor Xingluo did not intervene. He preferred not to meddle in the affairs of princes. The meal continued. At this moment, Dai Yunhan abandoned all pretense and relentlessly served Zhu Zhuqing with food, wishing fervently that she could consume enough to transform into a little chubby figure. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing's small bowl was filled to the brim. Meanwhile, her face had turned so crimson that it could rival a traffic light. Although no one was looking at her, she was acutely aware that she had become the center of attention, all thanks to Dai Yunhan's antics. Suddenly, she felt a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance at being made to blush in front of so many people. "That's too much. I can't finish it," Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her voice barely audible and only discernible to Dai Yunhan. "You are too thin. You must eat more. This is all soul beast meat. It's very nourishing." Dai Yunhan insisted. While Zhu Zhuqing's bowl appeared full, it was actually quite small and delicately crafted, making it quite feasible for an average person to finish. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing had hardly begun to eat. Her reluctance was merely a fear of Dai Yunhan continuing to serve her more food. Go on, eat. If you don't finish, there will be consequences, Dai Yunhan teased, unable to resist scaring her a little. However, this time Zhu Zhuqing displayed a bit more wisdom. She glanced at Dai Mubai's tableware and asked, "Why hasn't he finished?" Though still young, Zhu Zhuqing had undergone training in noble etiquette, yet she was still a girl at heart. Thus, she innocently blurted out what she shouldn't have asked. Fortunately, her distance from the Emperor's star, Luo's position, allowed her soft voice to go unheard by others. "He's different," Dai Yunhan replied, gesturing towards Dai Mubai's empty seat. While stealing someone else's partner is not typically a matter of pride, the reality was that Zhu Zhuqing was not yet his wife, which alleviated any guilt. "What do you mean different?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled. "He is merely my brother, but you are my wife," Dai Yunhan grinned. "Brothers are like limbs, while women are like garments." This phrase, originating from a previous life, bore a different connotation in this world, particularly within the imperial family of Star Luo. Brothers are like garments, women are like limbs. Upon hearing the word wife, Zhu Zhuqing paused, seemingly taken aback. Almost immediately, her face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly lowered her head, nearly burying it beneath the table. "Wife? What wife? We haven't even begun to write our destiny together. And you're calling me your wife? How shameless," she thought, feeling incredulous. Had she not known that this fellow was a prince, she might have assumed Dai Yunhan hailed from a family of wall builders, given his audacity. Dai Yunhan chuckled heartily within, finding Zhu Zhuqing's adorably flustered demeanor endearing. And he grew increasingly excited about their future together. Not wanting to tease her any further, the dinner soon came to an end. Zhu Zhuqing returned to the prince's residence with Zhu Tianfeng, while Dai Yunhan made his way back to his own palace. Once home, his immediate task was to attach the soul rings from his system's warehouse to himself, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings. Dai Yunhan felt somewhat disheartened, as this was rather unimpressive and indicative of a third-rate transmigrates status, which was not befitting of his aspirations. Fortunately, the soul rings indicated that they could be upgraded, so he found some solace in that. The process of absorbing the soul rings was swift, devoid of pain or pleasure, merely a mundane experience. However, upon completion, Dai Yunhan discovered that his soul power remained at level 20. This left him perplexed, as on Douluo continent. One typically experienced an increase in soul power unless the absorbed soul rings were exceedingly inferior, failing to match one's current level and physical capabilities. In most cases, an increase of 1 or 2 levels was expected. Yet, Dai Yunhan saw no elevation whatsoever. System, why hasn't my soul power increased even by 1 level? This system is a romance system. The enhancement of the host's strength relies solely on romantic rewards from a system. Thus, absorbing soul rings cannot elevate the host's soul power. Furthermore, the host cannot increase their cultivation through training. So if you wish to enhance your strength, pursue romance promptly. After this explanation, the system went offline. Dai Yunhan found this reasoning somewhat perplexing, yet he could accept it. At least he wouldn't need to waste time on training and could devote himself entirely to romance. Which wasn't so bad. The following day, under the guidance of the chief guard of the palace, Dai Yunhan ventured into the royal forest to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. This was a necessary process, also serving to keep things discreet. The soul beasts were quickly hunted, and Dai Yunhan found a cave, instructing the chief guard to keep watch outside. After an hour, once the soul ring had disappeared, he emerged from the cave, proceeding to the second soul ring in the same manner. By the end of the day, he had effectively squandered his time. On the third day, Dai Yunhan left the palace and headed to Zhu Zhuqing's residence. With no need for training, he sought her out to deepen their relationship and perhaps gain additional rewards. Although he was not afraid of Dai Mubai, as a transmigrator, he understood that whether it be in brawls or in merriment, one must always dominate utterly. Otherwise, what a disgrace it would be for a transmigrator. Upon arriving at the residence of Prince Yuming, he was guided by the servants to find Zhu Zhuqing. In the courtyard, she was diligently training, striving to elevate her innate soul power from level 7 to 10 in order to obtain a soul ring and become a true soul master. This would require some time. Chapter 6. Little Zhuqing is surprisingly adorable. Upon seeing Dai Yunhan arrive, she instinctively felt a rush of nervousness, recalling the events of the banquet. That night, she had been so stuffed that it was the fullest meal she had ever consumed, and even the following evening, she and T felt particularly hungry. Now, seeing Dai Yunhan, she instinctively covered her small belly. "Are you training?" Dai Yunhan inquired. "Yes," she replied. "How does it feel?" "What do you mean, how does it feel?" "The feeling of training, of course." Zhu Zhuqing appeared puzzled, as if she didn't quite understand the question. Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had posed a rather foolish question. "I'll come see you every day from now on." "Why?" "To supervise you, of course. I need to ensure you are earnest in your efforts, especially since our opponent will be Davis. If you slack off, what will happen if we lose?" Zhu Zhuqing had grown weary of Dai Yunhan's tendency to link their fates together, recognizing that arguing against it would be futile. After all, in 3 months, her destiny would be ultimately decided. "Do you have confidence in defeating the third prince? Do you wish for me to win?" Dai Yunhan retorted. Upon hearing this question, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head slightly, appearing deep in thought. However, after a long silence, Dai Yunhan realized he had not received the answer he sought. It seemed this was a question too difficult for her to answer. Uncertain whether it was reluctance to respond or mere shyness, Dai Yunhan remained unfazed. He produced an exquisite brocade box and presented it to Zhu Zhuqing, declaring, "This is the Millennium Blood Dragon ginseng bestowed upon me by my father. I have specially brought it for you. Consuming it will swiftly elevate you to the 10th level. The legendary water crystal blood dragon ginseng." A singular specimen existed within the Baihe clan, yet the palace held a few millennium variants, 2 in total, one aged 2,000 years and the other 1,000. Due to his exceptional talents, Dai Yunhan was granted one by the emperor. However, for him, this gift bore no utility beyond a sumptuous meal, as the system imposed restrictions on its effects. Thus, it was only fitting to pass it to little Zhuqing. Unaware of the ginseng's true worth, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, asserting, "Such a precious gift is too much for me to accept. It was given by His Majesty to you. What is there to refuse? It belongs to me now, and I may do as I please with it." "You need not worry about it," he insisted. "No, I cannot accept something so valuable. My father would scold me." So it was fear that held her back. "Are you not concerned about my displeasure?" Dai Yunhan's expression turned serious. Upon witnessing his darkening countenance, Zhu Zhuqing's face registered a flicker of apprehension. Sensing her distress, he softened his demeanor, reassuring her, "Do not fret. I shall speak to your father about it. I have an abundance of this, consuming it like noodles. You merely help me clear out my stock before it spoils." "Noodles? Is that true?" Zhu Zhuqing regarded him with skepticism. Being young and inexperienced, she was unfamiliar with the value of such a treasure, and the idea of the emperor gifting his son something as trivial as noodles seemed far-fetched. Yet, Dai Yunhan, with unwavering conviction, asked, "Would I deceive you? I am a prince, destined to be an emperor. Do you think I would utter falsehoods?" No, she shook her head, realizing that a prince must uphold integrity from an early age. He possesses much. If he claims it is noodles, then it must be so. Therefore, take it. With that, Dai Yunhan grasped her hand, placing the brocade box into her palm. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing quickly withdrew her hand, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Faced with his resolute insistence, she reluctantly accepted the gift. Observing her compliance, Dai Yunhan felt a surge of joy, lingering on the warmth of her touch. Her small, plump hand was soft and comforting, akin to holding something ethereal, a sensation he found delightful. Subsequently, he unveiled a multitude of items, all beneficial for cultivation. While they could not rival the celestial herbs found in Douluo's garden, they were nonetheless rare and valuable in the market. Zhu Zhuqing was left astonished by the sheer quantity before her. "You wish for me to take all of these?" she exclaimed, her mouth agape. "Is this not excessive?" Dai Yunhan waved dismissively. "Not at all. These are merely chives, my usual accompaniment for noodles. You know how a large bowl of noodles contains but a smattering of chives. So do you still find it excessive?" "Well, perhaps not," Zhu Zhuqing conceded, recalling her fondness for generous chives atop her noodles. Amused by her innocence, Dai Yunhan realized that Zhu Zhuqing possessed an endearing side he had not previously acknowledged. He had always perceived her as aloof, but now he understood that her demeanor was a fa born from circumstance. Dai Mubai had chosen weakness, leaving her to cultivate her own strength. Yet, with the arrival of a steadfast companion, her youthful spirit began to emerge once more, revealing her true self to Dai Yunhan. He reveled in this newfound understanding. For while he appreciated the allure of a cool, distant beauty, he cherished Zhu Zhuqing's authentic essence even more. After a brief conversation, during which he gleaned snippets of her past, he took his leave. Zhu Zhuqing needed time to cultivate her abilities, and he recognized that haste would yield no fruitful results. Though fate had entwined their lives, he preferred a mutual pursuit of growth, for he desired their bond to flourish naturally, unshackled by the constraints of obligation. Shortly after Dai Yunhan's departure, Zhu Tianfeng entered, his expression one of astonishment at the treasures scattered throughout the courtyard. "What is all this?" he inquired, picking up the brocade box containing the Millennium Blood Dragon ginseng, recognizing its significance and seeking clarity on its origin. "This is the Millennium Blood Dragon ginseng, a gift from the fourth prince." A wave of shock washed over Zhu Tianfeng. Indeed, it was a gift from the fourth prince. "Zhuqing, how could you accept such a valuable item? This is highly inappropriate," he admonished. "This ginseng is not mere trinket. It is exceedingly rare and valuable, with its worth beyond measure. Even the royal family possesses but two." He vividly recalled how Davis had longed for such a ginseng, only to be met with the emperor's refusal. The realization of Dai Yunhan's elevated status struck him, compounded by the fact that he had so readily gifted it to Zhu Zhuqing without a second thought. "Father, you need not worry. The fourth prince assured me he has plenty. He consumes it like noodles," Zhu Zhuqing comforted, noticing her father's troubled expression. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianfeng's forehead darkened with realization. "Oh, my foolish child," he sighed, shaking his head, pondering the stark contrast in intelligence between the two 6-year-olds. "And what, pray tell, are these?" He gestured toward the boxes. "These? They are merely chives," she replied. "Chives?" Zhu Tianfeng nearly fainted at the absurdity. Returning to the palace, Dai Yunhan felt a tinge of disappointment. Today, he had not received a reward from Zhu Zhuqing. He understood that not every encounter with her would yield such results, and there must be a central theme guiding their interactions. Recalling the scenarios of past rewards, Dai Yunhan began to comprehend that it was essential to evoke emotions in Zhu Zhuqing to attain his desired accolades. This realization prompted him to resolve to be more diligent in his pursuits, deciding to visit daily, as he had little else to occupy his time. After a brief routine of washing up, he retired for the night. Meanwhile, in another palace within the royal residence, Davis knocked on Dai Mubai's door. "What brings you here?" Dai Mubai inquired, his expression unfriendly. Prior to Dai Yunhan's awakening of his martial soul, the two brothers had been fierce rivals. "Am I not allowed to check on my elder brother?" Davis retorted, disregarding Dai Mubai's demeanor as he entered and took a seat. The royal family encouraged competition among princes, but it was expected to be conducted openly and honorably, avoiding treachery, assassination, poisoning, or conspiracies. Thus, Davis felt no apprehension regarding any traps Dai Mubai might set. "What do you want?" Dai Mubai asked coldly, aware that he was currently in the most precarious position among the three. He had little patience for pretense. "Do you believe you could defeat Dai Yunhan in the duel 3 months hence?" Davis stated bluntly, revealing his purpose. "What does that concern you?" Dai Mubai shot back. "How could it not?" Davis countered, adding, before Dai Yunhan awakened his martial soul, "My only opponent was an insignificant one, namely you. Now, however, I have a formidable rival in him." His words were somewhat convoluted, but the essence was clear. The weak were too weak, and the strong were overwhelmingly powerful. Dai Mubai failed to impress him, while Dai Yunhan was too formidable to be disregarded. Stuck in the middle, he found himself in a difficult position. "To speak plainly," Dai Mubai urged, sensing the underlying message. "I have nothing to hide. I simply wish for you to win," Davis replied. "I have already stated that I prefer directness. Quit beating around the bush." Dai Mubai huffed. Davis pouted slightly, then produced an ornate box. "This is a blood dragon ginseng, aged 500 years, which I have treasured for many years. While it pales in comparison to the 1,000-year variety bestowed upon Dai Yunhan by our father, it remains quite precious. I understand you urgently need to break through to level 20, so I am offering it to you without any strings attached. Additionally, I will send you a supply of other auxiliary herbs." Dai Mubai regarded the fragrant blood dragon ginseng with a cold glint in his eyes. "You say father gifted the 1,000-year ginseng to him?" Davis nodded. Another cold laugh escaped Dai Mubai's lips. It seemed their father harbored a strong desire for Dai Yunhan's success. "That is only natural. Were I in father's position, I would wish for Dai Yunhan to prevail as well, given his exceptional talent. However, do not feel too disheartened. When you awakened your martial soul, you were also granted valuable gifts, albeit of lesser worth. What is your intention in gifting me the blood dragon ginseng? Davis rose and gazed out the window. In a sense, we are now two grasshoppers on the same line. While I prefer your defeat, I would rather it occur at my hands. Thus, Dai Mubai understood. Davis, fearful of Dai Yunhan's potential, sought to exploit the upcoming duel as an opportunity to eliminate him before he could fully mature. After all, once Dai Yunhan truly grew in strength, they would no longer stand a chance against him. Dai Mubai, cognizant of this, had intentionally provoked Dai Yunhan to provoke a duel, though he remained unsure of his victory. This was indeed Dai Yunhan's weakest moment. If he did not seize the opportunity now, he would be left wondering when he might ever dare to fight again. This is not manipulation. It is a matter of mutual support, Davis corrected. At this moment, I am genuinely assisting you, regardless of what transpires later. I am sincere in this instant. Do you truly believe I can defeat him? Davis shook his head. I do not believe. Rather, I hope you can win. After all, who else can I rely on but you? Each word dripped with irony, leaving Dai Mubai's expression dark and stormy. Yet he found himself unable to refute it. The reality was undeniable. He was currently the weakest. He understood that Dai Yunhan's capabilities were evident in battle, and both Davis and Dai Mubai required this duel to vie for the throne. If Dai Mubai emerged victorious, he would still face pressure, but it would not be as desperate. For Davis, the absence of Dai Yunhan as a threat would make dealing with a single Dai Mubai a mere formality. Thus, at this moment, the two brothers found themselves united. Dai Mubai accepted the blood dragon ginseng, knowing that any enhancement to his strength would be beneficial in his quest to best Dai Yunhan. Devote yourself to your training, and if you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. My only demand is that you defeat him in the arena, Davis declared with a glint of malice. Such a battle would permit lethal force, and the emperor could not intervene. These were the established rules. The following day, Dai Yunhan returned to the prince of the underworld's residence to seek out Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing him again, Zhu Zhuqing blushed, feeling flustered. They had yet to progress significantly in their relationship, and yet he visited daily. If word got out, how could she face others? However, Dai Yunhan paid no heed to her concerns and approached her directly. So, how effective was the 1,000-year blood dragon ginseng? Upon mentioning the ginseng, Zhu Zhuqing promptly retrieved the ornate box. Father said this item is extremely valuable, and I cannot accept it. I must return it to you. Return it? Once a gift is given, it should not be retracted, Dai Yunhan insisted firmly. Zhu Zhuqing appeared troubled. This is father's wish. I cannot accept it, or I will face his reprimand. Fear not. I am seeking him now. If it is merely Zhu Tianfeng's intention, it can be easily resolved. Don't, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, quickly grasping his sleeve. If Dai Yunhan approached her father now, she would be caught in the middle, making matters even more complicated. Seeing her distress, Dai Yunhan's mind raced, and he devised a clever plan. How about this? We play a game, and these items will be the stakes. If I lose, you may keep them. And if I lose? Zhu Zhuqing asked, seemingly unconvinced of her chances. What do you possess? Dai Yunhan inquired. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment. I don't seem to have anything. No, you have yourself, he replied. Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed and felt a bit flustered. If you lose, you must become mine. What do you say? You have little else to do, so why not be my treasure? Her cheeks reddened as she realized he was teasing her. You're such a rascal, she thought, choosing to ignore his antics. Dai Yunhan chuckled, enjoying the playful banter. And one more thing. If you lose, I want that little hair tie from your head. Why? Do not question. Simply agree or decline. First and foremost, should you refuse, I shall discard these items to feed the fish. Very well then. Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly acquiesced. For such precious treasures would indeed be a pity to waste on fish. She removed the small hair tie from her head and placed it beside the ornate box, turning her gaze to Dai Yunhan. So what game shall we play? Zhu Zhuqing's hair was long and black, much as described in the original text. As she released the small hair tie, her hair cascaded down and parted to either side, adding a touch of alluring charm to her originally innocent demeanor. The interplay of these contrasting qualities unveiled a unique beauty that compelled Dai Yunhan to cast an additional glance her way. He averted his gaze and stated, "It is a very simple game. We shall gaze into each other's eyes, and the first to blink shall lose. Are you agreeable? Certainly. Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate, finding the game rather straightforward. Let's commence then. With that, Dai Yunhan began his preparations, while Zhu Zhuqing focused intently. Come a bit closer, he urged. The distance between them was roughly 20 centimeters, and thus the game officially began. Start. At the command, Dai Yunhan fixated on Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Her eyes were indeed large and bright, with a striking contrast of black and white, resembling the clearest water. As he looked into her eyes, he could even see his own reflection. Her eyelashes were exquisite, elongated and delicately curved. Gazing into her eyes felt as though they were conversing silently. In turn, Zhu Zhuqing noticed the beauty in Dai Yunhan's eyes, devoid of the cold heaviness she often observed in others. Instead, in his gaze, she found ease, sunlight, and warmth. His eyes resembled a vast meadow, adorned with lush green grass, towering mountains, fluffy clouds, a warm sun, and a gentle breeze, with two tiny figures holding hands, frolicking together. In her mind's eye, one figure was Dai Yunhan, and the other was herself. Suddenly, she felt a rush of warmth as she broke free from his gaze. Her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. When she looked back, she found Dai Yunhan's gaze to be overpoweringly possessive, as if he were scrutinizing a prized possession. Instantly, her heart raced, and her eyelids began to flutter uncontrollably. Just then, Dai Yunhan blinked first. "I lost," he declared, rising to his feet. "These items are yours now." Zhu Zhuqing quickly stood as well. "Why? What do you mean, why?" "You did it on purpose," Zhu Zhuqing asserted confidently, having clearly seen him blink deliberately. "Are you eager to know why?" "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "If you did not wish to know, you would not have asked." Dai Yunhan smiled, locking eyes with her, and then suddenly declared with deep emotion, "In your eyes, I see only myself. How could I bear to let you lose?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Such inexplicable words, so foreign to her ears, left her momentarily speechless. But soon, the realization struck her. This was a love confession. Her face flushed crimson. She dared not meet Dai Yunhan's gaze, her heart pounding like a drum. Having never heard such sweet words before, the sensation stirred within her, akin to ice shattering. A dam bursting, the thrill of flight, the joy of song and dance, and the swish of a basketball through the net. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Ding! Detection of goddess Zhu Zhuqing's increased affection for the host. Reward. Soul power level increased by 1. As the system's voice faded, Dai Yunhan felt a surge of strength within him. He chuckled inwardly, not due to the system's reward, but rather at Zhu Zhuqing's bashful demeanor. In his previous life, such cheesy declarations would have been met with disdain, but in this realm, they held a unique charm. To the victor go the spoils. This is yours now. To prevent any change of heart, I must witness you consume it. After his laughter subsided, he tucked away her hair tie and produced the blood dragon ginseng, presenting it to her. Chapter 9. For in my eyes, you are my most treasured possession. Must I eat it now? Indeed, right now. Dai Yunhan would not allow her the chance to evade. He brought it to her lips. What if she refused, and he had to offer it to the prince? Though the prince might not accept it, there was no telling if others would covet it. "I'll do it myself." Zhu Zhuqing, resigned, had begun to adapt to Dai Yunhan's domineering nature. She opened her mouth and consumed the blood dragon ginseng. Seeing her swallow it, Dai Yunhan smiled. In the Douluo continent, often dubbed the love continent, engaging in romance was a matter of ease for him, as he had gleaned the limits of this world with minimal effort. The blood dragon ginseng was extraordinary and rare. Once consumed, it transformed into a rich energy that coursed through Zhu Zhuqing's body. After finishing one, she began to emanate a powerful aura of soul energy. Dai Yunhan released her, quickly assuming a protective stance, guiding her to cultivate and focus her energy. Zhu Zhuqing promptly sat cross-legged to digest the essence of the ginseng. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianfeng observed from the loft, his eyes sparkling with intrigue upon witnessing the fourth prince's method of persuading Zhu Zhuqing to consume the blood dragon ginseng. 2 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing completed the absorption of the ginseng's potency. As she opened her eyes, she was met with Dai Yunhan's slightly anxious expression, stirring a flicker of emotion within her. However, in the next moment, she felt a sticky sensation on her body. Upon inspection, she discovered some black stains that had appeared unbeknownst to her. She gasped, disregarding Dai Yunhan as she hurried inside to clean herself. Dai Yunhan watched this unfold, feeling relieved. Yet, upon noticing only a thin layer of black mud on her, he felt a twinge of disappointment. The blood dragon ginseng was effective, but it paled in comparison to celestial herbs. He resolved to find a way to procure some celestial herbs from Douluo once his strength stabilized. Though he had no need for them, Zhu Zhuqing certainly did, and the sooner she consumed them, the better the effect. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from her room, having changed into a fresh outfit. The post-bath glow lent her an ethereal beauty, yet her attire remained modest. Her cheeks were rosy, reminiscent of spring blossom. Dai Yunhan scrutinized her closely. Individuals in the Douluo continent matured earlier, with 12-year-olds already approaching adulthood. However, Zhu Qing was merely 6 years old, still cherishing her baby fat. Yet her large eyes were exceptionally captivating, as if they could speak, captivating Dai Yunhan's heart completely. Noticing Dai Yunhanese unwavered in gaze, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively inquired, "What are you staring at?" However, as soon as the words left her lips, she sensed the impending trouble. Indeed, Dai Yunhan replied, "Look at how beautiful my wife is." "Who is your wife?" She retorted, "What does it matter? I've already claimed you. You come here every day. Aren't you afraid of losing to the third prince?" Zhu Zhuqing changed the topic, aware that Dai Yunhan had a thick skin and that she could not gain any verbal advantage. "Oh, are you already worried about your husband?" Dai Yunhan teased with a mischievous grin. Zhu Zhuqing felt her cheeks flush. How could this guy turn everything into such matters? Confidently, Dai Yunhan declared, "Not only will I not lose to him, but even if I did, in my heart, you are my designated wife. At worst, I would just take you away." He flashed a cheeky smile. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was not amused. Her eyes revealed visible concern. "Father said the 1,000-year blood dragon ginseng is exceedingly rare. And if you consume it, what will you do?" "I don't need it." "Why?" "Because to me, you're the most precious." His deeply affectionate demeanor was apparent. Dai Yunhan then dramatically switched expressions, akin to a Sichuan opera performer. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by his sudden declaration, her heart racing, and she turned her face away. Feeling flustered, he was truly skilled at this. When she first met Dai Yunhan 2 days ago, she had thought he was an incredibly proud prince. But in such a short time, that image had been completely shattered. Now, calling him a rogue would not be an exaggeration. However, he was a rogue with culture, talent, and a background. What, then, should one call such a person? The rogue of rogues, a battling rogue? Or perhaps a noble among rogues? She did not know. All she felt was that interacting with such a prince was quite comfortable, leaving her feeling at ease. "So, after consuming the blood dragon ginseng, has your soul power increased?" Dai Yunhan inquired again. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. 2 levels. 2 levels? This was somewhat unexpected for Dai Yunhan. The 1,000-year blood dragon ginseng was merely blood dragon ginseng, not crystal blood dragon ginseng, and the difference was vast. In Dai Yunhan's mind, achieving even a single level increase would have been commendable. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. However, he quickly realized that when Zhu Zhuqing had consumed the divine herb, her soul power had risen by 7 levels. But at that time, her own soul power was already over 30 levels. Thus, that 7-level increase was quite formidable, perhaps equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of times the current 2-level increase. After this enhancement, Zhu Zhuqing was now at level 9, and given her training aptitude, she should break through to level 10 within 3 to 4 months. "Where's my little hair tie?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly asked. After washing up, she realized her small hair tie was missing and suspected that Dai Yunhan had taken it. "What little hair tie?" "That is my little hair tie. That clearly belongs to me." "Who is that clearly?" "Zhu Zhuqing." "You are bullying me." Realizing this, Zhu Zhuqing playfully punched him, albeit lightly, and Dai Yunhan did not feel it at all. But after striking him, she suddenly realized how rash her action was. Hitting a prince was a grave offense. She felt a bit anxious, but seeing Dai Yunhan's cheerful demeanor puzzled her. "Do you want me to help you tie your hair?" "No." Mother said a girl's hair should not be casually touched by boys. She took the hair tie from Dai Yunhan's hand and tied her hair up again. Once finished, she began her training, knowing that the effects of the herb had not worn off yet, making her practice particularly effective. However, Dai Yunhan did not leave. Instead, he chose to stay and accompany her, as he truly had nothing else to do. Soon, night fell, and Zhu Zhuqing concluded her training. Chapter 10. 3 months until the duel with Dai Mubai. Aren't you going to practice while I train? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously. Of course. I am diligently working hard where you cannot see me. Zhu Zhuqing was skeptical. You don't need to be here every day if you defeat the third prince. Whether I like it or not, I will be yours. Rest assured, I like you, but I like it even more when you like me, Dai Yunhan said earnestly. He enjoyed being possessive and letting feelings develop over time, ultimately leading to mutual affection. Yet, he believed the second step was the most crucial. If he failed in that, he would not proceed. He valued both body and heart. If he could only possess her body without winning her heart, he would rather let her go. However, it seemed that Dai Yunhan's second step was already progressing toward success. Your Highness, Miss, dinner is ready, a maid announced nearby. Let us go, Dai Yunhan said. Are you leaving? Won't you stay and have a meal with us? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan could not resist the urge to reach out and pat her little head, but to his surprise, he found that Zhu Zhuqing was slightly taller than him. He was speechless. This was the plight of males in their early stages. He quickly changed his approach and pinched her cheek, saying, "What are you talking about?" "Of course. I will have dinner before I leave. This will be my home from now on." His affectionate gesture made Zhu Zhuqing instinctively retreat, escaping his grasp. Though she somewhat enjoyed being with Dai Yunhan, she felt it necessary to maintain a distance from the prince until the duel was resolved. Yet deep down, she had already convinced herself that Dai Yunhan would win. Dai Yunhan was indifferent. He understood Zhu Zhuqing's concerns and knew that to change this, he simply needed to defeat Dai Mubai in the arena 3 months later. After dinner, Dai Yunhan returned to the palace. However, upon his arrival, he was summoned by Emperor Xingluo. "Father, you called for me?" "Yunhan, I have heard you have been frequenting the Prince of the Underworld's residence these past few days." Emperor Xingluo said, visibly displeased, indicating that he thought Dai Yunhan was a bit too arrogant. "Yes, father. Do you have confidence for the arena duel in 3 months?" Emperor Xingluo asked, addressing the crux of the matter. He did not wish to meddle too much in the affairs of the princes, but due to Dai Yunhan's exceptional talent, he needed to show some favoritism for the future of the empire. Absolute fairness? That was impossible. "Yes," Dai Yunhan replied with a single word. "Good. As long as you have confidence, you may leave." Emperor Xingluo waved his hand. "Bear in mind, if you endure for 3 months, everything thereafter will belong to you." This was a reminder from Emperor Xingluo. Children have their own fortunes. Do not be a burden to them. Whatever fate it may be, it is all determined by heaven. Emperor Xingluo did not wish to intervene excessively, lest it backfire. "Yes, father." Dai Yunhan withdrew, aware that his lackadaisical demeanor had caused the emperor some concern. However, what could he do? The system limitations rendered his efforts in cultivation futile. Moreover, his pursuits were not entirely unproductive. They were merely a different form of cultivation. On the 3rd day, Dai Yunhan proceeded to the Prince of the Underworld's residence, as usual. "You spoke your mind, and I followed suit. An unspoken understanding prevailed among us." Upon hearing this news, Emperor Xingluo merely furrowed his brow, but refrained from making any comments. Meanwhile, Davis relayed this information to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's reaction mirrored that of Emperor Xingluo. He displayed little emotion, as his focus was solely on himself. After all, no matter how Dai Yunhan fared, he was still an entity of over level 20, while Dai Mubai had only just broken through to level 19. He needed to ascend to level 20 within the next 3 months. To achieve this, he concentrated all his resources, and Davis generously shared his cultivation resources with him. Thus, time gradually slipped away. Days passed, and Dai Yunhan continued his daily visits to the Prince of the Underworld's residence. However, to his dismay, he received no rewards. This led him to realize that, although their relationship appeared promising, actual progress was slow, far from reaching a level that warranted a reward from the system. Contemplating, Dai Yunhan suspected that the outcome of his duel with Dai Mubai might be a contributing factor. As the victor remained undetermined, Zhu Zhuqing was unable to fully open her heart, still bound by the constraints of tradition. If this were the case, Dai Yunhan had no choice but to await the duel's conclusion. Days turned into weeks, and ultimately, the 3-month period arrived. Throughout these months, Dai Yunhan had not gained a single level of soul power, remaining at level 21, which left him somewhat speechless. However, with the deadline finally here, he believed that after today, he would earn Zhu Zhuqing's genuine recognition. On the royal arena, Dai Mubai and Dai Yunhan ascended to the dueling platform. The audience was sparse, consisting only of royal family members and the household of the prince of the underworld. The atmosphere was heavy. While they anticipated this battle, they did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. The cruelty of the royal family was an accepted reality, yet as the day approached, their hearts remained burdened. Particularly, the absence of the queen weighed heavily. Both Dai Mubai and Dai Yunhan were her sons, and losing either was unthinkable. Though a mother must be strong in this moment, she found it hard to embody that strength. Emperor Xingluo's expression was cold, yet within that coldness lay a flicker of anguish. Witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but reflect on his own past, having ascended to the throne over the bodies of his brothers. He harbored a deep disdain for such brutal competition, but as a legacy of his ancestors, he felt powerless to enact change. The prince of the underworld wore an equally grave expression. Though it was not his own sons fighting, he perceived in them the future reflections of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing. Perhaps in a few years, it would be his two daughters standing once more on the dueling platform. He sighed inwardly, loathing the royal family's bloodthirsty customs. Suddenly, a voice echoed, announcing that the goddess Zhu Zhuqing's affection for the host had increased, granting him a reward of 1 level in soul power. The unexpected proclamation momentarily stunned Dai Yunhan, prompting him to gaze in Zhu Zhuqing's direction, where he found her anxiously watching him. Upon realizing he was looking at her, she did not shy away, but rather grew even more tense. Chapter 11. A successful first battle. A flicker of joy surged within Dai Yunhan's heart, for he knew she had begun to worry for him, indicating that his efforts over the past 3 months had not been in vain. He had etched himself into her heart. Consequently, his soul power level rose to 22. Gaining 2 levels in 3 months was, indeed, commendable. Today's match lacked a referee. Everyone present served as judges. Once the two released their martial spirits, the duel commenced. Dai Mubai was the first to summon his martial spirit, a formidable white tiger that loomed menacingly behind him, while his body underwent a transformation, his arms becoming stout and his claws razor-sharp, each capable of rending flesh. Dai Yunhan, today we shall determine our fates. Beneath the yellow springs, do not blame me. Upon hearing these words, Dai Yunhan sighed, remaining silent as he silently activated his martial spirit. The chaos twin-winged tiger emerged behind him, its immense black and white wings and powerful form exuding an overwhelming aura that far surpassed Dai Mubai's white tiger. In comparison, one resembled a cat, the other a tiger. The difference was stark. On Dai Yunhan, the signs of beastification were less pronounced. His hair parted in the middle, one side white, the other black, and a pair of black and white wings appeared on his back, albeit not in a solid form, yet still allowing him to soar. As the chaos twin-winged tiger manifested, a hint of trepidation flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes, as if his own soul power was being subtly suppressed. Dai Mubai understood that this pressure stemmed from their bloodlines. The disparity in martial spirit quality determined the power exhibited in their confrontation. Even with higher soul power, should the quality of one's martial spirit be inferior, victory would remain elusive. Thus, in this moment, feeling the weight of the martial spirit's influence, Dai Mubai's heart sank. 3 months of arduous training, and yet, before the battle had even commenced, he could already foresee his demise. He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Clenching his fist, he lunged forward with a furious roar, charging at Dai Yunhan. First soul skill, Chaos Duel Transformation. In response to his assault, Dai Yunhan reacted immediately. This was not his first time employing a soul skill. He had practiced with the palace guards and had developed a clear understanding of his abilities. Upon activation of the soul skill, a yellow soul ring illuminated beneath his feet. Subsequently, half of his black hair transformed to pure white, and his wings adopted a white hue. The tiger's might contained as a dense aura emanated from him. This was the white tiger mode, emphasizing heavy defense. Dai Yunhan's choice to defend stemmed from his desire to gauge the prowess of Dai Mubai, one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Bang! Dai Mubai's fist struck Dai Yunhan. Yet, to his astonishment, the blow inflicted no damage. In fact, it failed to even breach Dai Yunhan's protective soul power. Disbelieving, he unleashed a series of strikes. But the result remained unchanged. Dai Yunhan's protective soul power was overwhelmingly robust. It felt as though he had struck iron. Stepping back, A look of determination surfaced in Dai Mubai's eyes, and his second yellow soul ring ignited. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. This was his sole offensive soul skill, the only move he could execute. He understood that relying solely on his fists would not shatter Dai Yunhan's defense. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. If even this soul skill failed to penetrate Dai Yunhan's defenses, he would truly be bereft of options. A beam of white soul power coalesced before him, and he poured every ounce of his soul power into it. In this moment, it was do or die. He had no other recourse. The white energy coalesced and compressed before suddenly shooting forth like a destructive ray, akin to a hunting tiger pouncing on its prey. Observing this, Dai Yunhan did not dare to be careless. His soul rings illuminated in response, channeling his soul power into the white wings unfurling behind him. These wings spread wide, crossing in front of him like a formidable shield. Although his second soul skill was offensive and could not be employed defensively, the strength imbued within his soul rings could be harnessed in the White Tiger defense mode. The more potent the soul rings, the greater the defensive capability. Thus, even though his second soul skill was one of offense, under the transformation into White Tiger mode, it still provided equivalent defensive strength. Consequently, he was confident in his ability to withstand Dai Mubai's soul skill. Perhaps his second soul ring was not as mature as Dai Mubai's, but the quality of his martial spirit far surpassed it. In comparison, Dai Yunhan believed he held the upper hand. Indeed, as the White Tiger's radiant wave collided with the white wings, they remained unyielding, while the White Tiger wave dissipated upon impact. The difference was stark. Dai Mubai's eyes widened, devoid of focus, clearly struggling to accept such an outcome. His full force strike had failed to breach even Dai Yunhan's defenses. He could not believe it. He anticipated defeat, yet he never imagined it would be so catastrophic. With fury, he glared at Dai Yunhan and bellowed, "What good is mere defense? Attack me." With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, the White Tiger's Guardian Shield. If Dai Yunhan could withstand his assault, then he too could endure Dai Yunhan's onslaught. "Come on," Dai Mubai shouted again. Witnessing his futile struggle, Dai Yunhan was unrelenting. He switched modes, darkness enveloping him, transforming him into a fearsome being reminiscent of a demonic deity. His second soul skill, Tiger Shatters Mountains and Rivers, activated as his second yellow soul ring glowed brightly. He lunged forward, summoning a massive black tiger descending from the heavens, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Under the weight of that roar, Dai Mubai felt his mind swirl and succumbed to unconsciousness. The White Tiger's Guardian Shield shattered within less than a second. With the destruction of his defense, Dai Mubai's mind grew increasingly muddled, and in the next moment, a pained scream escaped him before he fell into a deep unconsciousness. The power of Tiger Shatters Mountains and Rivers was truly astonishing. Observing this, Dai Yunhan retracted his martial spirit. He glanced at Dai Mubai, noting that no further action was required. Dai Mubai had merely been knocked unconscious and would recover after a few days, suffering no lasting harm. In that arena, Dai Yunhan possessed the capacity to end Dai Mubai's life. However, he was no wayward soul from 9 years of compulsory education. He had traversed 6 years to arrive here, and those years had not altered his core beliefs. Chapter 12. Zhu Zhuqing's Belonging. Elevation of the First Soul Ring to 500 years. Dai Mubai, as a character in the original narrative, had been particularly detestable to him due to his weakness, lack of responsibility, and unworthiness. Yet now, they were bound by blood, both having emerged from the same mother. They were brothers. No matter how much Dai Yunhan despised him, he could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. Perhaps one day he might, but not now. He did not wish to see his mother grieve. "Someone, take him down for treatment." Dai Yunhan commanded the healing soul master before descending from the arena to stand before the Douluo Emperor. "Father, I have won this contest," he declared. The Douluo Emperor regarded him with a stern expression, showing neither joy nor anger at Dai Yunhan's decision to spare Dai Mubai. His guiding principle was that everyone possessed their own destiny. He would not interfere excessively with the choices made. Only through personal experience could one grasp the underlying truths. "From this day forth, Zhu Zhuqing shall be your fiancée." "Thank you, father. No need for formalities." As the Douluo Emperor stood to depart, he glanced back at Dai Yunhan, adding, "Go see your mother. She will be very pleased." Yes, Dai Yunhan understood the implication. His mother could not bear to witness brotherly violence, preferring to remain secluded in the palace. She was likely weeping at this very moment. Once the star Luo Emperor departed, Davis followed suit, merely offering a congratulatory remark before saying nothing more. However, disappointment flickered in his eyes, not towards Dai Yunhan, but rather for Dai Mubai. He was disappointed that Dai Mubai had not eliminated Dai Yunhan. As for Dai Yunhan's decision not to kill Dai Mubai, it held little significance for him. He had never considered Dai Mubai a worthy opponent. Dai Yunhan chose to disregard his attitude, fully aware of Davis's character. He was the most ambitious of the three brothers, adhering strictly to the rules. Had it been Davis facing Dai Mubai in combat, there would have been no hesitation to strike him down. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, congratulations on your victory. I will trouble you to take good care of Zhu Zhuqing from now on. Prince Yuming approached to offer his congratulations. His laughter was hearty and genuine, and for some reason, Dai Yunhan felt an unexpected kinship in that moment, as if their emotions had intertwined, devoid of any pretense. In that instant, he was truly laughing. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall take good care of Zhu Zhuqing. That is reassuring. I look forward to your future together. Prince Yuming patted Dai Yunhan's shoulder before departing. Dai Yunhan had achieved precisely what he hoped for, and now victorious, he felt immense satisfaction. However, as he watched the prince's retreating figure, he sensed an underlying message in his words. Yet, none of that mattered now, for more pressing concerns awaited Zhu Zhuqing. He approached Zhu Zhuqing, initially displaying a victorious smile before boldly grasping her hand. Zhu Zhuqing, I have declared you my wife. No one can take you from me. His tone was commanding, his grip firm. Zhu Zhuqing instantly flushed with embarrassment, glancing around at the numerous attendants and guards still present. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but her strength paled in comparison to Dai Yunhan's, making escape impossible. Zhu Zhuqing, you're now my fiancée, as decreed by my father. What harm is there in holding your hand? Dai Yunhan's demeanor shifted to one of mild displeasure. He was now a person of status, no longer the nameless wanderer of the past. Holding his fiancée's hand was a rightful act. His expression softened into a smile, for he knew Zhu Zhuqing was merely shy, not truly averse to him. Indeed, upon hearing Dai Yunhan's words, Zhu Zhuqing ceased her struggle. She was, after all, his fiancée now, and soon the entire empire would be aware of it. What was there to fear in allowing him to hold her hand? With a soft sigh, she chose to relent. Dai Yunhan was to be her lifelong companion, and they could never be apart again. She glanced around once more, noting that the attendants and guards remained steadfast in their positions. At this moment, the tension that once gripped her heart had dissipated significantly, replaced by a sweet sensation that blossomed within her. From this day forth, I shall be known as Dai Yunhan's fiancée. An inexplicable wave of happiness surged within her. Ding! The system detected a substantial increase in goddess Zhu Zhuqing's affection for the host, elevating the reward for the first soul ring to 500 years. A 500-year soul ring. Dai Yunhan could distinctly feel his body growing stronger. He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, his face alight with joy. Indeed, with this newfound status, the rewards bestowed upon him were markedly different. Next, Dai Yunhan, akin to a victorious general, held Zhu Zhuqing's hand and strolled through the palace, as if proclaiming to the world that Zhu Zhuqing was his betrothed. In this moment, Zhu Zhuqing shed her earlier demeanor, now embodying the gentle spirit of a devoted wife. Quietly walking beside him, as they ambled along, their conversation flowed effortlessly until they arrived at the rear palace, the queen's chamber, Dai Yunhan's mother's quarters. His mother, also of the Zhu family, but from a branch line, shared a distant blood relation with Zhu Zhuqing, separated by several generations. The decision to form a union with the Zhu family was not based on direct lineage, but rather on talent. A strong alliance was essential to nurture an even more formidable next generation. In order to mitigate the issue of consanguinity, the Zhu family had historically sought to expand their lineage, and through the passage of time, they had emerged as the foremost family in the Luo Empire. However, with such power came the peril of becoming a pawn in the prince's power struggles. After all, each conflict represented the tragic demise of the Zhu family's exceptional talents. Upon entering the chamber, the queen's face radiated with warmth, as if she had anticipated Dai Yunhan's arrival, promptly rising to greet him. My son pays his respects to mother, he said alongside Zhu Zhuqing, both kneeling in unison. Please, rise, the queen urged, assisting them both. Dai Yunhan noticed his mother's eyes were still swollen from tears, a clear indication that she had indeed wept. Mother, I'm sorry for causing you sorrow, he expressed. The harsh realities of royal customs dictated that he must strive to maintain a balance between duty and emotion. No, my son, you have done well, the queen reassured him. Although she had been deeply saddened by the prospect of losing a son, the news of Dai Yunhan's victory, coupled with the fact that he had spared Dai Mubai, alleviated her grief almost instantaneously. Chapter 13. Do you believe that my intentions are driven by desire? She was uncertain as to why Dai Yunhan had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, yet she found solace in the outcome. While pain would inevitably come, she wished for its arrival to be delayed. Mother, Dai Mubai is, after all, my biological brother, just as you're his mother too. I could never bring myself to harm him, nor do I wish to witness your distress. Dai Yunhan's mother had generally been quite distant with her 3 sons, tending to them only occasionally, while a wet nurse primarily raised them. This was not due to a lack of affection. Rather, she was acutely aware of their fates. She did not want her presence to hasten an unjust destiny for them. In her heart, she loved her children more than anyone else. The adage, those who are not parents often find joy, though originally a mere jest, resonated profoundly within the Luo royal family. Dai Yunhan's words elicited a grateful smile from the queen. She understood each of her children's personalities well. Prior to their awakening of martial souls, she had worried that Dai Yunhan, being the youngest, would be at a disadvantage, and his kind nature might lead to the most tragic fate. However, upon the awakening of his martial soul, his astonishing talent propelled him from the depths of despair to the pinnacle of success. Yet, this newfound strength caused her to worry. My son, your talent is unparalleled. If nothing unforeseen occurs, you shall undoubtedly become the emperor of the Luo Empire. Therefore, I have a request to make of you. Mother, please speak freely, Dai Yunhan said, already surmising what she might ask. The queen continued, I know you possess a kind heart. Previously, my greatest concern was you. But now, your prowess has exceeded my expectations, and given time, you will surpass your father. Thus, I hope that when you grow stronger, you might allow your 2 brothers a chance at survival, if possible. Of course, this is not a demand, but rather a hope that you can grant them mercy when it is within your power to do so, ensuring your absolute safety. In this world, strength is paramount, and I believe you can achieve this. Dai Yunhan recognized her intentions and, without hesitation, responded, Mother, rest assured, I promise you. In his heart, he was somewhat reluctant. For having been nurtured in the peaceful and progressive environment of the 21st century, he found it difficult to commit acts of violence. Since his arrival in this world, he had preferred to avoid conflict, believing that enjoying life was of utmost importance. Though he harbored a strong aversion to the antagonist Tang San, he did not view him as a target for extermination. However, he was fully aware that such notions existed only in the realm of fantasy. Without strength, all words were meaningless. Absolute power was essential to make the world revolve around him. Thus, prior to all else, he simply wished to cherish his time with Zhu Zhuqing, enhancing his strength through their relationship. Moreover, if he could simultaneously cultivate his power while sharing his affections with other goddesses, that would be even better. After all, his greatest aspiration was to extend a loving embrace to those homeless girls in need. Receiving Dai Yunhan's affirmative response, the queen's face shone with satisfaction. Had this matter been broached earlier, she would never have dared to mention it, fearing it would only burden him. But circumstances had changed. On one hand, Dai Yunhan possessed the strength to fulfill such a request. On the other, his actions had revealed the inherent kindness within him. Next, the queen retrieved a pair of matching pendants from a box behind her. These pendants are gifts I have prepared for you. They may not be particularly exquisite, but they are soul guide devices. Wearing them can stabilize your spirit, aiding in your cultivation. Additionally, they will forge a deeper connection between you, allowing your love for one another to flourish. Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Your Majesty, they expressed in unison. Come, let me adorn you with them, the queen smiled. Zhu Zhuqing, a girl of striking beauty and remarkable talent, indeed made a perfect match alongside Dai Yunhan. Now, off you go and enjoy yourselves, the queen said, having fastened the pendants around their necks. Your son takes his leave. Your servant takes her leave. they said as they exited the queen's chamber. Dai Yunhan touched the pendant around his neck, letting out a sigh. This system, while restricting my soul power and soul rings, has also limited my soul guide devices. Though the pendant is fine, it feels no different from an ordinary piece of jewelry when worn. It appears that in order to acquire what one desires, one must treat Zhu Zhuqing with kindness. With this thought in mind, he took her hand once more. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him and did not resist, allowing him to hold her hand. This fellow, for reasons unknown, particularly enjoys holding her hand, regardless of the activity at hand. Before their duel, he would often reach for her hand, albeit with some restraint. However, with the conclusion of today's battle, there were no longer any constraints. Do you truly like me this much? Zhu Zhuqing could not help but voice her thoughts, observing Dai Yunhan as if he were a victorious general. This brought to mind their first encounter, when Dai Yunhan had declared his infatuation at first sight. As a casualty of the rivalry between princes, her current situation surpassed all her previous fantasies. A bright future lay ahead, accompanied by a fiancé who cherished her deeply. What made it even more significant was that she reciprocated his feelings. A mutual affection like this was a rare and precious occurrence for someone of her status. Upon hearing her question, Dai Yunhan turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, stroking his chin and appraising her from head to toe. Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat uneasy under his unabashed scrutiny, yet she stood tall. Dai Yunhan followed her posture, noticing that she had yet to develop in certain areas. He found it hard to imagine that, in just a few short years, this slender figure would transform into something much more formidable. Nevertheless, he did not despise her current form. True affection exists in this world. I adore every bit of you. Dai Yunhan feigned a slurping sound, putting on a teasing expression. If I claimed my intentions were purely superficial, would you believe me? His demeanor was reminiscent of a famished wolf. Initially skeptical, she now found herself believing it. Chapter 14. Cow milk and bull milk. Zhu Zhuqing paused, but soon realized that Dai Yunhan was speaking with deliberate intent. She promptly exhibited a mix of annoyance and indifference, breaking free from his grasp and walking ahead with displeasure. Yet, a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. She was not oblivious to the performance required of her. Dai Yunhan quickly caught up, seizing her hand once more. Regardless of whether you believe it, my dear, you are now at my mercy. Ah! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in mock terror. You are quite fearsome, my lord. I tremble in your presence. Dai Yunhan felt a rush of excitement at her coy demeanor. Her reluctance, coupled with an inviting softness, truly struck a chord within him. Then I shall make you tremble uncontrollably, he declared, transforming into a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, charging toward Zhu Zhuqing. She let out a shriek and dashed away in a flurry. In an instant, she fled while he pursued, her wings clipped and nowhere to escape. The patrolling guards observed this scene, initially fearing a serious incident, only to realize it was simply young lovers engaging in playful antics. Yet, to commence such displays at such a tender age seemed somewhat disrespectful to the single elders among them. The following day, the empire issued an announcement regarding the engagement of the fourth prince Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. Consequently, the entire empire became aware of their relationship. In a bid to foster their bond, Zhu Zhuqing moved into the royal palace, albeit not in the same quarters as Dai Yunhan. Furthermore, the two began their studies together at the Royal Academy. Simultaneously, on the very day the announcement was made, Dai Mubai quietly departed the palace alone, his destination unknown. However, Dai Yunhan surmised that he was likely embarking on his Shrek journey. Time passed slowly. A few months later, Zhu Zhuqing successfully advanced to the 10th level, finally able to acquire her first soul ring. During this period, Dai Yunhan also gained a level of soul power. It must be said that being in love is indeed a demanding endeavor, especially at such a young age. Many conventional methods of fostering affection were unavailable to them. Dai Yunhan could only hope to grow quickly, yearning for maturity. After breaking through to the 10th level, the next step was to hunt for soul rings. In a prominent family, such as the Zhu clan, there was a strict approach to nurturing their descendants. Thus, even for the first soul ring, they did not send someone to present a soul beast directly to Zhu Zhuqing. Instead, she was to accompany them on the hunt. Of course, safety was assured, as they would operate within the royal forest. The soul beasts here were akin to those bred within the confines of the Douluo Empire, with the oldest beasts being merely 1,000 years. Generally, These were sufficient for the royal family and ministerial families to absorb their second and third soul rings. Accompanied by a soul emperor, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing ventured into the royal forest. The primary objective today was to secure a soul ring for Zhu Zhuqing, while simultaneously enhancing their combat experience, increasing their synergy, and expediting the manifestation of their martial soul fusion technique. Your Highnesses, today's actions will be determined by your discretion. I shall safeguard your safety and provide advice, the Soul Emperor stated. In this royal forest, the presence of a Soul Emperor was overwhelmingly dominant. His protection was indeed a privilege granted to Dai Yunhan. Understood, Dai Yunhan replied, leading Zhu Zhuqing deeper into the forest. Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul was the nether cat, belonging to the agility attack category. Thus it was wise to select a soul beast of the same type for her first soul ring. According to Yu Xiaojiang's theory, the maximum age for the first soul ring was 423 years. Tang San had absorbed one nearly 400 years old, and his talent and physique surpassed Zhu Zhuqing's. However, Zhu Zhuqing had consumed a millennium-old blood dragon ginseng, slightly enhancing her physique. With these calculations, Dai Yunhan felt confident that she could absorb a soul beast aged around 300 years. Of course, a slightly older beast might also be feasible, albeit with increased risk. Dai Yunhan deemed such a risk unnecessary, as the age of the soul ring was indeed significant, but it was merely the first one, nothing too grave. After all, he would be there to protect Zhu Zhuqing. As they walked, it was unclear whether it was due to the presence of the Soul Emperor or simply bad luck. But after 2 to 3 hours, they had yet to encounter a suitable soul beast. As noon approached, they decided to take a break before continuing their search. After all, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was still weak, and, at her young age, 3 hours of walking was quite taxing. They found a large tree and sat down on the ground. Zhu Zhuqing thoughtfully produced some food, milk, bread, and biscuits. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. He had not anticipated her bringing provisions. He had come unprepared, as the royal forest was not far from the palace, and he assumed hunting a low-level soul ring would not take long. Little did he know, fortune had not favored them. I suspected it might not be smooth sailing, so I brought a little something, Zhu Zhuqing explained, handing over a portion of the food to Dai Yunhan, then opening a bottle of milk and offering it to him. In the warm weather of June and July, even with the shade of the trees, one would still perspire while walking. Dai Yunhan was indeed feeling a bit hungry. He took the milk and drank it heartily, exclaiming, "My wife is so thoughtful. Otherwise, I would have gone hungry today." Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, retorted, "You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating." After more than 6 months of companionship, Zhu Zhuqing had come to understand Dai Yunhan's temperament quite well. He was talkative, often taking advantage of her, yet he was warm-hearted, kind, and treated her exceptionally well. Such a person, aside from his loquaciousness, fit the image of an ideal husband in her mind. However, that annoying mouth wasn't entirely displeasing, as it was the source of many sweet words that made her heart race and cheeks flush. "Hey dear, this milk you brought is actually cow's milk," Dai Yunhan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him with confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. Dai Yunhan turned his head, took the milk from Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and said, "Let me taste your milk." After taking a sip, his eyebrows shot up in delight. "Yours is also cow's milk?" Zhu Zhuqing began to understand. Dai Yunhan had indeed tasted cow's milk. She took the milk back and tried to sip herself, but found no difference. "How do you know this is cow's milk?" Zhu Zhuqing asked with curious, wide eyes. Despite having consumed so much milk, she had never been able to distinguish between bull's milk and cow's milk. "This is indeed cow's milk," Dai Yunhan stated with unwavering conviction. "And how do you know that?" Zhu Zhuqing pressed. "To identify cow's milk, one must observe its color, whether it is pure white or not, and then taste it to discern its flavor and any strong odors. The 2 bottles we have are both cow's milk. Is that so?" Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat skeptical. She took another sip but still felt nothing unusual. "It's a matter of probability. There's a 50-50 chance it could be bull's milk or cow's milk." Zhu Zhuqing attempted to argue, but Dai Yunhan remained steadfast in his assertion that it was cow's milk. Seeing his confidence made Zhu Zhuqing waver in her own beliefs. "Then why do you say that?" Dai Yunhan smiled and remained silent. This silly girl had completely lost her way in his banter, with no answer forthcoming from him. Zhu Zhuqing was left to ponder the question herself, sipping her milk and blinking her big, naive eyes as she repeated, "Why? Why? After an hour of rest, the two resumed their search. Despite the heat, they still needed to hunt for soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing, following closely behind, kept asking why. Dai Yunhan could hardly contain his laughter. This silly girl had been asking for an entire afternoon and still hadn't grasped the issue. Even the Xingluo Emperor, who was trailing behind them for protection, couldn't help but chuckle at Zhu Zhuqing's adorably foolish persistence. As they continued, the refrain of why echoed around them. Dai Yunhan decided he would reveal the answer, but just then, they finally spotted a soul beast. It was a pitch-black creature adorned with purple stripes, resembling a cat. With sharp eyes, it was a nether spirit cat, approximately 300 years old. The two quickly fell silent, ready to hunt this soul beast, as it was almost perfectly aligned with their martial spirits. However, at that moment, the nether spirit cat was busy hunting a vibrant, tricolored snake over 3 meters long, its triangular head indicating it was venomous. Yet, the snake was too young, under 100 years old, and posed no challenge to the nether spirit cat, who swiftly dispatched it. Recognizing the opportunity, Dai Yunhan devised a battle plan. Zhuqing, I will engage it directly to draw its attention. You should launch a surprise attack from the side. Be cautious. Safety is paramount. Do not overexert yourself. His soul power was at the 20th rank, a level commensurate with a soul beast of around 300 years. With his high-quality martial spirit, Dai Yunhan was confident he could defeat it. However, Zhu Zhuqing, lacking a soul ring, needed to be particularly careful. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned serious as she nodded, her eyes sharpening. Martial spirit manifestation. First soul skill, chaotic dual transformation. Dai Yunhan unleashed his martial spirit, transforming his hair and wings into a dark hue. The color black conferred explosive power, perfect for striking swiftly against foes. He flew close to the ground, releasing the full aura of his martial spirit, exerting a bloodline suppression while his claws lunged toward the nether spirit cat. The nether spirit cat, ready to enjoy its meal, suddenly sensed the chilling energy around it, accompanied by an oppressive force rushing toward it. It bared its teeth in a fierce warning, locking its gaze on Dai Yunhan. Yet, the overwhelming aura of Dai Yunhan's martial spirit instilled fear in the cat at first glance. The dread emanating from his soul was not something this unthinking beast could easily withstand. Dai Yunhan's claw struck the side of the nether spirit cat with precision. Its weak defense was no match for the stealthy assault, easily tearing through its flesh and causing blood to gush forth. However, the nether spirit cat was renowned for its speed. In a moment of crisis, it rolled away, evading a fatal blow to its vital organs. Though its muscles and bones were injured, blood dripped to the ground as it crouched, preparing to pounce, its sharp fangs bared and fur bristling, eyes filled with ferocity. To Dai Yunhan's surprise, the creature merely snarled and turned to flee. Clearly, the cat's acute instincts recognized Dai Yunhan as a formidable opponent. It chose to escape, splitting into two identical shadows that darted in opposite directions. Dai Yunhan hadn't anticipated that this 300-year-old soul beast would possess soul skills. As he observed the two figures, he struggled to discern which was the real one, since both were nearly identical in size and aura. Time was of the essence, prompting him to randomly select one to pursue. However, he suddenly noticed that one of the nether spirit cats was heading straight for Zhu Zhuqing. His heart raced. Without hesitation, he abandoned his chase and swiftly flew toward her. A soul beast of 300 years was beyond Zhu Zhuqing's capability to handle. If she encountered the genuine one, Dai Yunhan would regret it for eternity. Soul beasts were abundant, but Zhuqing was irreplaceable. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to protect her. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared startled, clearly not expecting the creature to charge at her. Nevertheless, she too activated her martial spirit, transforming into a fierce little spirit cat. The nether spirit cat approached her, its claws raised a strike at her forehead. Zhu Zhuqing, undaunted, decided to respond in kind with her own claws. Just as their strikes were about to connect, a piercing scream erupted and the nether spirit cat's body contorted unnaturally. Moments later, a claw pierced through its form. It was Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan swiftly executed a maneuver, channeling his soul power until the nether spirit cat was on the brink of collapse, allowing him to finally relax. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, he found himself both amused and relieved, pondering how such a petite creature could exhibit such fierceness. After all, it was a 300-year-old soul beast, and yet she had dared to confront it head-on. With a playful pinch to her chubby little face, he deemed it a minor reprimand. Zhu Zhuqing basked in the affectionate moment between them, her large eyes reflecting a hint of innocence, as she explained, "I wasn't thinking too much. I just wanted to stop it. Next time, don't act so recklessly." Thankfully, I arrived just in time. How did you know this one was real? She inquired with curiosity. Chapter 16. 12 years old. The other shadowy nether spirit cat, which Dai Yunhan had disregarded, was now approaching them. He affectionately ruffled her hair and declared, "I don't know if it's real. I only know you are. I cannot allow you to come to harm." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing instantly grasped Dai Yunhan's sentiments, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. "All right, give it the final blow, then absorb the soul ring while I provide protection," he instructed. "Understood," Zhu Zhuqing replied, moving toward the nearly defeated nether spirit cat. With ease, she delivered the fatal strike. A yellow soul ring subsequently coalesced above it. Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged, beginning the absorption process. Approximately 2 minutes later, she successfully absorbed the soul ring, and her soul power increased by 1 level, now reaching 11th rank. "Bamboo Qing, what is your first soul skill?" Dai Yunhan inquired. "My first soul skill is called Nether Strike, which employs sharp claws for an attack. During the attack, my speed doubles instantaneously, making it a close-range single-target skill." Hearing this, Dai Yunhan was taken aback, yet simultaneously unsurprised. He had anticipated that his presence might alter her soul skills to some extent, but she still possessed Nether Strike. After contemplating, he understood that due to the existence of the royal forest, even in his absence, Zhu Zhuqing would have had arrangements made for her soul ring hunting. The most suitable development path for a martial spirit is its inherent nature. This likely meant that in the original narrative, she had also absorbed the nether spirit cat's soul ring, resulting in the same soul skill, with perhaps only minor differences in the age of the soul ring. Well, the soul ring absorption is complete, so let us return, Dai Yunhan decided, not dwelling on the matter further. "Indeed," he said, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they prepared to depart. Just then, the snake previously killed by the nether spirit cat suddenly stirred, opening its cold eyes and lunging at Zhu Zhuqing's calf with its bloody mouth. Caught off guard, she was bitten directly, a sharp pain coursing through her, eliciting a cry of distress. A snake! Dai Yunhan quickly turned, realizing it was the supposedly dead serpent that had merely been feigning death. He seized the snake's body, channeling his soul power to crush it, separating its head from its body. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's injured calf, he gasped in horror. It was already turning purple. "Your Highness, I have a remedy here." The Soul Emperor beside them promptly produced a vial of medicine, explaining that the venomous snake was a common sight and that they always brought antidotes when hunting soul rings in the royal forest. Dai Yunhan accepted the medicine and administered it to Zhu Zhuqing while using his soul power to expel some of the toxins from her leg. The effects of the antidote were evident. After taking it, the purple discoloration quickly receded, leaving only a swollen red mark. Dai Yunhan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "This beast has stolen a kiss before I even had the chance to," he jested. "Huh, are you jealous of a snake?" Zhu Zhuqing laughed, her earlier tension dissipating as the toxins subsided. "What's wrong with that? My wife can only be kissed by me," he retorted playfully. "Well, it has already kissed me. What can you do about it? Perhaps you should go kiss its partner?" Zhu Zhuqing teased. "Whether it's male or female remains uncertain, and even if it is male, it's surely a single snake," he replied. "Your Highness, based on my experience, this snake is female," the Soul Emperor interjected. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled, responding, "If it's a female snake, then it's even simpler. Just go kiss it back." "Will you not feel jealous?" Dai Yunhan asked. "Not at all," she answered. "Then let us kiss." Dai Yunhan feigned anger, seizing the severed head of the snake and turning it toward himself, preparing to kiss it. "You're really going to do it?" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, hastily grasping his hand, surprised that he had taken the jest seriously. Even if it were a dead snake, it still had venom. Yet Dai Yunhan persisted. "Not only will I kiss it, but I will savor it too." "Full of flavor, you say?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly understood, releasing his hand and declaring, "You truly are a stingy person. Is there any other way? This is the price for bullying my wife." Dai Yunhan replied as he stowed the snake away, deciding that he would feast on snake soup that night. He then squatted before Zhu Zhuqing, stating, "Come on, I'll carry you." "Carry me?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, aware that despite their formal union, they were still quite young. Such intimate actions could create undesirable impressions. No need, I can walk, she insisted. Get on. Your leg is swollen. How can you walk? It's still a 3 to 4 hour journey back, he urged. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her leg and realized that while the venom had receded, the swelling remained. Looking at the distance ahead, she acknowledged it was indeed quite far. Then you shouldn't carry me. It'll be tiring for you, she replied. What are you thinking? Dai Yunhan to Zhu Zhuqing adorably nave. We're flying back now. We've already hunted the soul ring, so why walk? With that, he unfurled his black and white wings. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized and felt a bit embarrassed, but soon climbed onto Dai Yunhan's back without hesitation. As she nestled against him, her cheeks flushed. Yet the sturdy and reassuring feel of his back brought her an inexplicable sense of comfort. Get ready. I'm about to take off, Dai Yunhan announced, spreading his wings and soaring into the sky, heading toward the palace. Zhu Zhuqing clung tightly, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of flight. Time passed swiftly, and soon, they both turned 12. Dai Yunhan had grown half a head taller than Zhu Zhuqing. Over the past 5.5 years, Zhu Zhuqing had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her figure now curvaceous and elongated. Although her physique had not yet reached the proportions of an aircraft carrier, it was certainly beyond what Dai Yunhan could easily contain with one hand. However, what captivated Dai Yunhan the most were her long, elegant legs. Her legs were remarkably long and straight, resembling the comic legs that Dai Yunhan had seen in anime. Chapter 17. The Decision to Leave Star Luo City. The phrase "a dragon's head seen, but not its tail" perfectly encapsulated her legs. Everything below the neck was pure leg. Consequently, Dai Yunhan's admiration for Zhu Zhuqing grew deeper. She possessed a mature figure, yet harbored a heart full of innocence, embodying perfection that resonated deeply within him. Over the span of 5.5 years, through emotional interactions with Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Yunhan had garnered numerous rewards. His soul power level had risen to 35, yet this rate of progress left him somewhat dissatisfied, as he had not even reached the average of 3 levels per year. This hardly reflected the advantage of his innate soul power of 20. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who only possessed an innate soul power of 7, had already attained level 28. Thus, he questioned the utility of his innate soul power. Was it merely for show? Or was it just a fade for the early stages? Dai Yunhan understood the reason for this predicament. The cursed system had imposed limitations upon him. He could not absorb soul rings for additional soul power, could not cultivate on his own, rendering his innate talent of 20 effectively null. This series of inexplicable operations was the reason for his painfully slow advancement. However, despite this, in terms of age, he was undoubtedly the foremost individual. Aside from his soul power, the duration of his soul rings had also increased, while the duration of his first soul ring remained unchanged. The second and third rings were now of the millennium grade. The second had just reached a millennium, while the third had extended to 3,000 years. The third soul skill, named Chaotic Wing Annihilation Slash, involved wielding wings to create a chaotic mist that disoriented the enemy's senses, followed by a lethal strike enabled by the wings. Even if the opponent survived, the wounds inflicted would be unable to heal, requiring multiple times the soul power to resist. This soul skill could be divided into 2 segments, allowing for separate usage as 2 distinct skills, albeit with diminished effects. Moreover, through the passage of time, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing successfully mastered their martial soul fusion technique. However, their fusion technique was not the Yinming White Tiger, but rather named Chaotic Yinming, boasting power several tiers above the former. In addition to these personal enhancements, Dai Yunhan had also acquired a soul guide reward, a ring capable of storage. Beyond this, he found himself somewhat disappointed, for he had expected to extract enough benefits from Zhu Zhuqing to elevate himself to godhood. Yet their emotional bond had grown profoundly, and aside from the final barrier, yet to be breached, they had accomplished nearly everything else. Nevertheless, his power remained woefully inadequate, making him acutely aware that the path to divinity was fraught with challenges. In the Grand Palace Hall, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing stood before the Star Luo Emperor, alongside Prince Yinming and others. Have you two confirmed your decision? The Emperor inquired. Father, Zhuqing and I have already made our decision, they replied with resolute expressions. Today marked their graduation from the Junior Academy, and soon they would transition to the Star Luo Royal Intermediate Academy. However, Dai Yunhan had no intention of remaining in Star Luo City. for he had learned that it was now time for Tang San to enter Shrek. The moment when the narrative truly began to unfold. This time marked the beginning of Tang San's acquisition of all opportunities. If Dai Yunhan lingered in Star Luo City, he would effectively be isolating himself, rendering it uncertain whether he could surpass Tang San, let alone enjoy his dream life in peace. Thus, on this day, Dai Yunhan formally requested to leave the Star Luo Empire, intending to seize Tang San's opportunities in the Tiando Empire. Additionally, there was another pressing issue. The time span between the rewards he received from Zhu Zhuqing had been steadily increasing. Previously, he could obtain rewards every few weeks or even days, but now it took months. This indicated that their relationship had reached a bottleneck, making further breakthroughs challenging. The longer he remained in the Star Luo Empire, the slower his strength would increase. Therefore, for the sake of both himself and Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Yunhan felt compelled to depart from the Star Luo Empire. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not elaborate further. I will grant you entry into the Tiando Royal Academy as exchange students, the Star Luo Emperor declared. Each year, the Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire exchange students to foster communication and learning, as well as to gather intelligence. Though it was rare for princes to partake in such exchanges. Thank you, Father, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Your Majesty, perhaps you should assign someone to protect them in secret? Prince Yiming suggested. Given Dai Yunhan's extraordinary talent, his public presence could attract unwanted attention, posing significant danger. The Star Luo Emperor pondered this issue. It was necessary to send someone, but whom? There were few sole Douluo in the Star Luo Empire and within the royal family. Only he and Prince Yiming were available. Sole saint-level protectors were inadequate, and those bold enough to act against the Star Luo royal family were formidable foes. The emperor found himself in a quandary. At that moment, however, Dai Yunhan shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Father, I believe it is acceptable to send guards for the journey, but once we enter the Tiando Royal Academy, it will be unnecessary. After all, I am a prince of the empire. Should anything happen to me, even if it were not the Tiando Empire's doing, they would find it hard to justify. They are more concerned for my safety than I am. Furthermore, the Tiando Royal Academy has 3 sole Douluo present, ensuring our safety is entirely feasible. Dai Yunhan was not overly worried about security, as the plot had only just begun and all conflicts were yet to erupt. This juncture was the safest time, as major sects and the Spirit Hall would not make any moves, especially in Tiando City, where safety was assured. Even the most concerning figure, Douluo, would hesitate to act upon discovering his royal status, as Douluo was also a guest elder of the Tiando royal family, and his every action reflected upon them. His sensitive identity was not like Tang San's, who concealed his identity and could be easily manipulated. Chapter 18. Entering the Tiando Royal Academy, residing in a detached villa. Moreover, he and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul fusion technique, chaotic Yiming, had power comparable to that of a soul king around level 50, granting them a degree of self-preservation capability. The Star Luo Emperor acknowledged Dai Yunhan's analysis, saying, "You are correct. However, one must always be cautious. I will still dispatch a soul saint and a soul emperor to protect you discreetly." A soul saint and a soul emperor represented the highest level of protection he could muster. There were indeed 2 soul saints available, but deploying them solely for Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing would disrupt the royal family's operations. Thank you, Father, for your concern. Dai Yunhan did not refuse. Since Emperor Xingluo intended to send someone, he would allow it. After all, a measure of safety is always preferable. A month later, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing finally arrived at the Royal Academy of Tiando. Observing the bustling students, Dai Yunhan understood that he was about to embark on his true journey in this world. Upon locating the academic office, they proceeded to complete their enrollment procedures. The academic director, a middle-aged man, showed no sign of impatience upon their arrival. It was the peak of the enrollment season, and most students followed the standard registration process. Only a select few sought him directly, typically the privileged or affluent. Thus, he treated them with utmost courtesy. As he reviewed their information, shock soon crossed his face. Dai Yunhan, 12 years old, possessed the martial spirit of the chaotic twin-winged tiger, a formidable rank 35 assault-type spirit master, the 4th prince of the Xingluo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing, also 12, wielded the martial spirit of the nether spirit cat, an agile rank 28 attack-type spirit master, daughter of the prince of nether from the Xingluo Empire. The director inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment. On one hand, their noble lineage raised questions as to why they had chosen to attend the Royal Academy of Tiando instead of remaining within the empire. However, the royal certification on the information sheet indicated that their presence had been sanctioned by His Majesty, leaving him with no objections. On the other hand, the age and spirit power levels of the two students rendered him unable to remain seated. He stood abruptly, his astonishment palpable. At 12 years of age and rank 28, he had encountered such prodigies before, rare but not unheard of. Yet a 12-year-old at rank 35 was a level of genius he had neither seen nor even heard of. Such terrifying talent, far surpassing that of his peers, transcended the realm of comprehension. Such a being could not merely be termed a genius. He was a monstrosity. His hands trembled slightly. Truthfully, he yearned to verify Dai Yunhan's spirit power level to confirm its accuracy against the document. However, the royal endorsement deterred him from any impolite actions. To doubt them was to doubt the royal family itself. He suppressed his excitement and proceeded to process Dai Yunhan's enrollment. There are communal dormitories, single rooms, and luxurious standalone accommodations available, each varying in price. What are your preferences? He inquired, his voice slightly quivering. Under normal circumstances, a standalone luxury dormitory would be arranged for such esteemed individuals, but he was unsure of their specific desires. We shall take the standalone dormitory, Dai Yunhan replied. Naturally, he chose the standalone option. Now that he and Zhu Zhuqing were free from royal constraints, it was only fitting they reside together. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face involuntarily flushed, evidently contemplating the implications of sharing a living space with Dai Yunhan. The director nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiry, and swiftly completed the arrangements. Typically, students of differing genders were not permitted to live together in the academy. However, exceptions were made in unique cases. Given Dai Yunhan's status as a prince and the understanding of the trials the royal family would face, it was likely that Zhu Zhuqing was to be his fiancée. As long as they maintained a low profile, their cohabitation would not attract undue scrutiny. The paperwork was finalized, and the tuition amounted to 1,000 gold soul coins. Here are your dormitory keys, he stated. Thank you, Dai Yunhan replied, handing over the payment and receiving the keys. The keys, forged from a unique metallic material, bore a swan design on one side and inscribed the words Qingfeng on the other. Qingfeng must be the name of the luxurious, standalone dormitory. Following the directions, they soon arrived at Qingfeng Dormitory. The residence was opulent, a two-story structure with a private courtyard, resembling a villa from a bygone era. Inside, the decor was elegantly arranged. Though apart from some basic furniture, it lacked additional embellishments. While not as splendid as his princely quarters, it was certainly beyond the reach of most nobility. No wonder the fees were so steep. It was likely that a significant portion of the 1,000 gold soul coins was for accommodation. After placing their belongings, Dai Yunhan reclined comfortably on the sofa, grateful for a moment of respite after a month of travel. Zhu Zhuqing thoughtfully poured him a glass of water. As he accepted the drink, he playfully pulled her into his embrace. The warmth and softness enveloped him, providing a sense of immense comfort. What are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing asked, slightly shy. Dai Yunhan leaned closer, planting a kiss on her cheek. Why be shy? This house is ours now, and there are no outsiders present. The two guardians discreetly assigned to protect them could not enter the academy, having been positioned nearby instead. Thus, Dai Yunhan felt no concern about prying eyes. Yet it's still daylight. It would be improper for passers-by to witness, Zhu Zhuqing protested. Although the luxurious villa was standalone, it was part of a cluster of houses, akin to a community with sufficient distance between them. During the day, passers-by could indeed glimpse some aspects of the villa through the windows. Yet, upon hearing her words, Dai Yunhan tightened his embrace, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he leaned in closer. Are you suggesting that it would be permissible at night? That's not what I said. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed deeper, her shy gaze avoiding his. Dai Yunhan's heart raced. Her bashful demeanor resembled a flower ripe for the picking, causing a stirring sensation in his throat. After a month of restraint, "Let me have a kiss," he declared, leaning in for a deep kiss before she could respond. Caught off guard, Zhu Zhuqing's small fists instinctively pressed against his chest. Initially intent on resisting, she soon found her strength waning against his overwhelming presence. Chapter 19. Fighting in a skirt is quite convenient. Softly, she surrendered. Moments later, She became entirely immersed in Dai Yunhan's passionate kiss. 3 minutes later, the kiss concluded. "You naughty boy," she said, playfully punching his chest before extricating herself from his embrace and standing to rearrange her slightly disheveled attire, casting him a mock glare. Dai Yunhan chuckled, unconcerned by her feigned ire. In his eyes, it was akin to playful affection. The notion that striking is affection and scolding is love resonated with him. This was merely another way to deepen their bond. Since there is still time, let us venture out to procure some supplies. This house, while splendid, lacks any semblance of warmth. After relishing the moment, he resolved to attend to practical matters. Very well, Zhu Zhuqing agreed, and together they departed the villa, heading toward the nearby commercial district. Meanwhile, within the office of the Tiando Royal Academy, the academic committee continued their deliberations. 4 men sat together, each with a college information sheet before them. Among them were 3 older gentlemen, one tall and stout, another of average build, while the fourth, slightly younger yet still middle-aged, was recognizable as the director of education, should Dai Yunhan be present. The other 3 were the esteemed committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy, Meng Xinji, Jilin, and Bai Baoshan. Unsurprisingly, the information sheets in question belonged to Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. The emperor had previously informed me that a prince from the Xingluo Empire would be coming for an exchange. I had initially assumed he was merely an ordinary prince. Yet his arrival proved unexpectedly significant. At the tender age of 12, possessing a soul power of 35, what could be his true purpose for coming? Meng Xinji stroked his beard, pondering this matter. Did the emperor provide you with any directives? Jilin inquired from the side. None that I am aware of, came the reply. Well then, Jilin lifted his teacup and continued. The emperor must surely be aware of his information. The fact that no directives were issued indicates that everything is under his control. Thus, we need not fret unnecessarily. Bai Baoshan nodded in agreement. Jilin's point was valid. Regardless of any ulterior motives, it was not for them to concern themselves. Their duty was to educate the students. Instead of speculating on the prince's intentions, it would be more prudent to consider how he could possess such remarkable soul power at just 12 years of age. According to the records, no one has ever reached level 35 at this young age, not even level 30. Meng Xinji, brought back to focus by their discussion, scrutinized the information sheet before him. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, perhaps it is related to his martial soul. The white tiger martial soul is inherently powerful, and his martial soul has undergone a mutation. Although I have not witnessed it firsthand, current records suggest it is a favorable mutation. Indeed, a very beneficial one. In any case, this individual warrants close observation. Regardless of his intentions towards our empire, his existence holds immense value. If Dai Yunhan truly develops, he could undoubtedly become a titled Douluo in the future. Jilin concurred. If that is the case, might the Xingluo Empire pose a significant threat to us in the future? Bai Baoshan spoke of not worrying, yet unease crept into his tone. Meng Xinji shook his head. While a titled Douluo is formidable, they are not powerful enough to contend with an entire empire. Before the relentless machinery of war represented by our army, even a titled Douluo must tread carefully. Moreover, even if Dai Yunhan possesses extraordinary talent, how can we ensure he will truly flourish? There are countless geniuses in this world, and many of them perish before realizing their potential. True strength is built upon the backs of innumerable prodigies. We cannot extinguish his spark simply because of his talent. The Xingluo Empire would not send him here without preparation, would they? If anything were to happen to Dai Yunhan, who will be the first to bear the brunt? It would be the Tiando Empire, of course. Therefore, rather than worrying about his potential threat, we should be more concerned for his safety, ensuring he can return home alive. The faculty members nodded in agreement. Having not previously considered this layer of complexity, it was no wonder such an extraordinary talent was allowed to venture forth. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing strolled through the commercial district. The innate inclination of girls to shop transcended any world. Upon arriving, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into an exuberant little kitten, bouncing about with boundless energy. Yunhan, do you think this looks good? She inquired, holding up a pair of black leather pants from a clothing store. Dai Yunhan shook his head, responding, I believe this looks better. He picked up a white romper from the nearby rack. While he appreciated the way Zhu Zhuqing's figure was accentuated by the leather pants, he preferred her in dresses. A girl, after all, should adorn herself beautifully. What was the point of wearing combat tight-fitting attire every day? But this is not very practical for fighting, Zhu Zhuqing retorted. Indeed, she too felt a twinge of temptation. No girl could resist something pretty. Yet the ideology instilled in her by her family made her believe that beauty was reserved for others, while combat was her domain. Practical? I find it exceedingly practical, Dai Yunhan asserted with unwavering conviction. Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled, unable to comprehend how wearing a dress could be practical in battle, particularly with the risk of wardrobe malfunctions. However, upon catching the glint in Dai Yunhan's eyes, she swiftly grasped the underlying meaning of his words, realizing what kind of fighting he was referring to. The term was one that Dai Yunhan had taught her, yet she now wielded it against him. What of it? You mischievous little rascal, what are you thinking? Dai Yunhan playfully tapped her, but then reached for a pair of leggings and white stockings, stating, "What I mean is that wearing this will make it much easier." Dai Yunhan adored girls who could fight while looking exquisite, elegant yet fierce. Zhu Zhuqing stared at the items in his hands, momentarily taken aback before her cheeks flushed crimson, her embarrassment palpable. "You naughty boy." She playfully pinched his waist, eliciting a wince from him. No matter how strong a man may be, the softness of his waist could not withstand the grip of his beloved. The sensation was uniquely painful. How is it that this technique is universally practiced? Dai Yunhan grimaced in discomfort, while Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of sympathy and released him, gently massaging his side. "Let us see if you dare do that again." Once he recovered from the pain, he tenderly stroked her head, murmuring, "Leave the fighting to the men. You should focus on looking beautiful and cheering me on." The affectionate gesture and sincere tone warmed Zhu Zhuqing's heart. "Don't think I don't know. You just want to see me wear it." She was fully aware of his intentions. While she felt touched, she also knew to keep a close eye on his lecherous heart. "So, will you wear it for me?" she asked, her tone laced with a hint of coyness. "Not unless it's black," she firmly replied. Dai Yunhan's face lit up with joy. He knew Zhuqing cherished him most. Tossing the white attire aside, he cupped her face and planted a kiss on her cheek before calling out to the shopkeeper. "Pack up all the black skirts and stockings for me." "Certainly, sir," the shopkeeper responded. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you buying so much? Do you think she can wear it all?" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, grabbing him. But Dai Yunhan replied, "Who told you stockings are meant to be worn? What else would they be for? What are they for?" she asked, intrigued. "Of course, they are for tearing." Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened, and in the next moment, Dai Yunhan felt the sting at his waist once more. After purchasing clothes, they also acquired various daily necessities. They even bought some meat and vegetables, though neither of them needed to cook. Yet, life requires a touch of romance, and Dai Yunhan felt it prudent to maintain his culinary skills for the sake of his beloved. Having a wife is delightful, and one must not neglect their craft. Having purchased the meat and vegetables, Dai Yunhan subsequently took Zhu Zhuqing on a delightful exploration around Tiando City. The two enjoyed themselves immensely, and before they knew it, evening had descended. After dining at a restaurant, the hour grew late, signaling that it was time to return. However, on their way back, a sudden, pained plea pierced the night air. Dai Yunhan halted abruptly, holding his breath as he concentrated, and soon the voice became clearer in his ears, as if someone were calling for help. "Did you hear that?" Dai Yunhan glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed to sense it too, noting the voice appeared to belong to a woman. Zhu Zhuqing, with her keen senses, suggested they investigate. Dai Yunhan hesitated, wary of meddling, fully aware that many troubles arise from unwarranted interference. Furthermore, this was Tiando City, the imperial capital. A plea for help here felt particularly unsettling. He resolved to escort Zhu Zhuqing away, but at that moment, a figure emerged from a dark alley, struggling to extend her hand towards them. "Help me. I'm in so much pain." The voice confirmed it belonged to this woman. Clearly, she had noticed Dai Yunhan's pause and mustered the strength to crawl out. "Yunhan, we must assist her," Zhu Zhuqing urged, gripping his hand tightly. The woman on the ground appeared to be older than Zhu Zhuqing, her short, deep purple hair exuding an air of confidence, yet her face was contorted in agony. Her green eyes, already striking, now seemed almost sinister in the dim light, evoking a chilling sensation akin to that of a venomous serpent. In her current position, she resembled a snake even more closely. Upon seeing her, Dai Yunhan instantly recognized her. This was evident, for the original text had described her hair and eye color as unique to the Douluo continent, a result of poisoning. Given the setting of Tiando City and her serpent-like gaze, Dai Yunhan was 90% certain she was indeed Zhu Zhuqing. Despite his initial reluctance to intervene, her identity compelled him to assist, as establishing a rapport with her might facilitate acquiring celestial herbs from Douluo. Unlike the Spear Hall, he could not simply seize them by force. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, he suddenly felt a chilling aura from 5 meters away, accompanied by a pungent odor. He stepped back, scrutinizing the air, only to discover a faint blue mist swirling around. Realizing this was likely Zhu Zhuqing's poison, he shouted, "Contain your poison, or how can I help you?" He was not immune to toxins. Zhu Zhuqing's venom was notoriously potent, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. "I can't control it. Please help me. It hurts so much," she cried. "I want to help, but you're engulfed in poison. I'm not Tang San. How can I assist you?" "Who is Tang San?" "A scoundrel." Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled how Tang San had countered Zhu Zhuqing's snake venom with realgar wine during a battle with the Shrek 7 Devils and the Imperial battle team. Perhaps he could employ a similar tactic. He quickly retrieved several bottles of realgar wine from his ring, fortunate that he had purchased some while shopping. Throwing the wine above Zhu Zhuqing's head, he channeled his soul power and shattered the bottles, allowing the realgar to rain down like droplets of water. Observing the toxic mist, he noted its density had indeed diminished. What a remarkable world this was. Hastily, he shattered the remaining bottles and took a few sips himself, just in case. Once the toxic haze dissipated enough, Dai Yunhan successfully reached Zhu Zhuqing's side. "What's wrong? What does it hurt?" he inquired. "It hurts all over," she replied. "Is it the snake venom acting up?" Zhu Zhuqing, like Douluo, could manipulate extreme poisons, but was also vulnerable to their backlash, enduring pain beyond ordinary tolerance during episodes. "Yes," she nodded. "Do you have any medicine?" "This snake venom acts like asthma. It can strike at any moment. While Douluo might not be able to detoxify her, he surely had means of suppression. Otherwise, Zhu Zhuqing would have remained confined at home, unable to venture out. I forgot to bring any." "What now?" Chapter 21. You must sleep in my bed. Dai Yunhan found himself utterly at a loss regarding the matter of poison. He wasn't Tang San, and his powers only seemed to compel him towards romance, not to teach him how to detoxify. He felt as bewildered as a monk in a fog. Just as he stood there, uncertain, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly grasped his hand with a grip that was not the gentle touch of a girl, but rather a frigidness akin to a winter's chill. "So cold," he remarked. Truly, she was like a venomous serpent. He looked at her, noting her pallor, the cold sweat streaming down her face, her brow furrowed in distress, her lips tightly sealed, almost unable to speak. Desperate times call for desperate measures, he thought. Dai Yunhan steadied her, moving to her back, placing his hands against her, channeling his soul power into her. He was uncertain if this method would bear fruit, but he knew it would offer some relief. At this juncture, it was no longer a question of whether he would assist Zhu Zhuqing. It had become imperative to do so. Onlookers had begun to gather, and should Zhu Zhuqing perish before him, he would undoubtedly be implicated. Given Douluo's character, he would find himself in mortal peril. Conversely, aiding Zhu Zhuqing now would greatly facilitate his future endeavors, enhancing his chances of obtaining celestial herbs from Douluo. While he might not need the herbs himself, Zhu Zhuqing certainly did. As he infused her with soul power, he observed a slight alleviation of her pain. Yet the cold sweat continued to accumulate, intensifying. Moreover, as he assisted her, he sensed a chilling essence beginning to invade his own body. Alarmed, he realized the poison from Zhu Zhuqing was infiltrating him. It was insidious beyond comprehension. He promptly considered ceasing his aid. He could save her, but not at the cost of his own life. Just then, however, his martial spirit manifested, and in an instant, his hair turned a striking black and white, while black and white wings unfurled from his back. At that very moment, the frigid poison within him was instantly dispelled. Simultaneously, spheres of white and black energy, propelled by his soul power, entered Zhu Zhuqing's body. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. His martial spirit could autonomously protect him. He refrained from withdrawing his hands immediately, instead continuing to observe. He noted that the two spheres of energy exerted a formidable restraining influence on Zhu Zhuqing's poison, which began to wane. Not long after, the anguished cries of Zhu Zhuqing gradually faded, and the cold sweat ceased to flow, her pale complexion beginning to regain a hint of color. Approximately a minute later, sensing that Zhu Zhuqing was now safe, Dai Yunhan also withdrew his soul energy, letting out a deep sigh. While a sense of fear lingered, He also discovered a subtle utility of the martial spirit. The enigmatic black and white energy still eluded his full understanding. Its formidable power was evident, capable of suppressing even the most venomous of toxins like that of Zhu Zhuqing. It was a remarkable revelation. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, now peacefully asleep in his embrace. Her exhaustion evident, yet her slumber serene. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing approached, and upon witnessing the scene, a tinge of jealousy flickered across her face as she inquired. She should be fine now, right? Yes, she's fine, but what should we do next? Let's take her back. Take her back? What else can we do? We can't just leave her here, can we? Zhu Zhuqing lamented. The idea of abandoning a girl in the street was unbearable to her. Very well. It seems we have no other choice, Dai Yunhan concurred. His initial intent in aiding Zhu Zhuqing was purposeful. Having rescued her, he could not simply leave her unattended. Not to mention the potential dangers she might encounter, which could lead to complications for him. What if Zhu Zhuqing awoke and forgot about him? After all, he relied on her to procure the elusive celestial herbs. If she forgot him, he would truly become just a good Samaritan. Thus, Dai Yunhan carefully hoisted Zhu Zhuqing onto his back and made his way toward Qingfeng Villa. Shortly after their departure, two anxious men rushed onto the scene. One of them, dressed lavishly and exuding an air of distinction, clutched a vial of medicine in his hand. Yufeng, didn't you say Zhu Zhuqing was here? Yufeng looked bewildered. I was told by a classmate. They returned from outside and mentioned seeing Zhu Zhuqing taking a walk here. Captain, have we arrived too late? Zhu Zhuqing might have already left. The captain, Yu Qianheng, replied, now that we are here, we should search a bit more. Zhu Zhuqing forgot her medicine, and if the snake venom flares up, it could be perilous. Captain, is it really worth it to be so concerned for her? She doesn't even like you. Moreover, even if she did, what about her poison? Upon hearing this, Yu Qianheng hesitated for a moment, but then displayed a look of resolve. I believe we can find an antidote. As for her feelings towards me, mutual affection is never straightforward. Isn't it often the case that girls are pursued? Enough of this chatter. Let's continue searching. If her poison truly manifests, it will be troublesome. Upon returning to the villa, Dai Yunhan gently placed Zhu Zhuqing in the bedroom and closed the door behind him. The clock was nearing 10, signaling that it was time to rest. Especially with the first day of school looming tomorrow, they needed to retire early. Soon, both had completed their evening routines. However, as they prepared for bed, Zhu Zhuqing stood blushing at the bedroom door, feeling quite shy. Given that the villa had only 2 bedrooms, with Zhu Zhuqing occupying one, it left Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan to share the other. The thought made her anxious. Although they often shared affectionate gestures, sleeping together was a new territory for them. She felt unprepared for such intimacy. Perhaps I should just sleep on the sofa, Zhu Zhuqing suggested, her shyness overwhelming her. What are you saying? I wouldn't allow you to sleep on the sofa, Dai Yunhan replied firmly. Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of emotion, realizing that Dai Yunhan did not wish to force her into anything uncomfortable. Perhaps he intended to take the sofa himself. She was about to fetch a blanket for him when Dai Yunhan interjected, you must sleep in bed with me. Zhu Zhuqing felt a rush of embarrassment, realizing her oversight. No, we are still young. I don't think so. I believe you are quite grown up, and I am as well, Dai Yunhan asserted, swiftly gathering her into his arms and heading toward the bed. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing felt her face flush crimson, her body tensing with anticipation. Yet, she made no move to resist, burying her adorable little head against his chest. She felt nervous about what was to come, unprepared for the unfolding events. However, she would not refuse what was to happen next, for she was destined to be Dai Yunhan's future wife. Whatever he desired, she would not deny him. As Dai Yunhan laid her down on the bed, she merely shut her eyes tightly, her small hands gripping the sheets in anxious anticipation. Observing her demeanor, Dai Yunhan could not help but smile with tenderness. Lying beside her, wrapping his arms around her waist, and merely holding her close without further action. He loved Zhu Zhuqing, and he understood that if he were to proceed, she would likely not resist. However, he refrained, for to love someone is not solely to cherish their body, but to honor their spirit as well. The difference between being able to act and choosing to act willingly is significant. He did not wish to impose discomfort upon Zhu Zhuqing. As she sensed his stillness, Zhu Zhuqing's tense body gradually relaxed. She opened her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of a starry sky, to find Dai Yunhan gazing at her with deep affection. What is it? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Not the bashful kind from before, but a concern that his lack of further action might stem from discontent with her behavior. Zhuqing, you are truly beautiful, Dai Yunhan responded, sidestepping her question. Yet, his words alleviated her tension, and a smile graced her face as she leaned closer, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. However, just as she pulled away, Dai Yunhan seized the moment, kissing her fervently. She had intended to be fleeting like a dragonfly, skimming the surface of water, but she forgot that Dai Yunhan was no mere water. He was like a sticky substance, impossible to escape once entangled. Their heated breaths mingled, and when they finally parted, Zhu Zhuqing found herself slightly breathless. Dai Yunhan smiled contentedly, drawing her closer into his embrace, and she snuggled against him like a contented little kitten. If you desire, I am willing, Zhu Zhuqing's soft voice murmured in his arms. Dai Yunhan looked down at her, noticing her deep blush, her ears aflame. His heart raced, yet he restrained himself, unwilling to act on that strong impulse. Once again, he reiterated his belief. He would not compel Zhu Zhuqing to undertake anything against her will, not even a little. He held Zhu Zhuqing even tighter, leaning close to her ear and softly whispering, Zhuqing, I love you. I will wait until the day you fully accept me. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, merely nestling closer into his embrace. Suddenly, a chime echoed, indicating that the goddess Zhu Zhuqing's affection for the host had deepened, resulting in a reward, a millennium soul bone. Specifically the right arm soul bone of the chaotic twin-winged tiger, along with the soul skill, Realm of Light. The Realm of Light creates a defensive space capable of withstanding all forms of attack, with intensity varying according to the user's soul power level. Upon hearing the system's voice, Dai Yunhan smiled inwardly, realizing that his recent actions were indeed correct. Only by respecting others can one receive the reciprocation of affection. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Zhu Zhuqing awoke early, not because she was averse to sleeping in, but due to Dai Yunhan's restless slumber beside her. His hands were constantly in motion, hardly leaving her side throughout the night. If she hadn't felt his genuine slumber, she might have suspected he was feigning sleep, for he had an uncanny ability to find her hand each time she tried to move it away. She truly wondered if he would be unable to sleep without his hand on her. Yet if that were the case, how had he managed to sleep before? Resigned, she got out of bed, retrieved a black lace top, and donned it. Glancing at Dai Yunhan's peaceful visage, she felt somewhat speechless. This guy could even undo her lace top in his sleep. Were it not for their long history together, she might have doubted his innocence. Now dressed, she descended the stairs to prepare breakfast. The meal was simple: bread, milk, and eggs. Nothing too complicated. Just as she was nearing completion, Dai Yunhan also made his way downstairs. Observing Zhu Zhuqing bustling in the kitchen, he smiled contentedly. This indeed felt like home. He approached her from behind, naturally wrapping his arms around her waist. Her waist was slender and firm, giving off a slightly delicate impression, lacking that full sense of satisfaction. However, her ample hips compensated for this minor flaw. So early in the morning, you're already being so clingy. Didn't you have enough cuddling last night? Zhu Zhuqing teased, a hint of shyness creeping in as she recalled the previous evening. But Dai Yunhan paid no mind to her words, planting a kiss on her cheek. With a figure like yours, my dear wife, even daily embraces would never suffice. Enough with the banter. It's time to eat. No, I want to devour you first. Saying this, he turned Zhu Zhuqing around and kissed her once more. After 2 or 3 minutes, they reluctantly parted. Zhu Zhuqing hastily adjusted her top. Kissing is one thing, but why must you always be so hands-on? Dai Yunhan felt a bit embarrassed. Muscle memory, muscle memory. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened as she realized the implication of his words. After placing breakfast on the table, she decided to check if Du Guyan had awakened. Just then, Du Guyan descended the stairs. Spotting her, Zhu Zhuqing immediately called out, "You're awake. Come and have something to eat." Du Guyan's face reflected confusion and wariness, clearly disoriented by her unfamiliar surroundings. However, upon seeing Dai Yunhan seated at the table, her expression softened. "Thank you for saving me." The snake venom had caused her great suffering, yet it hadn't robbed her of her memory. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she vividly recalled what had transpired. "Are you hungry? Feel free to join us." Dai Yunhan gestured for her to sit and eat. Du Guyan, feeling more at ease upon noticing their attire, indicating they were also students of the Tiando Royal Academy, relaxed her guard. Duguyan, are you new students? What are your names? She inquired while eating. I'm Dai Yunhan, and this is Zhu Zhuqing. We are both freshmen this year. Hearing her introduce herself brought a flicker of joy to Dai Yunhan's heart. Although he was already certain of her identity, confirmation felt different. Thank you for your help last night. I'm also a student at Tiando Royal Academy. If you ever find yourselves in need, feel free to seek me out. I noticed you seemed quite poisoned last night. It appeared to be quite serious, Dai Yunhan remarked, to establish a beneficial rapport with her. Now was the perfect moment for deeper conversation. Duguyan's expression dimmed at his words, a long-standing issue that had yet to be resolved. However, I truly appreciate your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention, I might not have survived. At this point, a spark of curiosity lit up Duguyan's face. What method did you use last night? For so long, aside from medication, I've had no other means to suppress the toxins during their onset. This may be related to my martial soul. When your poison invaded my body, I was quite startled as well. Later, my martial soul manifested, and a unique energy helped suppress the toxicity. Really? What is your martial soul? Duguyan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The chaotic twin-winged tiger, a mutated martial soul, Dai Yunhan replied. May I see it? Dai Yunhan displayed a quizzical expression. Why do you wish to see my martial soul? Duguyan quickly realized her apparent boldness. Actually, it's no trouble if you don't want to show it. I was merely curious. My poison is severe. My grandfather can only rely on medicine for suppression. Yet you can use soul power, which is quite unexpected. Yes, it was merely a fortunate coincidence due to the uniqueness of my martial soul. Dai Yunhan's statement was indeed truthful. He had stumbled upon the solution inadvertently. Had he known the risk of being poisoned, he would have certainly refrained from such actions. As for Dugubo's inability to suppress her poison with soul power, Dai Yunhan found it reasonable. Both were akin to venomous snakes, and using soul power would only exacerbate her suffering. Moreover, their venoms were identical, leaving no opportunity for a counteractive approach. Others would likely be too fearful to attempt it. Anyone daring enough to use soul power for suppression would meet the same fate as Dai Yunhan, being consumed by the toxin. Regardless, I genuinely thank you. Can we be friends? Duguyan extended her hand, signaling for a handshake. Dai Yunhan, recognizing the opportunity, readily accepted. Of course, we shall be friends. Yes, we'll be friends from now on. Duguyan joyfully clasped Dai Yunhan's hand, her eyes brimming with delight. With Zhu Zhuqing watching nearby, Dai Yunhan made sure to keep the interaction brief, shaking hands and then parting. However, he found it slightly difficult to withdraw his hand, sensing that Duguyan seemed reluctant to let go. But she quickly realized and released him, feeling a bit embarrassed. To mask her awkwardness, she extended her hand to shake Zhu Zhuqing's as well. Then she continued to eat, but her gaze towards Dai Yunhan suddenly grew peculiar. A notification chimed, indicating that the goddess, Duguyan, had developed feelings for the host, resulting in the reward of a detoxification elixir. This elixir could neutralize any poison in the world. If one dose proved ineffective, another could be taken. At that moment, the unexpected voice of the system startled Dai Yunhan. The goddess Duguyan? His first reaction was one of delight, for this was not a singular heroine system. How extraordinarily joyous. He had always believed that the romantic system was limited to a single heroine, allowing him only to pursue Zhu Zhuqing. Consequently, as his own strength progressed more slowly, he had grown anxious and brought Zhu Zhuqing along for adventures. Little did he expect that it was a multi-heroine romance system. Besides Zhu Zhuqing, could he also pursue others? Dai Yunhan's heart swelled with joy, elation coursing through him. However, his second reaction soon followed. Duguyan had developed feelings for him? What was this absurdity? An inexplicable advantage? It seemed illogical. He couldn't help but glance at Duguyan. She still sported her deep purple short hair and green eyes, but the eeriness of the previous night had dissipated, rendering her as clear as a green gemstone. Her figure was well-defined, possessing a certain allure. While not as striking as Zhu Zhuqing, she was still a rare gem. To be frank, while reading the original work, Dai Yunhan had not been particularly fond of this woman. Perhaps due to her limited screen time or her excessively rash behavior and venomous personality, he had simply disliked her. Yet, as the saying goes, one's values often follow the allure of appearances. Duguyan's exotic beauty reminiscent of the Western regions, slightly altered his impression of her upon first sight. However, the idea of engaging in a romantic relationship with her was something Dai Yunhan could not accept. For him, the notion that one's values follow appearances had a prerequisite, possessing an appealing visage. But now, Dai Yunhan had Zhu Zhuqing, a docile and obedient woman with an unparalleled beauty. Thus, the thought of a woman as toxic as Douluo Yin was inherently unpalatable to him. Moreover, she was paired with Yu Qianheng. So, was the system out of its mind, urging him to steal someone else's partner? Nonetheless, gazing at the detoxification elixir provided by the system, he felt a surge of happiness. He had not anticipated that the system would offer more than just soul power. This was precisely what he needed, as he was pondering how to infiltrate the medicinal garden. Truly, when one wishes to take a nap, the pillow arrives just in time. Just as he prepared to speak, a sudden clamor erupted outside the villa. "Yin Yin, are you inside?" Dai Yunhan looked out the window and saw several individuals standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Judging by their attire, they were also students of the Tiando Royal Academy. "It seems they're looking for you. Do you know them?" Dai Yunhan inquired of Douluo Yin. She glanced outside calmly and replied, "Yes." With that, she stepped out of the villa. Chapter 24. Love unattained. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing continued to eat, as it was no longer their concern since Douluo Yin recognized them. Outside, Yu Qianheng and his companions had arrived at Dai Yunhan's dormitory door. They had searched for Douluo Yin all night without success, growing increasingly anxious about her safety. It wasn't until dawn that someone mentioned seeing her being brought into a villa by a man and a woman. After analyzing the situation, they pinpointed Qingfeng Villa as the location. The reasoning was simple. Very few could afford to stay in a villa, and those who could were either wealthy or of notable status. Yu Qianheng was familiar with nearly all such individuals. When a stranger, accompanied by a man and a woman, was identified through the academic office's records, they quickly confirmed their suspicions and rushed over. After a brief call, Douluo Yin emerged from the villa. Yu Qianheng's face lit up with joy. "Yin Yin, where have you been? We searched for you all night. I was so worried," he said, approaching her with concern. "What do you want with me?" Douluo Yin replied coldly. "After yesterday's training, you forgot to collect your medicine. I came to deliver it. Did the poison not act up last night?" "It did." "Ah." Yu Qianheng's expression shifted to one of concern. "Are you all right? If I were unwell, could I still be standing here talking to you?" Douluo Yin's tone was somewhat harsh. Her nature was such that she could not be gentle with those she did not like. "Yin Yin, please don't be so distant. I care about you," Yu Qianheng said, his face reflecting a hint of grievance. He had searched for her all night, yet she seemed entirely unappreciative of his efforts. Douluo Yin took the medicine from his hands, her expression neutral. "Thank you for your concern, but it's impossible for us. You need not be so kind to me in the future." "Is it because of the poison?" Yu Qianheng asked anxiously. "I don't mind," he added. "I do." Douluo Yin's gaze became resolute. She was a girl who longed for affection and intimacy, yet she dared not indulge in such desires. Due to her martial spirit, her mother had been poisoned the moment she was born, leaving her with toxins coursing through her body. Had it not been for her grandfather, a titled Douluo with knowledge of medicine, she would have perished long ago. The ever-present threat of her poison rendered her incapable of harboring even a hint of extravagant thoughts about love. Over the years, she had remained solitary, yearning for sweet romance while simultaneously retreating from it. Thus, she had always rejected Yu Qianheng's advances. "Yin Yin, believe me, I can find a permanent antidote." Yu Qianheng remained undeterred. Douluo Yin shook her head, and in her refusal, a flicker of unobservable joy glimmered in her eyes. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have already." Before she could finish her sentence, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing stepped outside. "I apologize for the interruption. However, class is about to commence, and I must head to the classroom." Dai Yunhan had overheard their conversation and was surprised to discover that at this time, Yu Qianheng and Douluo Yin were not yet together. Moreover, from what he could see, it appeared that Yu Qianheng was pursuing Douluo Yin, who did not reciprocate his feelings. This revelation caused Dai Yunhan to regard the system with newfound respect. At the very least, it had not compelled him to play the role of a villain who undermines others' relationships. In Dai Yunhan's view, women who could be swayed from their partners were not virtuous. If one could steal her away today, then undoubtedly someone else could do the same tomorrow. Thus, he held a deep-seated aversion to pursuing women already involved with others. Of course, situations like Zhu Zhuqing's, where no relationship had been established, did not count. After all, without any emotional ties, how could it be deemed stealing? As for whether to develop feelings for Duga Yin, Dai Yunhan had yet to ascertain his intentions. Currently, he felt little inclination towards that path, primarily due to her personality. He wished to exit, but it seemed that Yu Qianheng and his companions had no intention of clearing the way, especially Yu Tianheng. His gaze towards Dai Yunhan resembled that of someone who had just ensnared a delicate butterfly. "Last night, did you bring Yin back?" Yu Qianheng inquired. "Yes," came the reply. "Did you save her?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, Yu Qianheng's brow furrowed in contemplation, leaving Dai Yunhan uncertain of his intentions. However, regardless of what he planned, Dai Yunhan remained resolute. Moments later, Yu Qianheng glanced at Yu Feng and the others, gesturing for them to clear the path. "Thank you for saving Yin last night." Yu Qianheng expressed his gratitude. Dai Yunhan was taken aback, but responded casually, "No need for thanks. We are classmates, after all." With that, she and Zhu Zhuqing made their way toward the academic building. Once Dai Yunhan departed, Yu Qianheng's expression turned tense. Yin, he didn't do anything to you, did he?" Hearing this, Du Gaiyan's brow furrowed. "Yu Qianheng, are you overly concerned? He saved me last night. Do you think he would harm me? If he had, do you think I would still be standing here?" After saying this, Du Gaiyan turned to leave, clearly reluctant to remain in his company. Sensing her anger, Yu Qianheng's face fell into a state of regret. Concern can lead to chaos. Upon arriving at the academic building, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing discovered that their classrooms were not together, but rather separated, seemingly arranged by strength. As newcomers, they should have been placed in the same class. Yet their higher soul power levels had led to their assignment in a senior class. They were indifferent to this arrangement, though they felt a tinge of sorrow at not being in the same class. Fortunately, their classrooms were not far apart, one upstairs and one downstairs, allowing for frequent encounters. "If you miss me, come find me." Dai Yunhan playfully patted Zhu Zhuqing's dairy Ri, creating a ripple of laughter. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a disapproving glance before entering her classroom. Dai Yunhan then ascended to the third floor, where his classroom awaited. Upon entering, he found that the lesson had not yet commenced, and the students were engaged in lively conversation. As they noticed a stranger entering, their collective gaze turned towards him. "Hey, little brother, did you walk into the wrong classroom? This is the Soul Master class," teased a boy with a face marked by acne. His comment elicited a wave of laughter from those around him. Dai Yunhan ignored him, heading straight to the back of the classroom and taking a vacant seat. However, the acne-faced boy felt humiliated by Dai Yunhan's dismissal, as if the others were laughing at him. He quickly added, "Little friend, it's quite rude to just walk in without speaking." Dai Yunhan, at 12 years old, appeared youthful among his peers, who were mostly 18 to 19, with some in their mid-20s. "Apologies, but if this is indeed the Soul Master class, then I am indeed a member of it. Moreover, my identity card confirms this." Dai Yunhan replied, presenting his identity card to avoid further conflict. The surrounding students were visibly skeptical. Could someone who looked so much younger than them truly possess the strength to enter the Soul Master class? Has he already become a Soul Master? They gathered around to examine Dai Yunhan's identity card, and when they realized it was genuine, their expressions shifted dramatically. No longer were they mocking. Instead, their looks transformed into surprise and respect. After all, such strength at such a tender age promised a formidable future. It was best not to make an enemy of someone like him. The acne-faced boy hastily apologized, claiming he was merely blunt without any ill intent. The others introduced themselves, offering their assistance in the future. Only one girl remained silent in the corner. Upon hearing Dai Yunhan claim membership in the class, she glanced up briefly before returning to her silence. Dai Yunhan noticed her as well. Clad in black, she possessed a slender frame, her face concealed by a black veil. Her long blue hair cascaded down her back, and her deep blue eyes sparkled like the pristine waters of a hidden lake. She sat quietly in the corner, seemingly merging with her surroundings. If one were not paying attention, they might not notice her at all. The only emotions Dai Yunhan sensed from her were those of solitude and desolation. If his intuition served him correctly, this individual must be Yi Lingling. Such an aura and the presence of a veil were indeed rare on the Douluo continent. While not entirely absent in the context of the Tiando Royal Academy, she was undoubtedly Yi Lingling, especially in the Soul Master class. As Dai Yunhan observed Yi Lingling, she seemed to sense his gaze and lifted her eyes to meet his. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming wave of darkness wash over him. Her icy demeanor, akin to the chill of a winter's touch, pierced through him like a dagger. Dai Yunhan's heart trembled. He could hardly fathom how one could exude such profound loneliness. Just a glance conveyed an emotion so intense, leaving him to wonder how solitary she must truly be. He dared not imagine it. The original text offered scant descriptions of Yi Lingling, merely stating she was a lonely and desolate figure. Yet, it was apparent that if she were indeed Yi Lingling, her solitude transcended mere loneliness. It was an embodiment of isolation itself. A flicker of curiosity stirred within him for this girl. At that moment, several individuals entered through the doorway. To his surprise, Dai Yunhan recognized them, those who had been in his villa's courtyard moments before. His earlier suspicions regarding their identities were confirmed upon their arrival. Yu Qianheng and the others spotted Dai Yunhan and expressed their astonishment. He seemed unable to comprehend how a newcomer could possibly enter the Soul Master class. Du Guyan's expression mirrored theirs, filled with surprise, yet her eyes also shimmered with a hint of joy. They each took their seats. Soon, the bell for class rang, and a young teacher entered, exuding an air of refinement and scholarly grace. "Hello, everyone. My name is Qin Ming, and I will be your instructor." This was merely a formality. Everyone was already aware of his identity, and his words were directed towards Dai Yunhan. "I trust you are all aware that we have a new classmate among us, Dai Yunhan. Please introduce yourself." Rising to his feet, Dai Yunhan exuded a calm demeanor. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Dai Yunhan. I hail from the Luo Empire and am an exchange student this year. I am 12 years old. My martial soul is the chaotic twin wings tiger, and my soul power is at level 35. The class, already intrigued by Dai Yunhan's identity, listened intently as he introduced himself. However, upon hearing his words, their expressions turned peculiarly varied, some astonished, some puzzled, some skeptical, and some even disappointed. Yet, amidst all these emotions, there was hardly a trace of joy. At the tender age of 12, he has already achieved level 35. How was this even conceivable? What kind of training has he undergone? Here I am, a mere 24 years old and only at level 35. In comparison, have I not wasted an entire cycle of existence? An extraordinary prodigy, it is no wonder he has gained entry into the Soul Sect class. Alas, he hails from the Luo Empire. Could there be ulterior motives behind this genius being sent to our nation? Why is such talent not from our Douluo Empire? The crowd murmured among themselves. Standing atop the podium, Qin Ming listened to the discussions below, feeling a sense of awe. Just yesterday, he had received Dai Yunhan's information from the faculty, and his immediate reaction was disbelief. A soul master at the age of 12? Such a phenomenon was unheard of, unseen. He could not fathom that such a being could exist on this continent, prompting him to question the authenticity of the document. However, upon seeing the royal seal, he resigned himself to accept this reality. The royal certification could not be false. Having come to believe, he became curious about the individual's appearance. And upon seeing him today, it was indeed a sight to behold. Yet, it was regrettable that this individual was not from the Douluo Empire. Now everyone, please quiet down. Dai Yunhan is an exchange student from the Luo Empire, having traveled a great distance to our nation. I expect you all to exhibit our country's decorum and assist him. Understood? Understood, the students responded, but only they knew how ludicrous this statement was. Assist? Setting aside the fact that he might potentially be an adversary, how could one with a mere 35 level at 12 years of age assist anyone? A 31 or 32 level student assisting a 35 level one. Wasn't that a farce? Qin Ming was aware of the students' sentiments, but chose not to expose them. Appreciating the current atmosphere. Chapter 26. Combat Practice. Teaming with Yi Lingling only through pressure can one find motivation. Previously, they had believed themselves to be the most outstanding students in the academy, but upon encountering someone even more exceptional, their competitive spirit naturally ignited, leading to greater progress. All right, let's commence our class. Today's topic is the potential for a soul master with different martial souls to give rise to a third martial soul, he droned on. The morning session was theoretical, and after lunch, they would have practical lessons in the afternoon, primarily engaging in combat practice among the students. One-on-one pairings were permitted, as were two-on-two matches. Of course, if desired, one could also take on multiple opponents. As the combat practice officially began, Students with closer relationships quickly found their opponents and commenced their duels. Due to his unique status and being a newcomer, Dai Yunhan found few willing to challenge him. He did not mind, however. The lack of challengers allowed him a rare moment of tranquility. After all, he understood that in the face of absolute power, all techniques were mere embellishments. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a few others who also stood alone. One was Yi Lingling, who seemed to be facing some form of rejection, standing solitary in a corner, similarly ignored. There were two others as well, though he did not recognize them. Zhang Kuan, you will team up with Yi Lingling. Dai Yunhan, you will pair with Zhang Wen. You two teams will engage in practice battles. Qin Ming addressed the lone students, initiating the team assignments. If no one is paired, why are we even holding this class? Teacher Qin, I don't wish to team with Yi Lingling. I would prefer to switch, Zhang Kuan protested reluctantly. Who do you wish to switch with? With Zhang Ling. Let Dai Yunhan team with Yi Lingling. Why? Qin Ming asked, frowning. He was well aware of Zhang Kuan's thoughts. Yi Lingling's martial soul was the nine-heart begonia, possessing only one soul skill, healing. In life and death combat, such a skill would be highly coveted. However, in their current practice, which emphasized controlled sparring where injuries were nearly non-existent, her value was diminished compared to other support soul masters. Other support soul masters could enhance abilities, while Yi Lingling could only heal. This was the reason for the general disdain towards her. Zhang Wen has a soul power of 31, while I possess 36. Dai Yunhan has 35, and Yi Lingling 32. I believe this combination is fair, with no significant disparity in strength, Zhang Kuan explained. He certainly wouldn't voice his true thoughts. He cast a glance at Yi Lingling, who, although veiled, was undoubtedly beautiful. Yet what use was beauty alone? She was silent and aloof, a complete enigma. Teaming with her would yield no benefit and little enjoyment, and he was unwilling to do so. Teacher Qin, how about I engage in a one-on-one practice with Dai Yunhan? Let Yi Lingling team with Yu Qianheng for their practice battle. At that moment, Du Guiyan approached proactively. Qin Ming was somewhat surprised and glanced at Yu Qianheng. In the past, Du Guiyan had always battled against him. Why was she not teaming up with him today? Were they in some sort of disagreement? After considering, he replied, You are members of the Imperial Battle Team. I will provide you with specialized training later, so you need not pair up. Upon hearing this, Du Guiyan's expression soured slightly. However, she said nothing, merely casting a reluctant glance at Dai Yunhan before departing. Yu Qianheng observed Du Guiyan's expression, sensing a hint of rivalry emanating from Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan, however, gleaned a crucial piece of information. Yi Lingling had yet to join a battle team. Dai Yunhan, Yi Lingling, what are your thoughts? Qin Ming inquired, still unconvinced of this pairing. Although the level disparity was acceptable, with the highest level Zhang Kuan paired with the weakest Zhang Wen, the issue remained that Yi Lingling's martial soul was the nine-heart begonia. Its singular function was healing. Beyond that, she could do nothing, lacking even basic enhancement abilities. In essence, until a teammate was injured, she was a burden. However, since their current engagements were merely friendly sparring, emphasizing controlled encounters, her healing prowess would be rendered moot. Rather than viewing this as a 2-on-2 combat scenario, it would be more appropriate to regard it as 1 against 2. Zhang Kuan, at level 36, would only grow stronger with Zhang Wen as support, while Dai Yunhan, despite his 35 level, would find his potential stifled due to Yi Lingling's limitations. Therefore, he believed this pairing lacked significance and would not facilitate meaningful practice. However, to his surprise, Dai Yunhan acquiesced, stating, I have no objections. I can pair with anyone. And you, Yi Lingling? Qin Ming asked again. I have no objections either. Yi Lingling replied. As someone who was already marginalized, she had little standing to express preferences. Very well, you may proceed with your battle practice. The practice primarily emphasizes the technical training of soul power and soul skills. Thus, when you engage in attacks, ensure to leave room for a counter and refrain from using excessive force. Strike only to the point. Understood? Understood. Then let us commence. With a command from Qin Ming, he stepped back from the 4 individuals, who subsequently approached the training ground. Zhang Kuan rubbed his hands, eager to begin. Each of you has 30 seconds to unleash your martial souls. After 30 seconds, the battle will automatically commence. How's that sound? Sounds good, Dai Yunhan replied. Be cautious now, martial soul, rampaging rooster, activate. Zhang Kuan exclaimed, channeling his soul power as a towering black rooster, 3 meters in height, manifested behind him. This black rooster was entirely dark, save for its silvery gray comb. Its claws were sharp, and 2 curved blades protruded from its wings. As his martial soul emerged, Zhang Kun underwent a transformation as well. Black shadowy wings sprouted from his back, his hair turned silvery gray, black feathers appeared on his arms, and his hands grew enormous with sharp claws. A loud crow echoed, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to a frenzied chicken. Behind him, Zhang Wen also summoned her martial soul, a resplendent crimson umbrella, pure red and seemingly carved from jade. As a support-type soul master, the umbrella's characteristics naturally lean towards defense. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling symbolically released her martial soul, a pink begonia flower composed of white and pink petals, with leaves and vines cascading gracefully from her palms, swaying gently in the breeze. Although this practice battle might not serve her purpose, it was still a combat scenario, and thus, formalities were to be observed. "Just stand behind me and don't move," Dai Yunhan instructed her before unleashing her own martial soul. Chaotic twin-winged tiger. With a fierce roar, a nearly 5-meter-long black and white tiger leapt into existence behind Dai Yunhan. Its amber eyes glimmered, fangs resembling crescent moons glistened, and its gaping maw seemed ready to devour mountains and rivers. Its claws were robust and slightly curved, poised for an attack, while its expansive black and white wings, nearly 20 meters long, exuded an intimidating presence, evoking both admiration and instinctive fear. The emergence of Dai Yunhan's martial soul unleashed a tremendous pressure that affected all present students. Particularly, the beast martial souls wilted, akin to frostbitten eggplants, unable to hold their heads high. Yu Qianheng and others were astounded. It was their first encounter with such a martial soul, triggering a resonance within the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect in them. The same was true for Duguyen, whose martial soul, the azure phosphor snake, stirred restlessly, her mind in disquiet. At this moment, Qin Ming stood nearby, producing a small notebook, his astonished expression hinting at his note-taking. Those less affected were the weapon and plant martial souls, yet they too felt considerable impact. Yi Lingling gazed at the begonia flower in her hand. Its petals were slightly closed, its stamen curled, appearing hesitant to bloom. She felt a surge of apprehension. Dai Yunhan's martial soul was overwhelmingly powerful, even in the presence of Yu Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Her 9-heart begonia had never displayed such a wilted demeanor. Among all, the one most affected was Zhang Kun, caught at the eye of the storm. The cawing of the rampaging rooster echoed, showing signs of fear, clearly suppressed by the bloodline pressure of the chaotic twin-winged tiger. In that moment, it seemed far from ferocious. Nevertheless, it retained some semblance of ferocity. After all, a martial soul is merely one factor influencing strength. The true decisive element lies with its master. A formidable martial soul must take the initiative. Determined, Zhang Kun glanced back at Zhang Wen, indicating, "I may not be able to protect you fully. Ensure your own defense." "He won't attack you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wen's brow furrowed. She felt utterly disregarded by Zhang Kun's words. This was an act of abandonment toward a partner. And in that instant, she developed a feeling of aversion towards him. As a support soul master, especially a female one, Zhang Kun's behavior was utterly demeaning. Nonetheless, she cast a shield around him, activating her first soul skill, Light of Protection. Simultaneously, she enhanced him with her second amplification soul skill, Red Enhancement. Feeling the surge of defense and power, Zhang Kun's previously tense heart regained confidence. His gaze sharpened, fixated on Dai Yunhan's martial soul. With a deep breath, he unleashed a piercing, shrill crowing. First soul skill, Dawn Song. It was as though the crowing attack had been amplified through a horn, resonating through the air with waves of sound. The shrillness was not only piercing, but also induced a buzzing within his head. Dai Yunhan felt irritation in his ears and instinctively sealed his auditory senses with soul power. This sound, even he found somewhat unbearable. Yet, this sonic attack was still rather juvenile. With his soul power circulating, he needed no soul skill. Drawing from deep within, Dai Yunhan let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, a mightier, more resonant tiger's roar erupted from his mouth, sending forth sound waves that not only shattered Zhang Kun's crowing, but also surged towards his eardrums. In the next moment, Zhang Kun screamed, his face turning pale. The light of protection shattered as he clutched his head, kneeling on the ground in agony. Seeing this, Qin Ming rushed forward, but Zhang Kun, despite the excruciating pain, raised a hand to halt Qin Ming's approach. Dai Yunhan refrained from further attack, recognizing that the recent roar was merely the innate soul skill of his martial soul. It could hardly be considered a proper soul skill, as any tiger could roar. Zhang Kun clutched his head, enduring the pain for a full minute before he struggled to rise. Glancing at Dai Yunhan, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face flushed crimson, as though blood might seep from his pores. Continue. Zhang Kun remained defiant. He could not accept that his 36th level of soul power, augmented by support, would be bested by someone of lesser standing. He once again summoned his soul power, leaping to an impressive height of 20 meters, a yellow soul ring illuminating around him. His body twisted in midair before extending a leg to strike at Dai Yunhan. Second soul skill, Leap Slash. His leg took on a dark, hardened appearance, resembling a chicken leg, yet akin to steel. With a cold, fierce momentum, he descended directly towards Dai Yunhan's head. Dai Yunhan smiled confidently, activating his first soul ring, transforming entirely to a luminous white, his hair, wings, and entire being radiated in a pure white glow. With his hands crossed above his head, he attempted to fend off the impending strike. How foolish! Zhang Kun wore a disdainful expression, underestimating the capability of his opponent to withstand his assault. With a thunderous roar, he vowed to impart a lesson to Dai Yunhan. Crash! His leg struck Dai Yunhan's arm with tremendous force, sending dust swirling into the air in a circular formation. Yet, Dai Yunhan remained as immovable as a mountain. His arms, as unyielding as steel, absorbed the blow with steadfast resolve. Zhang Kun's eyes widened in shock. Had he truly withstood the attack? Through the gaps in his arms, Dai Yunhan's eyes glinted with an enigmatic light, and in the next moment he seized Zhang Kun's leg. Chapter 28. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. How can it be that you are empty yet filled with desire? In the midst of Zhang Kun's terror-stricken gaze, Dai Yunhan's entire being transformed from white to black, accompanied by a swift rotation, propelling Zhang Kun away like a discus. He was hurled nearly 100 meters before crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The sound of the frenzied chicken's beak striking the ground echoed. But after a few pitiful cries, the violent chicken spirit returned to Zhang Kun's body. Qin Ming hurried over to assess Zhang Kun's injuries, letting out a sigh of relief upon discovering only minor contusions, with no bones broken. It was evident that Dai Yunhan had indeed held back. Otherwise, Zhang Kun would have faced far worse consequences. Yi Lingling, please assist Zhang Kun with his injuries, Qin Ming requested. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, yet she remained silent. Approaching Zhang Kun, she cast a healing spell upon him. Thank you, Zhang Kun stammered, feeling a pang of shame for having previously regarded her as a burden. It was only in his moment of injury that he acknowledged the value of healing. However, Yi Lingling seemed disinterested in his gratitude. After administering her spell, she turned and walked away without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Kun felt even more remorseful. At that moment, Qin Ming turned to Dai Yunhan and remarked, "Your prowess has truly taken me by surprise. To be honest, if you are not from the Luo Empire, I would consider inviting you to join the Imperial battle team. I am also pleasantly surprised by my own strength." Dai Yunhan replied with a smile. Despite currently being only level 35, his powerful martial spirit and the age of his soul rings enabled him to contend with soul masters at levels 41 to 42 without difficulty. Haha, confidence is a commendable trait, Qin Ming chuckled, not expecting Dai Yunhan to be so unabashed. Well then, take a moment to rest. I shall check on the other students, he added before departing, as his responsibilities extended beyond just Dai Yunhan. He needed to monitor the progress of all the students. Once Qin Ming left, Yi Lingling returned, maintaining her usual demeanor. I thought you wouldn't heal him, considering how he treated you, Dai Yunhan teased. Had it been up to her, she would have certainly refrained from assisting Zhang Kun. It was a classic case of someone praising the meal while cursing the dishes. Yi Lingling shot him a glance. We are classmates, not enemies. Some classmates, however, may not deserve the title. Dai Yunhan was acutely aware of Zhang Kun's recent behavior, which had been contrary to the spirit of teamwork and tactical understanding emphasized during their practice. Instead of collaborating with Zhang Wan, Zhang Kuan had recklessly abandoned her, reckoning that Dai Yunhan would not retaliate, and chose to play the hero alone. Such individuals, once accustomed to this style of combat, could prove to be more dangerous than actual adversaries. Unlike Zhang Kuan, Dai Yunhan had consistently positioned himself in front of Yi Lingling throughout the encounter. Yi Lingling did not respond to Dai Yunhan's comment. She stood silently to the side, her lashes lowered, lost in thought. Dai Yunhan regarded her with curiosity, pondering what events had transpired in her life to render her so withdrawn. Soon, the day's lessons concluded, and Dai Yunhan walked back to the dormitory alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Douluo had intended to strike up a conversation with Dai Yunhan, but upon observing his close interaction with Zhu Zhuqing, her mood soured instantly. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng, following Douluo, felt a pang of anguish at her despondent expression, which only intensified his growing animosity towards Dai Yunhan. He was now convinced that something had transpired between Dai Yunhan and Douluo the previous night. Otherwise, her demeanor towards him would not have shifted so drastically in a single day. With this thought, his heart tightened, and he clenched his fists in frustration. Upon returning to the villa, Dai Yunhan greeted Zhu Zhuqing with a deep kiss. Blushing, she playfully punched his chest and chided. "You often say that form is emptiness and emptiness is form. How is it that you interpret it as empty yet filled with desire?" "Because that is the nature of a man," he replied. "Is that how you understand idioms?" Zhu Zhuqing shot him an incredulous look before her hand playfully twisted at his waist. "If we hadn't grown up together, I would doubt your intentions. Thinking you a rogue who has deceived countless young women. Would you like to know why I have deceived so many? Why? Because none of them are you. I have always awaited your arrival." Dai Yunhan delivered another charming line. Though Zhu Zhuqing maintained a neutral expression, her heart swelled with sweetness. She was aware that these were merely Dai Yunhan's flirtations, yet for some inexplicable reason, she relished hearing such words. She lightly pecked his lips in reward. "You take a rest. I shall prepare dinner. What would you like to eat tonight?" Yet she forgot that Dai Yunhan was not one to owe favors. Thus, he embraced her waist, resting her head against him, and shared another lingering kiss that lasted 2 minutes. When they finally parted, Dai Yunhan felt unsatisfied. "I believe simply savoring your sweet lips has filled me." Zhu Zhuqing blushed and retorted, "You rascal, do you dare call me bad? Do you believe I am capable of being even worse?" As he spoke, Dai Yunhan raised both hands, fingers dancing in a playful manner. Upon seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately understood, her cheeks flushed with alarm. She quickly fled, aware that while Dai Yunhan would not push their boundaries, he was audacious enough in other respects. And if he were to continue, she might once again suffer the consequences. Watching her flee in a flurry, Dai Yunhan chuckled inwardly. Indeed, this advanced version of romance was remarkably potent. With just a slight advance, he had already gauged the limits of this stage. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing had prepared a delightful meal. With 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, water-boiled meat slices, braised ribs, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and egg drop soup. Each dish was one of Dai Yunhan's favorites. It must be said that the culinary offerings in this world were exquisite. Yet Dai Yunhan often found himself yearning for the flavors of his homeland. Thus, during their 6 years together, he had also taken the initiative to cook numerous meals for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing had a fondness for this peculiar dish, and after 6 years of companionship, she successfully gleaned the essence from Dai Yunhan. Chapter 29. Let be known that this night they would only share a single evening together. At present, both of their culinary skills were quite comparable. As the dishes were placed on the table, Dai Yunhan first served a bowl of soup to Zhu Qing. There's a saying that one should drink soup before a meal, as it not only aids in the digestion and absorption of food, minimizing irritation to the gastrointestinal tract, but also replenishes hydration, contributing to a more youthful appearance. Thus, the first task at every meal was to ladle a bowl of soup for his beloved. Zhu Zhuqing, initially skeptical, had grown accustomed to this practice over the years. She found herself feeling somewhat unsettled if she did not partake in the soup. Taking a sip, the rich aroma of eggs enveloped her senses, both fresh and delightful. Dai Yunhan joined her, savoring the flavor, and soon offered Zhu Qing a piece of crispy pork ribs before commencing his own meal. "How do you find a new environment? Are you settling in well?" he inquired amidst bites of food. "It's fine," she replied. "Just fine?" Dai Yunhan feigned disappointment. "What does that mean? Do you not miss me at all?" Can you truly find peace without me? Do you miss me? Of course. A day apart feels like 3 seasons. He declared with certainty. Is that truly how you feel? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Dai Yunhan, amused by his earnestness. Rice clung playfully to his pristine teeth, rendering him both mischievous and endearing. Absolutely. You are my little treasure. Who else would I desire? He asserted confidently. With a playful glimmer in his eye, he suddenly sang, My little treasure, we are meant to be. Come, let us share a kiss. Such cheesy lines. Zhu Zhuqing turned her face away, refusing his request. Unfazed, Dai Yunhan picked up a piece of boiled meat, chewing thoughtfully. Isn't this meat tender? Or is it merely your piece that's tough? He leaned in to steal a kiss when she was distracted. However, this time, it was merely a fleeting peck. Savoring the moment as if it were a delicacy, he mused, still not tough? Let me try again. Hey, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing pushed him away, exasperated by his antics. It seemed he was always intent on taking liberties with her, no matter the time or place. He would seize any opportunity to indulge in such behavior. She often wondered if he was somehow fated to be a rogue in another life. Though he was not particularly driven by ambition, his mind was always occupied with romantic pursuits. Yet, he possessed such innate talent and strength. Conversely, when she considered his determination to grow stronger, he would often be lost in thoughts of his own advantage. The stark contrast between these two facets of his character puzzled her deeply. Observing Dai Yunhan's playful grin, she sighed inwardly, realizing that she could never escape his grasp. His charming blend of roguishness and intellect was, strangely, something she found irresistible. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I fear I am beginning to adopt his mischief, she thought, feeling a twinge of guilt. Soon, their meal concluded. Dai Yunhan cleared the table while Zhu Zhuqing washed the dishes. Their collaboration felt so familial. After washing up, they chatted for a while before Zhu Zhuqing began her evening training, dedicating 2 hours each night to her practice. Dai Yunhan insisted she need not exert herself so, as he would guide her to success. Nonetheless, Zhu Zhuqing preferred not to place all the burden on him, so she persisted in her nightly regimen. As for whether Dai Yunhan trained, she chose not to dwell on it, respecting his privacy, for it was a secret belonging to him alone. After 2 hours, Zhu Zhuqing concluded her training and enjoyed some fruit, which Dai Yunhan had prepared. After a quick refresh in the bathroom, they ascended the stairs to retire for the night. However, Zhu Zhuqing headed toward a different room. Why are you going to that room? Dai Yunhan asked, puzzled. Douluo has already left. We should sleep separately, she replied. Zhu Zhuqing felt that since they had not yet formally married, maintaining a degree of distance was prudent. Her mother had advised her to keep a certain space from men, lest they lose their sense of novelty. Yet, Dai Yunhan could not possibly agree to this separation. Sleep apart? After sharing a bed last night, you wish to flee? Such fortune is rare. His instinct was to pull her back, but considering her feelings, he relinquished that thought. He wanted to honor her wishes. Thus, he began to act, adopting a sorrowful expression. But I have grown accustomed to your presence. Without you, I shall surely be restless. He broke into song. Without your companionship, I feel so very lonely. Zhu Zhuqing was rendered speechless by his theatrical display. It's not that serious. She attempted to walk away, but Dai Yunhan intensified his performance. Zhuqing, could you truly be so heartless as to abandon me? If you leave, I shall be left to sleep in the middle of the bed. In the middle? Zhu Zhuqing was bewildered by his words. Because if I sleep in the middle, I can think of you from all sides. So will you stay? He blinked, his eyes pleading. The look of utter desolation on his face was nearly enough to bring her to tears. Zhu Zhuqing fought to suppress a laugh, bemused by his audacity. What a ridiculous line of reasoning. She longed to refuse him, but the sweetness of his confession and the pleading in his gaze made it impossible to deny him. Sighing, she realized she was completely under his spell. Fine, she relented. Dai Yunhan's face lit up with joy. However, Zhu Zhuqing quickly raised a finger in warning. Let me be clear, we are only sharing this night. Agreed, just tonight. You swear? I swear. With that, Dai Yunhan lifted Zhu Zhuqing into his arms and carried her into the room. The night passed in silence. When Zhu Zhuqing awoke the following morning, she found herself fumbling beneath the covers, ultimately discovering her undergarments at the foot of the bed. Chapter 30. His martial spirit is merely that of a tiger. Nothing particularly exceptional. She gazed at the peacefully sleeping Dai Yunhan, still feeling a twinge of discomfort. This man, Ever the rascal had proven to be quite the handful. Truth be told, she had never believed she would struggle to sleep without him by her side. However, now she is beginning to believe it. Without her magnificent support, he might very well awaken in fright from his dreams. After getting out of bed, she took a quick shower, gazing at her perfectly shaped figure in the mirror. This led her thoughts to Dai Yunhan. Her mother had said that her splendid physique was partly thanks to this rascal. Indeed a rogue. After freshening up, she proceeded to prepare breakfast. The class schedule at the academy was not as rigid as it had been in her previous life, unlike high school, where mornings were shrouded in darkness and evenings returned to the same. This routine resembled the more relaxed pace of university life. The teachers primarily focused on instruction, while students were often left to cultivate themselves, seeking guidance only when faced with uncertainties. Some exceptionally talented students even opted out of classes entirely, dedicating their days to self-training. Thus, she had ample time to cook. As breakfast neared completion, Dai Yunhan descended from upstairs. Naturally, the first order of business was to share a loving kiss with his beloved Zhu Zhuqing. A visible blush crept across Zhu Zhuqing's face. Embarrassed, she remarked, "You kiss me every day. Won't you ever tire of it? This is a kiss of love. My affection for you is as fervent as a soul ring lasting for 100,000 years." Dai Yunhan replied with a mischievous grin. Zhu Zhuqing playfully swatted him, exclaiming, "You always phrase such embarrassing things so eloquently." Yet, she secretly relished it. After finishing breakfast, they headed to the lecture hall. Today's lessons bore little difference from yesterday's. The morning consisted of theoretical classes, while the afternoon was reserved for self-training in the cultivation room, focusing on mastering their soul skills and honing their techniques. Qin Ming observed nearby, ready to assist with any inquiries, offering solutions when needed. However, Dai Yunhan held no interest in such classes. As his abilities were constrained by the system, no matter how diligently he worked, he would not reap rewards like a diligent bee. Thus, he chose to recline and nap. Noticing him alone, Douluo immediately approached, bending down and asking, "Hey, what are you doing?" Dai Yunhan, lying on the ground, opened his eyes to see two peaks naturally drooping under gravity. He was slightly taken aback. From this angle, her strength was indeed formidable. Douluo noticed his gaze fixating and remained bent over, cheekily inquiring, "What are you looking at?" "Admiring a beauty," he replied. "Is she beautiful?" "I can't tell. She is rather well clothed." Upon hearing this, a hint of shyness appeared on Douluo's face. Surprised by this little rascal's flirtation, she stood up and suggested, "You seem bored. Why don't we train together?" "No," Dai Yunhan declined. "Why not?" "Because someone behind you is glaring at me." Douluo turned around, realizing that Yu Tianheng was glaring at them with a dark expression. She felt slightly displeased. When Yu Tianheng noticed Douluo had spotted him, he quickly approached, his demeanor shifting to a sunny smile. "Yin, if you want a sparring partner, choose me. Why bother with him? It looks like he didn't sleep well last night. Let him rest." This statement was a veiled reminder to Douluo that Dai Yunhan already had a woman, and they had likely crossed a line that would leave her branded as a third party. However, Douluo either did not catch on or simply ignored Yu Tianheng, responding, "Your strength is just average. We've already trained together. What more is there to practice?" "Dai Yunhan, your martial soul is quite special. Let's have a duel," she proposed. Dai Yunhan remained silent, merely observing Yu Tianheng, knowing he would inevitably speak first. As expected, Yu Tianheng grew agitated. Yin, his martial soul is merely a tiger. There's nothing special about it. No matter how much he practices, it remains the same. My martial soul is a dragon, and yours is a serpent. Teacher Qin said our martial souls have similarities. Perhaps we could develop a fusion technique. Would you like a try? No. Douluo firmly yiktiv. She had never had a favorable impression of Yu Tianheng. Before Dai Yunhan's arrival, she had only trained with him because she lacked opponents. Now that Dai Yunhan was present, she had no intention of returning. "Dai Yunhan, would you like to train with me?" Douluo directly asked, not wanting to engage with Dai Yunhan. His decision would be the determining factor. Dai Yunhan glanced at her and then at Yu Tianheng, noticing the latter's warning expression. Feeling disdainful, he had no intention of agreeing. But seeing Yu Tianheng's attitude made him resolve to comply. "Sure, but let me make it clear. You will train only with me this afternoon. I'm not used to constantly switching partners. If you can't manage that, then forget it." He shot a challenging look at Yu Tianheng. "All right, I also dislike being interrupted." Douluo promptly agreed, her excitement evident. Meanwhile, Yu Qianheng's expression darkened considerably, yet he seemed to recognize he could not change the outcome. Forcing a smile, he said, Dai Yunhan, your martial soul is quite special. I would also like to train with you. How about we spar first? My martial soul is just a tiger. There is nothing remarkable about it. Let us forget it, Dai Yunhan replied, smirking inwardly. I know exactly what schemes you harbor. Rejected, Yu Qianheng's expression grew grim. But he was unwilling to concede. Then how about the three of us train together? Yin Yin, if you tire, I can step in and spar with him for a bit. No, if I get tired, he will as well. It would be awkward for you to be left out. Du Yin countered, uninterested in having Yu Qianheng interfere. No, I won't feel awkward, Yu Qianheng quickly insisted. What I meant was I would feel awkward. Du Yin shot him a cold glare, dousing his enthusiasm. Ignoring Yu Qianheng's disheartened expression, she led Dai Yunhan toward the training ground. Chapter 31. Du Yan's affection increases. Soul power at level 36. Dai Yunhan shrugged his shoulders, indicating his own helplessness. Yu Qianheng was taken aback by Du Yan's newfound coldness. She had not always been this way. She used to be gentle. How could she have changed? He glared at Dai Yunhan's triumphant figure, his gaze growing increasingly venomous. This is all your fault. He spun around abruptly and left the training room. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan was intentionally provoking Yu Qianheng, disliking his attitude. In matters of love, there should be fair competition. If one lacks ability, resorting to threats against others was something he could not abide. At the outset, when he was unaware that Du Yin and Yu Qianheng were not together, and when the system indicated that Du Yin harbored feelings for him, Dai Yunhan had already resolved to maintain a distance from her. He believed such actions would be akin to undermining someone else's relationship, which he deemed unethical. Now, having agreed to practice with Du Yin, he felt no guilt since he knew they were not together. Moreover, there was another issue. This fellow's surname was Yu, belonging to the same clan as Yu Shaojiang. Dai Yunhan harbored a disdain for Yu Shaojiang, which extended to the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Hey, what are you thinking? Let's get started, Du Yin urged as she summoned the biphosphor serpent in the training arena. Beneath her feet, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, floated. All right, Dai Yunhan responded, revealing his martial soul but refraining from showcasing his soul rings. Just like the previous day, he wished to avoid drawing too much attention due to the brilliance of his soul rings. He had already achieved considerable prowess, and if his soul rings exceeded the common understanding, he risked being captured for research. Fortunately, soul rings could be controlled. They only manifested when a soul skill was deployed. However, not displaying his soul rings had its drawbacks, as it diminished the aura of his martial soul. Dai Yunhan also grasped the reason behind the need to call out the names of soul skills during combat, akin to incantations in cultivation. They had to be spoken to be effective. In the Douluo continent, the names of soul skills were engraved in the spiritual sea upon absorbing soul rings. Uttering the name during the execution of a soul skill served to establish a connection through mental energy, facilitating smoother execution and maximizing power. Previously perplexed by this behavior, Dai Yunhan now understood its significance. In summary, concealing his soul rings had both advantages and disadvantages. Just so you know, I won't hold back, Du Yin remarked with a raised eyebrow. Rest assured, I can handle myself with beautiful women, he replied. Then let us see your skills. A smile graced Du Yin's lips as her expression turned fierce. Third soul skill, biphosphor purple poison. A plume of purple mist erupted from the biphosphor serpent's mouth, racing swiftly toward Dai Yunhan. Seriously? You're starting with a big move? Dai Yunhan exclaimed, bemused. Was she worried he might perish from her poison? I told you I won't hold back, Du Yin asserted, her eyes fixed on him, ready to retract the poison mist at the first sign of trouble. Dai Yunhan, wary of the toxic mist, recalled his previous encounter and had devised a countermeasure. Activating his first soul skill, he summoned 2 spheres of energy, 1 black and 1 white, into his hands while channeling his soul power. Last time, his chaotic energy had suppressed her toxin, so he believed it would work again. The black and white spheres intertwined, forming a grayish gas that enveloped him, creating a protective barrier before advancing against the purple poison mist. Upon contact, the two clashed fiercely. Though it appeared chaotic, the purple mist visibly dissipated in a short time. A smile spread across Dai Yunhan's face. It seemed he was inherently resistant to Du Yin. Observing this development, Du Yin felt a mix of shock and delight. It appeared this young man truly was unafraid of her poison. A A smile crept onto her lips, and her gaze toward Dai Yunhan grew increasingly fond. Ding, the system announced. Detected an increase in Zhu Zhuqing's affection for the host. Reward, soul power level increased by 1. The sudden system notification left Dai Yunhan momentarily bewildered. How had his affection level risen so quickly? Was he truly at level 36 now? Was it really possible to gain such affection through combat? He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, perplexed by her unpredictable feelings toward him. Surely, she couldn't be swayed by the kingly aura he inadvertently exuded? After practice concluded, the day came to an end. Dai Yunhan returned to the dormitory with Zhu Zhuqing, sharing a kiss as a greeting. Subsequently, he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Zhu Zhuqing was reluctant, believing household chores were a woman's duty while men should support the family. However, Dai Yunhan was not of a domineering mindset. In this world, they need not toil over mundane tasks. Cooking was a trivial matter for him. Of course, they didn't need to go through such trouble daily, as the cafeteria provided excellent meals. However, Dai Yunhan longed for the taste of home-cooked food, so he opted to prepare it himself. Unable to refuse Dai Yunhan, Zhu Zhuqing felt awkward merely watching, so she assisted him. Their affectionate and warm demeanor epitomized Dai Yunhan's fondest aspirations for a life filled with love. Just as they were halfway through the meal preparation, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Zhu Zhuqing went to answer it, revealing a woman with purple hair and green eyes standing outside. It was Zhu Zhuqing. "Is Dai Yunhan here?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Zhu Zhuqing was not surprised by her presence in the vicinity of their room. Hearing the commotion, Dai Yunhan emerged from the kitchen and, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, asked, "What brings you here?" With a gentle smile, Zhu Zhuqing replied, "I wish to thank you for saving me and would like to invite you both to dinner at the Tiando Renjian Hotel outside the school." "Dinner?" Dai Yunhan shook his head. "No need for such formality. It was merely a small favor. Besides, I'm already making dinner." "You're cooking?" Zhu Zhuqing, without hesitation, stepped inside. Zhu Zhuqing frowned at her impolite behavior, feeling displeased. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhu Zhuqing was astonished by the array of utensils, seasonings, and the aromatic dishes simmering in the pot. "I didn't expect you to actually know how to cook." "It's nothing. Would you like to stay and have a bite?" "Sure, I won't hold back." Dai Yunhan was taken aback. He had only offered out of courtesy, not expecting her to accept. On Earth, such greetings were customary, asking if one had eaten, and, if not, inviting them to join. If they had eaten, the polite thing was to suggest leaving. Generally, only a few would remain for a meal. However, it was unexpected that Zhu Zhuqing was among that select few. "All right then, have a seat while I prepare a couple more dishes," Dai Yunhan conceded. Since she had already agreed, it was impolite to send her away. "Zhu Qing, please keep her company. You need not come over here. I will be fine soon." "All right." Zhu Qing sensed something unusual about Zhu Zhuqing. A woman's sense of smell is exceptionally acute. From the tone of Zhu Zhuqing's voice and the expression in her eyes, she could tell that her fiancé, Yunhan, was under scrutiny. Initially, she wished to ignore this woman, hoping to leave her in solitude until she withdrew. Yet, she could not disregard Dai Yunhan's words. Especially at this moment, disrespecting the man would also be a disservice to herself and would grant others an opportunity. Thus, she acquiesced. Moreover, she intended to conduct herself like a gracious hostess, making Zhu Zhuqing feel unwelcome. She poured a glass of water for Zhu Zhuqing and presented some fruit. Zhu Zhuqing politely thanked her and inquired, "What is your relationship with him?" Although she was already cognizant of their connection, articulating it was another matter. Zhu Qing inwardly scoffed. This was akin to walking into a trap. With a blissful smile, she replied, "I am his fiancé, fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing feigné d'astonishment." "How old are you to be a fiancé, already?" A flicker of disappointment danced in her eyes. Although she already knew the answer, hearing it evoked a different sentiment. It was clear that someone had beat her to it. Indeed, good men are often claimed early on. "We are indeed young, just 12. But we pledged our engagement when we were 6, Zhu Qing said with a hint of pride. Her words bore a cautionary tone, subtly suggesting to Zhu Zhuqing that at her age, she ought not to covet her man. Furthermore, she implied that her bond with Dai Yunhan was deep-rooted, cultivated since childhood. Even if Zhu Zhuqing attempted to intervene, she would ultimately fall short. However, Zhu Zhuqing appeared oblivious to the underlying message. "That's wonderful. Were you two getting married?" "Soon, once we complete a certain task, we will marry," Zhu Qing replied, unable to specify a timeline. She and Dai Yunhan faced a rival, Davis, and they needed to defeat him before they could wed. They held confidence in their ability to triumph over Davis, although time was still required. Yet, she believed it would only take 2 or 3 years. So, it's uncertain when the wedding will be. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly smiled. Without a marriage, there was room for competition. Naturally, even marriage did not preclude rivalry. In a world where monogamy is prevalent, it does not imply the absence of concubines. Zhu Qing found her gaze distasteful. Would you like to attend our wedding? Rest assured, we will certainly notify you when the time comes. Zhu Qing retorted with equal force. She now regretted saving her that night. It seemed she had rescued a thankless wolf who was now vying for her man. I will definitely come. Du Guyan replied with a smile. Her grandfather was a titled Douluo, and she possessed considerable talent herself, leading to a domineering personality that brooked no dissent. Anything she desired, she would pursue without hesitation, including men. The two exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of tension in the other's eyes. However, the animosity was not overwhelming. After all, Du Guyan was still maintaining a semblance of politeness. From an outsider's perspective, her words and actions resembled those of ordinary friends. It was only Zhu Qing, the party involved, who understood the true implications behind each statement. Food is ready. We can eat now. Dai Yunhan's voice interrupted their standoff. Let me help you with the dishes. Du Guyan stood to assist, but Zhu Qing was quicker. Darling, I will help you, she said, emphasizing the word darling, as if to ensure Du Guyan heard it. Rising, she cast a triumphant glance at her. See? I can call him darling, can you? Oomph. Still trying to take my man? Not a chance. Indeed, upon hearing this term of endearment, Du Guyan's expression soured, and her feet faltered. She was bold yet inexperienced in matters of romance, retaining a youthful shyness. Competing for affection in front of others was beyond her. Moreover, she had no connection with Dai Yunhan at present. Thus, while Zhu Qing unabashedly called him darling, Du Guyan felt uncomfortable but could not act upon it. Just then, Dai Yunhan responded, Wife, you take the bowls and chopsticks. This dish is hot. I'll serve it. This only compounded Du Guyan's discomfort. All right, darling. Zhu Qing replied with a sweet smile, revealing a look of triumph. Did you see that? 6 years of affection cannot be stolen in just a day or two. Dai Yunhan served the dishes, nearly forgetting Du Guyan was still present until he recalled his intimate moments with Zhu Qing. It was somewhat awkward. The presence of a third wheel was indeed glaring. As the two busied themselves, Du Guyan stood awkwardly to the side, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as Zhu Qing occasionally engaged in affectionate gestures with Dai Yunhan, flaunting before her. This heightened Du Guyan's discomfort, yet she had no choice but to endure. Soon, the food was served. Zhu Qing and Dai Yunhan sat together, while Du Guyan was placed opposite them, as customary. As was tradition, they began with soup. However, this time it was Zhu Qing who served Dai Yunhan rather than the other way around. Come, darling, have some soup first, she said, deliberately showcasing their affection. Then, taking on the role of a hostess, she ladled a bowl of soup for Du Guyan, adding, I wasn't aware you would be coming, so there's nothing special prepared. It's all home-cooked fare. Please don't find it lacking. This was a statement laden with meaning, implying, what are you doing here? I didn't prepare anything for you. At that moment, Du Guyan realized the depth of Zhu Qing and Dai Yunhan's relationship. Yet, she was unwilling to relinquish Dai Yunhan, for he was the only one who could overlook her toxic nature. Such a person was rare, and she had searched for years without finding another. Thus, for her future happiness, she had to be with Dai Yunhan. However, given the current circumstances, she understood the necessity of patience. One must be strategic in their approach. She accepted the bowl of soup politely, saying, You needn't say that. I'm simply intruding on your time. I have yet to properly express my gratitude for saving me, and today I intended to treat you to a meal, but it seems I've ended up mooching off you instead. I feel quite embarrassed. Oh, it was merely a small favor, just a meal. It matters not where we dine. Zhu Qing waved her hand dismissively. This too held a deeper meaning. It's just a meal. We can afford it. Hurry and eat, so you can leave and stop being a bother. Du Guyan smiled. She could discern the underlying message, but had to feign ignorance, suppressing any hint of dissatisfaction. After all, she was already at a disadvantage by attempting to claim another's man, even if the other party was merely engaged. Secondly, even if she were to compete now, she would not receive support from Dai Yunhan. only endearing Zhu Zhuqing further. She's like a serpent, adept at leveraging her greatest strengths. Silently, she dined, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar dishes before her. As she sampled one, she discovered its surprisingly exquisite taste, unlike anything she had ever encountered. "Did you prepare all these dishes?" Donggu Yin inquired, turning to Dai Yunhan. Her words were sincere, devoid of any pretense. This was a strategic shift. Her aim was solely to win Dai Yunhan's favor. Zhu Zhuqing was of little consequence. As long as she captured Dai Yunhan's admiration, everything else faded into insignificance. "Enjoy it then. There's plenty more," Dai Yunhan responded, confident in his culinary skills. Over the years, both the emperor and empress had praised his cooking. "Such delicious food. Even if you deny me, I must indulge," Donggu Yin remarked, her eyes sparkling, each word revealing her admiration for Dai Yunhan. Indeed, the flavors resonated with her palate, and her satisfaction with him grew. Initially drawn by his abilities, she now recognized the man himself was quite remarkable. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing observed her expression with growing displeasure. Despite their seemingly normal conversation, she felt a pang of irritation, as if she were not eating food, but rather something personal to her. This behavior was undeniably passive-aggressive. Yet she could not express her feelings too overtly, lest it upset Dai Yunhan and inadvertently create opportunities for Donggu Yin. The atmosphere during the meal was oddly tense. Zhu Zhuqing, perceptive and guarded, let slip hints of her deep bond with Dai Yunhan, laced with subtle exclusion. In contrast, Donggu Yin stood resilient, absorbing Zhu Zhuqing's jabs without retaliation, the barbs landing harmlessly against her shield. This left Zhu Zhuqing feeling frustrated. She recognized Donggu Yin as a formidable opponent, an adept manipulator, much like a concealed viper. Amidst this storm, Dai Yunhan remained calm. Did he not perceive the subtle war between the women? No, he certainly did. Yet he could not reveal his awareness. After all, Donggu Yin had yet to express any affection towards him. She was merely enjoying a meal. Should he confront her with, "I don't like you, please leave," he would surely be perceived as unwell. Furthermore, he required Donggu Yin's assistance in acquiring the coveted celestial herb, thus he feigned ignorance. Moreover, he possessed a heart full of love. What was the purpose of traversing the Douluo continent? To defeat Tang San? That was merely a secondary task. The true objective, of course, was to engage in romantic pursuits with enchanting women. Love is born of compassion. Without compassion, how could love flourish? Half an hour later, Donggu Yin departed from the villa, satisfied and full from the delightful meal. She mused that she might never desire another meal again. Just one feast had spoiled her appetite. Henceforth, she resolved to claim Dai Yunhan as her own. Yet, she understood that this endeavor required patience, for she could see the closeness between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan. She must proceed cautiously, otherwise she risked hastening their bond, which would be to her detriment. Inside the house, Zhu Zhuqing washed the dishes, with Dai Yunhan assisting nearby. Why does Dai Yunhan never wash the dishes, you ask? The answer is simple. He is willing to cook, but washing dishes is his final boundary. "Take this bowl away." Zhu Zhuqing suddenly thrust a bowl, recently used by Donggu Yin, towards him. "Why?" Dai Yunhan questioned, noting the bowl appeared perfectly fine. "Because it's dirty," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "But washing it makes it clean," he countered, perplexed, as bowls are meant to be washed when dirty. "Well, I find her unattractive, is that all right?" Zhu Zhuqing retorted, casting a glance at Dai Yunhan. "Unattractive? If this qualifies as unattractive, what then is beauty?" "I am beauty," Dai Yunhan replied, suddenly enlightened. He realized she was not referring to the bowl, but to a person. Leaning closer, he smiled. "Are you jealous?" "No." "Then why do I detect a hint of acidity?" "I said no. I believe you are indeed jealous." "I am not," she protested. But before she could finish, Dai Yunhan pressed his lips against hers. A minute later, he withdrew, asking, "Was that sweet?" "Not sweet at all. Quite sour." Zhu Zhuqing huffed, yet her lips pouted in a manner that belied her words. Dai Yunhan seized a candy from the side, popped it into his mouth, and kissed her again. 2 minutes later, he pulled away satisfied. "Now is it sweet?" "Still not sweet," Zhu Zhuqing gasped, despite her eyes sparkling with laughter. Without hesitation, Dai Yunhan kissed her once more, this time incorporating his hands. Zhu Zhuqing, initially shy and flustered, soon realized her struggles were futile against him. After 3 minutes, he grinned and released her. "Is it sweet now? You cheat. You villain." Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed as she adjusted her disheveled attire. This rogue, unable to win with words, resorts to his hands. Truly a rascal. Cheating is a man's nature. I simply wish to know if you find it sweet now. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he prepared for another kiss. Zhu Zhuqing, flustered, responded hastily, yes, sweet. Really sweet? He asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Absolutely sweet, she assured, nodding earnestly. Very well, let me taste for myself, he declared, leaning in for another kiss. 2 more minutes elapsed, and he pulled away, contentedly wiping his mouth. Indeed, it is sweet. Zhu Zhuqing, breathless, felt her heart racing. She had not anticipated feeling so breathless 3 times in such a short span. A hint of trepidation crept in. She resolved never to jest with Dai Yunhan again, for she always ended up at a disadvantage. With such fervent kisses, you might turn my lips dark. Never. My wife is youthful and beautiful, forever radiant. But I will age one day, Zhu Zhuqing mused, a trace of melancholy shadowing her expression. Upon contemplating the inevitability of aging, she felt a tinge of melancholy. Yet, Dai Yunhan enveloped her in his embrace and declared with unwavering conviction, rest assured, with me by your side, you shall never grow old. I believe you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, nodding affirmatively. Was it that easy to believe? Dai Yunhan felt a moment of confusion. Looking at him with eyes full of affection, Zhu Zhuqing mused, if I do not trust you, should I place my faith in another man? That was indeed a valid point, Dai Yunhan chuckled. In truth, at that moment, they were not quite on the same wavelength. When Dai Yunhan spoke of her never aging, he meant it in the most profound sense. He intended to elevate her to divinity. Conversely, Zhu Zhuqing interpreted it as a promise that his fervent heart would never fade. Clearly, both had misinterpreted one another, but did it truly matter? Even amidst their misunderstandings, the outcomes aligned perfectly. Such was the decree of fate. Time passed swiftly. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing diligently engaged in their studies each day. Zhu Zhuqing focused on her academics, while Dai Yunhan took charge of their playful interactions. As he did not require training, his sole responsibility was to nurture their emotional bond. Following that fateful day, Douluo became increasingly industrious, frequently visiting their home for meals. As time wore on, her visits escalated to a nightly occurrence. Dai Yunhan, however, remained indifferent, for he needed Douluo's assistance to enter the ice and fire Yin-Yang to procure celestial herbs. Thus, her presence, far from being an inconvenience, served to deepen their connection. After all, when one initiates a visit, it often raises suspicions, but when she does, it becomes simpler for her to grant him access. Moreover, there was another reason he did not refuse her. He aspired to fulfill the noble ideal of universal love. Although he had previously held a disdain for Douluo, it was only because he believed she was romantically involved with Xingluo. Once he learned that was not the case, his indifference naturally followed. Furthermore, his animosity towards her was merely a rigid remnant from the original narrative. When the real Douluo approached him with kindness, his perspective shifted. After all, who could resist the allure of an exotic beauty revolving around them? Though she might be irritating, her goodwill rendered her far less so. In stark contrast to Dai Yunhan's amusement, Zhu Zhuqing harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Douluo's presence. Aware of Douluo's intentions to usurp her man, Zhu Zhuqing recognized that this cunning woman possessed the skills to subtly infiltrate and manipulate Dai Yunhan's affections. Thus, she remained ever vigilant against Douluo's advances, yet found herself at a loss. Douluo, in her tactful approach, arrived at their home each day, exhibiting utmost courtesy. She consistently brought ingredients and small gifts, and during mealtime, she merely dined and departed without lingering. She refrained from any overtly provocative behavior, behaving as if she were a mere ordinary friend visiting. Of course, this was merely the fade. Zhu Zhuqing remained oblivious to what transpired in her absence. This uncertainty gnawed at her, leaving her feeling more tormented than if she had ingested something vile. Meanwhile, Xingluo was burdened with even greater distress. Observing Douluo's growing indifference towards him as she devoted herself to Dai Yunhan, he felt powerless to intervene. He had privately approached Douluo, imploring her to cease her visits to Dai Yunhan, but she retorted, advising him not to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. In a fit of rage, he lashed out, exclaiming, "That man is already betrothed. Your actions are no different from those of a mistress." Immediately after, regret washed over him. Dugu Yan's icy demeanor plunged his heart into a chilling abyss, delivering a stinging slap that severed their communication entirely. Consequently, Yu Tianheng's mounting fury brewed within him. 2 months later, Zhu Zhuqing ascended to level 30 and required a soul ring. For such exceptionally gifted students, the school provided specialized teams to assist in soul ring hunts. And, as she was an exchange student, these services were complimentary. However, she did not require this assistance, for she had the protection of a formidable figure from the Douluo Empire to aid in her hunt. Moreover, she always embarked on these quests alongside Dai Yunhan, enhancing both their combat experience and prowess. The hunting grounds they chose were the nearby Sunset Forest. Upon learning of their expedition, Dugu Yin insisted on joining their party. Despite Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan's reluctance, they found themselves unable to deter her. Why do you not allow the academy to assist in the hunt? Going alone is troublesome and perilous, Dugu Yin queried. Although her own soul ring was acquired with her grandfather's help, she struggled to comprehend why they would forego such resources and endure hardship. Dai Yunhan replied, "Hunting for a soul ring is a straightforward task. The rewards of self-hunting far outweigh those of receiving a gift, despite the ultimate goal being the same. Moreover, the experience of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with a soul beast cannot be replicated in academy training. Then why sneak out? Having a teacher from the academy along would provide protection," she pressed. "Rest assured, our safety is assured. We are not foolish enough to gamble with our lives," Dai Yunhan assured her confidently. Not only did they possess sufficient strength to contend with soul sects, but they also had a soul sage and a soul emperor discreetly guarding them. Nevertheless, Dugu Yan's presence constrained Dai Yunhan, for while they could afford to take risks, any misfortune befalling her would spell trouble. Given Dugu Bo's temperament, he would not care to inquire about the circumstances should his granddaughter come to harm. This was precisely why Dai Yunhan wished to keep Dugu Yin at bay. He needed to protect both Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yin. As the trio traversed together, they soon encountered a suitable soul beast, a nether silver snake, nearly 5 meters in length, as thick as a bowl, its body cloaked in ebony, and its eyes gleaming with a ghostly blue hue reminiscent of ghostly flames. A silver stripe ran along its spine, from head to tail, lending the creature its name. Observing its size, Dai Yunhan estimated it to be approximately 1,300 years old, making it a fitting target for Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, he did not hesitate, advising Dugu Yin briefly before preparing to launch an attack alongside Zhu Zhuqing. "I shall assist you," Dugu Yin stated resolutely. She had come with the intention to help, and with the battle about to commence, it was unthinkable for her to remain a mere spectator. Dai Yunhan cast a glance her way, but firmly declined. "It's all right, Zhuqing, and I can handle this serpent. Just ensure your own safety." With that, she and Zhu Zhuqing charged forward. Dugu Yan's expression darkened. Dai Yunhan's refusal indicated that she had not yet gained her trust. Dismissing these thoughts, she unleashed her martial spirit, the phosphor serpent, and surged towards the nether silver serpent. At that moment, the nether silver serpent was racing toward Dai Yunhan and the others, its speed akin to a shadow darting through the forest. It frequently glanced back as if sensing some danger behind it, causing it to overlook the figures ahead. By the time it noticed Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, their attacks were already upon it. Dai Yunhan opted for a direct assault, activating her first soul skill. Her hair and wings turned pitch black as she unleashed a powerful fist aimed squarely at the serpent's head. The nether silver serpent, distracted by the threat behind, was caught off guard and could not react in time. With a resounding impact, its swift form halted abruptly, emitting a pained cry. However, its head proved resilient. Dai Yunhan felt the damage was minimal, merely halting its advance. Indeed, its azure pupils ignited with flames, and it coiled its body toward Dai Yunhan. Startled, she realized this creature possessed unexpected strength. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang out. First soul skill, Nether Strike. A gleaming blade surged forth from the shadows, piercing directly toward the body of the nether silver serpent. Zhu Zhuqing was well aware of its weak points, striking at the critical area. However, the serpent's defenses were formidable. The silver threads along its back shimmered as Zhu Zhuqing's sharp blade met its hide, producing mere sparks as if it had struck iron armor. Unfazed, Zhu Zhuqing pressed on, driving her claws into the gaps between the scales and pulling back fiercely. Although it did not result in the expected carnage, she managed to tear away several scales, exposing the unprotected flesh beneath. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly prepared to inflict further damage at this opening, but the nether silver serpent retaliated, sweeping its tail with a fierce gust of wind. Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to retreat to evade the attack. This momentary respite allowed Dai Yunhan to regain her footing, unfurling her wings to create distance. "Be cautious, Zhuqing. This creature is quite tenacious," she cautioned before continuing her assault. Suddenly, a billowing purple mist enveloped the nether silver serpent, resembling a gaping maw that seemed ready to consume it. The serpent emitted a wretched cry. Dai Yunhan glanced down to see Duguyen, who had unleashed her third soul skill. Her toxic abilities were potent, inflicting considerable torment upon the nether silver serpent. However, the toxicity also posed a risk to Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, preventing them from engaging in close combat. Recognizing this, Dai Yunhan activated her second soul skill, Tiger, Shattering Mountains. To be cautious, she refrained from announcing the skill's name, and only one of her soul rings glimmered. The purple ring shone brightly, and a tiger's roar resonated as if emanating from the heavens, drowning out the serpent's agonized cries. A formidable black and white tiger extended its powerful forelimbs and stomped down with ferocity. The ground quaked, and a surge of immense soul power swept toward the serpent engulfed in the purple mist. An anguished roar erupted, and the powerful soul force cleaved the toxic mist in two, sending shockwaves that further fragmented the remaining fog. The nether silver serpent, now exposed and eroded by the poison, appeared dim and lifeless, its azure pupils devoid of light, its massive jaws dripping with blood, and its scales lost their metallic sheen, resembling dry bark that could be easily torn apart. At that moment, another commanding voice sounded. Second soul skill, Nether 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuqing's figure darted forward. Her sharp claws aimed at the recently exposed area where the scales had been torn away. That spot, now devoid of protective scales under Duguyen's toxic mist, was a gruesome sight, a blend of purple and the corruption of flesh. She acted with remarkable speed, launching her attack the instant the mist dissipated. Meanwhile, the nether silver serpent's head remained dazed from Dai Yunhan's earlier assault, failing to register Zhu Zhuqing's approach. It was only when the serpent felt the searing pain that it realized Zhu Zhuqing was tearing into its flesh. Alas, it was too late. The gash had already been opened, and Zhu Zhuqing's speed was blinding, her claws moving in a blur, each strike penetrating deep, each withdrawal leaving behind shredded remnants. In a swift sequence of soul skills, she cleaved the nether silver serpent in two, its body only connected by bone, with no flesh to sustain it. The serpent let out a final roar of defiance before collapsing to the ground. Dai Yunhan remained vigilant, only feeling relief once the serpent's presence faded. Observing the severely weakened creature, he was astonished that their first collaboration had been executed with such harmony. Without excessive struggle, a flawless series of attacks had resolved the battle. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "You may deliver the final blow. We will provide cover." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, extending her claws. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The seemingly dying nether silver serpent suddenly unleashed a fierce glare, its azure pupils igniting with flames, and it expelled an energy ball directed at Zhu Zhuqing. "Watch out!" Dai Yunhan reacted swiftly, rushing to shield Zhu Zhuqing, astonished that the beast was feigning death. However, Zhu Zhuqing was too close to the serpent. Despite Dai Yunhan's timely warning, she could not reach her in time. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to be struck, a striking figure dashed forward at incredible speed, tackling Zhu Zhuqing to the side. It was Duguyen. Zhu Zhuqing was saved, but Duguyen was not so fortunate, taking the brunt of the energy ball's impact. Both fell to the ground. Duguyen grimaced in pain, while Dai Yunhan hurried to their side, delivering a swift kick that sent the nether silver serpent flying before checking on their conditions. "I'm fine. Check on Duguyen," Zhu Zhuqing urged anxiously. Dai Yunhan glanced at Duguyen and, upon realizing her injuries were not severe, let out a sigh of relief. Although the umbral silver serpent had launched a surprise attack, it was already at the end of its strength, lacking the force to deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, Duguyen's spirit energy had instinctively formed a protective barrier around her. So despite sustaining wounds, her life was not in peril. Dai Yunhan produced a vial of healing potion for her to consume, subsequently channeling his spirit energy to alleviate her injuries. Gradually, Her complexion began to improve. "Are you experiencing any discomfort?" he inquired with concern. Zhu Yan's expression was slightly pained, yet she shook her head, assuring him, "I'm fine." She then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and urged, "Hurry and absorb the spirit ring. Otherwise, we might face unforeseen complications." Zhu Zhuqing looked toward the umbral silver serpent, which had now become utterly motionless. Had they delayed further, it might have truly perished. "Thank you," she expressed gratefully before approaching the creature and completely severing its life force. A purple spirit ring then floated above the serpent's lifeless body. She sat cross-legged and commenced the absorption process. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan continued to attend to Zhu Yan, safeguarding her. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhu Zhuqing completed the absorption of the spirit ring, acquiring her third spirit skill, Umbral Phantom, a movement-based ability that conjured multiple illusions to mislead her enemies while launching sneak attacks. The number of phantoms was limitless. The higher her spirit energy level, the more phantoms she could create. This was a notable improvement over the Umbral Shadow clone. However, a significant drawback remained. The phantoms possessed only Zhu Zhuqing's aura but lacked her actual power to inflict damage on her foes. She still had to rely on her own attacks. Nevertheless, she could swiftly and freely switch between her true self and the phantoms, rendering her nearly impossible to counter. Upon absorbing the spirit ring, her spirit energy level rose to 31. At just over 12 years of age, possessing a spirit energy of 31 was a remarkable feat, far surpassing her rapid cultivation at Shrek Academy. After the absorption, Zhu Zhuqing's height increased slightly, and her demeanor became more poised and mature. However, what truly mattered to Dai Yunhan was that Zhu Zhuqing's long legs appeared even longer, and her notable figure became even more pronounced. He felt a surge of confidence. Should her development continue at this pace, Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force. Memories of a poem from his past flooded his mind. She is a beauty of the world, harboring lofty aspirations. Profound insights illuminate her heart, and the vast world holds no secrets from her. He eagerly anticipated the day when she would blossom fully. Zhu Zhuqing noticed the fervent gaze Dai Yunhan cast upon her, causing a blush to creep onto her cheeks. She relished being looked at in such a manner, yet with others present, she felt a tinge of shyness. Observing this scene, Zhu Yan's heart sank, particularly upon witnessing the infatuated expression on Dai Yunhan's face. Lowering her gaze to her own modest figure, she felt a wave of inadequacy wash over her. Despite being nearly 6 years older than Zhu Zhuqing, she found herself lacking in physical attributes. It was no wonder Dai Yunhan was so captivated by Zhu Zhuqing. In that moment, she resolved to drink milk and eat papaya daily. "All right, now that we're done, let us head back," Dai Yunhan declared. "MHM." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zhu Yan cried out in pain. "What's wrong?" Dai Yunhan assumed her condition had worsened and quickly inquired. Zhu Yan rubbed her leg. Feigning vulnerability, "I think my leg is injured. I can't stand." "Your leg?" Dai Yunhan examined her limbs, noting their smooth, slender form clad in black stockings, certainly a pair of exquisite legs. Yet, the umbral silver serpent's attack had not struck her legs. "What pain are you talking about?" Sensing Dai Yunhan's skepticism, Zhu Yan intensified her act. "Oh, it hurts so badly." Her performance was convincingly dramatic. But Zhu Zhuqing saw through it immediately and detected the scent of green tea. "Does it really hurt?" "Let me check." Dai Yunhan crouched down, still somewhat concerned about the possibility of a genuine injury. He channeled his spirit energy for a thorough examination. However, as expected, he found no issues. "There's no problem," he concluded, looking at her. "But it really hurts." Zhu Yan gazed at him with a delicate expression that begged for sympathy. Zhu Zhuqing felt nauseated, thinking, what a manipulative green tea. While Zhu Yan had indeed saved her earlier, she would remember this favor and repay it when the opportunity arose. However, attempting to win over her man was entirely different. That was an issue that could not be conflated. "Then I'll help you walk." Zhu Zhuqing could no longer tolerate Zhu Yan's antics and spoke up. Zhu Yan shot her a glance. "Both my legs hurt." "Then I'll carry you." Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth. But Zhu Yan refused again. "You just absorbed the spirit ring. Your energy is still unstable. It's better if you don't exert yourself too much." "It's fine, I can manage." "Your injury is more important," Zhu Zhuqing insisted, squatting down to offer her back. Yet Zhu Yan countered, "You're too thin. It's all bones, and it will hurt my wound." Zhu Zhuqing was infuriated. "You're going too far. I'll carry you, and now you're complaining about my weight? My chest is twice the size of yours. How dare you say I'm all bones?" The underlying truth was clear. She simply wanted Dai Yunhan to carry her. Zhu Zhuqing's anger simmered. And had Duguyan not genuinely saved her, she might have exploded at that moment. From the sidelines, Dai Yunhan observed the exchange, utterly speechless. In this world, polygamy was permissible, yet monogamy was also prevalent. If he wished to win them both over, he could not appear overly eager. He had to employ a strategy akin to boiling a frog in warm water, gradually increasing the heat until they were fully immersed. Only then could he reveal his intentions. Otherwise, even with the system's assistance, he risked ending up empty-handed. Thus, he chose to remain silent amidst the escalating tension between the two women. "Zhuqing, it's not that I don't want to help you, but to protect you, I need strength. With strength, I can safeguard you. If you must blame someone, blame the restrictive system that confines me so tightly." The two women remained in an impasse, but ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing chose to relent. Recognizing that Duguyan had genuinely aided her, though the injuries on her waist and legs were distinct, she was still wounded. "Yunhan, you carry her," Zhu Zhuqing said coldly, her reluctance evident. Duguyan's heart leaped with joy at the success of her scheme. "Oh, fine," Dai Yunhan replied, feigning nonchalance. He had to act as if nothing had transpired, pretending to be oblivious to the conflict between the women. Thus, when it came to carrying someone, he aimed to appear entirely at ease. Duguyan, having achieved her goal, gleefully climbed onto Dai Yunhan's back, casting a triumphant glance at Zhu Zhuqing, which only fueled Zhu Zhuqing's irritation, wishing she could pull Duguyan off at that moment. She truly detested the sight of Duguyan basking in her small triumph. Yet, Duguyan, unfazed by her warning gaze, wrapped her arms around Dai Yunhan's neck, leaning in closely, their bodies nearly fused. This scene ignited a furious blaze within Zhu Zhuqing. While Dai Yunhan maintained a calm demeanor, internally he was shaken. He had not anticipated that Duguyan, despite her seemingly modest strength, harbored an astonishing reservoir of energy. It was like a coiled spring, igniting a restless stirring within him. Zhu Zhuqing found herself powerless against Duguyan and could only observe Dai Yunhan's reaction, which, to her relief, appeared composed. Indeed, the allure of a seductive rival seemed inconsequential in the presence of her husband. Upon returning to the academy, due to Duguyan's mobility issues, Dai Yunhan had no choice but to leave her at the villa. Duguyan was more than willing to stay, for even if he were reluctant, she intended to remain. Only in this way could their chances of togetherness be enhanced. The hour was late, and they purchased some food from the school cafeteria, which sufficed for dinner. After their meal, Duguyan retreated to the bedroom she had occupied before, while Dai Yunhan naturally shared a bed with Zhu Zhuqing. Observing the ease with which they entered the room together, Duguyan felt a pang of despair. When she was first brought here, she was unaware that they slept together. Frequent visits for meals had revealed their cohabitation, yet she believed they should maintain separate quarters, considering they were not married. However, witnessing their comfortable entrance into a shared space now left her heart aching, as if something that belonged to her had been snatched away. With a heavy heart, she lay on the bed, her expression blank and devoid of spirit. She began to contemplate whether she should continue pursuing this path. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing were undeniably in love. In all honesty, she had no desire to disrupt their relationship. Yet, if she were to lose Dai Yunhan, how could she ever find another who was immune to her venom? In the adjacent room, Zhu Zhuqing seethed, allowing the frustrations of the day to manifest on her face. "What is wrong?" Dai Yunhan inquired, feigning ignorance. Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze toward him, her eyes piercing and calm, reminiscent of a poised wildcat ready to pounce, evoking a sense of unease in Dai Yunhan. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Zhu Zhuqing abruptly silenced him with a passionate kiss, her initiative palpable and fervent. As she cradled his head, seemingly intent on kissing him breathless. After several intense minutes, she finally released him. Gasping for air, Dai Yunhan noticed the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes, and a sharp pain pierced his heart. He had not realized how profoundly Duguyan's actions had affected Zhu Zhuqing. Wishing to apologize, he felt he had transgressed. Zhu Zhuqing was a sincere and innocent girl, and his affection for her was genuine. Yet, he recognized his own greediness could harm this pure-hearted girl. Just as he began to speak, Zhu Zhuqing placed a finger over his lips, shaking her head gently. Will you love me forever? She asked. Hearing her question, Dai Yunhan felt a pang in his throat. I will, he replied, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Zhu Zhuqing smiled tenderly, her eyes shimmering with fresh tears, then tilted her head to kiss him again, this time with a gentle warmth. Dai Yunhan savored the kiss as though it were a spring oasis, enveloping him in bliss. Yunhan, take me, she implored. Chapter 38. Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety. Zhu Zhuqing guided him, beckoning him to take what he desired. Yet, upon hearing her words, a wave of pain surged within him. He sensed her vulnerability and insecurity. Retracting his hand, he pressed a soft kiss to her forehead and embraced her tightly, choosing silence over words, wishing instead to convey his unwavering support through his embrace. In this moment, as she nestled against his warm body, Zhu Zhuqing's fears began to dissipate, replaced by a profound sense of safety. The scent of his masculinity wrapped around her like a protective cocoon, soothing her troubled heart. Unbeknownst to her, she soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the sleeping Dai Yunhan and bestowed a gentle kiss upon him before rising. Habitually searching for her clothes beneath the covers, she suddenly felt her cheeks flush more intensely than ever before. She looked at Dai Yunhan, her hands stiff, her throat unconsciously constricting, her gaze becoming peculiar. At that moment, Dai Yunhan also stirred awake. His eyes met hers, reflecting a rare bashfulness as he registered her unusual demeanor and actions. This is a normal physiological reaction, akin to your menstrual cycle, he stammered. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. Her head bowed, her eyes a mixture of shyness and hesitation, lost in thought. Seeing her flustered state, Dai Yunhan felt equally awkward. He had never imagined such a situation would arise in this world, recalling that in the fantasy novels he had read, such occurrences were non-existent. Ah, this is truly embarrassing, he thought, wishing to retreat. You should step out. I will take care of it myself, he suggested, his face reddening. He never anticipated experiencing such a mortifying moment. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing his flushed face, couldn't suppress a laugh. After all these years, she had only ever been the one teased. Never had she witnessed him blush. Amused, she teased him, what's this? You don't blush when I look at you, yet you turn crimson when I look at you? Isn't it different? Dai Yunhan replied sheepishly. What's different? Zhu Zhuqing blurted out, only to realize her slip, her cheeks reddening once more. Dai Yunhan was left speechless, wondering when his wife had become so audacious. Observing her lingering in the room, he decided to embrace the situation, recognizing that as future partners, they would have many opportunities for honest encounters. Just as he prepared to rise, Zhu Zhuqing asked, Are you feeling uncomfortable? Is it manageable? Dai Yunhan was puzzled by her inquiry. After all, he was a man. Every morning proves to be quite distressing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's hesitation resurfaced momentarily, yet within mere seconds, it transformed into unwavering resolve. She lunged towards Dai Yunhan, pressing her lips against his. Dai Yunhan, taken aback by her sudden action, did not resist, but instead savored the moment in silence. However, a wave of shock coursed through him, and he hastily pushed Zhu Zhuqing away. What are you doing? He exclaimed. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with a gentle warmth. Her cheeks flushed, emanating an aura of maturity. I wish to assist you. No, Dai Yunhan firmly rejected her. He was not a man bound by feudal ideologies, yet he possessed principles. In his view, such matters should be entwined with a soulful connection. In the current circumstance, where physical desire was the sole motive, he deemed it irresponsible towards Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he resolutely refused. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing's countenance fell. Do you not like me? Of course I do, he replied earnestly, but precisely because I cherish you, we cannot engage in such actions now. I wish to wait until the day you're truly free. His heartfelt declaration stirred deep emotions within Zhu Zhuqing. As Dai Yunhan articulated, she could indeed unite with him, even taking the initiative. Yet, she was acutely aware of a rift within her heart, a rift that might one day mend, but was undeniably present at this moment. The emergence of Dugu Yin instilled a sense of threat in her, prompting her to accelerate her efforts to secure her position in Dai Yunhan's heart. In essence, she no longer felt an absolute sense of security with him. Consequently, she felt compelled to take certain actions to maintain that sense of safety. Dai Yunhan, fully cognizant of this, refused Zhu Zhuqing's advances. He understood that acquiescing would ultimately harm her further. Perhaps in the days to come, she would feel reassured. But should any disturbance arise, she would be like a startled bird, engulfed in an unending cycle of worry, leading to even greater distress. Dai Yunhan, aware that his own greed had already caused Zhu Zhuqing pain, could not allow his fleeting desires to inflict further harm upon her. Therefore, he resolved to uphold his principles. Feeling Dai Yunhan's sentiments, Zhu Zhuqing was filled with warmth, her heart touched. Deep down, she too was reluctant to rush their progression. She feared losing Dai Yunhan, terrified of returning to the dark, lonely days of 6 years prior, a period devoid of hope. Dai Yunhan had become her beacon of hope, and all she desired was to hold on tightly, despite the fact that Douluo had yet to make tangible progress with Dai Yunhan. Zhu Zhuqing remained acutely aware of the danger. However, Dai Yunhan truly understood her, keenly perceiving her subtle thoughts, which provided her immense comfort. She recognized that he was not drawn to her merely for her physicality, but rather loved her in a profound sense. Zhu Zhuqing relaxed somewhat, yet upon observing Dai Yunhan's expression, a glimmer of mischief flashed in her eyes. Dai Yunhan, oblivious to this, merely shook his head. It's all right, such occurrences happen daily. It will pass shortly. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing regain her composure filled him with joy, as he genuinely wished to shield her innocence from harm. Chapter 39. Zhu Zhuqing. The 10,000-year soul bone of the nether spirit cat indeed. He considered himself a cat. He playfully patted Zhu Zhuqing, sending ripples of emotion through her. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the room, her face adorned with a shy smile. Catching a glimpse of Dai Yunhan's expression, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Although her underlying anxiety had dissipated, she remained cautious. As a prince and future emperor, Dai Yunhan was destined to have multiple wives. Moreover, with his unparalleled talents, he would undoubtedly attract many exceptional women. Thus, deep within her, she had long accepted the reality that Dai Yunhan would have many women in the future. Even the current Emperor Xingluo had more than one wife. Yet, prior to becoming the crown prince and achieving success in competition, they typically had only women from the Zhu family. It was only after ascending to the throne that the number of women would increase. Being a member of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of this. Therefore, her numerous efforts were not solely aimed at monopolizing Dai Yunhan. Rather, she sought to secure a primary position in his heart. She did not wish to become just a pawn in his pursuit of the throne, only to be discarded in the shadows once he attained power. Fortunately, she had found her answer in Dai Yunhan. Yet, she remained vigilant. Although she had obtained clarity, the allure of the outside world was lethal, filled with charming temptations capable of leading one astray. Her family had no shortage of shameless women. Hence, if she wished to capture Dai Yunhan's heart, she would need to employ certain subtle strategies. This was a lesson imparted by her mother. Merely painting grand visions for a man would not suffice. One must offer him a taste of sweetness. In the room, after Zhu Zhuqing departed, the system's voice echoed in Dai Yunhan's mind. Ding! Reward, a 10,000-year soul bone, the nether spirit cat's torso bone, upgradable, exclusive to Zhu Zhuqing. No adverse reactions will occur. It can be absorbed effortlessly. Upon seeing this reward, Dai Yunhan was momentarily stunned, then filled with unbridled joy. Although the reward was meant for Zhu Zhuqing, he felt even happier than if he had received a soul bone himself. In his heart, he was far more concerned about enhancing Zhu Zhuqing's strength than his own. While he possessed the system and his power might incrementally increase, he would eventually break through to the 100th level and become a deity. Zhu Zhuqing, however, lacked a system. Her ascension required not only hard work, but also fortune. He had always worried that his presence would disrupt her original trajectory, jeopardizing her potential to attain divinity. Dai Yunhan did not wish to become a lonely god. Now, the unexpected reward from the system dispelled all his worries. He had initially thought the rewards were solely for him, not realizing they would also benefit Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he no longer had to fret about her well-being. System, while you may be stingy, you are not excessively, so Dai Yunhan praised, his spirits lifted. He quickly dressed and prepared to present the soul bone to Zhu Zhuqing. However, upon descending the stairs, he was surprised to find Douluo had already prepared breakfast. This woman had a certain charm. Observing Dai Yunhan's radiant demeanor, Douluo's eyes darkened slightly, yet she feigned cheerfulness, saying, "I made breakfast. Come and eat. Didn't you injure your foot? It feels much better now. I can stand for a bit," she replied, playing her part to the fullest. All three individuals in the room were aware of the pretense, yet they continued the charade, finding it too troublesome to break the act. "Thank you for your kindness," Dai Yunhan said. Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently, urging, "Come and eat. It has been ready for a while now. If you wait any longer, it will grow cold. My culinary skills may not be exceptional, and I am uncertain if it suits your palate." Only then did Dai Yunhan notice that the breakfast laid out on the table was not the typical fare of milk and bread, but rather a porridge she had painstakingly prepared, accompanied by 2 or 3 delicately cooked dishes. This revelation surprised Dai Yunhan. He had not anticipated that Zhu Zhuqing possessed the ability to cook. Having food is already a blessing. To be picky would be to show ingratitude. He took a seat, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat. He was not one to be finicky. While he did have certain dislikes, he would seldom voice them. If the food on the table pleased his taste, he would indulge heartily, and if not, he would simply eat less. In essence, he refrained from critiquing the culinary efforts of others. Naturally, should he find the meal delightful, he would not hesitate to offer praise. Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly beside him, her demeanor tranquil, yet Dai Yunhan could sense her underlying discontent. He sighed inwardly, contemplating the complexities of their shared existence. After finishing their meal, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing proceeded to class while Zhu Zhuqing remained at home, needing to feign illness. Upon arriving at class, he helped Zhu Zhuqing secure a few days of sick leave before settling into the day's lessons. The morning was filled with theoretical instruction, while the afternoon offered a session of mimicry training, an opportunity for free practice that occurred weekly. Should one wish to train at other times, it would incur a hefty fee. Dai Yunhan, uninterested in training, opted to rest outside. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between 2 individuals nearby, Qin Ming and Yi Lingling. Lingling in 2 months. The Tiando Royal Academy will host a simple inter-academy exchange competition to prepare for the upcoming Elite Soul Master Tournament. All the academies in Tiando City will participate. Therefore, I wish to invite you to join the Royal Combat Team and bring glory to our academy, Qin Ming proposed. So this was the timing of the invitation. He handed a registration form to Yi Lingling. "I've already spoken to the academy. They have approved your entry into the team. You only need to fill out your information here, and you'll be part of the team." He looked at her with confidence. The final auxiliary member had been a subject of much contemplation for him, ultimately leading him to choose Yi Lingling. Her martial spirit posed significant drawbacks for a team, as most auxiliary soul masters typically enhance their teammates' abilities, achieving a synergy that is greater than the sum of its parts. However, Yi Lingling only offered healing capabilities without any amplification effects, resulting in a team burdened with a shortcoming from the outset when facing evenly matched opponents. Yet, the advantage of having her in the team was substantial. Injuries would not hinder their ability to continue fighting. The tournament rules prohibited intentional fatalities, which required participants to temper their attacks, making it a perfect scenario for Yi Lingling. As long as she remained alive, she could continue to fight. Thus, based on this rationale, he chose the less powerful Yi Lingling without hesitation. Otherwise, he would have selected Zhang Wan, who possessed a red umbrella martial spirit and a higher soul power level than Yi Lingling. He was confident that Yi Lingling would undoubtedly accept. After all, the Royal Combat Team was a coveted assembly that all students aspired to join. Hence, he had already briefed the committee before obtaining her response. However, to his astonishment, Yi Lingling did not appear particularly excited upon hearing the news. "I'm sorry, but I do not wish to join the team," she stated. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her refusal. "Why?" he inquired. Yi Lingling shook her head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. She simply repeated her apology before walking away. Qin Ming regarded her retreating figure with bewilderment, sensing that she must have her reasons. This was not an urgent matter. He needed to investigate further. As he turned to leave, he noticed Dai Yunhan observing him and asked, "Do you know what her situation is?" "I don't know," Dai Yunhan replied, shaking his head. "You should be more informed about this than I am." Qin Ming appeared somewhat disappointed and then asked, "Why aren't you training?" "I have already completed my training and came out," Dai Yunhan responded. "So soon?" Qin Ming remarked, surprised. Mimicry training was limited to a single free opportunity each week, and most students would typically remain for an ample duration. Few would exit early, But Dai Yunhan was no ordinary student. He nodded affirmatively. Qingming chose not to press further. After all, Dai Yunhan was from the Douluo Empire, and he preferred to maintain a certain distance. His responsibilities lay solely in conducting his teaching duties. How Dai Yunhan learned and the extent of his accomplishments were of little concern to him. It was a matter of ideological divergence. By the way, have you seen Yu Tianheng? He was here this morning, but he's missing this afternoon? Qingming queried again after taking a few steps. No, Dai Yunhan replied once more, shaking his head. Yu Tianheng's attendance is of no consequence to me. All right, since you've finished your training and have no other matters, you may return, Qingming said, casting a final glance at him before departing. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan's expression brightened. He had been granted an early reprieve. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, an elderly man with a head full of green hair was leisurely watering his plants. Just then, a voice from outside announced, under the toxic Douluo, Yu Tianheng, grandson of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, wishes to see you. Douluo paused his task, pondering, Yu Tianheng, what do you want? Is there something amiss with the Blue Lightning Overlord sect? After some reflection, he concluded it likely was not a matter pertaining to the sect, for had there been an issue, they would not have permitted Yu Tianheng to approach him. Their statuses were not comparable. It must pertain to Yu Tianheng's own affairs. But why was he here instead of attending class? Douluo had heard of Yu Tianheng through Dogu Yan's discussions, a prodigy of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. He was not yet 20 and had already attained the rank of Soul Master, his talent and cultivation slightly exceeding Dogu Yan's. Among the youth, he was a rare genius. Most notably, this young man appeared to be pursuing Dogu Yan. Yet, due to the matter of snake venom, Dogu Yan had remained distant from everyone. Now, as he sought an audience, it could possibly relate to Dogu Yan. With that thought, Douluo's heart tightened, and he promptly instructed for him to be admitted. Whenever it involved Dogu Yan, he was always keenly attentive. Soon, Yu Tianheng entered the room, bowing respectfully. I am Yu Tianheng. Greetings to you, toxic Douluo. Douluo assessed Yu Tianheng, noting that this was their first meeting. Having only heard of him before, he now observed the young man's impressive demeanor and distinguished appearance, finding him indeed a suitable match for Dogu Yan. What brings you to me? The voice of Douluo carried an innate authority, imbued with a chilling undertone. Yu Tianheng stood approximately 10 meters away, yet even at that distance, he felt compelled to summon his soul power to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from him. Is this the might of the poisoned Douluo? Indeed, it is entirely different from my grandfather's presence. As he braced against the pressure, Yu Tianheng spoke, Your Excellency. The poisoned Douluo, I have come to inform you of recent developments concerning Dogu Yan. At that moment, he refrained from addressing her as Yan Yan. Douluo was notoriously protective of his kin. Calling her by such an endearing name without having solidified their relationship could lead to misunderstandings. Upon hearing that the matter pertained to Dogu Yan, Douluo's demeanor shifted to one of immediate concern. Speak, he commanded. The weight of his authority intensified. And Yu Tianheng quickly continued. Recently, an exchange student named Dai Yunhan has arrived at the academy from the Douluo Empire. He has grown quite close to Dogu Yan, and their relationship appears to be quite intimate. Douluo's brow furrowed at this revelation. Someone from the Douluo Empire? Yet, a flicker of joy sparked within him. For there were few who could draw near to Dogu Yan, especially considering her venomous nature that had long isolated her. It brought him solace to see her with someone, even if that individual was not Yu Tianheng. Isn't that rather normal? Douluo replied. Your Excellency, please allow me to finish, Yu Tianheng urged. Then speak. Douluo's voice turned icy. Do not dawdle. The sudden reprimand made Yu Tianheng break into a cold sweat. He hastily continued. I suspect that Dai Yunhan's intentions towards Dogu Yan are nefarious. About a month ago, during an episode of her snake venom affliction, Dai Yunhan managed to halt the poison without any medication. Since then, Dogu Yan has seemingly transformed, becoming very close to him, spending time together daily, engaging in playful banter. Right up until today, Douluo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He was acutely aware of the lethality of Dogu Yan's snake venom, a toxicity comparable to the deadliest poisons known to man. It was a burden she had carried since birth, one that had even led to her mother's untimely demise shortly after giving birth due to the venom's effects. This venom, stemming from her martial soul, was nearly impossible to cure. For years, Douluo had devoted himself to researching remedies, striving to conquer this affliction, yet to no avail. Hearing that someone could suppress Zhu Zhuqing's venom without the aid of medicine sent shockwaves through him, igniting a flicker of hope within his heart. If only. He hesitated to entertain such thoughts, for the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Yu Qianheng's subsequent remarks regarding Zhu Zhuqing's newfound closeness with Dai Yunhan were not lost on him. After a lifetime of rejection and isolation due to her venom, it was only natural for Zhu Zhuqing to gravitate towards someone who could alleviate her suffering. She yearned for affection and, upon encountering someone willing to extend a hand, it was only instinctual for her to cling to him desperately. Douluo empathized with her plight. Noticing Douluo's unexpected reaction, Yu Qianheng furrowed his brow. "Your Excellency," he pressed on, "Dai Yunhan is not a virtuous individual. He is already betrothed and has deceived Zhu Zhuqing. Just yesterday, he secretly took her to the Sunset Forest under the pretense of assisting his fiancée in hunting for a soul ring. When they returned, Zhu Zhuqing was limping and did not attend class today. I visited her and discovered she was residing in Dai Yunhan's abode, and her leg was not injured. Your Excellency, I do not harbor ill intentions. I am merely concerned for Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yunhan's methods are too enigmatic. Who knows what transpired in the forest? I have my suspicions. Enough." Douluo interrupted sharply. The moment Yu Qianheng spoke, he felt an overwhelming force akin to a monstrous serpent poised to engulf him. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead like a miniature river. He mustered the courage to gaze at Douluo, who now wore an expression of icy fury. His green hair swayed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and an aura of frigid malevolence enveloped him, turning his visage a ghastly shade of green. Yet, despite Douluo's fearsome appearance, Yu Qianheng found a measure of satisfaction in it, for it indicated that his purpose was nearing fruition. Douluo's voice dripped with frost as he demanded, "Is everything you said true? You have my word. There is not a hint of falsehood. The students in our class can attest." Yu Qianheng assured him fervently. Douluo's countenance darkened further, a malevolent miasma radiating uncontrollably, causing the carefully nurtured flora surrounding him to wither and decay upon contact. Yu Qianheng, alarmed, attempted to retreat but found himself rooted in place. As the toxic aura advanced towards him, panic surged within him. Fortunately, Douluo noticed his distress and withdrew the venomous energy. "Do you have a likeness of Dai Yunhan?" "Yes," Yu Qianheng replied, ever prepared, producing the image without delay. Douluo cast a swift glance before transforming into a blur, racing towards the Tiando Royal Academy. "Boy, if you dare to deceive me, I shall ensure you pay dearly." Douluo's ominous warning hung in the air. Yu Qianheng, unfazed by the threat, harbored a smirk within. What did it matter that Dai Yunhan was a prince of the Douluo Empire? If he crossed Douluo, he would meet the same fate as any other. Had Yu Qianheng uttered a single falsehood? Certainly not. He spoke only truths, albeit with a concoction of imagination and selective presentation. His subjective malice allowed for interpretations that expanded Douluo's perception, effectively sentencing Dai Yunhan to a grim fate. Such is the art of rhetoric. Mastering language and expression often proves more potent than brute force. So, dear children, do not dismiss the value of education. Meanwhile, Douluo hurried towards the academy, harboring an 88 belief in Yu Qianheng's words. Why? Because he recognized a 12 ulterior motive in Yu Qianheng's clear intentions. His jealousy of Dai Yunhan was unmistakable. However, Douluo prioritized the authenticity of the facts over any personal grievances. He chose to believe a portion of Yu Qianheng's account, for he understood Zhu Zhuqing's character well, proud and haughty, having looked down upon others since childhood. This was once her disguise in childhood, yet as time passed, it morphed into her true character, becoming an irremovable facade. Thus, his suspicions arose. It was understandable for the proud Zhu Zhuqing to pursue someone, but he could not comprehend her insistence even after learning of another's engagement. To him, pride was often intertwined with a domineering possessiveness. If Zhu Zhuqing, a person of such haughty and possessive nature, truly cherished someone, would she share her man with another? Certainly not. Yet, the reality was that she did just that. Consequently, Douluo had grounds to suspect that Dai Yunhan had employed some unscrupulous means. Of course, he would not be so enraged based solely on that. What truly incensed him was that Dai Yunhan had taken Zhu Zhuqing to hunt for soul rings, and for his fiancée, no less. Well, One could overlook such melodrama if Zhu Zhuqing willingly participated, but why did they venture without a bodyguard? Why not involve the Academy's personnel? Instead, the three of them sneaked out together, and to make matters worse, one returned injured, limping. The critical point was that her leg appeared unscathed. What in the world had Dai Yunhan done? Consider this. Under what circumstances would a girl limp while her leg remained intact, all the while wearing a smile? Hence, Douluo was furious. If all of this were indeed true, it implied that Dai Yunhan had effectively ensnared his granddaughter. Chapter 42. Zhu Zhuqing washing Dai Yunhan's underwear through unsavory means. The limit of tolerance had been breached. He could no longer endure it. The Tiando Royal Academy lay on the outskirts of Tiando City, while the Tiando Palace was situated at its heart, creating a considerable distance. However, this distance was inconsequential to the title Douluo. Douluo mere minutes later, he arrived at the academy, swiftly navigating to the village dormitory area. He had visited once before because Zhu Zhuqing resided there, but this time he directly sought out Dai Yunhan's Qingfeng Villa, a name provided by Yutianeng. Upon arrival and sensing the aura within, he immediately discerned that Zhu Zhuqing was inside. His heart tightened as he pushed open the door. Inside, Zhu Zhuqing sat leisurely, clad in casual attire, her beautiful long legs exposed, perched on a small stool. Before her was a basin filled with soapy water, and in her hands, she was scrubbing a pair of black men's underwear. If Dai Yunhan had been present, he would have recognized this piece as the very one he intended to wash that morning, but had forgotten in the haste of dealing with soul-bone matters. Left in the room, it had caught the attention of the bored Zhu Zhuqing, who, wishing to know more about Dai Yunhan, had ventured into his room uninvited. After a night of contemplation, she had affirmed her feelings. She could not let Dai Yunhan slip away. Over the past month, she had genuinely begun to like him, not merely because he was unafraid of her toxins. Initially, her approach was driven by his uniqueness, but upon reflection, she realized she had developed genuine affection for him. Thus, she resolved to take decisive action. She believed that a man must be claimed, especially an exceptional one. Waiting for a man to come forward often led to encounters with cats. Upon entering Dai Yunhan's room, she was greeted by a refreshing scent, one she recognized as Zhu Zhuqing's fragrance. Noticing the unmade bed and the crumpled pillows, she understood that Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan had indeed shared a bed, not merely adopting the pretense of sleeping in the same room with one on the floor and the other in bed. A pang of anxiety struck her heart, but she quickly composed herself. As she continued to explore the room, she encountered numerous intriguing items she had never seen before, which piqued her curiosity. She discerned they must be toys, though she was uncertain of their use. Next, she stumbled upon a collection of books, all unfamiliar to her, and upon inspecting the signatures, she discovered they were authored by Dai Yunhan. To her astonishment, the pages contained a plethora of romantic verses and poetry. However, her delight quickly waned when she noted that each page bore the inscription for my dearest Zhuqing wife. Instantly, her mood soured, and she snapped the book shut. How could he harbor such deep feelings for Zhu Zhuqing? In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of self-doubt. Exceptional men are not easily won, not only because others may seize them first, but also due to their inherent qualities, including loyalty. Thus, confronted with these heartfelt tokens from Dai Yunhan, she hesitated to believe she could wrest him away from Zhu Zhuqing. With a sigh, she prepared to leave the room when she unexpectedly noticed a piece of black cloth beneath the pillow. Curiosity drew her near, revealing a pair of underwear. A deep flush of embarrassment washed over her, grateful that no one was present to witness her predicament. She hastily attempted to replace the underwear, but then she noticed something peculiar about it. A look of surprise and confusion crossed her face. How could this be? Could it be possible? Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced with excitement as she entertained a tantalizing possibility. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan had not truly crossed the final threshold. Yes, it had to be so, and this underwear was the best evidence to support her theory. Thrilled, she recognized this as a rare opportunity. After some contemplation, she resolved to wash the underwear. Having decided to pursue Dai Yunhan, she understood that action was necessary. It must not be too overt, yet not so subtle as to go unnoticed. If she washed his underwear upon his return, he would undoubtedly realize who had done it. By willingly engaging in such a private act, he would grasp her intentions. Thus, the scene unfolded as Douluo entered the room, witnessing the initial tableau. Dugu Yin was diligently scrubbing, not utilizing soul power, but instead employing her own hands. A smile gracing her face as she envisioned a future filled with happiness. Just then, Dugubo barged in. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Dugu Yin exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. However, Dugubo wore a stern expression. Approaching her, he was taken aback to find her engaged in the labor of washing clothes, clutching a pair of men's underwear. What on earth is happening here? Fury surged within him. Whose underwear is that? Dugu Yan's face flushed crimson as she hastily submerged the underwear in the water. And no one's. Upon witnessing this scene, Dugu Bo's anger intensified. The shy demeanor unmistakably indicated that she had been with a man. He glanced at Dugu Yan's legs, smooth and fair, devoid of any scars, as she happily wiggled her toes. This hardly resembled the condition of someone who had suffered an injury. "I heard you were hurt. How do you know?" "Good heavens. This is irrefutable evidence. That little beast, Dai Yunhan, has indeed taken advantage of his own granddaughter." "Where's he?" "Who?" "Dai Yunhan." Dugu Yin was taken aback. Her face flushed. "Grandfather, how do you know him? What, do you wish to keep a secret from me? Waiting until the child is born to tell me? Trying to play a game of childbearing warnings? Child? Grandfather, what nonsense are you spouting? There is no child." Dugu Yin was both embarrassed and furious. When did her grandfather become so nonsensical? Seeing her expression, Dugu Bo's heart ached deeply. "I ask you, did he force you, or did he use some special soul technique on you? Fear not. Just speak the truth. I shall protect you." "Force?" Dugu Yin was bewildered. "What are you talking about? Grandfather?" Chapter 43. Surely brainwashed, you still pretend to be confused? Yu Qianheng has already told me everything. Dai Yunhan took you to the grove, and when you returned, you were limping. Dugu sighed, stifled by anger. "Yin Yin, how could you be so foolish?" Dugu Yin widened her eyes in confusion, unable to comprehend. "What on earth are you talking about? What did Yu Qianheng even say to you? Furthermore, that was the sunset forest, not some grove. What does a grove have to do with a limp? Where's your mind?" Her face flushed with indignation. She was about to clarify when a voice from outside interrupted. "I'm back. I skipped the early class today and plan to make Buddha jumps over the wall for you." Dai Yunhan cheerfully entered the villa, only to suddenly spot an old man clad in green. "You little rascal, daring to bully Yin Yin, I will ensure you meet a terrible end." Upon recognizing him, Dugu Bo immediately understood who Dai Yunhan was. Without further ado, his pent-up fury erupted. His hand transformed into a claw and lunged toward Dai Yunhan. The latter was stunned. Was he really breaking into a private residence to commit murder? He attempted to resist, but found himself unable to move an inch. Dugu Bo's formidable spirit power rendered him incapable of even channeling his soul energy, let alone unleashing a soul technique. In a desperate moment, he activated the skill of the Chaos Twin Wings Tiger's right arm soul bone, the realm of light. A white light shield enveloped Dai Yunhan, blocking the poisonous gas that surged toward him. Not a trace could penetrate that barrier. Inside, he felt a slight relief. Dugu Bo remarked, surprised that a mere soul master could withstand his poison. Indeed, there was some skill involved. Just a minor trick, yet it was merely a trivial trick. Dugu Bo scoffed, channeling his soul power. A massive green venomous serpent materialized, binding Dai Yunhan along with his spirit orb. Subsequently, Dugu Bo seized Dai Yunhan by the neck. "Grandfather, let him go." This all transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Dugu Yin regained her senses, Dai Yunhan was firmly in Dugu Bo's grasp. Her heart twisted painfully, her eyes filled with fear and panic, terrified that Dugu Bo might kill Dai Yunhan in an instant. "Grandfather, please release him." She clutched Dugu Bo's arm, shaking it, her voice tinged with tears and her eyes glistening. Dugu Bo glanced at Dugu Yin, coldly stating, "Yin Yin, do not worry. I will not allow him to die so easily. I want him to suffer in despair." Having said that, he prepared to take Dai Yunhan away. Just then, two figures flew in from afar. "Boldly, release my young master." They were two experts hidden in the shadows, protecting Dai Yunhan. However, Dugu Bo merely cast a glance their way, dismissing them entirely. A soul sage and a soul emperor dared to be audacious in my presence. With that, he extended his hand, unleashing a torrent of toxic mist. The soul sage and soul emperor were alarmed. The chilling poison caused them to tremble before it even approached. "Quick! Retreat!" They hastily withdrew. Bo sneered, seizing Yin and vanishing like a wisp of smoke from the Qingfeng Villa, Sunset Forest, Bo's medicinal garden stronghold. Dai Yunhan was bound in a dark chamber. His complexion was ashen, lips violet, trembling as if poisoned. Fortunately, a gray aura radiated from him, seemingly capable of devouring toxins, aiding him in purging the poison from his body. His pallid face gradually returned to normal. Meanwhile, Yin was pressed against a chair by Bo Yin. "Do not move, I shall examine you." Yet, Yin paid him no heed, struggling to rise, her face fraught with anxiety, and tears already staining her cheeks. Clearly having cried, "Grandfather, why are you detaining him? Release him quickly. If this continues, he will die. Death would be better. Who told him to bully you? I intended to kill him from the start. I just let him linger a while. When did he bully me? Grandfather, can you not just let him go? Let us calm down and discuss this rationally." Yin stamped her feet in urgency. Bo understood her poison all too well. It was hundreds of times more potent than hers. Even if Dai Yunhan's martial spirit was unique, he would surely not endure it. Bo frowned. "He has done such to you, and you still speak up for him? I believe what you Tianhing said. You must have used some secret method on you." "Yin, do not move. I will dispel the secret technique." Yin swatted his hand away, anger flaring. "What secret technique? What are you saying? Do you also believe you, Tianheng? Do you not trust my words? Release him now. If he dies, I shall not live either." With that, Yin rushed toward the door, intent on rescuing Dai Yunhan. However, Bo yanked her back. "Stop right there. I won't." Anger flared in Bo's face as he forcefully suppressed her with his soul power. "Look at what you have become. You were never like this before. In just a month, you became infatuated and willingly washed his undergarments. Yet you claim you were not mentally controlled? Now I shall make you wake up." Bo released his mental perception, searching for the special secret technique Dai Yunhan had used on Yin. But just then, Yan's complexion turned pale, and she suddenly writhed in agony. "Yin, what is wrong?" Bo panicked and immediately ceased his actions. Yin collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down her face, writhing in immense pain, her body trembling and utterly frigid, exuding a greenish toxic gas. "It's the snake poison acting up. Yin, quickly take this medicine." Bo hastily produced a vial, pouring out several pills and placing them at Yan's lips. However, she tightly clenched her mouth shut, refusing to eat. "Release him, even at this moment." She's still worried about Dai Yunhan. "Oh dear, Yin, please take the medicine first, and then we can talk." Bo, frantic, directly forced the medicine into her mouth. However, Yin simply refused to eat, even spitting out the medicine when it was placed in her mouth. She declared, "If you do not release him, I shall not consume this." Bo was both furious and exasperated. Even at this critical moment, Yan's thoughts lingered on Dai Yunhan. He was almost certain that the little wretch had employed a soul technique on Yin. He had never witnessed her in such a state before. Yet, for the sake of her life, he had no choice but to relent. "Very well, I shall release him. You must take the medicine first." Yin was in excruciating pain, lacking the strength to speak. Chapter 44. Reward of Poison Immunity in a Fit of Frustration. Bo cursed vehemently and swiftly moved to stand before Dai Yunhan, unbinding him without hesitation, and brought him to Yin. "I have released him. Now hurry and take the medicine." "What is wrong?" Dai Yunhan inquired anxiously. Upon hearing his voice, Yin strained to open her eyes, and upon seeing that Dai Yunhan was unharmed, she finally opened her mouth to swallow the medicine. However, after taking it, her condition did not improve. Rather, it worsened. "What is happening? Why is it ineffective?" Bo, alarmed, rushed to inspect Yin's condition, only to discover that due to the delay, the poison within her had deepened its assault, rendering the concocted medicine nearly ineffective. If this continued, her demise was inevitable. Bo was filled with regret. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have acquiesced to her request from the outset. He channeled his soul power to suppress the toxins within her. Even in the face of despair, he could not abandon hope. Unfortunately, his soul power was inherently toxic. While it could suppress Yin's poison, it was not without consequence. As Bo, the poison within his soul power mingled with the toxins in Yin, resulting in greater harm. Thus, instead of improving, Yin's condition deteriorated further. Frightened, Bo hastily withdrew his hand, unwilling to proceed. He watched as Zhu Yan's breath grew increasingly faint. At that moment, he suddenly recalled Dai Yunhan. Had he not previously suppressed Zhu Yan's toxins? He quickly exclaimed, "Boy, you can suppress Yin Yan's poison. Hurry and heal her. If you do, I shall let you go. If not, you will remain here with her." Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan cast a disdainful glance at him. Zhu Bo, a wretched old man, had never been a benevolent character in the original narrative. He had hoped that, due to Zhu Yan, Zhu Bo might exhibit a modicum of kindness, but alas, he was still as unreasonable as ever. Indeed, he was venomous, both in nature and in spirit. Today, Dai Yunhan had witnessed this firsthand. Nevertheless, confronted with Zhu Yan's dire condition, he dared not waste time. He swiftly produced an antidote pill from his system and administered one to her. After a moment's thought, he decided to give her another, reasoning that the antidote was not particularly valuable and the system had indicated that one pill might not suffice. Since he was already here, he might as well eliminate all the poison within her. After consuming the pills, Dai Yunhan, for good measure, positioned himself behind Zhu Yan, summoning his Chaos Twin Wings martial spirit and channeling chaotic energy into her body. Zhu Bo watched anxiously, slightly dismissive of the antidote pill Dai Yunhan had produced, as he believed no one could surpass his knowledge in pharmacology. However, he said nothing, for given Zhu Yan's current predicament, he was at a loss. Upon observing Dai Yunhan's martial spirit and the chaotic energy emanating from his hands, his expression softened slightly, as he could sense the chaotic energy's restraining effect on the poison. It was then he realized that Dai Yunhan appeared to be in a condition indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. This surprised him. After all, he had poisoned Dai Yunhan upon his arrival, and while the dosage was not lethal, it would have left any other individual, even a soul master with healing abilities, utterly debilitated. Yet this fellow remained unscathed. Clearly, Dai Yunhan possessed some remarkable capabilities. As the antidote pill took effect, within mere seconds, Zhu Yan's breath began to stabilize. The toxic aura surrounding her receded, and her pained expression eased. Before long, she was breathing evenly. Witnessing this, Zhu Bo finally displayed a flicker of joy. He turned to Dai Yunhan, astonished that this young man truly could suppress the snake venom. A minute later, Zhu Yan opened her eyes. Her complexion restored to a healthy glow, her demeanor resembling that of an ordinary person once more. The first thing she did upon awakening was to seek out Dai Yunhan. Upon spotting him behind her, she immediately shielded him with her presence, her gaze sternly warning Zhu Bo, "Grandfather, you are not to harm him again. If you do, I shall die alongside him before you." Dai Yunhan was taken aback. He had not anticipated her concern for him to be so profound, allowing her to utter such words. Ding! The system's voice announced, detected that the goddess Zhu Yan's favorability towards the host has increased. Hoa, poison immunité physique. Dai Yunhan was somewhat astonished. This reward was indeed intriguing, a perfect counter to Zhu Bo. Initially elated, Zhu Bo felt a pang of discomfort upon observing that Zhu Yan's first instinct upon regaining consciousness was to protect this man. It was disheartening to see the once self-centered girl now begin to empathize with another man. He sighed, striving to maintain his composure to prevent a recurrence of earlier events. His gaze turned cold as he addressed Dai Yunhan. "Boy, what secret method did you use on Yin Yan? If you reveal it now, I shall allow you to depart. One can indulge in a feast, but do not speak frivolously. What do you mean by claiming I employed a secret technique on her? Which of your eyes witnessed this? Present your evidence. If you intend to kill me, there is no need to fabricate a reason." Dai Yunhan retorted without reservation. He felt no need to fear Zhu Bo, for the latter was deeply fond of his granddaughter. As long as Zhu Yan protected him, Zhu Bo, no matter how much he might resent Dai Yunhan, would refrain from acting against him. The previous incident was the best testament to this. Indeed, upon hearing Dai Yunhan's less than cordial retort, Zhu Bo's face darkened with barely contained fury. Yet, he maintained his silence. At that moment, Zhu Yan interjected, "Grandfather, you keep speaking of secret techniques. Where did you hear such things? He has never employed any secret technique on me. If you don't believe me, you may investigate. Is that so?" Zhu Bo felt a twinge of doubt. Truth be told, Zhu Yan's current expression and condition did not suggest she had been subjected to any manipulation. Although secret techniques could be potent, they were not easily mastered by all. Moreover, those capable of controlling the mind typically bore significant flaws. With a discerning eye, one could easily detect the differences. Chapter 45. Misunderstanding resolved. Zhu Yan's current demeanor was somewhat different from before, yet her mental clarity and state remained unblemished. However, recalling the incident in which her granddaughter had been deceived, Zhu Bo, just to be cautious, resolved to examine Zhu Yan, a wisp of spiritual energy, imbued with psychic resonance, entered Zhu Yan's body. After a minute, the energy withdrew. Zhu Bo furrowed his brow. He had not detected any lingering traces of another person's soul energy on Zhu Yan. Could it be that this was indeed a misunderstanding? Was his granddaughter truly willing? Yet, it seemed rather far-fetched. They had only known each other for a month, and were already so open with one another. Of course, such openness could be understood, for love is unpredictable. However, in a secluded grove with one man and two women, that was rather unbelievable, wasn't it? Pondering this, Zhu Bo could not help but voice his inner doubts. Did you and he, What? Zhu Yan momentarily failed to grasp. That? Zhu Yan was still a bit confused. But upon seeing her grandfather's ambiguous, inquisitive gaze, she suddenly comprehended. Grandfather, what nonsense are you spouting? How could such a thing be possible? She exclaimed, her face flushed, fearing that Dai Yunhan nearby might overhear. How could I be willing when he might not even reciprocate? Zhu Zhuqing has such a splendid figure. He would surely be captivated by her. Zhu Bo was taken aback. You didn't tea. Then why do you walk with a limp? When did I limp? Zhu Yan stomped her long legs and walked a couple of steps back and forth. Do I look like I'm limping now? Yu Shenheng told me, and he saw you limping. That was an act. An act? Why would you pretend? At this point, Zhu Yan's face turned crimson again, and she hesitated to confess. However, considering Dai Yunhan's safety, she eventually mustered the courage to express herself. Because I wanted to attract his attention, to make him care for me. Who? Zhu Bo pressed, his curiosity piqued. Grandfather, that's too much. Zhu Yan's face flushed with indignation. If she had to name names, it would be utterly embarrassing. I believe she means me. Dai Yunhan piped up, poking his head in with a cheeky grin. Upon hearing that voice, and witnessing Dai Yunhan's mischievous expression, Zhu Yan was momentarily taken aback, her body stiffening like iron, her face burning as if it were about to smoke. Dai Yunhan, you've gone too far. Seeing this unfold, Zhu Bo couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. He began to understand that his granddaughter harbored feelings for someone who, it seemed, did not reciprocate them, prompting her to employ some tricks. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Shenheng had learned of this and deliberately distorted the facts in front of him. It was all a misunderstanding. Suddenly, Zhu Bo felt a pang of awkwardness. He had nearly harmed the very person who was both Zhu Yan's savior and her crush. Thankfully, Dai Yunhan had some skill. Otherwise, Yin might have harbored a lifelong grudge against him. Young man, step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Yin, Zhu Bo instructed Dai Yunhan, hoping to relieve some of Zhu Yan's embarrassment. Dai Yunhan turned and exited, sensing that Zhu Bo would likely not act against him now. Although his poison immunity was a bane to Zhu Bo, the latter's soul power was formidable. Just relying on soul power could lead to dire consequences. By the way, don't touch the flowers and plants outside. Some are highly toxic, many of which I'm unaware of. If you happen to poison yourself, don't blame me, Zhu Bo added. His concern was not for Dai Yunhan's life, but rather for Zhu Yan's feelings. Once Dai Yunhan had departed, Zhu Bo's expression softened with affection. Yin, do you genuinely like that young man? Yes, but it seems he doesn't quite like you. That's why I'm pursuing him. With you stirring up such trouble now, he is certainly going to despise me. What should I do? Zhu Yan's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Originally, Dai Yunhan was deeply infatuated with Zhu Zhuqing, making it exceedingly difficult for her to win him over. Now, her grandfather had added to her challenges, leaving her speechless. Zhu Bo felt a bit awkward. He had no idea that love could transform people so profoundly. He reassured her, Yin, fret not. I can see that the young man does harbor some feelings for you. Really? Zhu Yan's head shot up eagerly. Zhu Bo confirmed without a doubt. Just a moment ago, when he was suppressing the poison within you, the anxious look in his eyes was unmistakable. Consider this. If he had no feelings for you, would he have saved you? Even if I had coerced him into saving you, would he have shown such concern? He would have appeared reluctant. If you analyze it this way, it does make sense. So, there is still hope for me. Seeing her joyful expression, Zhu Bo felt a flicker of worry. Yin, To be honest, I am not entirely in favor of your pairing. Why? Douluo sighed. Although you two seem well-matched, he has a fiancée. Moreover, to my knowledge, he is a prince of the Xingluo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing belongs to the Yuming family. They have been bound together since birth and will never be separated. Do you understand what I'm saying? Douluo's face darkened at his words. Of course I understand. But what do you expect me to do? I've finally encountered someone special. Do you want me to sit back and watch him slip away? This posed yet another dilemma. Douluo had endured the poison for years, encountering only Dai Yunhan, who was unaffected. If they could not be together, what would become of Douluo in her later years? Perhaps that young man has a way to help you completely resolve the snake venom, Douluo suggested. Really? Ask him. And if he truly has a solution, then you need to be so conflicted. With that, Douluo exited the room. After the initial joy faded from Douluo's face, she was left with a sense of melancholy. Was her affection for him genuinely rooted in her condition? She felt as if it were, yet also somewhat not. Following Douluo outside, she found Dai Yunhan had already arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Gazing at the colorful, ethereal herbs radiating an otherworldly glow, Dai Yunhan felt an exhilarating thrill. Such treasures could not be squandered on Tang San. He intended to claim them all for himself. He pondered how to divide these precious herbs. At that moment, Douluo approached Dai Yunhan with a question. Young man, do you have a way to completely eliminate Yin's poison? Dai Yunhan was momentarily stunned, then turned to Douluo. Isn't her poison already resolved? The antidote pill I just gave her cures snake venom. She is now as healthy as any normal person and will no longer suffer from the poison. Dai Yunhan had just utilized chaotic energy to suppress her condition, only to realize that the System's product was indeed of superior quality. The antidote had eradicated the poison entirely. Now, the detox pill is still in a large bottle, and he does not know who to give it to. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Douluo's mouth fell open in disbelief. If you don't believe it, you may check for yourself. Douluo turned and approached Douluo, channeling a trace of soul power to examine her body. The inspection revealed a shocking truth. All the poison had indeed been completely eliminated. Not a single drop remained. This was utterly incredible. Douluo, seeing this, was equally astonished. The poison that had plagued her for nearly 20 years was resolved just like that. She couldn't help but investigate herself. To her surprise, the once cold and stagnant meridians now felt completely unencumbered, warm, and comfortable. Even more astonishing was that her soul power had risen by 3 levels. From the original 35, she had jumped to 38. Grandfather, my soul power has increased. What could this mean? Douluo replied, as if it were natural, this is quite normal. Although our martial spirits are formidable, we have been suffering from the backlash of the poison, which suppressed our strength. Now that the poisonous backlash has been dispelled, the suppression of our cultivation is naturally released. Upon hearing this, Douluo understood. She couldn't contain her joy. Her cultivation level was now among the elite at the Tiando Royal Academy. Oh, except for the 2 peculiar individuals, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. However, amidst her happiness, Douluo's gaze unconsciously fell. He recalled his earlier words. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing could not be separated, as it concerned his claim to the throne. This meant that if she insisted on being with him, she would have to accept his bond with Zhu Zhuqing. In other words, she could only be one of his women, unable to possess his undivided love. This was something she found hard to accept, for in her eyes, the man she loved should belong solely to her. Thus, she began to contemplate her future. Previously, due to the poison, her only choice was Dai Yunhan. Hence, the thought of being with Dai Yunhan became more intense. But now, liberated from her constraints, it signified a new beginning for her life. She would no longer be limited by the unique existence of Dai Yunhan. She believed she should feel happier, yet, inexplicably, she could not summon that joy. In her contemplation, Douluo suddenly darted to Dai Yunhan's side, gripping his shoulders excitedly. Can you help me resolve the poison in me? Hey, let go. I don't appreciate being touched by some big guy. Dai Yunhan recailed in disgust. Douluo chuckled awkwardly. My apologies for my abruptness. Can you please help me remove the poison? Do you still have that pill you gave Yin? Dai Yunhan scolded. Now you seek my help after acting so arrogant before? He continued. Your poison is far stronger than Douluo's, but to me, they are the same. However, after how you treated me, do you really think I would help you? Hearing this, Douluo's expression darkened. Indeed, He had just considered killing Dai Yunhan, and now he sought his aid. No one would act kindly in such a situation. Young man, I apologize. My actions were wrong. If you help me cleanse my poison, I will agree to any request you have. Douluo said earnestly. His situation was dire. The poison had already invaded his very bones, and without removal, he would perish within 3 to 5 years. If he died, no one would care for Douluo. He was deeply concerned. Behind him, Douluo pleaded, Yunhan, please help my grandfather. He was deceived by Yu Qianheng, which led him to act impulsively. I apologize for him. I am truly sorry. Dai Yunhan sought conditions from Douluo, for that would allow him to obtain the celestial herbs. Very well, he said, I will agree to treat you, but you must accept my conditions. State them. Douluo replied without hesitation. First, all the celestial herbs in this place must be given to me. Dai Yunhan was unperturbed by Douluo's knowledge of the herb's value, for even if Douluo were aware, it would be of no consequence. He could not identify them. A treasure in someone else's hands could be worthless in his own, so seizing it would be futile. These are celestial herbs? Douluo exclaimed in shock. After guarding this place for so many years, he had been unaware of their true nature. The name celestial herb was something he had only heard of. They were rare and precious. Indeed, what? Do you wish to retract? Douluo calmed himself and smiled. Knowing they are celestial herbs changes nothing. I have no understanding of them. Hoarding them serves no purpose. It is better to give them all to you. Dai Yunhan smiled back. When Douluo was not being unreasonable, he was quite agreeable. And the second condition? Douluo asked again. Dai Yunhan scratched his head, realizing he had no further demands. I haven't thought of the second condition. I will inform you once I do. All right, inform me whenever you are ready, Douluo replied earnestly. Then I will gather these herbs and prepare the detox pill for you, as they contain the ingredients I require. Dai Yunhan concocted an excuse to prevent Douluo from having second thoughts. He then retrieved the tools he had prepared 6 years prior to harvest the celestial herbs. Fortunately, he had researched celestial herbs extensively. Otherwise, he would not have known how to handle them. Seeing this, Douluo dared not interrupt and retreated to the side, quietly observing Dai Yunhan's actions. Dai Yunhan was well versed in these herbs, which he had previously been unfamiliar with. It was no wonder he could create an antidote. Considering his formidable talent, Douluo suddenly felt that having his granddaughter accompany him was not such a bad idea. Chapter 47. Douluo, 8-petal celestial orchid. Moreover, with his assistance, Dai Yunhan would undoubtedly ascend to the throne. Now it all depended on whether Yin was willing. After all, being with Dai Yunhan meant sharing him with many women. Yet upon reflection, he believed Douluo would not remain naive. After all, their relationship had only lasted a month. Initially driven by ulterior motives, how deep could it truly be? Time passed swiftly, and after a day's worth of effort, Dai Yunhan finally stored all the celestial herbs within his storage ring, including the 2 highly poisonous fire apricot blossoms and the 8-pointed ice grass. Though those 2 toxic specimens were unlikely to be useful, Dai Yunhan didn't mind. Feeding them to pigs was preferable to leaving them for Tang San. After harvesting all the celestial herbs, Dai Yunhan presented 2 detox pills to Douluo. Overjoyed, Douluo received the mysterious pills, his expression a mix of excitement and reluctance to consume them. However, after a moment of reflection, he swallowed them. After all, his life was paramount. The effects of the pills manifested swiftly. A few minutes later, he examined his body and found that the toxins had indeed vanished completely. Naturally, his appearance had also undergone a transformation. His hair returned from green to its original black, the sinister aura that once surrounded his face dissipated, and his skin improved, resembling that of an ordinary elderly man. Most importantly, his soul power level had surged from 91 to 92. This filled him with exhilaration, for he had been stuck at level 91 for many years. After years of arduous cultivation, he believed he would never break through to the next level in this lifetime. Now, the vibrant soul power coursing through his body made him feel euphoric. This pain-free and utterly transparent soul power was truly what he had always yearned for. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he declared, though I, Douluo, may be ruthless, I have never been ungrateful. You have freed me from poison today, granted me a chance at rebirth. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, as long as they do not cross the line, feel free to seek my assistance. Douluo had thus made a promise to him. Dai Yunhan had anticipated such a response. Yet he did not expect Douluo to be so straightforward. This revelation exposed all his boundaries. Naturally, Dai Yunhan was pleased with his stance. In this era, one should not refuse the generous offer of a title de law. He nodded, accepting his promise. Well then, the poison has been cured, and I must take my leave. I have stayed here long enough. Zhu Zhuqing must be anxious. Douluo glanced at the sky and said, I will escort you back tomorrow. It is too late today. You might as well stay the night. I also wish to consult you on some matters regarding pharmacology, if you do not mind. Dai Yunhan felt somewhat awkward. He possessed only the medicine, yet he was ignorant of the principles behind it. To seek his counsel would merely expose his lack of knowledge. I apologize, but these are family secrets that I cannot disclose. Dai Yunhan decided to be forthright. There was no need to feign knowledge, as it would only lead to embarrassment later. It is merely a simple discussion. It will not involve your secrets. Douluo remained persistent, believing that anyone capable of concocting an antidote must be an extraordinary physician. Yet he was gravely mistaken. Dai Yunhan possessed nothing but a powerful system. Seeing Douluo's determination, Dai Yunhan realized that withholding a bit of sweetness would prevent him from leaving. It was not a case of forcibly restraining him, but rather an insistent refusal to let him depart. As the saying goes, one should never strike a smiling face. Dai Yunhan promptly produced a detoxification pill and said, due to family rules, I truly cannot divulge too much. If you genuinely wish to know, take this detoxification pill. You may study it at your leisure. Douluo regarded the pill thoughtfully before ultimately agreeing. He understood that Dai Yunhan was of royal lineage and that many things could not be spoken of. Revealing such secrets would compromise the royal family's confidentiality. The fact that Dai Yunhan could present the detoxification pill for his examination was already a considerable concession. Then I shall not be polite. However, it is already late. Let us wait until tomorrow morning for your return. No, I have already stayed here long enough without sending any news back. They must be quite worried. If my father hears of this, it may lead to misunderstandings. Very well. Douluo pondered for a moment. Since Dai Yunhan was a prince and had 2 protectors previously, it was likely that news had already reached them. If he did not allow Dai Yunhan to return promptly, it could result in significant diplomatic issues between their nations. Then I shall escort you back. The poison barriers are fierce at night, and soul beasts are frequently active. All right, Dai Yan, would you like to return to the academy with us? Douluo turned to his side to address Douluo. However, she appeared somewhat distracted after the poison had been cured. No, I wish to remain here for a couple of days. It has been quite some time since I last returned. Douluo smiled. In truth, she was uncertain about how to continue her relationship with Dai Yunhan. Logic told her that now her poison had been resolved. She could freely pursue love and seek out whom she deemed the best man. Yet her emotions whispered that she seemed to have developed feelings for Dai Yunhan. She was unsure whether these feelings were a product of her subconscious or genuinely from her heart, leaving her in a state of confusion. She needed time to calm her thoughts and discern her true feelings. Upon hearing her words, neither Douluo nor Dai Yunhan noticed anything amiss. However, since she chose not to return, Dai Yunhan contemplated and produced a celestial herb. 8-petal celestial orchid. Dai Yunhan was not the type to take advantage of others without offering something in return. Having benefited from Douluo, it would not leave him empty-handed, for that would be no different from Tang San. Of course, gifting it to Douluo was also because she was one of his future consorts. Now that he had ascended to divinity, she must also follow him in achieving the same. This celestial herb, known as the 8-petal celestial orchid, is remarkably effective. Consuming it will enhance your physical constitution and assist in overcoming future bottlenecks. Lost in her thoughts, Douluo suddenly noticed a blossoming flower before her and heard Dai Yunhan's voice, leaving her momentarily stunned. For me? Of course. Are there any other people here? Douluo furrowed her brow. Isn't my grandfather a person too? Dai Yunhan awkwardly shook his head. What I meant was, there are other women here, you know. Flowers are always gifted to beauties. Chapter 48. Evolution of Martial Souls, Queen Medusa. Hearing this, Douluo's face flushed. It was quite bold of him to joke so openly. She wondered how he dared to do so. Was this how Zhu Zhuqing had been deceived? Nearby, Douluo's expression darkened as he overheard their exchange. Cough, young man, is it not a bit excessive to flirt with my granddaughter in my presence? Dai Yunhan wore an awkward expression. It is somewhat excessive. Would you prefer turn your back? Douluo. Hey, you lad. I didn't realize you had such a thick skin. So, do you want the celestial herb or not? Yes, I must have it. Douluo could not refuse. What a ridiculous notion. This was a celestial herb, rarer than soul bones, a concentrated essence of the heavens and earth. If it were to be sold, others would surely vie for it. Had he known its value, he might have been tempted to eliminate Dai Yunhan. Douluo gazed at the celestial herb gifted to her, still in disbelief. She understood its rarity, but never expected Dai Yunhan to offer such a precious item to her. Shouldn't he have first given it to Zhu Zhuqing? Did this mean he harbored feelings for her as well? Her heart fluttered. Thank you. Douluo accepted the celestial herb. Dai Yunhan smiled and said, you should consume it now. We are all here to protect you. All right. With a grateful expression, Douluo placed the celestial herb in her mouth. It dissolved instantly, entering her being entirely. Douluo, witnessing this scene, felt both anxious and envious, wishing he too had a celestial herb to consume. Simultaneously, he was curious about the monumental changes that would ensue after Douluo ingested the celestial herb. After all, this was the first time he had seen someone consume a celestial herb. Young man, I trust that Yin Yin is unharmed? Inquired Douluo, his concern veiling a deeper anxiety. Do you wish to partake as well? His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly. If there is food to be had, then certainly it is welcome. Dai Yunhan shook her head, replying, you are too old. The effect of the celestial herb on you pales in comparison to its impact on Douluo. She can unleash her utmost potential, whereas you cannot. Douluo felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he maintained a sense of acceptance, stating, I merely ponder such things. I am grateful to have alleviated my poison and to accompany Yin Yin for a while longer. Dai Yunhan cast a glance at him, but remained silent. Though Douluo bore the remnants of poison, he was a person of character. If possible, she would gladly assist him. Yet the celestial herb would indeed be wasted on him. It remained to be seen if there would be an opportunity to enhance him in the future. The two then stood guard over Douluo. As the effects of the herb took hold, they could distinctly sense a transformation in her soul power, her aura ascending, levels continuously breaking through. Witnessing this, Douluo was elated, while Dai Yunhan anticipated the possibility of a breakthrough in Douluo's martial spirit. Though the chances bestowed by the 8-petal celestial orchid were slim, they were not entirely absent. After all, celestial herbs yielded varied effects for each individual. Time ticked away, and just as Dai Yunhan began to feel anxious, a sudden, intense fluctuation emanated from Douluo. A vivid green serpent materialized behind her. What is this? Dai Yunhan gasped in astonishment. Could it be that her martial spirit had indeed transformed? As that thought crossed his mind, the serpent suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar, its form undergoing a dramatic metamorphosis. Initially comparable in size to an ordinary snake, it now swelled to a girth equal to Douluo's own body. The serpent's emerald scales shifted in hue, green receding as black emerged, merging into a somber black-green shade. The most significant alteration, however, was in its upper body. It had transformed from a serpent into the upper half of a human. With 2 arms, a graceful figure, a voluptuous bosom, and a stunning visage, the face was unmistakably that of Douluo. Her eyes radiated a brilliant golden light. The sole distinction was that her hair appeared as serpents, writhing and swirling, presenting a somewhat eerie sight. At this transformation, a term flashed through Dai Yunhan's mind, Medusa Queen. Her martial spirit had indeed undergone evolution, transitioning from the phosphorescent serpent to the Medusa Queen. How extraordinary! This revelation rendered the earlier offering to Tang San a sheer waste. Beside them, Douluo's eyes quivered with excitement upon witnessing the mutated evolution of the martial spirit. This is the Medusa Queen martial spirit, a legendary existence, he exclaimed, his voice trembling. His phosphorescent serpent emperor was already a pinnacle among beast martial spirits. However, the Medusa Queen undoubtedly surpassed it. Gazing at his granddaughter Douluo, he surmised that with this martial spirit, she was destined to achieve the rank of title Douluo, and perhaps even surpass him. Ascending to the realm of the unparalleled Douluo seemed well within her grasp. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he erupted into laughter, feeling as though the heavens had favored him. What had initially appeared to be a mere warning incident had unexpectedly yielded a treasure. Not only were the serpent poisons of both grandfather and granddaughter resolved, but his granddaughter had also acquired a celestial herb, and her martial spirit had undergone a monumental transformation. Such fortuitous encounters, Douluo mused, were rare indeed. Amidst his laughter, he turned his gaze to Dai Yunhan. All these changes stemmed from the figure before him. He scrutinized Dai Yunhan, merely 12 years old, with a soul power of 36. Possessing a mutated martial spirit rivaling that of the Medusa Queen, alongside an extraordinary reservoir of knowledge, he was destined to be the next Douluo Emperor. He was undoubtedly on the path to becoming a titled Douluo, with the potential to glimpse the mysterious existence beyond level 99. Lost in thought, Douluo realized that this young man was the true son of the Douluo continent's future. Previously blinded by anger, he now saw clearly. With such age and talent, this lad's future was limitless. No wonder his granddaughter was so captivated by him. Initially, he had doubted their compatibility, but now appeared they were perfectly suited. As for the boy's many romantic entanglements, that was of little concern. Behind every strong man are countless beauties. Chapter 49. The Gift of Talent, Medusa's Gaze. For instance, Ning Fengji, surrounded by a throng of women, would often visit the auction house to procure exotic companions for his pleasure. Thus, Douluo resolved to refrain from meddling in the affairs of Douluo and Dai Yunhan. Their connection was theirs to navigate. After some time, Douluo completed her absorption of the celestial herb, retracting her martial spirit and opening her eyes. Her first reaction was to notice a sticky substance coating her body. Upon inspection, she found herself as dark as coal. "What is this?" she exclaimed. "This is the unseen impurity expelled from your body. It will enhance your future training," Dai Yunhan explained. Douluo felt a wave of embarrassment. The filth was far too unseemly, tarnishing her image. She hurriedly rose to cleanse herself. However, as she dashed off, she left behind a series of dark footprints, a comical sight indeed. Douluo and Dai Yunhan burst into laughter in unison. Hearing their mirth only deepened Douluo's embarrassment. After an hour, she finally re-emerged. Now, she radiated a mature aura, her previously fair skin glowing with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Tempting one to take a bite. Her hair had returned to black, and her pupils had normalized. Compared to before, she lacked the exotic beauty, but appeared even more charming and graceful. Upon witnessing her transformed appearance, Dai Yunhan was momentarily mesmerized. Douluo, noticing the captivated gaze, felt a surge of sweet delight, relishing the attention. "Yingyan, what is your current level? How does your martial spirit feel?" Douluo inquired eagerly, his primary concern resting on her newfound strength. It was evident he had little appreciation for feminine beauty. Douluo composed herself and replied, "Previously, my soul power was at level 35. After detoxification, it rose by 3 levels to 38. Upon consuming the celestial herb, it increased by another 2 levels, placing me at precisely level 40. My martial spirit has evolved into the Medusa Queen. Whereas I previously focused on poison techniques, I now possess numerous avenues for development: strength, defense, speed, and even illusions. Additionally, I have acquired a new innate soul skill, Medusa's Gaze." "What? Medusa's Gaze?" Upon hearing this, Douluo leapt up in excitement. Due to his profound understanding of this soul skill, he was acutely aware of its significance, especially since he himself possessed such a soul skill. However, this was a soul bone skill. The day he acquired this soul bone, he nearly paid with his life. To his astonishment, Douluo possessed a similar soul skill intrinsically, leaving him at a loss for words to express the tumult of emotions within him. After all, he had fought tooth and nail for his soul skill, only to find that others had it effortlessly bestowed upon them. It truly echoed the saying, "Comparison breeds envy." Upon learning that she had not only evolved her martial soul, but also ascended 2 levels in soul power, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but marvel at her accomplishments. Just look at her, how impressive. However, time was of the essence, and she realized she needed to return home. Having completed her tasks, there was no point in lingering. "Very well, I shall escort you back," Douluo replied, his spirits buoyed by the unexpected fortune he had stumbled upon. Thus, Douluo guided Dai Yunhan back. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the Qingfeng villa. At that moment, apart from Zhu Zhuqing and the 2 soul saints covertly safeguarding them, the presence of Meng Shenji from the Tiando Royal Academy and several royal guard was felt. It was evident that news of Dai Yunhan's abduction had already reached the palace. As Douluo and Dai Yunhan made their entrance, A collective sigh of relief swept through the gathering. Zhu Zhuqing, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed into Dai Yunhan's embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. "Yunhan, you're back. You terrified me. I thought you would never return," she cried, her warm tears soaking his chest, conveying the depth of her sorrow. Dai Yunhan gently stroked her silky hair and reassured her, "It's all right. Senior Douluo sought my assistance. He needed help with the toxin." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's worry only deepened, her arms tightening around Dai Yunhan's waist as if fearing he might vanish again. However, the two formidable figures from the star Luo Empire standing nearby could not accept Dai Yunhan's words. They had witnessed his abduction firsthand, and they had narrowly escaped with their lives. Douluo was a guest elder of the Xingluo Empire, and they had already reported the incident to the star Luo Emperor, demanding accountability from the Xingluo Empire. Meng Xinji, relieved to see Dai Yunhan unharmed, remarked, "Your Highness, it is truly a blessing that you are safe." Had Dai Yunhan met his end in the Xingluo Empire, it would have sparked the wrath of the star Luo Emperor, potentially igniting a war. "Thank you for your concern, but I'm quite well," Dai Yunhan replied. Meng Xinji nodded and then addressed Douluo, "Your Excellency, the Snow Knight Emperor requests your presence." With a knowing smile, Douluo understood that the Emperor's summons was indeed related to Dai Yunhan. He turned to Dai Yunhan and quipped, "Your family is quite swift in their actions. Are you perhaps feeling apprehensive?" Dai Yunhan playfully responded, "Why would I be afraid?" Douluo laughed heartily, "Fear? I have no reason to fear. If I were to act against you, I would not be afraid. You are a titled Douluo, so fear is not a concern for you. However, as a guest elder of the Xingluo Empire, your actions reflect upon the royal family. It would be prudent for you to clarify matters upon your return. I will ensure my father is pacified." "Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at the palace, or you may reach out to Yin as well," Douluo concluded before following Meng Xinji to the palace. He harbored no fears, yet Dai Yunhan was correct. An explanation was indeed necessary. The two soul saints, having overheard their exchange, were struck by curiosity, realizing that the relationship between the two was not as they had previously imagined. "Your Highness, you have not encountered any difficulties, have you?" they inquired. "No, it was merely a misunderstanding. Please inform my father that all is well, and he need not worry," Dai Yunhan assured them. "Understood, Your Highness. Thank you for your efforts. I am weary now. You may return and rest," he added. The two departed, and Dai Yunhan took Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they entered the villa. "I am famished. Is there anything to eat?" Dai Yunhan exclaimed as his stomach rumbled upon entering. He had been so engrossed in cultivating celestial herbs that he had forgotten to eat, regretting not having had a meal before returning. "There is no food left. Perhaps I could prepare something for you?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, clearly not in the mood to cook, as she had barely managed to eat herself. "Prepare something?" Upon hearing that, Dai Yunhan's eyes sparkled mischievously as he appraised Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing had been waiting for his return, but she was caught off guard by the sudden shift in his gaze, feeling a wave of confusion. Had she said something amiss? Yet, in the next moment, realization dawned upon her. What on earth is going on in that head of yours? How scandalous! She averted her gaze from him, flustered. As predicted, Dai Yunhan leaned in and kissed her, the embrace lingering longer than any previous encounters. Zhu Zhuqing felt her lips parched. Blushing, she quickly straightened her attire and chided, "Are you still planning to eat? If not, then forget it. Of course I will eat. I was merely teasing to whet my appetite. I still await your proper dish," he replied. "Then I shall prepare it for you now. Please wait a moment," Zhu Zhuqing said, darting into the kitchen to cook noodles. "Zhuqing," Dai Yunhan called after her. "What is it? In the future, when at home, please refrain from wearing such form-fitting attire." Zhu Zhuqing seemed particularly fond of tight leather outfits, wearing them almost daily. The last time Dai Yunhan had gifted her a dress, she had only worn it once. While it was suitable for battle, there was no need for such attire in the comfort of home or at school. Though he found her appearance pleasing, it felt somewhat out of place. Zhu Zhuqing blinked in curiosity. Why? Because Dai Yunhan grinned mischievously. "It is rather inconvenient." "Inconvenient?" Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled by his words, but then her face flushed crimson. She turned away, ignoring him. Dai Yunhan chuckled to himself. Indeed, it was inconvenient. After about 10 minutes, Zhu Zhuqing emerged with a fragrant bowl of beef noodles, laden with meat and scarcely any noodles. Dai Yunhan relished it. relieved that this wasn't his past life, where if she were to open a noodle shop, it would be closed by afternoon after a morning rush. By the way, I apologize for worrying you during my outing. I have no gifts to present, but I shall give you a soul bone instead. As he spoke, Dai Yunhan produced the ancient soul bone of the eternal nethercat, placing it before Zhu Zhuqing. It gleamed alluringly, a jet-black soul bone reminiscent of jade. Zhu Zhuqing, taken aback by his words, struggled to process the situation. No gifts. So you offer me a soul bone to cheer me up? She scrutinized the soul bone, feeling the potent soul power emanating from it, and her mind went blank. Is this truly a soul bone? Where did you obtain this? Is this truly a soul bone? Zhu Zhuqing could hardly believe it. After being captured, not only did she come back unscathed, but she also returned with a soul bone. Such good fortune. I wish I could be captured too. Do you think I bought you a toy? Dai Yunhan chuckled mischievously before adding, so what do you think? Do you like it? I do. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, yet hesitated. This treasure was far too precious for her to accept. You should absorb it instead. She pushed the soul bone back towards Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan shook his head, replying, this soul bone is the skeletal remains of a nethercat, and it is a millennium old. I specifically acquired it for you. Only you can absorb it for the best effect. I have no need for it. How can a soul bone be of no use to you? Zhu Zhuqing was skeptical of his words. However, upon hearing that it was the skeletal remains of a nethercat, she felt her resolve wavering. In this world, soul bones were exceedingly rare, and finding one that matched her martial spirit was even more difficult. To possess one that was identical to her martial spirit was nearly a stroke of luck. Yet, she still fought against her desire, refusing to accept the soul bone. In her eyes, Dai Yunhan's growth was of utmost importance. She prioritized his advancement over her own. But this soul bone was originally meant for you. How could I possibly take it back? Besides, even if I wanted to, I couldn't absorb it. Dai Yunhan gently countered. Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Truly, following Dai Yunhan was the best decision of her life. However, at that moment, Dai Yunhan suddenly shifted the conversation. If you truly care for me, why not wear something special for me tonight? His gaze held a teasing glint as he fixed his eyes on Zhu Zhuqing. One moment she felt touched, and the next, her heart raced under his intense gaze. Summoning her courage, she whispered, what do you want me to do tonight? Just wear black stockings for me, he replied. Black stockings? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by the simplicity of his request. Was that all? What about anything else? I was ready to remove my pants. And you only want to see black stockings? Do you have no sense of the situation? She shot him a disgruntled look, only to discover him secretly chuckling. In that moment, she realized he was deliberately teasing her. This mischievous rascal. I want to wear black stockings for you. Zhu Zhuqing fumed internally. Resolved to teach this rogue a lesson. She couldn't always concede to his wishes, or he would think her easy to bully. Dai Yunhan sighed. Then what will you wear? White stockings, she retorted with a haughty expression. How about that? Scare now? Now you see my power? Dai Yunhan conceded defeat. Afterward, as Dai Yunhan enjoyed his meal, Zhu Zhuqing began to absorb the soul bone. Given that it was a reward from the system, it posed no harm to her. The compatibility was perfect, so Dai Yunhan had no cause for concern. Once he finished his meal, Zhu Zhuqing successfully completed the absorption. Dai Yunhan sensed her soul power had risen several levels. How much has your strength increased? Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, her expression filled with surprise. The absorption felt incredibly smooth, as if custom-made for me. My soul power has increased by 5 levels, bringing me to 36. Chapter 51. The dainty J body of the daffodil Zhu Zhuqing. The duality of black and white stockings is my bottom line. In terms of soul bone skills, she acquired an attack skill, the Nether Shadow Kill Formation. Within a certain area, it seals the enemy's 6 senses, allowing for lethal strikes, and can be combined with other soul skills. Quite impressive. Dai Yunhan nodded in satisfaction. He was less concerned about the soul skill itself. He simply wanted to witness how much the system's soul bone could enhance Zhu Zhuqing's soul power. With a Millennium Soul Ring being absorbed by a soul master, and given its perfect compatibility, the increase in soul power should be substantial. Hearing it was 5 levels was within his expectations. He then produced a divine herb known as the Daffodil J body. Since they were aiming for a significant boost in soul power today, why not maximize it? This is a divine herb called Daffodil J body, which I acquired on my journey. Consuming it will enhance your physical constitution nourish your tendons and bones, and invigorate your meridians, he explained. And what about you? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in delight, overwhelmed at the prospect of yet another boon so soon after absorbing the soul bone. Do not worry about me. I will not neglect my own needs, Dai Yunhan replied, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Why does the system impose such restrictions on me? Zhu Zhuqing had now reached level 36. Consuming this herb might propel her directly past level 40. Meanwhile, he remained at 36, which seemed profoundly unfair. After all, he possessed innate soul power of level 20. Alas, the system offered him no sympathy. Zhu Zhuqing, however, had resolved not to be polite. She understood that her destiny was irrevocably tied to Dai Yunhan. She was his in life and in death. Since he offered it to her, she would graciously accept. Elevating her own strength without hindering Dai Yunhan was the best way to repay him. She consumed the divine herb, settled into a meditative position, and began to refine its effects. Dai Yunhan stood by her side, safeguarding her. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes in astonishment, eager to share her joy, only to find herself covered in a sticky residue and an unpleasant odor. The noxious scent nearly made her retch. Quickly wash up, you reek. You are not allowed in my bed tonight, Dai Yunhan grimaced in distaste. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a disdainful glance before hastily retreating to the bathroom. 2 hours later, she emerged, but Dai Yunhan had already ascended to the upper floor. Zhu Zhuqing prepared to follow, but hesitated. Retrieving 2 pairs of stockings from the nearby cabinet and adorning her long, fair legs with them before heading upstairs. In the upstairs bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing, clad in loose clothing and stockings, shyly entered the room. Dai Yunhan, who had been on the verge of sleep, turned at the sound of the door, and his breath caught in his throat. Zhu Zhuqing's appearance was undeniably alluring. Her loose white top concealed her upper body's graceful curves while failing to hide her proud peaks, full and mesmerizing. Below, she wore the stockings he had longed to see, giving the impression that she was not wearing any pants at all. Her bare feet, adorably delicate, pressed against the carpet, inviting playful admiration. What truly took Dai Yunhan's breath away was the striking contrast of her stockings, one black and one white. The ultimate fantasy of a man. What are you staring at? Just wearing a pair of black stockings is already my greatest concession. Zhu Zhuqing pouted defiantly. The next time you dare to tease me, I shall don 2 pairs of white silk stockings to infuriate you. She mused, considering this a fitting punishment for Dai Yunhan. However, witnessing Dai Yunhan's current lecherous demeanor, she felt an overwhelming blend of shyness and delight. Zhuqing, come here quickly. Let me see if you're truly clean, she heard Dai Yunhan say, parched with anticipation. Zhuqing, however, did not approach. Instead, she instinctively raised her arm and inhaled the scent from her armpit. I've been washing for 2 hours. I must smell delightful, she remarked to Dai Yunhan, only to find his gaze fixated on a certain area below her dantian. Confused, she glanced down and gasped, suddenly aware that her earlier gesture had inadvertently lifted her garment, revealing a captivating sight. Her cheeks bloomed with embarrassment, a vivid crimson spreading across her face, even reaching the nape of her neck and collarbone. Upon witnessing this, Dai Yunhan's heart raced, a surge of heat igniting within him, and he could no longer contain himself. With a leap akin to Tigger, he bounded towards Zhuqing, embracing her and tumbling onto the bed. In an instant, their breaths entwined fervently. Suddenly, Dai Yunhan exclaimed, "Why aren't you wearing anything?" Zhuqing, her eyes tightly shut and voice barely audible, replied, "Didn't you say it was inconvenient?" "I adore you, my darling," he interjected, silencing her. The following morning, Dai Yunhan awoke to gentle movements beside him. Observing Zhuqing's determined efforts, he felt a blend of happiness and surprise. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Zhuqing, blushing, replied, "You must have been exhausted these past 2 days. You fell asleep holding me last night, so I'm helping alleviate your stress this morning." As she continued her ministrations, Dai Yunhan recalled how he had barely slept for 2 days. Last night, he had intended to do more than merely hold her, yet the warmth of her presence had lulled him to sleep. Zhuqing had not disturbed him, and now, seeing her such a thoughtful partner moved him. Half an hour later, Zhuqing finally concluded her efforts, showered, and began dressing to prepare breakfast. However, Dai Yunhan swiftly snatched her clothes away. Puzzled, she asked, "What are you doing? Do you want them back?" He shook his head, saying, "Breakfast is lovely, but one must not overindulge." With a flushed face, Zhu Qing retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Dai Yunhan smiled and produced a beautiful outfit from his ring. A splendid and elegant dress. Remember, you should refrain from wearing those black battle outfits. A girl ought to look beautiful. What else with the constant thoughts of fighting? What about during battle? Zhu Qing inquired. Dai Yunhan pondered briefly and responded, "You cannot wear this while fighting alongside me either." Chapter 52. Level 43. Zhu Qing understood his implication and shot him a glare, though she did not refuse. Girls naturally adore beauty. Her previous choice of close-fitting battle attire stemmed from the pressure she faced. Now, with her rapidly growing strength, her mood had lightened considerably. She donned a lovely ensemble without hesitation, twirling before Dai Yunhan. "How do I look?" Dai Yunhan pouted and shook his head. Zhu Qing's expression soured. "What do you mean by that?" "My dear wife, I believe you should stick to the battle attire," he replied. "Why?" Zhu Qing clenched her fists, determined to extract an explanation from him. "Because you're already so beautiful. Looking this stunning will make it difficult for other women to compete," Dai Yunhan declared. Zhu Qing could not suppress a laugh, the previous tension dissipating. "You are such a charming rogue," she said, rewarding him with a sweet kiss before skipping downstairs. Dai Yunhan soon followed, having showered. While having breakfast, he remembered that she had absorbed the celestial herb last night and was unaware of her current level. "What level is your soul power now?" he asked. "Take a guess." Zhu Qing replied with a playful smile. "Did your martial spirit evolve?" Dai Yunhan inquired first. "No." She shook her head. "Oh," he said, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Although he suspected it would not evolve, he couldn't help but feel slightly let down, especially considering the surprise Du Gu Yan had given him. It seemed that the effects of celestial herbs varied for different individuals. Some emphasized martial spirits, leading to less increase in soul power, while others focused on soul power without evolving the martial spirit. Du Gu Yan's by Lin Snake, in a strict sense, was a flawed martial spirit, much like the fatty's evil fire phoenix, which could harm its host. This could explain why Du Gu Yan's martial spirit was able to evolve. "Let me guess, your soul power should be around level 42, Dai Yunhan stated. In the original text, Zhu Qing had absorbed the water immortal's jade bone, which had boosted her soul power by 7 levels, though her base level had been low at the time, given that she absorbed the celestial herb at level 36. A 6-level increase seemed reasonable under similar total soul power conditions. Zhu Qing was slightly astonished. "How did you guess so accurately?" "But unfortunately, you were close. I'm currently at level 43. 43? Dai Yunhan was somewhat surprised that she had indeed achieved a 7-level increase. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Her soul power level was already higher during absorption, and she had consumed blood dragon ginseng in her youth to improve her constitution. Furthermore, at her current age, she was younger than in the original story when she consumed the celestial herb. Younger individuals could expel more impurities from their bodies during absorption, making a 7-level increase quite plausible. "My wife is incredible. She used to be my little shadow, and now she has surpassed me in a blink. How am I, with my innate soul power of level 20, supposed to cope?" Dai Yunhan lamented with self-deprecating humor. Zhu Qing proudly replied, "I also think my husband is amazing." "Why is that?" "Because she found a good husband," she quipped. Dai Yunhan burst into laughter, astonished that Zhu Qing had picked up such cheesy lines. They shared a tender moment before preparing to hunt for soul rings. At that moment, several individuals appeared at the entrance, led by a dashing young man with golden hair dressed in splendid royal attire. Following him were Meng Xinji, Du Gu Bo, and a retinue of palace guards, all carrying exquisite items. "Greetings, fourth prince. I am Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Xingluo Empire," the young man said politely. Dai Yunhan felt somewhat bewildered, uncertain of the purpose behind his visitor's arrival. Judging by his demeanor, could it be that he was here to offer an apology? "Greetings, your highness. Might I inquire about your intentions? Shouldn't you invite me in for a seat? I apologize for my rudeness." Hastily, Dai Yunhan ushered everyone inside and instructed Zhu Zhuqing to pour them a cup of tea. Once they were all settled, he remarked, "This is a tea I have been studying. Please feel free to sample its flavor." Xue Qinghe gazed at the cup, which contained a beverage resembling yellowed milk. Hesitating to take a sip, "You call this tea?" "Indeed, it is milk tea." The term was unfamiliar to Xue Qinghe. "You might want to try it. It has a delightful taste that may captivate you." Dai Yunhan observed Xue Qinghe, aware that he was in fact, Qian Renxue. He pondered how to cultivate a closer relationship with her, hoping for an exchange of affection. In his previous life, she had been his favorite character, beautiful, graceful, and pure. Yet, tragically, her intelligence had been diminished to elevate Tang San's prowess, ultimately leading to her own downfall. Had Dai Yunhan not been burdened by his identity as the Prince of Xingluo, he would have eagerly sought out Qian Renxue. Nevertheless, he found some solace in his status, as it allowed him to engage with her without barriers. Xue Qinghe cautiously took a sip of the so-called milk tea. Its unappealing hue almost deterred her. Yet the intriguing aroma was enough to entice her. Upon tasting it, she discovered a delicate texture, reminiscent of milk, accompanied by a subtle tea fragrance, mingling with a slight, roasted note that awakened her appetite. One sip led to another, and she found the novel flavor quite agreeable. Her commendation of not bad held significant weight, considering her high status and extensive culinary experience. Dai Yunhan, smiling, took a hearty sip himself, contrasting Xue Qinghe's elegance with his own robust demeanor. After finishing their drinks, Xue Qinghe stated, "I have come on behalf of the Tiando Empire to extend my sincere apologies for failing to ensure your safety and for the unfortunate events you endured. I genuinely apologize." She signaled her guards to present gifts of apology, explaining, "These are tokens selected by my father. While they may not be extravagant, they symbolize our utmost sincerity. I hope you will not take offense." Chapter 53. The Hunt for Soul Rings, an encounter with Yi Lingling, certainly. Her modesty regarding the value of the gifts was only a pretense. They were undoubtedly of considerable worth. Xue Qinghe then turned her attention to Meng Xinji and Douluo. Meng Xinji, filled with regret, expressed, "The occurrence of such incidents within the academy is a failure on my part. I ask for your forgiveness, Your Highness." Douluo also offered his apologies, albeit in a more jovial manner. "Well, I suppose I need not apologize, right?" Dai Yunhan chuckled, waving him off. "You, a titled Douluo? Who would dare demand an apology from you?" Indeed, a titled Douluo like Douluo was a formidable force, as long as he had not taken a life. Even the Xingluo Emperor would think twice before acting against him. Confronting such a powerhouse would come at a tremendous cost, especially when that titled Douluo possessed the lethal prowess to annihilate an entire city. Observing the playful exchange between the two men, Xue Qinghe chose not to interject, fully aware of the circumstances prior to her arrival. Her visit was merely a formality, as Dai Yunhan was, after all, a prince of an empire, and the proper etiquette of apology must be observed. "Very well, if there are no further demands from you, I shall take my leave," she declared, rising to depart. Yet at that moment, Dai Yunhan grasped her arm, saying, "Wait a moment." Xue Qinghe, caught off guard by the sudden gesture, subtly withdrew her hand. "What else do you require, Your Highness? Are you truly suggesting that your long journey was solely for an apology? What else could it be? An apology surely warrants a meal, does it not?" Xue Qinghe looked into Dai Yunhan's eyes, uncertain of his intentions. However, since he had made such a request, she felt inclined to oblige. "Very well, tonight at the Tianshang Ren Jian Hotel, I shall host a banquet. How's that sound?" "Agreed. It is settled then." With that, Dai Yunhan opened the door for her. Xue Qinghe paused, momentarily taken aback by his abrupt change in demeanor. A surprised smile graced her lips as she exited. "This Dai Yunhan is rather intriguing," she mused. Once everyone had departed, Zhu Zhuqing inquired with confusion, why the need to host him for a meal? "Apologies and meals have always been intertwined. It is a time-honored tradition," Dai Yunhan replied, concealing his true thoughts. The meal was merely a pretext. The real purpose was to deepen his connection with Qian Renxue. The drunken man's intent is not the wine, but the beauty of the mountains and waters, he reflected. "Let us proceed. It is time to hunt for your soul ring." With a nod, the two made their way out of the academy and ventured once more into the sunset forest. The fourth soul ring typically spanned around 5,000 years. Yet Zhu Zhuqing's physical prowess had significantly improved, making her capable of handling those beyond that age. However, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring remained a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Dai Yunhan was unconcerned. His sole priority was Zhu Zhuqing's safety. With the system at their disposal, given time, they would both ascend to divinity. 5,000-year soul beasts were indeed perilous adversaries. Yet, Dai Yunhan's strength defied conventional expectations. Therefore, he resolved to accompany Zhu Zhuqing in the hunt. ensuring that the two soul masters covertly guarding them would not intervene. They soon delved deep into the forest, encountering numerous soul beasts along the way, but none suitable for their needs, either mismatched attributes or unsuitable ages. After a laborious search for approximately 2 hours without success, they chose to take a brief respite. "Here, have some milk tea," Zhu Zhuqing offered, handing him a cup of the drink she had not finished. Dai Yunhan took a sip, smacking his lips. "Simply having milk tea is insufficient. Next time, we should add some fruit and boba." "Boba? What is that?" Zhu Zhuqing queried, her confusion evident. While she could grasp the idea of adding fruit, the term boba eluded her understanding. "Boba is that delightful, chewy substance that adds a unique texture," he explained, realizing that words alone could not convey the concept. Suddenly, a playful smile crossed his face, and he leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. This kiss was unlike any prior. It was slightly puckered and left a lingering sensation as he pulled away, producing a soft pop sound. "Do you understand now?" Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed, asking, "What was that kiss for?" She still appeared confused. Dai Yunhan leaned in and kissed her again, this time with greater speed and clarity, producing a distinct pop sound. "Do you understand now?" Zhu Zhuqing realized that pop was merely an onomatopoeic expression for kissing. Annoyed, she playfully punched him in the chest. "Is this what you call a kiss? Your justification is rather flimsy, don't you think?" "You got that wrong," he retorted. "How so?" Zhu Zhuqing challenged. With a mischievous grin, Dai Yunhan wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned closer. "Do I really need a reason to take advantage of you?" Before she could respond, he captured her lips in a deep kiss. After they parted, Zhu Zhuqing blushed, scolding him, "They're still watching us." "And what of it? Is it legal for me to kiss my wife?" Dai Yunhan replied nonchalantly. Nevertheless, he refrained from continuing the kiss. After a brief respite, the pair resumed their search. Finding a suitable spirit ring was no easy task. With a stroke of luck, they might conclude their quest in a day. But misfortune could extend it to 10 days, or even half a month. Dai Yunhan was eager to finish quickly, anticipating a return home for dinner. Thus, he resolved to be proactive and diligent, striving for progress every day. At that moment, a faint rustle caught their attention from nearby. Instantly alert, they exchanged glances and decided to investigate. Stealthily, they approached a tree and witnessed a group of 5 individuals, both men and women, besieged by 2 soul beasts. Among them was a soul king of over level 50 and a soul master of merely 30, with the remaining members mostly at level 40. To Dai Yunhan's surprise, one of the individuals was a familiar face, Yi Lingling. The soul beasts they faced were none other than the elusive shadow leopards, and their luck had not favored them. There were 2 of these formidable creatures. Among the pair of leopards, one bore a fresh wound on its shoulder, the very one Dai Yunhan had just lost track of. It seemed these leopards were either a mated pair or siblings. At that moment, the 5-person team struggled against the 2 5,000-year-old shadow leopards, evident from the numerous injuries the Soul King had sustained. The other 3 warriors also bore varying levels of wounds, their spirits dimmed by a palpable sense of despair. Despite the dire circumstances, they strategically placed Yi Lingling at the center for protection, while the others guarded the 4 directions. This way, as long as Yi Lingling remained unharmed, they could continue to fend off the shadow leopards. Yet, Dai Yunhan recognized this was not a sustainable strategy. The disparity in strength was glaring. Injuries could be treated, but their depleting soul power could not be replenished. If time dragged on, they would inevitably fall into a deadlock. Observing the situation, Dai Yunhan instructed the 2 soul saints and the soul emperor guarding them to secure the leopard's escape route, ensuring they could not flee. He and Zhu Zhuqing then summoned their martial spirits and stealthily approached one of the shadow leopards for a surprise attack. The leopard, keenly perceptive, sensed danger the moment he struck and dodged away. Unfortunately for it, Zhu Zhuqing was also launching an ambush. Her sharp claws grazed the leopard's skin. Yet she was astonished to find its hide felt insubstantial, like grasping at air, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Failing to land her strike, Zhu Zhuqing quickly repositioned herself beside Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan explained, "This shadow leopard is aptly named. Its speed is astonishing, and what you just clawed was merely an afterimage. To combat it, we cannot solely rely on our eyesight." "I understand." Zhu Zhuqing nodded seriously. With her martial spirit manifested, her cat ears stood erect, occasionally twitching like a radar, pinpointing the leopard's location. Upon seeing Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, the 5 individuals displayed expressions of surprise. Yi Lingling's reaction was particularly complex, combining delight with astonishment and confusion. Brother, thank you for your timely rescue. These old beasts have caused us great distress. If you can help us restrain one, we can dispatch the other swiftly, the Soul King at the forefront stated. Dai Yunhan did not meet his gaze, focused entirely on the shadow leopard, yet replied, "Just to be clear, I intend to claim one of these soul beasts. No problem, I only need one as well. Then that settles it." With that, Dai Yunhan turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who comprehended his intent. In unison, their martial spirits roared, charging toward one another. Martial soul fusion technique, chaotic nether. They promptly unleashed their most powerful fusion technique. Having previously battled the shadow leopard, they knew its speed was extraordinary, making it difficult to land a hit. Yet, it was not just its swiftness. It possessed an eerie quality, moving like a phantom, making it nearly impossible to capture. To swiftly conclude the encounter, Dai Yunhan initiated the martial soul fusion technique, chaotic nether. This technique was not akin to the purely offensive soul skills of the nether white tiger, devoid of self-awareness. It was more akin to the fusion skill of Hulayina and Xiegu, charming demon, possessing a consciousness to engage in combat. The two martial spirits melded in a blinding radiance, giving rise to a tricolored tiger of black, white, and purple, its wings still black and white, devoid of purple. The tiger's overall size diminished considerably, akin to that of the previous nether spirit cat, martial spirit. However, in terms of aura, chaotic nether was undeniably more potent and imposing. The 5 individuals, including Yi Lingling, gazed in astonishment at this explosive display. Goodness, is this a martial soul fusion technique? I've never witnessed one before in my life. Today, I've truly been enlightened. Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes shimmered with awe. The martial soul fusion technique was said to require a deep connection between those involved. She knew Dai Yunhan was merely 12 years old. Yet, at such a tender age, he had mastered the fusion technique alongside a female partner. It was clear they shared an exceptionally profound bond. A hint of envy flickered in her eyes. Enough staring. We need to engage in battle as well. The Soul King, maintaining composure, refocused everyone's attention. With Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing's prowess assured, the remaining members could dedicate themselves wholly to confronting the other soul beast. Third soul skill, Raging Fire. At this moment, with chaotic nether now manifested, the battle was about to escalate. A leap brought it to the center, initially separating the battleground to prevent the 2 soul beasts from converging. Then, it unfurled its wings, and a cloud of gray mist suddenly rose from all directions, enveloping the extreme shadow leopard. The leopard was swift, yet it found no escape from the all-encompassing gray mist. Fear inevitably flickered in its eyes as it glanced around, realizing that all objects had vanished, severely obstructing its vision. Within this gray mist, the senses of the chaotic abyss extended, allowing it to perceive any movement of the extreme shadow leopard, which would instantaneously resonate in its mind. It could react with the utmost swiftness. With a thunderous roar, the chaotic abyss appeared beside the extreme shadow leopard, its razor-sharp claws striking the leopard with a resounding impact. The unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoed in the air. The extreme shadow leopard, in agony, opened its mouth to unleash a burst of energy towards the chaotic abyss. However, the abyss had already anticipated this attack, which missed its target. Attempting to flee, it was struck again before it could make its next move. A low, pained growl escaped its lips, laced with a tinge of despair and hope. Yet, the other extreme shadow leopard was equally in peril, unable to offer any assistance. The chaotic abyss launched another attack, expelling a swirling orb of mixed black, white, and purple energy from its mouth. The extreme shadow leopard attempted to evade, but tragically collided with a massive rock. Falling to the ground exacerbated its already grievous wounds, eliciting a mournful cry. It wished to rise, but it was evidently too late. The fleeting chance had slipped away, leaving it with no further opportunity. The energy orb descended, erupting with a tremendous roar, drowning out the leopard's final, despairing scream. Dust scattered as the gray mist swirled, seemingly on the verge of tearing apart. Yet, the mist proved tenacious, its powerful force sending shards of stone flying. while still failing to create a single vacuum within its depths. The chaotic abyss landed, and the extreme shadow leopard lay lifeless, a purple soul ring forming above its corpse. Turning to Leaf Lingling, 5 individuals were engaged in a struggle against a soul beast, the tide of battle shifting towards its conclusion. The mist dissipated, revealing 2 individuals who had utilized a martial soul fusion technique. Since the soul beast had been slain through this technique, both could absorb the resulting soul ring. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing would be the one to absorb it. However, for the sake of safety, they waited for Leaf Lingling and her group for a moment. Approximately 3 minutes later, they also concluded their battle, with a young man from their team delivering the final blow to the soul beast. "Brother, thank you immensely today. Had it not been for your assistance, we might have met our end here," expressed the leader of the Soul King with gratitude. "No need for thanks," replied Dai Yunhan. "I came here for the soul beast as well. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. What a stroke of luck. We are also in pursuit of soul rings. However, I must commend your audacity in hunting alone," remarked the Soul King, having witnessed their prowess. Young and powerful, they genuinely admired the duo. "Are you hired specifically to hunt soul rings?" Dai Yunhan inquired curiously. Among the 5, aside from Leaf Lingling, the others varied in age, dressed simply, and did not appear affluent. "Indeed, we are all employed to procure soul rings. Today, we were assisting him in acquiring one, but unfortunately, we encountered 2 soul beasts at once," the Soul King explained, gesturing towards the young man who had dealt the final blow. The young man regarded Dai Yunhan with a hint of wariness. Dai Yunhan glanced at Leaf Lingling, surprised that a noble of her stature would engage in such employment. Was she in dire need of funds? However, as far as Dai Yunhan knew, nobles typically lack for nothing, given their lands, taxes, and vast estates. So long as they did not squander their resources, they were financially secure. Nevertheless, this was Leaf Lingling's private matter, and he refrained from prying too deeply, at least for the time being. Although the immediate danger had passed, the forest still harbored many threats. "Why not wait until you absorb your soul rings, and we can leave together?" the Soul King suggested, extending an invitation to Dai Yunhan. In uncertain environments, an extra ally could mean enhanced survival. After pondering, Dai Yunhan agreed. "All right." He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, go ahead and absorb the soul ring. I'll keep watch." The Soul King nodded towards the young man. "Xiao Wu, you should also absorb your soul ring." He then turned to Dai Yunhan. "I'm called Hua Fei. What about you?" "Dai Yunhan," he replied. "You both seem young. Are you students?" "Yes. You are quite impressive. Hunting soul rings on your own while still students. In my day, we relied on our teachers for assistance in such endeavors." "Really? That sounds quite fortunate." The two continued conversing, and Dai Yunhan found Hua Fei to be quite straightforward and engaging. He offered Dai Yunhan some food and fruit wine, which he graciously accepted, joining in their camaraderie as they chatted and dined. "Thank you," said Leaf Lingling, sitting beside Dai Yunhan, expressing her gratitude. Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, having thought she would remain aloof, pretending not to know him. "It was only right to help when I saw injustice," he replied. "Indeed," she acknowledged, but afterward fell silent once more. Dai Yunhan scratched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. He had intended to engage her in conversation, yet she had only initiated a brief exchange before retreating back into her quietude. Ding! The system's voice suddenly echoed. Detected initial favorable impression from Goddess Leaf Lingling towards the host. Reward: life body. The life body, as the name implies, signifies eternal life, rendering the host immortal. Any harm inflicted upon the host would be self-healed. The unexpected system announcement left Dai Yunhan momentarily bewildered. Had he truly gained Leaf Lingling's favor so swiftly? He glanced at her, noticing she was looking down, lost in thought. What had once been a lively atmosphere now felt starkly lonely due to her solitude, creating a rift in the world around them. Nevertheless, Dai Yunhan felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of this reward. The life body, immortality. Did this mean he could indulge freely without fear? With self-healing, he could engage in battles without hesitation. He had not anticipated the system to be so generous, granting him such a remarkable reward. Truly was splendid. His exhilaration was evident, yet he was oblivious to how it appeared to others, particularly as his gaze was fixed on Leaf Lingling. Hua Fei, being a forthright individual, immediately seized the opportunity to jest, "Hey Dai, do you find Miss Leaf Lingling quite beautiful?" Huh? Dai Yunhan snapped back to reality, glancing between Hua Fei and Leaf Lingling, perplexed by the implication of his words. He was perplexed, yet Hua Fei believed he was merely pretending. He remarked, although none of us have seen Miss Yi Lingling's visage. One glance into her eyes reveals that she must undoubtedly be a great beauty. Dai Yunhan remained somewhat baffled by his words. What do you mean? Is it necessary for you to say that Yi Lingling is beautiful? I came here specifically for her, you know. Hua Fei continued. Miss Yi Lingling is currently unattached, and I wonder who among us is fortunate enough to win her heart. At this moment, Hua Fei raised an eyebrow at Dai Yunhan, signaling that he understood the implications, suggesting that he could assist him no further. Dai Yunhan suddenly grasped that Hua Fei was indeed a good brother. Old brother Hua, I've encountered some issues in my cultivation lately. Could you offer me some guidance? You need my guidance? Don't jest. It's evident that you require assistance, as your problems are quite significant. Hua Fei was rather straightforward, to the point of being blunt. Fortunately, Dai Yunhan quickly gave him a knowing look, prompting Hua Fei to understand. The two then rose and moved aside. Dai Yunhan was quite direct. Old brother Hua, can you tell me about Yi Lingling? What do you intend to do? I wish to. Dai Yunhan felt embarrassed. His words had slipped out too hastily. Old brother Hua, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to watch the sunrise with her, stroll hand in hand along beautiful tree-lined paths, explore the world together, share breakfast each day, and perhaps have many children with her. You wish to be intimate with her. Hua Fei perceived the underlying meaning. Old brother Hua, why are you pretending to be an innocent? I express myself so subtly, yet you caught on immediately? What about your literary skills? She is the darling of our team. If you pursue her, I may find myself in a difficult position and may require additional compensation. So you're the real dog here. Dai Yunhan had thought Hua Fei was merely straightforward, but it turned out he was rather coy as well. It was all an act, yet he found it quite endearing. He presented 10 gold coins and asked, now, can we speak? Hua Fei accepted the coins with a gleeful demeanor and stated, Yi Lingling comes from a modest background. Although she is of noble descent, her father is a wastrel, spending his days drinking and neglecting his responsibilities, thus squandering the family fortune and accumulating a mountain of debt. Left with no choice, Yi Lingling has to earn money to repay these debts. Fortunately, her martial soul is quite formidable, and as long as she is part of a team undertaking missions, they are willing to include her. Moreover, her beauty attracts many suitors, allowing her to earn a considerable reward. If you wish to make your move, you must act swiftly. Otherwise, those big shots in the hiring guild may snatch her away, leaving you with regrets. I can see you are of noble birth, unlike us. You possess wealth and influence. With just a small effort, those in the hiring guild will be at your beck and call. At this juncture, Hua Fei rubbed his fingers together. As Dai Yunhan listened intently, he caught sight of this gesture and his expression darkened. You little rascal, so adept at this. Are you a professional information broker? Oh, Hua Fei was caught off guard, his face turning awkward. Damn it, it's true. Hua Fei chuckled. Since you saved me, consider this information as a gift. According to a friend of a friend, the leader of the Magic Wolf team in the hiring guild has set his sights on Yi Lingling. He has colluded with the gambling house to trap her father, using his massive debts to coerce Yi Lingling into marriage. The time frame is within the next 2 days, so if you truly have feelings for her, you must act promptly. Opportunities for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress are scarce. With that, Hua Fei patted Dai Yunhan on the shoulder, casting him a meaningful glance. Brother Fei, I've absorbed the information well. Let's head back. At that moment, the young man who had finished absorbing his soul ring called out, All right, let us tidy up and return. Dai Yunhan glanced towards Zhu Zhuqing, who had also completed her absorption and was walking towards him. Hua Fei looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of envy. Brother Dai, you nobles are fortunate. You can have more than one wife. In this world, nobility means little. True power is paramount. If your strength is sufficient, you can have the same. Upon hearing this, Hua Fei suddenly appeared melancholic. As for me, I live life on the edge daily. I am unworthy of such beautiful things as women. Do not belittle yourself. Study diligently and strive for progress. There will come a day when you will shine. What are you two discussing? Zhu Zhuqing approached Dai Yunhan and inquired. Nothing much. Just some matters of concern, Dai Yunhan replied. Since we have all absorbed our soul rings, let us return. Agreed. Thus, the group departed the Sunset Forest together. On the way, Dai Yunhan learned that after absorbing her soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing had leveled up to rank 44 and had gained a fourth soul skill, a swift and elusive ability that rendered her difficult to track. Once they exited the Sunset Forest, they naturally parted ways. Dai Yunhan then took Zhu Zhuqing to the Heaven and Earth establishment for their dinner appointment that evening. Upon arriving, they found members of Shui Qinghe waiting at the entrance to escort them to a private room. Inside the room, the atmosphere was intimate with only a few people present, including Shui Qinghe, Douluo, and Yan. Dai Yunhan was somewhat surprised by Yan's presence, as she had no necessity to be there. But her arrival was no matter. After taking their seats, the dishes were served promptly, filling the large round table. Shui Qinghe raised a glass and said, "Fourth Prince, on behalf of the Tiando Empire, I sincerely apologize once more." Dai Yunhan lifted his glass in return. "Your Highness, there is no need for such formality. Today we shall simply dine together. Apologies are unnecessary. I have already accepted them. After this toast, let us turn the page." The fourth prince, being forthright, replied, "Then I shall not be polite any longer. Cheers." They both downed their drinks in one go. Subsequently, the group began to eat. When a maid approached to refill their glasses, Dai Yunhan stopped her. Shui Qinghe frowned at this moment, having just declared they were turning the page. Why was Dai Yunhan now halting the maid? It was quite impolite to refuse the host hospitality, especially during an apology dinner, as stopping the drink was akin to rejecting the apology. Was Dai Yunhan being insincere? However, Dai Yunhan's next words dispelled his doubts. He produced a bottle of white liquor and said, "I find your Highness to possess an extraordinary demeanor and handsome features, which greatly appeals to me. I would like the opportunity to befriend you. Is that possible?" "Of course, as long as the fourth prince does not mind my status, we can certainly be friends." "Then, your Highness, please refrain from calling me fourth prince. You are older than I, so you may call me brother, and I shall call you brother in return." How does that sound? Shui Qinghe was unsure of Dai Yunhan's true intentions, but adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, he acquiesced. "Very well. I shall refer to you as Brother Yunhan from now on." "Brother Qinghe." They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere becoming lighter. Immediately, Dai Yunhan approached Shui Qinghe with a bottle of white liquor in hand. "Today, we become brothers, a joyous occasion indeed. How could such a celebration be accompanied by mere red wine? I have here a bottle of my own brew, which I have been reluctant to consume until now. But today I shall share it with you, my dear brother." Chapter 57. Persuading Shui Qinghe to drink. With that, he produced a specialized cup for white liquor and filled it generously for Shui Qinghe, also pouring himself a glass. This was a plan meticulously concocted. Tonight, he intended for Shui Qinghe to lose his bearings entirely. As Shui Qinghe inhaled the potent aroma, a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze, for he was still uncertain of Dai Yunhan's true intentions. After all, Dai Yunhan was a prince of the Douluo Empire, and with both nations currently at peace, they could indulge in revelry. Yet, should war break out, their fates would be irrevocably entwined in a struggle for survival. Dai Yunhan discerned the source of Shui Qinghe's apprehension. "Surely, you do not suspect me of poisoning the drink?" He raised his glass and consumed the liquor in one swift motion, then turned his gaze back to Shui Qinghe. Naturally, Shui Qinghe harbored worries about the possibility of poison, especially since he was aware that Dai Yunhan had cured the deadly bone-devouring poison from Douluo. Such a skill could easily disguise a lethal toxin, even from a master detoxifier like the porcupine Douluo, who was known to have poisoned the Emperor Shui himself. At this moment, Douluo recognized Shui Qinghe's distrust. He requested a cup from Dai Yunhan and said, "Young man, pour me a glass as well. The fragrance of this liquor is simply irresistible." Dai Yunhan, understanding the need to alleviate the tension, obliged and filled Douluo's cup. Douluo took a sip and, with his abilities, could certainly tell it was pure grain liquor. However, he was well aware of Dai Yunhan's prowess. Even if he believed the drink to be harmless, he refrained from advising Shui Qinghe to partake. Observing Shui Qinghe still in hesitation, Dai Yunhan was taken aback by his timidity. He couldn't even muster the courage to drink from a cup. Just as he was about to tease him further, Shui Qinghe boldly raised the cup and downed its contents in one go. "Brother Qinghe, you possess quite the drinking capacity," Dai Yunhan exclaimed with delight. However, Shui Qinghe had evidently underestimated the potency of the white liquor. As this was his first encounter with such a beverage, He was ill-prepared for the overwhelming sensation, causing his face to flush crimson and a fit of coughs to escape him. Dai Yunhan erupted into laughter and seized the opportunity to pat him on the back. At that moment, Qian Rinxua, feeling the sudden physical contact, instinctively tensed up and subtly shifted away from Dai Yunhan's touch, her eyes sharpening with caution. "Brother Qinghe, why are you so tense? Surely, you do not think I intend you harm?" Dai Yunhan jested, inwardly reveling in the situation. "Ah, Qianhongxu, you enjoy masquerading as a man, don't you? Tonight, allow me to unveil the consequences of such a charade." "No, I'm merely choked on the liquor. I am not accustomed to it," Xue Qinghe clarified, repositioning himself. Dai Yunhan, unwilling to leave, pulled over a stool and sat closely beside him. "What do you think of my liquor, Brother Qinghe? Does it not taste splendid?" "Indeed, it is quite palatable." "Excellent. Then let us indulge further. I toast to you." Dai Yunhan raised his glass once more. Xue Qinghe found himself cornered. Although he was reluctant to drink more, it would be impolite to refuse the toast. He raised his glass again, consuming a sip that caused him to furrow his brow. Noticing Xue Qinghe's struggle with the liquor, Dai Yunhan quickly suggested, "Come, let us eat. This fish is delectable. I adore it. You must try." Xue Qinghe picked up his chopsticks and selected the most tender piece of meat from the fish's belly. Just as he swallowed, Dai Yunhan chimed in, "Brother Qinghe, you chose well. This is the most succulent part of the fish. In our empire, we believe that the best parts correlate with the number of drinks one must consume. 3 for the head, 4 for the tail, 5 for the back, and 6 for the belly. To truly honor this choice, you must drink 6 cups." With that, he poured more liquor into Xue Qinghe's cup. Xue Qinghe stared in astonishment. Is this truly a custom of the Douluo Empire? Yet, the invitation was too warm to decline. Dai Yunhan, personally bringing the cup to Xue Qinghe's lips, left him no choice but to comply, drinking down the contents. After consuming 6 cups, Xue Qinghe began to feel a bit lightheaded. He hastily attempted to consume more food, but as he took a bite, Dai Yunhan grinned mischievously and remarked, "Brother Qinghe, it seems you have developed a taste for liquor. While it is indeed delightful, moderation is key. However, as we are now brothers, tonight you may drink to your heart's content." Watching Dai Yunhan refill his own cup, Xue Qinghe felt bewildered. What was happening? "The piece of meat you just ate is not ordinary. It is the part where bone meets flesh, symbolizing unity and good fortune. Thus, you must drink twice as much." "More drinking?" Xue Qinghe thought, still reeling from the previous 6 cups. "Certainly, it is for good fortune and prosperity." Dai Yunhan continued to raise his glass, and though Xue Qinghe wished to refuse, he ultimately steeled himself and drank again. Afterward, Dai Yunhan urged him to eat more, but this time Xue Qinghe hesitated. Douluo, aware of Dai Yunhan's intent to intoxicate Xue Qinghe further, intervened with a word of caution. Yet, Dai Yunhan would not relent. "To the poisoned Douluo, we are now acquainted, so I raise a toast to you." Douluo furrowed his brow, realizing he was being drawn into the fray. He took a drink, knowing that as long as he remained sober, Dai Yunhan could not impose further on Xue Qinghe. "Brother Qinghe, are we not good brothers?" "Indeed. Then, let's drink deeply to seal our bond. To our bright future." With verses celebrating the moonlight and good fortune flowing from their lips, the atmosphere grew increasingly intoxicating. Xue Qinghe found himself adrift in the tide of Dai Yunhan's revelry, overwhelmed by the rich tapestry of 5 millennia of drinking culture, an experience far beyond his grasp. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan had also consumed his fair share, yet he remained somewhat sober. Mindful of his objectives, he regarded Xue Qinghe's flushed visage, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he pulled him closer, slinging an arm around his shoulder. "Ah, my dear brother, how I regret not having met you sooner. Drinking with you is an absolute delight." No one can resist the allure of flattery. Dai Yunhan's continuous praise had begun to elevate Xue Qinghe's spirits, though he could have declined further libations. The occasion was a reconciliation dinner. To refuse would convey insincerity, thus he felt compelled to drink. Yet, as the evening progressed, he too began to succumb to the effects of the liquor. Chapter 58, together with Xue Qinghe. Despite his instinct to evade Dai Yunhan's intimate proximity, he found himself unable to escape the prince's grasp. The alcohol's haze dulled his senses, and he begrudgingly accepted the closeness. "Brother Qinghe, you are intoxicated," Dai Yunhan declared, grinning. "I am not drunk." Xue Qinghe retorted playfully. Huh, no one would admit to being intoxicated. If one is not drunk, then let the drinking continue. Indeed, Xingluo Empire was utterly led by Dai Yunhan at this point. Once alcohol takes hold, it becomes uncontrollable. Brother Qinghe, you can't be serious. You haven't even matched my intake. Dai Yunhan continued to provoke him. Who says I haven't had more than you? Pour me another drink. Xingluo Empire huffed defiantly, then raised his glass and downed it in one go. His gaze had become unfocused, his mind clouded. He was clearly inebriated. Dai Yunhan was also tipsy, but having dared to present the liquor, he naturally trusted his own capacity. Thus, he remained slightly more sober than Xingluo Empire and felt it necessary to keep him alert. After a moment, Dai Yunhan exclaimed, Brother Qinghe, what shall we do when this drink is finished? There's no more left, and I haven't had my fill. He shook the empty bottle, revealing not a drop. If there's no more, then go buy some. Someone, fetch more wine. Dai Yunhan, dissatisfied with the current state of affairs, felt his apology lacked sincerity unless he continued drinking. He stopped the maid from going to fetch more wine and said, Brother Qinghe, their wine is inferior. Mine is far more enjoyable. I have some exquisite liquor stored in my dormitory. Shall we continue this revelry? Do you dare? What's there to fear? As a prince? Would I be intimidated by you? Let's go to your dormitory now. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan realized Xingluo Empire was thoroughly intoxicated. According to his character, he would never utter such arrogant words. Now, however, it indicated his faculties were in disarray, aligning perfectly with Dai Yunhan's intentions. Very well, let's depart, Dai Yunhan declared, rising and draping an arm over Xingluo Empaire's shoulder. Douluo hesitated, sensing it was too late for such indulgence, and stepped forward. Young man, it's late. You should refrain from drinking further, and His Highness ought to return to the palace. Dai Yunhan feigned annoyance. I am well acquainted with His Highness. We are good brothers. What harm is there in sharing a drink? My quarters can accommodate him. If you suspect I would harm him, then accompany us. With that, he led Xingluo Empire away. Zhu Zhuqing kindly approached, offering her support to Dai Yunhan, though he still needed to assist Xingluo Empire and thus did not require her help. Douluo observed the trio's retreating figures and sighed, deciding to follow. After all, this predicament had originated from his own actions. He had begun to see that Dai Yunhan was somewhat petty. Despite outwardly accepting the apology, he still harbored some grievances. However, he could not express his discontent openly, so he directed his frustrations towards Xingluo Empire. His intention was to render Xingluo Empire so intoxicated that he would be left in a state of oblivion, ensuring an unforgettable experience. Douluo could only shake his head in resignation. This young man, how petty he is. Upon exiting the hotel, a gentle breeze lifted the spirits of the group. Supported by Dai Yunhan, Xingluo Empire's eyelids were growing heavy, yet he stubbornly fought to remain alert. Peering ahead, he queried, why does the road appear slanted? Someone, straighten this road for me. You are drunk. The road is perfectly straight, Dai Yunhan chuckled. Nonsense. The road is clearly askew. Those damned corrupt officials have even tilted the road. I'll raid their homes tomorrow. Dai Yunhan laughed, realizing how inebriated Xingluo Empire truly was. He promptly helped him into a carriage and instructed the driver to head toward his dormitory. Throughout the ride, Dai Yunhan engaged Xingluo Empire in conversation, urging him to stay awake, otherwise his plans would be thwarted. Finally, they arrived at the dormitory. Dai Yunhan retrieved some liquor from his room and asked Zhu Zhuqing to bring out some snacks to accompany the drinks, continuing their revelry. To facilitate his plan, Dai Yunhan led Xingluo Empire into the bedroom for their drinking session. Douluo found this peculiar. Why drink in the bedroom instead of the dining area? However, he refrained from questioning further, not believing Dai Yunhan would harm Xingluo Empire, at least not at that moment. In the bedroom, they toasted, pouring drinks and clinking glasses, downing them in a hearty gulp. Yet, after this round, Xingluo Empire collapsed onto the table, completely unconscious. Dai Yunhan grinned, nudging him to see if he was truly out cold. Evidently, he had lost all awareness, lying still like a lifeless pig. Dai Yunhan also staggered to his feet, barely maintaining his last shred of sobriety, and laid Xingluo Empire on the bed before collapsing beside him. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing entered with the snacks. Dai Yunhan could only murmur drowsily, Wife, I cannot join you in bed tonight. With that, he fell into a deep slumber. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling helpless, began tidying up the room. She truly could not comprehend why her partner would grow so close to a prince who might one day become an adversary. Did he not fear that their current camaraderie could lead to future enmity? Yet, this was her partner's decision, and she chose not to pry further. After cleaning up, she quietly closed the door behind her. Downstairs, Douluo noticed the items in her hands and inquired, "Are they finished drinking?" "They have both fallen asleep," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "So soon? I anticipated a night of revelry," Douluo remarked, pouting. "Is their capacity for drink truly so lackluster?" Rising, he concluded, "Since they are asleep, we should return." "What about His Highness?" Douluo asked. "In general, a prince should not spend the night outside to prevent potential assassination attempts." Douluo shook his head, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, His Highness will be safe. Snow Qinghe is now in Dai Yunhan's dormitory, where his safety is as secure as Dai Yunhan's standing in the Heaven-Do Empire. Not only can no one harm him, but he must also be protected. Should anything happen to either of them, the other would undoubtedly be implicated." After exiting, he instructed the guards to secure the villa, ensuring no one entered before departing. Douluo glanced back at the room, feeling a twinge of reluctance, but ultimately followed suit. Once they had all left, Zhu Zhuqing quickly washed up and then retired to another room for the night. Chapter 59. Lung capacity practice. Since age 6, morning light streamed gently onto Snow Qinghe's face, rousing him from his slumber. As he blinked awake, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, instantly on high alert. However, he soon felt something heavy pressing against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Upon investigation, he discovered it was an arm. Turning to see the owner of the arm, he was met with a handsome male visage. A man. Snow Qinghe shot upright, astonished that a man could be in his bed. Anger flared in his eyes, but recognition dawned as he realized it was Dai Yunhan. Memories of the previous night began flooding back. Wasn't he at a banquet in a hotel? How had he ended up here? Where's this place? At that moment, Dai Yunhan also awoke. Upon seeing him, a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. "Brother Qinghe, you're awake." Xue Qinghe glanced at herself, her attire intact and her pants still on. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. However, this relief was soon overshadowed by a profound sense of frustration and anger. How could she have possibly shared a bed with a man? This was utterly unacceptable. She was a woman, a young maiden in her 20s. Throughout her life, not even her mother had shared a bed with her, and yet here she was, waking up next to a man. It was an incomprehensible situation. Her fists clenched tightly, her teeth gritted in indignation. The urge to slap this insufferable man before her was overwhelming. Yet, she could not do so. Where was she? Xue Qinghe struggled to suppress her anger. She wanted nothing more than to avoid the sight of this man. Otherwise, she feared she might truly lose her composure. "This is my home. We were drinking together last night, and you passed out here," Dai Yunhan remarked, sensing the tension in Xue Qinghe's demeanor. Yet, he felt a thrill of delight at her distress, akin to the exhilaration of a man relishing in the discomfort of a woman who despises him but is nonetheless compelled to endure his presence. "Why did you sleep beside me?" Xue Qinghe demanded. "I don't know. I was drunk too," Dai Yunhan replied with a chuckle. "Are you still feeling dizzy? Perhaps another drink would cure that." "I feel perfectly well," she retorted, striding toward the door. Observing her furious demeanor, Dai Yunhan felt a surge of amusement. He chose not to pursue her, recognizing that she needed time to cool down. If he approached her now, despite her temper, she might act unpredictably. After getting out of bed, he headed straight for the shower to wash away the lingering scent of alcohol. Once refreshed, he descended the stairs to find Zhu Zhuqing had prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Dai Yunhan, she remarked, "The prince has already left. I invited him for breakfast, but he declined. If he doesn't want to eat, then I shall." Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, he wrapped his arms around her waist and planted a deep kiss on her lips. Pulling away, she frowned. "Your breath reeks of alcohol. You nearly intoxicated me with that kiss." "You're not drunk on the wine. You're intoxicated by me," he teased. "How narcissistic." She retorted. "Not narcissistic. It's you who's enamored," he replied with a sly grin. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a disapproving glance, to which he responded with a playful smirk. "You know how charming I can be." Before she could react, he captured her lips once more, their tongues dancing together. Moments later, her cheeks flushed as she gasped for breath. "Are you trying to kiss me to death so you can inherit my soul bone?" "That's impossible." "What is impossible?" He countered with a mischievous grin. Haven't you noticed your lung capacity increasing? Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed by his words, but the glint in his eyes hinted at mischief. Suddenly, he pressed her shoulders, compelling her to crouch down. Realization dawned on her, and she exclaimed, "You're insane. This is the kitchen." Before she could finish her protest, the sound of splashing water echoed. Half an hour later, they sat down for breakfast. Although the meal had cooled, Dai Yunhan found it utterly delightful, while Zhu Zhuqing sat with a flushed face, unable to meet his gaze. She realized that since taking a significant step forward in their relationship, she had unwittingly unleashed a wild side of him, one that was becoming increasingly audacious and thrilling. Clearing her throat, she reflected on her earlier indulgences. Now, it seemed he had turned the tables, and it was she who was enduring the consequences of her own actions. This was a detrimental habit she needed to rectify, an absolute no-go. She shot a reproachful look at the grinning Dai Yunhan, recalling his earlier mention of lung capacity. It struck her that from the very first kiss, he had been subtly extending their kissing sessions. Initially oblivious, she now recognized that he had orchestrated this all along. What a cunning rascal he was, having plotted this since 6 years ago. Gritting her teeth, she seized a sausage from his plate with her fork, deliberately flaunting it before him. With a warning glare, she bit into it, snapping it in half. The smirk on Dai Yunhan's face faltered, a chill running down his spine. Zhu Zhuqing reveled in his momentary fear, thinking, "If you dare to be this brazen again, I'll ensure you remain uncouth for a lifetime." After breakfast, they proceeded to class. Following Zhu Zhuqing's absorption of her third soul ring, she and Dai Yunhan were now in the same class. With her recent soul power upgrade, she was poised to enter the soul set class. However, Dai Yunhan wished to keep her advancement under wraps, as it was too extraordinary and might invite envy. Thus, he advised her to attend theoretical classes daily, while she could practice on her own at other times, and she would refrain from participating in practical exercises. Due to her status, the instructors did not press her on this matter. After the morning theory class, the afternoon was reserved for collective soul power cultivation. Dai Yunhan, uninterested in practicing, reclined to rest, while Zhu Zhuqing quietly meditated beside him. At that moment, he noticed Qin Ming approaching Yilingling. "Ye Lingling, have you given any thought to what I mentioned last time?" Qin Ming inquired. "Teacher Qin, I've considered it, but I do not wish to join the royal combat team," Yilingling replied, maintaining her previous stance. However, Qin Ming seemed well prepared this time, asserting, "I understand you may feel constrained, but I want to emphasize that you should not be limited. You have a brighter future ahead." "Thank you, teacher, I understand," Yilingling responded nonchalantly. Qin Ming sensed her disinterest, irritation flickering across his features, yet he persisted. "If you join the royal combat team, I could specially arrange training funds for you. This amount is significant and could alleviate many of your challenges." At this, Yilingling paused, visibly taken aback, revealing that he had struck a nerve. Clearly, Qin Ming was aware of her family circumstances. Nevertheless, she remained resolute. "I will consider it seriously." With that, she chose not to linger and departed. Dai Yunhan observed the entire exchange with keen interest, recalling what Hua Fei had said. He believed that Yilingling might very well agree to join the royal combat team after this incident, which would consequently diminish his own opportunities. Recalling the last time when Yilingling developed feelings for him, Dai Yunhan felt it necessary to take the initiative. Otherwise, this girl might end up belonging to someone else. Seizing the opportunity during class, he informed Zhu Zhuqing before dashing outside. Upon exiting the academy, Dai Yunhan's destination was the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild resembles the mercenary bands of a Western fantasy world, accepting tasks in exchange for rewards. Primarily composed of soul masters who are either of lower strength or prefer solitary cultivation. Naturally, over time, the dynamics within have become rather intricate. Upon arriving at the Mercenary Guild, Dai Yunhan approached the front desk, where a stunningly beautiful, well-endowed woman greeted him with a warm smile, treating each customer with utmost seriousness. "Hello, may I ask what services you require?" she inquired cheerfully. Dai Yunhan replied, "I am looking for someone named Hua Fei. He is a mercenary." "Apologies, but customers cannot directly inquire about a mercenary's identity due to privacy protection regulations," she responded. "So how can I find him?" Dai Yunhan pressed. "Esteemed guest, you can locate him by posting a task," she suggested. "That sounds like a good approach." He nodded, prompting her to post the task. After a brief flurry of activity, She presented him with a bill, stating the task to find mercenary Hua Fei is classified as simple, costing 10 gold soul coins. 10 gold coins? Just to find someone? That's quite expensive. Dai Yunhan thought to himself, realizing that the mercenary guild was quite profitable, and it made sense why Yi Lingling sought work there. He handed over the 10 gold coins, and just as she accepted the payment, a voice chimed in, "Oh dear, even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it so frivolously. If you want to find me, you could just give me the money directly. No need to post a task. Look, you just lost 3 coins in fees." Turning around, Dai Yunhan was surprised to see Hua Fei, the very person he was searching for. It seemed the guild's efficiency was impressive after all. Hua Fei laughed heartily as he approached Dai Yunhan, adopting an expression that conveyed a mix of disappointment and exasperation. "I really don't understand you wealthy folks," he sighed. As he spoke, he produced a token of sorts and handed it to the enchanting front desk lady. After a brief operation, she returned the token to Hua Fei, announcing, after deducting the 3 gold coin fee, you will receive 7 gold soul coins. Then, turning to Dai Yunhan, she said, "Esteemed guest, your task has been completed. Is there anything else you need assistance with?" "No, thank you," he replied. Then turned back to Hua Fei. "I didn't expect you to accept tasks so swiftly." Hua Fei shrugged. "What can I say? My family is poor, and I have a sister to support. I need to be quick. This money is the easiest I've ever earned. The last time was, well, I can't recall." He chuckled, reminiscing about his 30 years of being single. "So what brings you to me?" Hua Fei inquired. Dai Yunhan intended to ask more than just a casual question. "I want you to," before he could finish, Hua Fei had already led him out of the mercenary guild. Confused, Dai Yunhan wondered what he was up to. Once they had moved a considerable distance and entered an old alley, Hua Fei relaxed and said, "All right, now you can speak. Why come out here? It was perfectly fine inside. We could enjoy tea or coffee, and there was the lovely front desk lady to admire," Dai Yunhan questioned. "This filthy place isn't suitable for such matters," Hua Fei replied, sensing Dai Yunhan's naivety. "Are you here to hire me?" "Yes, and it's a good thing. If you had mentioned it inside the guild, the task would be considered official, incurring a fee. But here, it's treated as a private matter, so no fees apply." "I see," Dai Yunhan understood, likening it to the unlicensed taxi services outside a bus station in his past life. Noting Dai Yunhan's comprehension, Hua Fei asked, "Now you can tell me what you need. I want to gather information." "What kind of information?" "Information about Yi Lingling." At this, Hua Fei paused, then gave Dai Yunhan a knowing look. "This concerns the Magic Wolf Group's attempts to threaten Yi Lingling, doesn't it?" "Yes. I want to know the specific timing and their every move," Dai Yunhan stated. "You have such a beautiful woman already, yet you still have your sights set on Yi Lingling?" Hua Fei teased. "What do you mean set my sights? I'm trying to help her. No need to explain." Hua Fei interjected, raising a hand to silence him. "I understand. I merely envy you. I don't envy the couple, but I do envy the noble life you lead every day." Then, extending his hand, he declared 100 gold soul coins. "Are you serious? That's exorbitantly priced." Dai Yunhan exclaimed, astonished. 100 gold coins could buy a 1,000-year soul ring. Hua Fei retorted, "Is it too much? You must realize, this is Yi Lingling we're discussing. Unrivaled support and stunningly beautiful. If I had the capability, I would want to assist her myself. Besides, considering you saved me, this is already a discounted rate." "Fine. 100 it is," Dai Yunhan conceded, too weary to haggle, as he was not lacking in funds. He retrieved 100 gold soul coins from his soul guide ring. Seeing Dai Yunhan's ability to conjure wealth from thin air, Hua Fei felt a pang of envy. Such rare storage soul guides were highly coveted in the market. "I suddenly feel underpaid. Can you add a little more?" he teased. "What do you think?" With a grin, he continued, "Let's not push it. A gentleman's word is his bond, especially since we're life and death brothers." Hua Fei understood the importance of not overstepping boundaries. Many nobles might appear harmonious on the surface, yet their hearts could be dark and treacherous. As a solitary mercenary, offending someone as powerful as Dai Yunhan could be perilous. "All right, I'll take my leave. Notify me immediately if there are any developments. I will be at the Tiando Royal Academy." With that, Dai Yunhan turned and departed. After Dai Yunhan had walked away, Hua Fei accepted the payment and whistled sharply. Instantly, 4 or 5 figures emerged from the shadows. "Boss, you heard everything just now, right? Commence immediate surveillance. 24 hours a day." "Yes." Meanwhile, upon returning to the academy, Dai Yunhan found that class had already ended. He made his way back to the dormitory. Upon arriving, he He noticed someone waiting in the courtyard. It was Zhu Zhuqing. She sat alone on a chair, seemingly isolated from the vibrant flowers and plants surrounding her. Is Zhu Zhuqing not home? Why are you sitting here? Dai Yunhan asked as he approached her. She looked up, her gaze merging with the surrounding colors, revealing a hint of her inner turmoil. And why aren't you going inside? Just then, the door swung open, revealing Zhu Zhuqing, who beamed upon seeing Dai Yunhan. Darling, you're back. I made dinner. She then leapt into Dai Yunhan's embrace, bestowing upon him a kiss that signified her welcome home. Blissfully unaware of the solitary figure of Zhu Zhuqing nearby, Dai Yunhan patted her back and turned to Zhu Zhuqing, inquiring whether she had dined, suggesting they share a meal. I think I shall decline. I will return first, Zhu Zhuqing replied, casting a fleeting glance at Zhu Zhuqing before lowering her head and making her exit. Dai Yunhan did not attempt to stop her, sensing a peculiar air about her today. Zhu Zhuqing also refrained from urging Zhu Zhuqing to stay, as she had never wished for her presence, and took Dai Yunhan's hand, leading him indoors. Upon hearing the door close, Zhu Zhuqing paused, glancing back with a profound sense of desolation in her eyes. Since returning from the sunset forest, she had engaged in deep introspection regarding her emotions, yet after 2 days, clarity eluded her. Previously, she had viewed Dai Yunhan as her sole salvation, willing to forsake much for the chance to be united with him once more. However, with the purging of the toxins within her, Zhu Zhuqing had transformed into a free spirit, leading her feelings for Dai Yunhan to become more rational. She no longer sought a reunion with ulterior motives. Now, she leaned towards the emotional. Yet in these 2 days, she had not gained insight into her heart, but rather found herself ensnared in confusion. On one hand, she questioned the authenticity of her affection for Dai Yunhan. On the other, she pondered whether she could accept Zhu Zhuqing's rightful presence if she did indeed love him. For deep within her heart, she had always believed that her man should love only her, unencumbered by others. Thus, the intertwining of emotional desires and the constraints of reality rendered her mind a tumultuous battleground. Today, she sought out Dai Yunhan, believing that to untangle the knot of her feelings, she must confront the source of her affections. If she could harmoniously coexist with both Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, it would affirm her love for him and her acceptance of Zhu Zhuqing's existence. Conversely, if the three could not coexist peacefully, or if emotional turmoil arose within her, it would signify her inability to accept the situation, prompting her to withdraw. Little did she know that love, that inherently selfish entity, is not solely about individual possession. It equally entails the desires of others for exclusive claim. She wished to experiment with this dynamic, yet it was uncertain whether she would be welcomed, particularly by Zhu Zhuqing. Prior to Dai Yunhan's return, Zhu Zhuqing had already engaged in a brief conversation with Zhu Zhuqing at the entrance. Though Zhu Zhuqing's words were not overly subtle, they unmistakably conveyed her disdain for Zhu Zhuqing. The first reason was subjective. No woman would willingly share her man with another, and Zhu Zhuqing was no exception. Despite Dai Yunhan's unique status and the inevitability of his future entanglements, Zhu Zhuqing wished for those entanglements to be as few as possible, ideally none at all. Her aversion to Zhu Zhuqing had crystallized from the moment Zhu Zhuqing expressed her fondness for Dai Yunhan. The second reason was objective. Zhu Zhuqing held Zhu Zhuqing accountable for Dai Yunhan's abduction by the poisoned Douluo, although Dai Yunhan returned unscathed and even brought back celestial herbs. This did not erase the fact that Zhu Zhuqing was the primary catalyst for that incident. Zhu Zhuqing believed that had it not been for Dai Yunhan's exceptional abilities, he might never have returned. His return was a testament to his strength, not a result of Zhu Zhuqing's assistance. Thus, even though Dai Yunhan had reconciled with Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing's animosity towards Zhu Zhuqing remained unabated. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of Zhu Zhuqing's cold demeanor towards her. In the past, she might have boldly entered to share a meal, but after Zhu Zhuqing's candid remarks, she found herself unable to maintain such nonchalance. She recognized her part in Dai Yunhan's abduction, understanding that had she voiced her concerns earlier or recognized the malevolence of Yu Tianheng, the ordeal might have been averted. It was crucial to note that Dai Yunhan's experience with Zhu Zhuqing was far from innocuous. He had endured genuine torment at his hands. Had it not been for Dai Yunhan's formidable strength, any other individual might have perished. This was also why, when Zhu Zhuqing vented her frustrations, Zhu Zhuqing found herself without a retort. She dared not enter the house and instead sat alone in the courtyard. Upon witnessing the closeness between Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, a pang of sorrow washed over her. She suddenly recognized a more pressing issue. Even if she cherished Dai Yunhan, the question of whether he reciprocated her feelings remained. Chapter 62. Truly, more genuine than steamed buns previously, after a month of pursuit, her relationship with Dai Yunhan had flourished. Yet it had not reached the level of romantic involvement. She had been preoccupied with her own dilemmas, forgetting that love is reciprocal. If Dai Yunhan did not harbor feelings for her, what difference would it make if she accepted Zhu Zhuqing's presence? Furthermore, aside from Dai Yunhan, Zhu Zhuqing now held a strong aversion towards her. She realized that her expectations were naive. Dai Yunhan was not an object to be claimed simply because she desired him. She felt somewhat foolish. With a sigh, she turned away, her eyes dim and her spirit once again at odds with her surroundings. The following day, shortly after Dai Yunhan awoke, he received news from the gatekeeper that someone named Hua Fei was seeking him. Dai Yunhan surmised that there must be developments from Yi Lingling's side. After a brief exchange with Zhu Zhuqing, he stepped outside. Hua Fei was already waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Hua Fei immediately exclaimed that the Magic Wolf Gang had conspired with the casino to frame Yi Tiancheng, resulting in him accruing a substantial debt. Now, Yi Tiancheng was imprisoned within the casino, and Yi Lingling was on her way there. Yi Tiancheng was Yi Lingling's father. Why didn't you inform me last night? Dai Yunhan inquired, urgency lacing his tone. If I told you last night, how would you have played the hero today? Hua Fei retorted. Dai Yunhan realized he had momentarily overlooked this. However, the delay in relaying the information felt like a waste of time. Where is it? Take me there now. Are you going alone? Why not? Am I supposed to bring my wife along? You can't very well take your main partner along for such escapades, can you? How would she provide cover? Nevertheless, he acknowledged that it might be necessary to engage in a deeper dialogue with Zhu Zhuqing to align their thoughts. Hua Fei waved his hand. That's not what I meant. I was merely suggesting that going alone might be perilous. The leader of the Magic Wolf Gang is a sole emperor, and he has dozens of subordinates. Dai Yunhan regarded Hua Fei for a moment before declaring, you are a Soul King. Surely you have some influence? You want me to assist you in dealing with the Magic Wolf Gang? Dai Yunhan did not explicitly state his intentions, but replied, if you wish to earn money from this, it is not out of the question. Unexpectedly, Hua Fei shook his head and said, I have a few companions, but I prefer to walk alone, so I haven't formed a mercenary group. I'm afraid I cannot assist you. That's fine, Dai Yunhan replied casually, as he did not genuinely require Hua Fei's help. With 2 soul emperors and a soul sage backing him, he had ample means to rescue himself in this city of Tiando. However, at that moment, Hua Fei suddenly spoke up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Although I cannot help you deal with the Demon Wolf Guild, if you find yourself in peril, I can certainly extricate you. You? Dai Yunhan expressed surprise, considering Hua Fei was a soul emperor. Aren't you afraid? What of it? Hua Fei scoffed. I may not be able to defeat him, but can I outrun him? At any rate, I can guarantee your safety without a doubt. No, I don't need it. Dai Yunhan waved his hand dismissively. Are you certain you don't need my help? Hua Fei seemed skeptical. Indeed, more reliable than steaming buns. Suit yourself, but remember, you can call on me anytime. Soon, the two arrived at the Grand Casino of Tiando. This establishment, the largest in the city, earned vast fortunes effortlessly. Most importantly, it was owned by the same proprietor as the Tiando Soul Arena, wielding immense power and wealth. Upon entering, Dai Yunhan felt a wave of nostalgia, reminiscent of his childhood visits to game arcades, initially feeling out of place but soon blending into the vibrant atmosphere. Where are they? He inquired. In a private room upstairs, but do not rush. Yi Lingling is still on her way. If you wish to charm a lady, you must first instill a sense of despair, then offer her hope at a critical moment, Hua Fei advised. Dai Yunhan looked at him in astonishment. Brother, your mind is so clear. Why is your hand speed not as quick? Cough, cough. Hua Fei shot him a disdainful glance and corrected. Clarity of thought and quick reflexes are unrelated. Please do not conflate them. Now, repeat after me. Surely you're not still a novice? Who? Who is a novice? Hua Fei's face flushed crimson as he protested. I toil every night with my assignments. Really? More reliable than steaming buns. Dai Yunhan declared, striding to the front desk. Miss, please arrange a server for him. I will cover the cost. The front desk attendant, clad in an adorable bunny girl outfit, displayed an ample amount of her curves. Her black fishnet stockings hugging her voluptuous thighs, captivating all who gazed upon her. "Sir, what type of attendant do you prefer?" she asked sweetly, unfazed by Dai Yunhan's lingering eyes, for her attire was designed for admiration. "One like you will suffice, but no fishnet stockings. I prefer black silk. Real men favor black silk, not that other nonsense." "Certainly. How many do you require?" "One for each of us, but his must be particularly accommodating," Dai Yunhan added as a condition. "Rest assured, our servers are discreet and accommodating," the attendant assured, her words laden with innuendo. "And for you, sir?" Dai Yunhan replied. "I prefer simplicity. Aside from the bunny girl in black silk, she should be around 7 meters tall, beautiful, with long legs and a slender waist, a sweet voice, expressive eyes, fair and smooth skin, and she must be able to call me brother proficiently, cheering me on. That should suffice for now." The attendant appeared momentarily bewildered. "Sir, your request is indeed simple." Nevertheless, she was efficient and soon completed the registration. Meanwhile, Huafei finally registered the situation. "Wait, are you serious?" he exclaimed, visibly startled. His legs instinctively wanted to flee. "Of course I am. More reliable than steaming buns." As they spoke, two beautiful women approached, both clad in bunny girl attire. Their sweet and adorable appearances complemented by their statuesque figures. One of them, of average height, gently intertwined her arm with Huafei's. "Hello, sir, I am Tutu, your dedicated server." The other woman stepped closer, but Dai Yunhan preemptively halted her advance. "Hello, sir, I'm Duo. She introduced herself. Huafei was electrified by the gentle touch, turning stiffly to see a sweet, endearing face that matched her name perfectly. Moreover, her figure was undeniably alluring. He tried to withdraw his hand, but Tutu seemed to understand his intentions, tightening her embrace. Huafei's face flushed as he sought help from Dai Yunhan. "You're not the one who works hard every night? Why are you timid now?" Dai Yunhan teased. "I've already spent the money. What you do is your concern." Huafei attempted to extricate himself, but Dai Yunhan interjected, "Oh, by the way, the service fee is relatively high, 20 gold soul coins." Upon hearing this, Huafei halted in his tracks. 20 gold soul coins. Good heavens, even with money, one should not squander so recklessly. The fee was more than he earned from a single task. It was outrageous. "Come play with Tutu, master." Tutu's sultry voice beckoned, clinging to his arm. Huafei, an ordinary person unaccustomed to such temptations, struggled to resist. Swallowing hard, he found himself unable to hold back. Tutu, perceptive to his desires, led him toward the lounge. Despite his initial resistance, the thought of 20 gold soul coins made him relent. "I merely wish to avoid wasting money." Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan and Duo ascended to the second floor. This level was exclusive to the casino, accessible only to those of substantial wealth. Newcomers had two means of entry, presenting proof of assets worth at least 10,000 gold soul coins at the front desk, or a more lenient option of summoning a server. This latter approach was designed for those with some money but not enough to stimulate their desires and ambitions, while the presence of beautiful women could distract them, maximizing the casino's profits. Therefore, every individual within the casino served a significant purpose, all ultimately aimed at draining your wallet. Dai Yunhan, disinterested in proving his assets, opted for a bunny girl, allowing him to ascend effortlessly, settling into a spacious vantage point. He began to gamble while awaiting Yi Lingling's arrival. He was not fond of gambling, but in a casino, abstaining was an anomaly. Thus, he exchanged some chips with Duo and commenced betting, wagering 10 gold soul coins each time on the high-low game. However, fortune seemed to favor him. Out of 10 attempts, he triumphed in 7, and before long, he had amassed over 100 gold soul coins. This must be what is referred to as the halo of a novice. Yet, he remained indifferent to such trivialities, waiting only for Yi Lingling. When he had won over 200 gold soul coins, Yi Lingling finally made her entrance. The moment she appeared, a subordinate approached her, and after exchanging a few words, Yi Lingling, with an aloof expression, followed him upstairs. Dai Yunhan had been closely observing Yi Lingling. Upon seeing her enter a room, she too rose and departed. She arrived at the adjacent room, where Yi Lingling had entered, and Duo followed suit. However, upon entering, she immediately began to disrobe. "What are you doing?" Dai Yunhan asked, still somewhat bewildered. Duo offered a gentle smile, replying, "My lord jested. This is the lounge. Since you have come to rest, it is only natural for me to attend to you." "No need. Just put your clothes back on and bring me something to eat," Dai Yunhan firmly declined. He appreciated women, yet he was not one to indulge in just any woman's company. He could flirt with all beautiful women, but his heart and body would only fiercely respond to the one he loved. Duo paused her actions, obediently donned her attire, and went outside to fetch food. She had encountered individuals like Dai Yunhan before. The casino was filled with all sorts of characters, strange and varied, and all she needed to do was comply. At that moment, Dai Yunhan focused intently on the sounds from the neighboring room. The soundproofing was remarkably effective, and he found it difficult to hear well. However, when he channeled his soul power, the sounds became clear. "Release my father. How much does he owe you? I will repay." Yi Lingling's voice rang coldly within the room. Before her stood 3 individuals. One of them was a disheveled man slumped on the floor, his clothing in disarray, and his spirit utterly depleted, reeking of alcohol, oblivious to the chaos around him. This man was Yi Lingling's father, Yi Tianqing. The other 2 were distinct. One was a slender, short figure dressed elegantly, yet in understated colors, embodying a calm and low-profile demeanor. He was a dealer at the Tiando Grand Casino, specializing in selecting patrons of potential value to serve. Through methods like siphoning off winnings, they profited while also offering loans, continuously extracting from the gamblers. The last individual was menacing in appearance, sporting a scar on his face, with piercing eyes that resembled sharp blades, constantly aimed at you. He was the leader of the demon wolf gang, Lai Xiao. The dealer stepped forward and stated, "Your father owes us a total of 13,000 gold soul coins, including principal and interest. Pay up, and you can take him away immediately." Upon hearing this figure, Yi Lingling's expression changed, her brows trembling involuntarily. 13,000 gold soul coins. How could there possibly be such a sum? Are you attempting to swindle me? Ah, please do not speak rashly. Our casino values credibility above all else. The dealer interrupted, swiftly presenting a bill. "This document outlines your father's loan history, in black and white, beyond dispute. Wouldn't you agree?" As Yi Lingling examined the bill, she found the interest rates to be exorbitant. 1,000 gold soul coins, with only 900 gold soul coins reaching him, and daily interest calculated based on 1,000, compounding into the principal the following day. This was nothing short of a scam. Do not be alarmed by the high interest. Your father willingly borrowed this amount, and the signature bears his soul power signature. We cannot falsify that. Chapter 64. Dai Yunhan takes action. The dealer seemed to anticipate her objections and preemptively addressed her concerns. "Our casino does not lend to just anyone. We are aware of his situation." Lending him 1,000 gold soul coins was already a concession due to his noble status. The remaining amount was borrowed from Lai Xiao of the Demon Wolf Gang, so you only need to repay us 3,000 gold soul coins. Hearing this, Yi Lingling looked incredulously at Lai Xiao. "My father does not even know you. How could he have borrowed money from you? The casino may have its flaws, but it maintains a semblance of credibility, whereas the Demon Wolf Gang is notorious for their ruthlessness." Yi Lingling was well aware of their infamous reputation. Not only did they swindle, but they would also take lives. Many who sought their services at the mercenary guild had suffered greatly. For instance, the hiring fees varied. Initially quoted at one price, they would later concoct excuses to force a price hike, and if you disagreed, they would create trouble for you. They were also known for forcibly acquiring valuable items at low prices and various other inhumane acts. In essence, they were a gang of bullies. Had it not been for their status as the premier mercenary group with formidable power, many would have disposed of them long ago. Lai Xiao, however, wore a smug grin as he remarked, "Your father may not know me, but he's acquainted with my subordinate. One of my men also has a penchant for gambling, and they became acquainted. The money your father borrowed came from him, so I have every right to collect the debt." The amount Yi Tianqing borrowed from Lai Xiao was not substantial, merely 2,000 gold soul coins, but the remaining 8,000 was all interest. Of course, this was not an amount borrowed in a single day. It was deliberately orchestrated by Lai Xiao, with each loan carefully dispensed until today, resulting in an astronomical accumulation of both principal and interest. This indicated that Lai Xiao had been scheming against Yi Lingling for quite some time. Yi Lingling's countenance turned pained as she looked at the drunken man on the floor. She genuinely could not comprehend how a man could descend to such depths. Having squandered all family assets was one thing, but to resort to high-interest loans for gambling was beyond her understanding. A compulsive gambler, addicted to alcohol. She mourned the misfortune of having such a father. I will repay the debt. Currently, I only have 1,000 gold soul coins, and the rest I will return gradually. Yi Lingling felt deeply helpless. She did not know when this torment would come to an end. Yet, Lai Xiao merely laughed disdainfully. Gradually repay? What a grand jest! He stood, approaching Yi Lingling. How do you intend to repay? Once a month or once a day? How much do you think you can earn daily? With the money earned from tasks, you won't even cover the interest, let alone the principal. The derision in his tone was unmistakable. What do you want then? You are well aware he cannot repay such high interest. Are you not doing this on purpose? Yi Lingling demanded. Lai Xiao unabashedly admitted. Yes, it was intentional. So what? It takes two to tango. If he had refused to borrow, could I have forced him to? Yi Lingling clenched her teeth, her violet eyes glinting with icy resolve. I do not wish to engage in further debate with you. One question, what do you want? Ha! Dealing with an intelligent person is always straightforward. Lai Xiao chuckled heartily. Moving closer to Yi Lingling, locking his gaze on her piercing yet helpless eyes, and stated deliberately, it is simple. Exchange your person. You are delusional. Lai Xiao stepped back, spreading his hands as he settled back down. Whether I am delusional is up to you to decide. Should you be willing, I am not dreaming. If you refuse, you will eventually acquiesce. Li Xiao raised his brows and continued. Today marks the final repayment deadline for your father's loan. According to the terms of the promissory note, if he fails to repay today, one of his hands will be severed. Should he still be unable to repay by tomorrow, we shall take one of his feet. Do you believe you possess the means to gradually repay the debt? Upon hearing these words, a look of profound anguish washed over Ylngling's face. If the debt remained unpaid, Ylnch would surely perish here. Yet, she had no money to repay. Her only option would be to barter her body. She longed to escape, for throughout her life, Ylnch had never fulfilled his role as a father. Since her earliest memories, he had meandered through life in a drunken stupor, rendering their home unchanged with or without him. However, she could not abandon him. He was the only person in this world with whom she shared a blood connection. Without knowing when, she found herself calming down as she gazed at the man, slumped like a rag doll. Drawing a deep breath, her eyes glinted with despair, akin to a blade. I can agree to your terms, but you must concede to one request of mine. What request? Li Xiao's face lit up with uncontainable excitement. He was certain she would agree, yet her actual acquiescence stirred a tempest within him. You are never to lend him money again, and the entire TNDU Grand Casino is to cease any loans to him. Consider it done. Li Xi o responda reality. Ylnch had merely served as a means to obtain Ylngling. Now that she was his, he had no further need for the man. Lending money to a gambler who could not repay was an act of folly. The casino, too, would not entertain the idea of lending to Ylnch, for his family's poverty was more dire than that of beggars. Lending to him would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs, fruitless and without return. Li Xiao rose, excitement radiating from him as he approached Ylngling, his face adorned with a smug smile and fervent desire. He extended his rough hand towards her veil, having yet to glimpse her true visage, curious if she was as beautiful as the rumor suggested. Ylngling's eyes filled with revulsion, and she instinctively wished to retreat. But the faint murmurs of Ylnch in his slumber compelled her to remain rooted. The gluttony in Li Xiao's gaze was unmistakable. Witnessing Ylngling's fear and inability to resist gratified his twisted desires, igniting a feverish yearning within him. Ylngling, too, was engulfed in despair. Just as his hand was about to graze her veil, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and a golden object struck Li Xiao's hand, halting his movement abruptly. Fury etched on his face. Li Xiao glanced at the golden soul coin that had fallen to the ground, then turned to the entrance where a man had just entered. Who are you? He demanded coldly. Chapter 65. The princes order me? I'm merely here to interrupt your little escapade, came the voice of Dai Yunhan, hearing the familiar voice. Looked at Dai Yunhan in disbelief. How'd he end up here? Li Xiao's brows furrowed, his aura erupting with irritation at the interruption. You little brat, get out of my way. What? Are you refusing to accept the money I offer to settle your debts? Calm and collected. Was Li Shio after money at this moment? No. He sought something far more valuable. He sought a woman. Thus, his aura intensified, a ferocious demonic wolf manifesting behind him. Do I need you to repay my debts? I shall repeat myself. Get out. Produced a golden card, stating, this contains precisely 13,000 golden soul coins. I have settled her debt. He tossed the card onto the table, and then turned to the seething Li Shio. Do you intend to resort to violence? Surely, you haven't forgotten the rules of the Grand Casino? At these words, Li Shio's violent demeanor faltered, his expression wavering as he reconsidered. The rules of the Grand Casino forbade any fighting within its walls. To breach this code meant dire consequences. This regulation served as a protection for the weaker gamblers. However, once outside the casino, those rules ceased to apply. Li Shio, clearly wary of the powers that lurked behind the casino, retracted his martial spirit, though his eyes remained cold and calculating. Brat, who are you to thwart my intentions? Diyuhan chuckled softly. Isn't this a stroke of good fortune for you? And what of me, a man of your age pursuing such a young maiden? Do you truly believe you are deserving? With that, he cast a glance at Xingluo, whose once cold gaze now shimmered with a glimmer of hope, far more appealing than before. A girl as beautiful and youthful as Xingluo deserves to be with someone like me. You, old man, should refrain from chasing after tender grass. Have you ever heard the saying? An old cow eating young grass, never satisfied, better to consume the old grass, fulfilling and hearty. I'll be damned. Li Shi ospat furiously. What I choose to consume is none of your concern. I'll tell you this. If you dare step outside the Grand Casino, I shall break your legs. Oh, is that so? I'm trembling in fear, Diyuhan replied mockingly, before producing a token from his hand, a golden insignia inscribed with the characters for Prince. This was the prince's order he had deceitfully acquired from Xingluo. Initially, he intended to use this token for his own convenience in entering the prince's palace to meet Xingluo. But never did he imagine it would come in handy in this moment. Upon seeing the token, Li Shio's expression darkened to an alarming shade. You are from the prince's residence? The prince, second only to the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, wielded immense power. Though he was strong as a sole emperor, he was merely a leader of a mercenary guild, and such a grand background could not compare to that of the prince. Would you like to verify its authenticity? Diyuhan questioned with a cold smile. Li Shio hesitated. He certainly wanted to check the token, but he dared not approach. The soul energy emanating from the token was unmistakably genuine. Naturally, it could not be a counterfeit. In Xingluo City, who would dare to flaunt the prince's token? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, the true controllers of the Grand Casino were rumored to be from the prince's residence. To brandish the prince's token here could not possibly be a ruse. Seeing his silence, Diyuhan put the token away and said, the money is here. Hand me the promissory note. Li Shio hesitated momentarily, caught in a struggle, but ultimately chose to relent. Regardless of Diyuhan's identity, with the backing of the prince's residence, he could easily annihilate his entire demonic wolf regiment. Thus, despite his inner resentment, he dared not defy Diyuhan and respectfully presented the promissory note before him. Diyuhan accepted it, glancing at it before placing it into his ring. He then collected the golden card from the table, noting, you audaciously charged 8,000 in interest on a mere 2,000 golden soul coin loan within a month. Such blatant disregard for the law. He then retrieved 5,000 golden soul coins from his ring. 3,000 of these shall be returned to the casino, while 2,000 will be given back to you. Do you have any objections? The interest rates at casinos are generally quite high, yet they pale in comparison to the avarice of the infamous Xie Xiao. With royal backing, casinos tend not to be excessively ruthless. Xie Xiao's expression turned grim, but he dared not voice any objections. After all, even if he were to receive not a single coin of the 2,000 gold soul coins owed to him, he would still refrain from dissent. He hastily shook his head, indicating his lack of opposition. Oof. Dai Yunhan let out a cold snort before picking up Yi Tianxing and heading outside. His decision to return 2,000 gold soul coins to Xie Xiao was deliberate. First, if he refused to return anything, it was conceivable that Xie Xiao, feeling cornered, might resort to underhanded tactics. Second, if he returned the entire sum, Dai Yunhan feared it would create a false impression in Xie Zhao's mind, leading him to believe that Dai Yunhan wielded power through the royal family. After all, how could someone truly backed by the prince's residence be so magnanimous as to return every single coin? Hence, Dai Yunhan opted to return only 2,000, making a statement of dominance while providing Xie Zhao with a rationale to refrain from desperate measures. Some individuals, after all, possess a masochistic tendency. If not given a taste of hardship, they might perceive one as easily bullied. Upon exiting the Grand Casino, the scoundrel Hua Fei had yet to emerge. Dai Yunhan paid him no mind and departed immediately. The stench of alcohol clung to Yi Tiansheng, nearly making Dai Yunhan retch. He could scarcely comprehend how a father could so thoroughly debase himself, remaining unperturbed even as his daughter was bartered away. Thank you. Yi Lingling walked beside Dai Yunhan, deeply appreciative of his timely intervention. I will repay you. As she spoke, Yi Lingling produced a pouch containing 1,000 gold soul coins. Take this for now. I will gradually repay the remainder. Dai Yunhan accepted the pouch and, upon inspecting it, discovered an assortment of large bills, scattered gold soul coins, and even a conspicuous copper soul coin. He handed it back to Yi Lingling, saying, "Keep it for now. Return it to me when you have gathered the rest." Yi Lingling accepted the pouch without further formality, aware that the amount was but a trifle for Dai Yunhan. She expressed her gratitude. Yet her thank you bore no trace of elation, but rather an overwhelming sense of desolation. Chapter 66. From this moment on, you are my woman. Dai Yunhan recognized her concern for the future. Where to now? Shall I escort you home? He inquired, shifting the subject. Yi Lingling glanced at Yi Tiansheng and silently nodded. Under her guidance, Dai Yunhan arrived at her residence. It was a noble estate, yet at present, the entrance lay desolate, with fallen leaves strewn across the ground and no one to tend to them, let alone a guard at the gate. Upon entering, the interior was stark and empty. The garden was overrun with weeds, and wild grass sprouted in abundance, even pushing through the cracks in the blue bricks. Traversing through the garden, they entered the main house, which mirrored the exterior's desolation. The furniture was devoid of adornment, with only a few dust-covered chairs to be found. However, a landscape painting hung prominently on the wall, one that Dai Yunhan could not decipher. As he carried Yi Tiansheng into the bedroom, Dai Yunhan was surprised to find it exceptionally well kept. A complete set of furniture adorned the room, free of dust, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Yet, what caught his attention were the numerous feminine items present, along with a portrait of a beautiful woman hanging on the wall. The woman's features bore a resemblance to Yi Lingling, though only in demeanor and expression, as he had not yet laid eyes on Yi Lingling's face. Additionally, the most striking feature of the room was a potted begonia placed near the window. It had been meticulously tended to, and in full bloom, it exuded a fragrance that brought tranquility to the mind. After placing Yi Tiansheng on the bed, Dai Yunhan stepped out of the room with Yi Lingling. Can you tell me why your father has become this way? Dai Yunhan sought to understand her family background. To his surprise, Yi Lingling shook her head. I don't know. He has always been like this since my earliest memories. This revelation caught Dai Yunhan off guard. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly asked, "Do you wish to change him?" Yi Lingling's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. He hardly speaks to me. Even if I wish to change him, I have no means to do so. I have a plan that might work, but it requires your cooperation. What plan? Dai Yunhan smiled, his gaze shifting to a more enigmatic demeanor. Yi Lingling sensed an impending sense of foreboding, but steeled herself to confront him. Dai Yunhan produced the promissory note he had just obtained from Xie Zhao, fixing Yi Lingling with a bemused stare. This plan is to enact Xie Zhao's recent scheme. What do you mean? A flicker of fear appeared in Yi Lingling's eyes. Xie Zhao's scheme? Does that imply he desires your body? Dai Yunhan noted the resurgence of helplessness in her gaze, understanding that he had frightened her. He quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I mean, we should feign engagement in this plan. Perhaps once your father learns of your predicament, he will awaken to the reality of his circumstances." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's anxious heart calmed slightly. She had initially feared she had merely escaped one den of wolves only to enter another. Dai Yunhan was indeed a formidable presence. But what if this provokes my father into irrational actions? Sometimes harsh measures are necessary for serious illness. Given your father's current state, Conventional methods are unlikely to affect change. We must shatter his established shackles and make him realize what is truly significant around him for any transformation to take place. As for any extreme reactions, rest assured, I will be vigilant. Should anything unusual arise, I will promptly cease our actions. Yi Lingling wore a troubled expression, still uneasy about the plan. Nevertheless, contemplating Yi Tiancheng's current state of decline, she resolved to give it a try. Very well, I agree. What should be our first step? The first step is simple. Dai Yunhan replied, his smile returning. Yi Lingling regarded his grin with a renewed sense of apprehension. Indeed, Dai Yunhan extended his hand, aiming directly for her veil. The first step, naturally, is to blur the lines of reality. Thus, allow me to gaze upon your visage first. Before Yi Lingling could react, he swiftly pulled down her veil. Instantly, a face of exquisite beauty, unparalleled in this world, was revealed before him. Her lips, thin and glistening like jade, were devoid of any makeup. Slightly plump and inviting, they seemed to beckon a kiss. Her delicate nose, as fine as bone and jade, perfectly complemented her lips. Her tender cheeks, smooth and luminous, even bore the faintest hint of fine, white fuzz, with a light, cool demeanor that hinted at aloofness. There was also a trace of flustered alarm at that moment. Most captivating of all were her violet eyes, which, paired with her ethereal beauty, ensnared Dai Yunhan, drawing him into a hazy abyss. She was breathtaking, truly magnificent. The begonia spares no blush of color, standing alone in the gentle rain. This line of poetry encapsulated Yi Lingling's beauty perfectly. 1,000 peach blossoms in full bloom pale in comparison to your singular allure. What do you mean? Yi Lingling raised her arm to partially shield her face. The intensity of Dai Yunhan's gaze caused her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. You are truly beautiful. This was originally a compliment. Yi Lingling's heart suddenly raced, feeling as if a drum was pounding within her, as if something was about to leap out. She hurriedly averted her gaze from Dai Yunhan, snatched the veil from his hand, and put it back on. It seemed she believed that by doing so, she could shield herself from Dai Yunhan's fervent gaze. Dai Yunhan, known for his boldness, felt quite pleased with Yi Lingling's display of shyness. For a young woman, what one truly fears is not her shyness, but her indifference or disdain. If she remains unembarrassed in such an ambiguous situation, it indicates that one has no chance at all. Her current shyness, however, proves that there is still hope. He continued, during this period, you must not appear before him. I will handle the interactions. If everything goes according to plan, we should be able to influence him in a short time. Understood, she replied. Dai Yunhan then took out a pen and inscribed a phrase on the promissory note. Your daughter will henceforth be mine, my dear father-in-law. He placed the note beside Yi Tiancheng's pillow. After contemplating for a moment, he left behind 10 gold soul coins. This would serve to gauge Yi Tiancheng's reaction, whether he would continue to gamble or prioritize his daughter. Upon seeing such a blunt statement, Yi Lingling's face flushed even deeper. Was it truly necessary to be so overt? Chapter 67. You are a good person you don't understand. The more straightforward it is, the more it stimulates him, making him acutely aware of the severity of his mistakes. Moreover, once he changes, he will cherish you even more, Dai Yunhan explained. Yi Lingling listened, somewhat perplexed, yet found his reasoning compelling. Observing her bewildered expression, Dai Yunhan suddenly perceived her as the next Zhu Zhuqing, appearing quite gullible. However, the very next moment, Yi Lingling's words shattered his illusion. You appear at the Grand Casino today, conveniently assisting me. This must be part of your plan, right? Dai Yunnan's face stiffened instantly. How had she discovered this? Just moments ago, he had thought her easily deceived. Why was she so astute? So what is your true intention? Without waiting for Dai Yunhan's response, Yi Lingling pressed on. Dai Yunhan chuckled lightly, quickly regaining his composure. What do you think my purpose is? Upon hearing this question, Yi Lingling began to ponder. What could she possibly possess that would attract Dai Yunhan's interest? Wealth? Unnecessary. Status? Even less so. It could only be her beauty. Yet Dai Yunhan already had a Zhu Zhuqing, whose beauty was not inferior to hers. Additionally, with his wealth, he could have any beauty he desired. Why would he seek her? She genuinely could not fathom his motive for aiding her. Could it be for her martial soul? That seemed the only plausible explanation. Considering her martial soul was unique in the world, no one else possessed a second one. At that moment, Dai Yunhan spoke again. If you cannot comprehend it, then do not dwell on it. You will understand in due course. With that, he turned to leave the estate. However, just as he stepped outside, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, "This place is quite close to the school. I see you usually do not stay in the dormitory. If you're not meeting your father, where do you stay?" "I'll find a hotel." "Absolutely not," Dai Yunhan rejected outright. Li Xiao may act rashly and pose a threat to you. As a support soul master, you would be defenseless. It is far too dangerous outside. Then where am I supposed to stay? With me? With you? That is out of the question. Yi Lingling's brows quivered. As a young lady, how could she share a residence with a man? Yet Dai Yunhan retorted, "What? Are you afraid I will devour you?" "Yes," Dai Yunhan replied. "You so openly admit it. How could I find the courage to act?" It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. "Do not worry. Your contract of servitude is in my possession. To be honest, if I truly intended to consume you, you would not be able to resist, would you?" "I can resist." "Why is that?" Dai Yunhan exclaimed. "Li Xiao wishes to devour you, and you do not resist. Yet when I wish to, you do? I'm far more handsome than he is, and I treat you so well." Dai Yunhan felt a sense of grievance. Yi Lingling's calm gaze held a hint of amusement. "Precisely because you treat me well, I have every right to resist, as I know you would not harm me." At this point, Yi Lingling's brow arched with a smile. Dai Yunhan recognized her smile and could not help but rub his forehead. Fine, Yi Lingling had indeed seen through him. He had initially thought her cold, solitary ice queen, only to discover she possessed a keen insight into human nature, expertly keeping him in check. This girl was not easy to win over. Ding! The system's voice resonated, detected that the goddess Yi Lingling's affection for the host has deepened, enhancing the duration of the first soul ring to 1,000 years. Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, then elated. He had assumed that once she saw through him, her affection would wane. Instead, it had increased. It seemed his actions had not displeased her. With a newfound determination, he decided to press on. "Rest assured, I am not asking you to truly live with me. I will arrange a room for you next to the dormitory. You can stay there. This way, no one will gossip about you. Do not hastily refuse. This is indeed the best option. If anything occurs with your father, I can notify you immediately, allowing you to respond accordingly." Dai Yunhan's expression was earnest, and Yi Lingling knew he was not jesting. After some consideration, she resolved to accept Dai Yunhan's suggestion. After all, she had nowhere else to turn and was genuinely concerned for her safety outside. She nodded in agreement. Dai Yunhan felt a surge of joy. "You are coming with me, and I can certainly keep you in check." He then led her back to the academy. His villa was the most luxurious on campus, rarely inhabited, as those who could afford it found no need to reside at the school. Why not pursue romance or find a hotel instead? Those who could not afford it simply did not belong there. Thus, it was straightforward for Dai Yunhan to make arrangements. Everything for the room had already been purchased upon entering the school, including clothes and essentials. "My dormitory is right next door. If you find cooking inconvenient, feel free to come to my place for meals. My culinary skills are quite good," Dai Yunhan stated. A woman captures a man's heart first through his stomach. However, this tactic is equally effective with women. Yi Lingling raised an eyebrow, as if she had seen through his intentions. "You wish for me to become better acquainted with your wife, do you?" "Not all. You are being rather narrow-minded." Dai Yunhan felt a cold sweat break out. How had this girl deduced his thoughts so accurately? Yi Lingling's cool gaze remained fixed on him, and she said nothing, clearly unconvinced by his words. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness lingering in the air, Dai Yunhan decided it was best to excuse himself. Just then, Yi Lingling's voice rang out behind him. "You're just like Li Xiao." "Huh?" Dai Yunhan was baffled. "How am I similar to him? They all desire my body." Dai Yunhan, "All right, you are not wrong. I indeed find you irresistible. However, you're not like Li Xiao." With a smile, Dai Yunhan affirmed, "I am certainly different from him. You treat me with genuine kindness. You are a good person." "Nonsense, of course, I am a good person. I possess principles, you know. Nevertheless, I shall not accept your compliment. You are the good person. Your entire family is comprised of good people. Come to my house for dinner tonight." After saying this, Dai Yunhan walked away without looking back, offering her a chance to choose. If she declines, it indicates her internal resistance. If she accepts, it signifies her acceptance of herself. It was still class time, and Zhu Zhuqing was also teaching, so Dai Yunhan had no need to return to the dormitory. Additionally, he had another matter to attend to. Chapter 68. Establishing a mercenary group upon exiting the academy, He returned to the mercenary guild, greeted once again by the beautiful receptionist. He posted a task, seeking Hua Fei. 10 gold soul coins were paid, and the task was just released when Hua Fei appeared before him in an instant. Wow, are you some sort of summoned beast with such speed? Compared to this morning, Hua Fei now wore an expression of sheer fury, his teeth gritted. Especially the way he looked at Dai Yunhan. It seemed as if Dai Yunhan owed him millions. Why didn't you inform me that there would be additional charges for the service? Hua Fei demanded angrily. What? Additional charges? Dai Yunhan appeared bewildered. So, the 20 gold soul coins only allow for observation, not interaction? Stop pretending. I'm telling you, you must reimburse me for the fees. Hua Fei grimaced in pain. Tutu's skills are exceptional. Once he entered the room, he was unable to resist the allure. Since it was Dai Yunhan's money anyway, he indulged in every available service, only to find out that these services incurred separate charges. Goodness, it cost him a staggering 200 gold soul coins. This is pure gold. He glared at Dai Yunhan with a fierce intensity, tears of frustration streaming down his face. You must give me those 200 gold soul coins. You said you would treat me. What has 200 gold soul coins? Look at how anxious you are. Dai Yunhan waved his hand, tossing him a 200 gold soul coin note. Hua Fei caught it, his face instantly lighting up with joy. Yet he still grumbled. 200 gold soul coins may be nothing to you, but that is my savings for half a year. Half a year of savings? Dai Yunhan was somewhat surprised. I see that your commissions are quite high. Does it really take half a year to save 200 gold soul coins? Hua Fei shot Dai Yunhan a disdainful glance. How could you nobles possibly understand the struggles of lower-level soul masters? While the task commissions are high, the cost of cultivation, medicine, and living, every aspect requires money. With a single misstep, not only do you earn nothing, but you might also lose your entire life as savings. Do you think it is easy to save 200 gold soul coins? Dai Yunhan had not considered these factors. It appeared that the lower class struggled in every world. Curiously, he asked, why don't you join a sect or a noble family? As a soul king, wouldn't it be simple for you? Moreover, with your strength, they would treat you well, and you would have no worries about food or clothing, along with ample resources for cultivation. Wouldn't that be a better life? I dislike being someone as subordinate. A life of freedom is what I desire, Hua Fei replied, pride tinged with a hint of disdain. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. Dai Yunhan understood. Everyone has their aspirations. Some are willing to endure hardships and risks in pursuit of their dreams. So, what brings you to me? Did you rescue that girl? When Hua Fei exited the casino, Dai Yunhan had already vanished. After battling for several hours, he suspected Dai Yunhan had left. Dai Yunhan smiled. What you said is redundant. When I step in, it's as simple as taking candy from a child to win over a girl. Look at you, so full of yourself. I can't stand your nouveau riche attitude. Hua Fei expressed jealousy and admiration simultaneously. Dai Yunhan remained unfazed, knowing he was jesting. I offer you a chance to be a nouveau riche. Do you accept? Yes. Dai Yunhan laughed heartily. Indeed, everyone detests the nouveau riche, yet everyone aspires to be one. I have a task for you. You set the price as long as you can execute it beautifully. What task? Dai Yunhan continued. You are to form a mercenary group, but I shall be the leader of this group. I will cover all necessary expenses and provide you with additional compensation. The mercenary group can choose to take on tasks or not, entirely at your discretion. I will merely hold a title and will not interfere. All you need to do is complete one task for me. What task? This proposal piqued Hua Fei's interest. In a mercenary guild, even the strongest individual has limitations. The best way to earn higher rewards is to establish a mercenary group. Hua Fei certainly wished to do so. However, he lacked the experience and funding to create one. Yet now, Dai Yunhan would cover all expenses and offer extra pay. This was a deal laden with benefits. The only downside was that he would not be the leader. However, Dai Yunhan had mentioned he would merely hold a title, managing the group as affairs himself. Thus, this downside was not particularly detrimental. Dai Yunhan sensed his excitement and continued. All you must do is keep a constant watch on Yi Tiancheng's movements. Is it really that simple? You wish it were. Hua Fei's expression shifted. He understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Aside from monitoring, certain intimidation and threats will naturally fall upon your shoulders. Intimidation and threats? Hua Fei was slightly puzzled. Yi Tiancheng is a notorious gambler and drunkard. What is there to threaten? Dai Yunhan, uninterested in explaining, replied, regardless. This is not your concern. So are you interested? You can freely use the mercenary group to take on tasks during your free time. Any earnings are yours to keep. I will take nothing. However, you must resolve any troubles you encounter on your own. I will not intervene. In short, I will be a hands-off manager. The development of the mercenary group will entirely depend on your capability. After completing the task regarding Yi Tiansheng, I will also grant you the position of leader. Dai Yunhan's words further ignited Hua Fei's enthusiasm. This opportunity, while not falling from the sky, was quite close. Good fortune is rare. One must seize the moment. Hua Fei immediately agreed. All right, I accept your offer. Dai Yunhan smiled and handed him a gold card containing 5,000 gold soul coins. Use this for now, and come to me if you need more. Hua Fei held the gold card, feeling a wave of emotion at its gleaming appearance. To know that even selling this card alone would yield dozens of gold soul coins was significant. 5,000 gold soul coins was an excess. Establishing a mercenary group wouldn't require so much. Hua Fei promptly stated, although Dai Yunhan has ample wealth, I cannot be that unscrupulous. Yet Dai Yunhan replied, use the surplus to recruit skilled individuals, acquire quality equipment, and rent a decent place. If we're going to do this, let us do it right. Do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the funds? Hua Fei inquired, feeling an inexplicable stir within. Over the years, few have shown him such kindness. Chapter 69. The Wingman Team. I am merely courting maidens. Dai Yunhan regarded him with surprise before calmly stating, I do not trust you. I only trust my wealth. To me, this 5,000 gold soul coins are as insignificant as a strand of cow hair. Damn it, I was genuinely moved for nothing. Hua Fei retorted, well, I confess, I do not comprehend the world of the affluent. With that, Hua Fei collected the money and proceeded to register a mercenary group with Dai Yunhan. Registration with the guild was imperative for accepting missions. Establishing a mercenary group would naturally allow for higher-level tasks and greater rewards. Of course, this also meant that the associated fees would be considerable. The registration fee was quite reasonable, merely 1 gold soul coin. Sir, may I inquire the name of the mercenary group? Hua Fei asked, turning to Dai Yunhan. As the leader, you shall name it. Naming? This was not Dai Yunhan's forte. Should it be something extravagant like the Fierce and Dazzling Explosion Squad? Or perhaps the True Iron Fans of the Dark Kuan Love Group? Or a more endearing title like the Adorable Team? Dai Yunhan found all these options lacking. After a moment's thought, he finally concluded, let us call it the Wingman Team. This mercenary group was intended to assist him in courting maidens, making the name Wingman entirely fitting. Wingman, you say? Hua Fei mused over the name. What significance does it bear? Dai Yunhan's expression darkened as he corrected, it's Wingman, not Wingman. And certainly not Wingman. Indeed, the phrase Wingman transcends worlds. Is there any difference? Hua Fei pondered, finding no distinction whatsoever, as he could not decipher the nuances. No difference. So there is no need for further inquiry. Upon completing the registration, they were issued a mercenary badge and a certification. The certificate could be utilized for recruitment, ensuring others recognized them as genuine. The badge served as a symbol and was also necessary for task acceptance. Once registered, the two exited the guild. You may now proceed to monitor Yi Tiansheng. Remember, report any developments to me immediately. Additionally, it would be prudent to find 2 skilled protectors for him, to prevent any thoughts of self-harm. Thoughts of self-harm? Hua Fei exclaimed in astonishment. What have you done to Yi Lingling? You are truly a beast. I haven't even begun to act beastly, Dai Yunhan retorted, exasperated, and despite knowing Hua Fei was stronger, he swatted him with irritation. Hua Fei laughed and danced away, evading the hit. Dai Yunhan scoffed, am I such a lewd person? I always pursue matters of the heart before the physical. Who knows? All I know is that her father is contemplating suicide. Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Do you believe? Hua Fei fell silent. Although he was much stronger than Dai Yunhan, he was aware that he could not contend with him. He was but one man, while Dai Yunhan had the backing of many. Then, Dai Yunhan penned a letter for him to deliver to Yi Tiansheng. Yi Tiansheng will likely seek you out after reading this letter. Once again, I advise you to gather a few skilled individuals. If he comes to confront you, merely repel him without causing harm. Repel him without harming him, while also fearing for his life. You are engaged in quite an innovative endeavor. No, I am merely courting maidens. With that, Dai Yunhan departed. Nightfall arrived swiftly. At the Yi residence, Yi Tiansheng awoke groggily bewildered as to how he returned home. However, upon realizing that Yi Lingling must have brought him back, he dismissed his confusion. A rumble from his stomach reminded him of his hunger, prompting him to venture out for food. Upon searching his pockets, he discovered not a single copper coin, recalling that he had seemingly lost all his money. He scanned the surroundings for anything of value to exchange for some cash. A casual glance revealed 10 gold soul coins beside his pillow, igniting a surge of joy as he seized the coins and prepared to leave. At that moment, he noticed several papers beside them. Upon inspection, he discovered they were his IOUs. How did these end up here? He wondered, but soon elation overcame his confusion. Without the IOUs, he was free from debt. He laughed heartily, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a windfall. However, he soon noticed ink smudges on the back of the IOUs. When he flipped them over, a chilling message greeted him. Your daughter is now my possession, my dear father-in-law. Daughter, father-in-law. Yi Tianqing's expression darkened as realization struck him. He dashed out of his room. Shoutin, Ye Lingling, Ye Lingling, Ye Lingling. Yet, silence greeted his calls. In disbelief, he frantically rushed to Yi Lingling's room, finding the door unlocked, and he pushed it open. However, it was empty. Yi Lingling was nowhere to be found. In terror, he shook his head, unwilling to accept the truth of the message. He searched the entire residence, room by room, not even sparing the restroom. Though hope had all but faded, he could not bring himself to believe it. But how could he possibly find any trace of Yi Lingling? After an hour of searching, his voice was nearly hoarse, yet there was still no sign of her. He collapsed onto the steps, his gaze vacant, fear coalescing into a palpable darkness upon his face. Smack! He struck himself sharply across the face, the resounding crack echoing in the stillness, his fingers leaving a clear imprint on his rugged skin. What have I done? Smack! He delivered 2 more resounding slaps to himself. The searing pain could not overshadow the profound anguish within. He cradled his head, weeping uncontrollably. But it was not long before his sobs ceased, and a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Lai Xiao, you have dishonored my daughter. I shall kill you. With a surge of rage, he prepared to confront Lai Xiao. Yet, just then, a sound sliced through the air towards him. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he caught the object. It was a letter. Frowning, he opened it, and his chest heaved with intensity. Wingman team, so was you. Yi Tianqing was taken aback, realizing it was not Lai Xiao, but rather this so-called wingman team. His fury surged once more. For the mere existence of this wingman team made him feel as though his daughter was nothing more than a commodity to be traded. But his daughter was no mere object. Filled with humiliation and rage, he felt his dignity trampled upon, reducing him to a mere animal, wallowing in the mud. He tore the letter to shreds, the atmosphere around him heavy and frigid, akin to a tiger poised for the hunt. Chapter 70, Yi Lingling, offer up your panties. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing were enjoying dinner. Yi Lingling had not come to his home. She was perfectly capable of taking care of herself. Dai Yunhan felt a twinge of disappointment, but he chose not to dwell on it. Such matters ought not to be rushed. However, the perceptive Zhu Zhuqing detected his fleeting expressions. You seem a bit distracted. Is something amiss? Nothing's wrong, he replied. After all this time, what did you possibly keep from me? Dai Yunhan chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the drawbacks of having a childhood sweetheart. It was as if she could discern his every thought. Just as he was about to speak, Zhu Zhuqing interjected. This is about Douluo, isn't it? Douluo? What does she have to do with this? Upon noticing his astonished expression, Zhu Zhuqing realized her intuition was correct. Douluo didn't attend class today. You two must have met, right? No, Dai Yunhan replied, unaware of the situation. Zhu Zhuqing's expression suddenly grew somber. After a moment's hesitation, she added, you needn't lie to me. I'm not lying. Dai Yunhan felt puzzled, curious about what transpired between Douluo and Zhu Zhuqing. As Zhu Zhuqing gazed into his eyes, she discerned his unwillingness to divulge anything. Sighing, she placed down her utensils and revealed, she came to see you yesterday, but I prevented her from entering and spoke harshly to her. Dai Yunhan fell silent, taken aback by this revelation. No wonder Douluo seemed off yesterday. He remained quiet, awaiting Zhu Zhuqing to continue. I know she harbors feelings for you, but if it weren't for her, you would not have been captured by the poisoned Douluo, nor would you have encountered such perilous situations. Zhuqing, that incident is in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Dai Yunhan assumed Zhu Zhuqing was still sorrowful over the matter. Little did he know that his words, at that moment, struck her as somewhat cold and irksome. Tears suddenly welled in the corners of Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, and an inexplicable ache gripped her heart. Looking at Dai Yunhan, her voice trembled as she asked, "Do you no longer care for me? Why would you ask such a thing?" Dai Yunhan was taken aback. He felt that Zhu Zhuqing was being overly sensitive. How could he possibly convey disinterest? Yet, upon witnessing her tear-streaked face, his heart ached, prompting him to rise and comfort her. Just then, a commotion arose at the door. Dai Yunhan wondered who could be visiting at this late hour. Could it be Yilingling? Upon opening the door, he found an unfamiliar student. "Whom do you seek?" The student stated directly, "Vice Captain Hua has news. Yi Tiansheng has arrived and is currently at the regiment's camp in a standoff. I'm here to ask if you wish to go over now." Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn that this student was affiliated with Hua Fei. This individual's capabilities were indeed remarkable. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I will head over immediately. Ensure Hua Fei does not harm him, nor allow him to leave." "Understood." Dai Yunhan turned to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "I have urgent matters to attend to. Do not overthink it. Stay here and wait for me." With that, he closed the door. Zhu Zhuqing sat in her place, her expression quivering, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The feast before her lost all appeal. Rather than going straight to the regiment's camp, Dai Yunhan first arrived at Yi Lingling's villa, for he required something. At that moment, Yi Lingling had finished her meal and was bathing. Hearing the noise, she emerged from the bathroom, somewhat puzzled. "What is it? Why are you wearing a veil at this hour?" Dai Yunhan was somewhat speechless, then noticed her hair was wet and freshly washed, which only added to his incredulity. "You wear a veil while bathing?" "Of course not. I put it on when you arrived. Is it necessary to be so guarded? It's not as if you haven't seen me before." Dai Yunhan was rendered speechless. Isn't it said that a woman wearing a mask will inevitably fall for the man who removes it? Yet Yi Lingling seems entirely unaware of this. "What do you need?" Dai Yunhan replied, "Your father has awakened and is seeking me. I must go and provide him with a jolt to help him regain his footing. However, before that, I require an item from you." "What item?" "Underwear." "Underwear?" Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes widened, and her face flushed in disbelief. "Why would you want my underwear? Are you certain this is for my father and not to satisfy some perverse desire of yours?" She regarded him skeptically, yet Dai Yunhan's seriousness compelled her to ponder. Feeling her face grow warm and somewhat chilly, she pressed, "But why my underwear?" Dai Yunhan understood her embarrassment, though her face was veiled. The exposed skin showed a distinct blush. Noticing a different emotion flickering in her icy gaze, he couldn't resist teasing her. "Your current role is that of my woman, and not just any woman, but one with whom I share an intimate bond. If I were to appear before your father unadorned, do you think he would believe me? I certainly require something to substantiate your claim of being under my care, correct? This would not only convince your father, but also deeply provoke his emotions, leading to a more effective outcome when he feels regret." Yi Lingling grasped his intent, but still hesitated. "Must it be underwear? Could you not use something else? Am I a pervert?" Dai Yunhan's eyes roamed over her form, drawing closer and inhaling her fragrant aroma from a recent bath, revealing a hint of infatuation. Yi Lingling instinctively stepped back. "What do you think? Did I just seem like a pervert? I suspect being a prince is merely a side gig for you. So you think I appear that way?" Dai Yunhan shrugged. "Currently, I am playing the role of a pervert. If I were to present anything else, it wouldn't provide the visual and psychological impact on your father. He would not believe I had taken you. However, presenting you with something so intimate would incite his wrath. Once enraged, he would reach his emotional peak, making it far easier for him to turn things around. But this could also place him in jeopardy." Yi Lingling recognized the duality of reaching emotional extremes. "Rest assured, I will manage that aspect. It is far better than him remaining unrepentant. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 71. I will cherish her well. Yi Lingling nodded, acknowledging Dai Yunhan's reasoning. Yi Tiansheng had languished for over 20 years. Without a drastic approach, transformation was utterly unattainable. Yet, the notion of using her own underwear felt rather extreme. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, "Could you not simply buy a new pair?" "Why must it be one I've worn?" "Precisely," Dai Yunhan exclaimed. "I had overlooked that. Using your worn pair would yield even greater results." Yi Lingling. "What did I just say? Can I retract that?" "Do not hesitate. I am not a pervert." "If you delay, I will not have time," Dai Yunhan urged. Yi Lingling's face clouded. You just claimed to be a pervert, and now you say you are not. Who would believe that? Wait here for a moment. Yi Lingling finally acquiesced, her cheeks aflame, before retreating to the bathroom. She had only just finished bathing, and her delicate undergarment had just been removed. After a while, she emerged with her head bowed. Dai Yunhan could not see her expression, but he knew that if her veil were to be removed at that moment, her face would undoubtedly be crimson, as if it could bleed. Yi Lingling's voice was barely audible as she handed a neatly packaged small bag to Dai Yunhan. It must not be seen by others. Before she could finish her sentence, Dai Yunhan opened the bag, revealing a pair of delicately patterned black lace panties in his hands. Still warm to the touch. A rush of blood surged through Dai Yunhan. How could you wear such provocative underwear? Are you trying to get yourself killed? The piercing scream echoed throughout the room. Yi Lingling was utterly embarrassed, and in a frenzy, she dashed upstairs. Observing the swift retreat of Yi Lingling, Dai Yunhan touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Liajichuan, Dai Yunhan found that Yi Tianqing had already been subdued. Hua Fei immediately approached to explain the situation, sporting a few injuries. To his surprise, this old fellow was not to be underestimated, as he was actually a level 59 Soul King. Thankfully, I heeded your advice and sought out several skilled fighters. Otherwise, the newly established Liajichuan would have been annihilated today. You've worked hard. Is everyone uninjured? Dai Yunhan inquired. No one was hurt, just that the new house I bought was quite damaged. As long as you're fine. A house can always be replaced, Dai Yunhan replied, handing over 1,000 gold soul coins. Bring him to my room. I wish to see him alone. Hua Fei expressed concern. Meeting him alone might be too dangerous. Let me send a few people to protect you. It's unnecessary. I have my own means of protection. Hua Fei understood that Dai Yunhan's background was exceptional, undoubtedly with unseen guardians, and promptly had Yi Tianqing escorted to his room. Upon entering, Yi Tianqing immediately demanded, Who are you? You sought me out, did you not? Dai Yunhan turned his back to him, exuding an air of authority. You are the leader of the Liajichuan. My daughter is in your possession? Yi Tianqing's agitation was palpable, and the aura of the Soul King began to surge uncontrollably. No, she is not in my possession. Yi Tianqing was taken aback. Then where is she? She is in my bed. Yi Tianqing's aged face twisted in rage. You beast. I will kill you. 5 soul rings shimmered beneath him, and a powerful force jolted the chair as he swung a fist toward Dai Yunhan. But just then, a cold snort halted his movement. You know not what you do. A figure stood before Dai Yunhan, the soul sage who had been secretly protecting him. With a mere wave of his hand, Yi Tianqing was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A soul sage. He spat out blood, astonished. How can there be a soul sage in a mercenary group? What is this leader's true identity? Dai Yunhan gestured for the soul sage to stand down, then turned his gaze to Yi Tianqing with a mocking semblance of pity. I hear you are a gambling addict? Yi Tianqing glared at Dai Yunhan, this time without retorting. Dai Yunhan continued. Look at you, unkempt and filthy. You haven't bathed in a month, have you? Truly repugnant. In such a disheveled and debased state, I wonder how Yi Lingling could willingly offer her body for you. He paused for effect, savoring the moment. By the way, her body is quite pristine. As he said this, Dai Yunhan licked his lips in a manner that suggested indulgence. Beast! Yi Tianqing roared in fury, unable to contain his outrage at the insult to his daughter. He clenched his fists and lunged at Dai Yunhan. Yet, as he raised his hand, he found himself utterly immobilized. The pressure from the soul sage was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Look at you, a pitiful wretch. Yi Lingling pleaded with me not to harm you. Her cries for mercy truly moved me. Dai Yunhan continued with disdain. Her pleas were quite melodious. Yi Tianqing bellowed in rage, veins bulging on his neck, his eyes bloodshot and bulging, saliva dripping from his clenched teeth. You scoundrel! Beast! I will kill you. I swear, I will slaughter you. Otherwise, I am not worthy to be called a father. Dai Yunhan burst into laughter, tauntingly. But the laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze turning icy as he addressed Yi Tianqing. Now you feign paternal love? Where were you before? If it weren't for your gambling addiction, if you weren't such a useless fool, do you think Yi Lingling would have so easily fallen into my grasp? Her fate is entirely your doing. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for providing me with this opportunity. You are indeed a splendid father-in-law. Shut your mouth. Yi Tianqing shouted, his face reddening as if it might burst. However, Amidst his fury, a glimmer of despair and regret emerged. Tears began to well in his eyes. Dai Yunhan recognized this as a pivotal moment for him. After battling your daughter for a day, do you know what her most repeated plea was? It was for me to release you, to not lend you money, allowing you to continue your gambling. Even in her disarray, she's still worried about you. You truly had the luck of the devil to have such a wonderful daughter, yet you failed to cherish her. But fear not, if you do not value her. I shall treasure her. At this point, Dai Yunhan retrieved the alluring lace panties, toyed with them in front of Yi Tianqing, and leaned in closer. I will cherish her well and teach her many delightful positions, he declared, laughter echoing with malicious glee. Chapter 72. Zhu Zhuqing weeps hearing these words. Yi Tianqing's gaze fell upon the panties in Dai Yunhan's hand, and he could no longer contain himself. With a soul-wrenching howl, scalding tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. Like a dam bursting, washing over his regretful countenance. He resembled a caged tiger, baring his teeth at Dai Yunhan. Yet, the soul sage's confinement was beyond his ability to escape. Despite his desperate struggle, it yielded no results. The futility of his efforts left him with nowhere to vent his fury, and he began to pound the ground with his fists, producing thunderous crashes. In his frenzy, he struck relentlessly, akin to a mad gorilla, oblivious even as blood flowed from his hands. Stop. Please stop. I beg you, do not say another word. At this moment, Dai Yunhan had retreated behind the soul sage. This was Yi Tianqing's most vulnerable time, yet also the most perilous. The success of Dai Yunhan's plan hinged on this instant. If Yi Tianqing's will remain strong, retaining even a sliver of rationality, he would undergo a complete transformation. Yet, if he succumbed to rage, all of Dai Yunhan's efforts would be in vain, potentially leading to irreversible consequences. Yi Tianqing continued to unleash his fury, pounding the ground like a powerless, enraged wretch. Only when every ounce of strength had been expended did he finally cease. He collapsed to the ground, burying his head in the earth, prostrating himself in a pitiful and humble manner. Dai Yunhan remained motionless, patiently awaiting his next move. After what seemed like a quarter of an hour, Yi Tianqing's hoarse voice finally broke the silence. Can you let my daughter go? I am willing to exchange my life for hers. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan felt a sense of relief. He realized that Yi Tianqing had managed to conquer his own turmoil. However, this was not the end. The ease of obtaining such a concession would lead Yi Tianqing to devalue it. Instead of transformation, he was engulfed in regret. What Dai Yunhan sought was a profound change in Yi Tianqing. He replied, "What is your life worth? Do I lack money?" Observing the intense seriousness on Yi Tianqing's face, Dai Yunhan softened. "I do not desire your life. If you wish for me to spare her, it is possible, but it will cost you 10,000 gold soul coins. If you could provide that sum, I shall release her. Isn't my life sufficient? Release her, and I shall give you my life. I would serve you like a beast." Yi Tianqing understood that exchanging his life would be swifter than gathering 10,000 gold soul coins. Dai Yunhan, however, would not acquiesce. "You have no standing to negotiate with me. It is 10,000 gold soul coins, and if you refuse, then so be it." With that, he turned to leave. "Very well, I accept." Yi Tianqing's resolute voice rang out. He feared that if he did not agree, Dai Yunhan would not grant him another chance. "I demand a contract." "No problem," Dai Yunhan replied with a smile, and the two signed the agreement. This contract was inscribed with their respective soul powers, ensuring that if either party failed to fulfill their obligations, the empire would adjudicate. Once the contract was signed, Yi Tianqing wasted no time lingering in the room. However, Dai Yunhan called out to him, adding with a hint of mischief, "I hear you excel at gambling. Here is 100 gold soul coins. Consider it an opportunity for redemption. After all, you are my father-in-law." Yi Tianqing's muscles twitched in response. Such a gesture felt like an insult. Without a glance at the gold soul coins, he strode out of the room. After his departure, Dai Yunhan chuckled quietly. Yi Tianqing's demeanor today indicated a significant transformation had likely occurred. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he anticipated no further complications. When Dai Yunhan returned to the villa, the clock neared midnight. After a brief wash, he prepared for bed. Zhu Zhuqing was already asleep, so he moved to the bed with great care. However, just as he lay down, a soft body leaped into his arms, curling up against him like a little kitten, clinging tightly. "Not asleep yet?" he murmured, gently stroking Zhu Zhuqing's silky hair. She did not respond but nestled closer, tightening her embrace. Suddenly, Dai Yunhan felt warm droplets on his chest. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be crying. Alarmed, he checked to see if she was indeed in tears, but she appeared frightened, burrowing deeper into his embrace. Despite his attempt to push her away, she would not budge, and soon her soft sobs filled the air. Realizing she was genuinely upset, Dai Yunhan's heart surged with anger. He held her close, gently patting her back. "What is wrong? Who has hurt you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you." Upon hearing his comforting words, Zhu Zhuqing's sobs intensified. "No one has hurt me. Then why are you crying?" he inquired. "Because of you." "Me?" Dai Yunhan was taken aback, confused as to what he had done. Zhu Zhuqing then asked, "You still haven't answered my question." "Question? What question?" Suddenly, he recalled the unusual inquiry Zhu Zhuqing had posed before he left home. "Were you asking if I like you?" "Yes." Dai Yunhan forced a smile, stroking her hair. "You silly girl. Why would you even question such a thing? Of course I like you. You are my wife, whom I have known since childhood. How could I not cherish you? Really? What do you think?" Dai Yunhan countered playfully. Zhu Zhuqing, puzzled by his response, soon grasped his intent. Her face flushed crimson, and her tears ceased abruptly. Gradually calming herself, she asked, "Do you like Douluo?" At this question, Dai Yunhan's hand froze momentarily. He understood Zhu Zhuqing's unusual behavior today. She was feeling jealous. The best response would be to deny any affection. However, he could not bring himself to lie to her. Even if he deceived her now, the truth would inevitably surface in the future, causing her greater pain. Moreover, he could not confine himself to loving only Zhu Zhuqing. His own desires, coupled with the system's insistence, compelled him toward multiple relationships. Thus, rather than deceive her, he resolved to be forthright. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing pressed her finger to his lips. "You need not answer me. I already know in my heart. I have long anticipated this situation, but I was unprepared. I'm sorry for not being good enough." Such a considerate gesture moved Dai Yunhan deeply, filling him with guilt. "Zhuqing, you have done nothing wrong. It is I who have let you down." He marveled at his fortune in finding such a wonderful wife. "What if I push her away? Would you blame me?" "Why would I blame you?" Dai Yunhan retorted. "You are my wife now. She is nothing to me. Even if I had feelings for her, you would always hold the foremost place in my heart." His words effectively addressed Zhu Zhuqing's earlier question. He recognized that he could not confine his affections solely to her. So he aimed to ensure she felt his love continually, making her aware of her significance in his life. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's mood improved significantly. Since the day she had bound herself to Dai Yunhan at the age of 6, she had known he could not belong to her alone forever. She had been preparing herself mentally for this eventuality, though she had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly, leading to her emotional outburst. Moreover, Dai Yunhan's earlier concealment made her feel undervalued. She feared that the presence of another woman would diminish his affection for her, and, ultimately, she dreaded being abandoned. Thus, her tears stemmed from a fear of losing him. Understanding Zhu Zhuqing's feelings, Dai Yunhan tenderly caressed her. As her emotions began to stabilize, the warmth between them reignited. "Are you in pain?" Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile. "You didn't mention it, and I wasn't too uncomfortable. But now that you brought it up, I feel it. Then let me help you." With that, she slowly descended. Ding! Detected that the goddess Zhu Zhuqing's affection for the host has deepened, awarded with the soul bone of the 1,000-year ghostly spirit cat. Right arm soul bone, exclusive martial soul of Zhu Zhuqing, seamlessly absorbable, potential for enhancement. Yunhan Dai, at this moment, finds little concern for the reward, as Zhu Zhuqing is entirely absorbed in her diligent efforts. Sensing Yunhan's discomfort, Zhu, as the future principal wife, feels an undeniable sense of responsibility. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing halts. "What's wrong?" Yunhan inquires. With a furrowed brow, Zhu touches the sore spot on her tongue, having accidentally bitten it during dinner. In truth, it was during a moment of sorrow that she had done so. "Let me see, is it serious?" Yunhan quickly cradles her face, inspecting her mouth. "It's not severe." Zhu shakes her head, just a bit painful. Yunhan notices a small red mark, not large but located on the tongue, which is indeed quite painful. Having bitten her tongue in the past, Yunhan empathizes deeply. "Let us forget about it. If your tongue hurts, you shouldn't continue," she expresses her concern. Yet, Zhu feels a pang of guilt. "But you're in pain. It's all right. A little discomfort 1T cost me a piece of flesh, she replies. Yunhan, how about no way? Yunhan firmly declines, understanding that Zhu's current emotions are more about worry. But I want to help you, Zhu apologetically states, feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency, fearing that if she cannot manage even this, Yunhan's affection for her may wane in the future. Yunhan, too, is deeply troubled. Having already begun, stopping now only exacerbates her discomfort. However, she is unwilling to push through the final barrier with Zhu, as the latter is overwhelmed with regret. Suddenly, an idea strikes Yunhan. Zhu Qing, there's actually another method. What method? Zhu asks, puzzled, as she is only familiar with the most primal approach. Having learned the other techniques from Yunhan, do you know about hot dogs? Yunhan grins. Yes, you made them for me before. They were quite delicious. A hot dog is essentially 2 pieces of bread with a sausage in between, correct? So, Zhu remains confused. Thus, Yunhan directs her gaze toward Zhu's ample bosom. Understanding dawns on Zhu. Her face flushes with color, but rather than embarrassment, curiosity takes precedence. Are you sure that could work? It may not work for others, but I'm certain you can. Why? Because you are 36. Zhu is bewildered by this statement, yet she senses it is a compliment. Yunhan had never used this term before, not out of reluctance, but simply due to a lack of opportunity, as Zhu had yet to fully develop at that time. Now, her form has indeed matured. The exchange of doubtful glances between Zhu and Yunhan culminates in Zhu's reluctant acquiescence to embark on this new venture. Half an hour later, Zhu is astonished to discover that it truly works. The following day, Yunhan embarks on a typical day. Classes in the morning, and in the afternoon, she enjoys leisure activities. Qin Ming invites Yi Lingling once more to join the royal combat team, but this time, she resolutely declines. Previously, she felt pressured by debts from Yi Tiansheng, but now, free from coercion, she can choose according to her own desires. Qin Ming expresses disappointment, but ultimately concedes after failed attempts to persuade her. You seem quite pleased to see me refuse, Teacher Qin, Yi Lingling remarks, approaching Yunhan. Yunhan had been observing the earlier scene. It's not exactly pleasure. I would say I am exceedingly happy. Why? Because you are my woman, and as a member of the Xingluo Empire, I certainly wouldn't want you to join the royal combat team. When did I become your woman? Don't speak recklessly. Yi Lingling glances around nervously, relieved that others are engrossed in their training and oblivious to their conversation. Yunhan smiles and steps closer to her. Your father has acknowledged you as my woman. Why are you still shy? As she speaks, Yunhan reaches to remove her veil. Chapter 74. Keep it as a memento. Naturally, Yi Lingling does not allow this to happen, stepping back to evade his grasp. That is just an act. My father doesn't know the truth. For him, it may be an act, but for her, it is not. She has given him a token of their bond. What token? Yi Lingling queries, puzzled as to when she had given him such a thing. Yunhan grins mischievously, producing a black lace item. Isn't this a token? Before he can finish, Yi Lingling suddenly reaches out to snatch it away. Are you insane? It's broad daylight. You can't bring this out in class. Are you a pervert for carrying this around? Yunhan holds the item high, obscuring it from view while igniting Yi Lingling's anxiety. You are my woman, and I possess this token. Is that so strange? As for whether I am a pervert, you know better than anyone. I'll say it again, it's just an act. Give it back. Yi Lingling warns, though her threats lack authority. What weight does a healer without offensive capabilities carry? I want to give it. Unless you let me kiss you. Yunhan adopts a teasing demeanor. A woman fears a persistent man, especially one as aloof as Yi Lingling. Thus, special methods are required to provoke her. Dream on. Yi Lingling retorts coldly, turning her back. So heartless? Yunhan feigns disappointment, then softens, extending his hand to return the item. Yi Lingling glances at him, confirming his intent before reaching out. Yet, Yunhan suddenly retracts his hand. You can't have it. He chuckles mischievously. Yi Lingling, incensed, attempts to seize it while Yunhan is distracted, but he always manages to evade her. Frustrated, she accelerates her efforts, only to lose her balance and stumble forward, nearly falling. At that moment, a strong hand wraps around her waist. It is Yunhan. Yi Lingling breathes a sigh of relief, though her brow still carries traces of anger. Yunhan, undeterred, gazes intently into her eyes. As their eyes meet, Yi Lingling's irritation fades, replaced by a flurry of fluttering emotions. Amidst the awkward proximity, the solemn atmosphere, and his earnest gaze, she suddenly feels a rush of warmth, and her cheeks flush. Yunhan reaches out once more towards her veil, and surprisingly, this time, Yi Lingling does not resist. In fact, she harbors a subtle sense of anticipation. As Dai Yunhan was about to lift her veil, she suddenly withdrew her hand, then helped her up, stating earnestly, "You are quite heavy. I can hardly support you with one hand." Yi Lingling snapped back to reality and quickly broke free from his grip, her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Dai Yunhan's gaze, grateful that her veil remained intact. "Dai Yunhan, you are such a pervert," she exclaimed in exasperation before dashing away, covering her blazing cheeks, her heart seething with indignation at his audacity to tease her so brazenly. "Hey, are you not going to take your things?" Dai Yunhan called out, stifling a laugh. "Consider them a memento." He grinned triumphantly, realizing this little girl was flustered and disoriented. It was only a matter of time before he had her completely under his influence. After class, upon returning to the villa, Dai Yunhan was surprised to find Dugu Yin had come again. However, this time she was not alone. She had brought Dugu Bo along. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "What kind of tone is that? Am I unwelcome?" Dugu Bo replied with a raised brow. "If I say you're unwelcome, will you leave?" "I won't." "Then it seems the outcome is the same, regardless of your welcome." Dugu Bo chuckled. This young man has a keen sense of awareness. I quite admire that. He proceeded into the house, adding, "I heard from Yin Yin that your culinary skills are exceptional. So I came to sample your cooking. Also, I wish to formally apologize." "Apologize again? Haven't you done so already?" Dai Yunhan asked, puzzled. Dugu Bo waved his hand dismissively. "That was on behalf of the Imperial Organization. This time, I am here personally to apologize. The nature of these apologies is quite different." With that, he handed Dai Yunhan a bundle. Expecting something grand, Dai Yunhan opened it to find it filled with ingredients. "Is this your form of apology?" "This is hardly an apology, but rather an invitation to a meal. That's of little consequence. What matters is that these ingredients are fresh and will undoubtedly taste exquisite." Dugu Bo laughed heartily. "Hurry and cook. I've been eagerly waiting for your meal, having heard about your skills." He then threw a knowing glance at Dugu Yin Yin. "Certain parts of the meat are toxic. Lend this young man a hand in preparing it, so we don't end up poisoned." Dugu Yin promptly agreed. "All right, I'll assist you." Dai Yunhan scoffed, carrying the ingredients toward the kitchen. "You are quite the old poisoner. Are you really afraid of being poisoned?" "Just a bit of exaggerated jest." "I'm not afraid, but you might be." "We're not afraid either," Dugu Bo replied, knowing Dai Yunhan possessed antidotes. He shrugged. "Fine, if you're unafraid, do as you wish. Whatever you prepare, I shall eat." Though Dai Yunhan spoke confidently, he meticulously removed the toxic parts as instructed. After all, while death was unlikely, suffering was another matter entirely. Dugu Yin observed him closely, issuing directions while casting furtive glances at Zhu Zhuqing, who remained silent, quietly washing other vegetables. She was aware of Dugu Yin's intentions and was gradually coming to terms with the situation. Upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, Dugu Yin felt a sense of relief. Only through interaction with Dai Yunhan did she discover her true feelings. Dugu Bo, witnessing the scene of one man and two women in the kitchen, couldn't help but sigh. He had never envisioned that his granddaughter would become so cautious for the sake of man, even going so far as to involve him as a supporting character. She claimed she merely wished to test her heart's capacity to accept this situation. However, Dugu Bo thought, once he decided to give it a try, "You have already accepted it." Yet, this young man was indeed worthy of Yin Yin. Dugu Bo held a favorable view of Dai Yunhan, appreciating his noble status and remarkable talents. Nevertheless, a frown crossed his face as he pondered the implications of Dugu Yin potentially becoming involved with Dai Yunhan, as it would draw attention to his own identity as a guest of the Xingluo Empire. Clearly, he needed to prepare himself in advance. After an hour, the meal was ready. 5 dishes and a soup, all substantial and impressive. The 4 of them sat together, the atmosphere slightly peculiar. Dugu Bo consumed the food heartily, confirming Yin Yan's assertion that Dai Yunhan's culinary skills were indeed commendable. "Young man, I have some matters to attend to outside. Yin Yin is alone in school, and I am concerned. Would you mind looking after her for a while?" Dugu Bo said as he ate. "Look after her?" Dai Yunhan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you certain you haven't misspoken? What's the difficulty? You're a man. What's wrong with looking after a girl? But she is 7 years my senior. Then let her take care of you." Douluo seemed to have entrusted Yin Yin to him without reservation. Dai Yunhan felt a sense of resignation, realizing he was being cornered. He then glanced at Douluo, who sat with her head down, eating rice as if she had not heard their conversation. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who also appeared oblivious. Helpless, he finally said, "Let me be clear, I'm only responsible for meals, not accommodations." Last night, Dai Yunhan understood that Zhu Zhuqing and Douluo's relationship was still tenuous. Therefore, it was best for them to avoid frequent interactions and take things slowly. Moreover, given that Douluo's relationship with him was also rather ordinary, her residing in the villa would complicate matters, particularly during intimate moments with Zhu Zhuqing. Once their relationship had matured, they could all reside together, delighting in the arrangement of two women serving one man. What a wonderful thought. Dream on, Douluo retorted. My granddaughter is to remain pure. If you desire her to stay, I will not permit it. Upon hearing this, Douluo's face flushed, and she kicked Douluo onto the table. Douluo was taken aback. His granddaughter, now grown, was already turning away from him even before marriage. After a while, Douluo set down his utensils. I've had my fill. You are now responsible for Yin Yin. If she loses even a hair, I will hold you accountable, understood? Is that how you ask for help? Dai Yunhan questioned. Simultaneously, he thought, if losing a hair is unacceptable, then surely I can ensure she gains a bit more weight. Douluo scoffed. I have never asked anyone for anything. I wouldn't know how to do so. Why don't you teach me? To ask. You must first. I'm not listening, Douluo interjected, rising and making his way toward the door. Dai Yunhan was left bewildered, thinking, what has happened? Reaching the entrance, Douluo turned with a triumphant smile. The food was delightful. When I return next time, I shall bring dragon meat for you to cook. With that, he soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Dai Yunhan was speechless. What has gotten into him? Turning into such a mischievous old man. Shaking his head, he resumed eating. The three remained silent, the atmosphere slightly awkward yet subtly charged. Fortunately, they had all eaten sufficiently and soon began to clear the table. I'll help you, he offered. Douluo rose to her feet, eager to lend a hand. No need. I can manage on my own. It is uncommon for guests to tidy up after themselves, she insisted. It's all right, she added, though she felt a slight discomfort at being referred to as a guest. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing approached, effortlessly donning an apron and standing beside Dai Yunhan to wash the dishes. Without uttering a single word, she immediately began to work. Dai Yunhan made no attempt to send her away, and the two acted in perfect harmony, much like a married couple. Witnessing this scene, Douluo felt a pang of loneliness, as if she were an outsider in the room, engulfed by awkwardness and embarrassment. Thank you for your hospitality, but I must take my leave, she said, choosing to depart. She found it difficult to bear the sight of her affections being displayed, particularly when it involved someone she cherished. Perhaps she had overestimated her own capacity to endure it. Shall I escort you? Dai Yunhan inquired, turning to her. No, it's not far. We're still on campus, Douluo replied. Very well then. Douluo felt a wave of disappointment as Dai Yunhan seemed genuinely uninterested in accompanying her. However, just as she had taken a few steps away, Dai Yunhan called out from behind, if you don't mind, feel free to come over for a meal sometime. All right, Douluo replied, her spirits lifting slightly at the invitation. Once Douluo had departed, Dai Yunhan turned to Zhu Zhuqing. My dear wife, you appear somewhat discontented. Zhu Zhuqing cast him a sorrowful glance. How can I be happy when someone brings their granddaughter to serve you? As long as you find joy in your heart. That's enough. There's no need to voice it and intentionally provoke me, she retorted, an expression of grievance crossing her face. Dai Yunhan realized he was being rather foolish. Zhu Zhuqing was already being so magnanimous, yet he chose to tease her further. He promptly slapped his own face and apologized. I'm sorry, my dear wife. I spoke thoughtlessly. Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of sympathy for him and quickly held his hand, saying, Enough, don't punish yourself. It only makes me feel worse. Dai Yunhan embraced Zhu Zhuqing, then retrieved a rare soul bone from the abyssal cat, saying, Here's a gift for you. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. A soul bone? Where did you acquire this? Dai Yunhan grinned proudly. That's not your concern. What matters is that this right arm soul bone belongs to you, and it's of the millennium grade. Are you pleased? Husband, have you been engaging in clandestine dealings without me? You mustn't partake in anything unsavory. I can fulfill any wish you have, Zhu Zhuqing replied, a hint of playful concern in her voice. Dai Yunhan chuckled, "My beloved wife, why would you think that?" Zhu Zhuqing pointed to the soul bone. Soul bones are exceedingly rare, and those that can resonate with soul masters are even scarcer. The last time you presented a torso bone, I was already quite astounded. Now another right arm soul bone? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable? Dai Yunhan pinched his own cheek. Does it hurt? With your gentle touch. How could it? Zhu Zhuqing laughed, urging him to pinch harder. Dai Yunhan smirked mischievously, but instead directed his attention elsewhere, applying a bit more pressure than intended. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and stepped back, exclaiming, "I asked you to pinch my cheek, not there. Is there a difference?" "The goal is to elicit a reaction from you. After all," he replied, spreading his hands with a playful smile. "So, does it still feel unbelievable? Reality?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated to contradict him, knowing that if she did, Dai Yunhan might tease her further, though she secretly relished his playful teasing. "This old bone is as easy to absorb as the last one. Go ahead and take it. I'll wash the dishes here." "Okay," Zhu Zhuqing agreed, accepting his words with newfound determination. Between them, the distinction of you and I had dissolved. "Husband, I love you," she said, planting a loving kiss on him before moving aside to absorb the soul bone. Dai Yunhan smiled contentedly as he continued washing the dishes. Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the soul bone swiftly, and by the time she opened her eyes, Dai Yunhan had finished tidying the kitchen and had just stepped out of the shower. "How do you feel?" he asked. Zhu Zhuqing beamed, recounting how seamlessly she had absorbed it, with no discomfort whatsoever, and her soul power had risen by 2 levels. Curiously, she asked, "Where did you acquire this soul bone?" "My father mentioned that absorbing soul bones is typically a torturous experience, especially for a Millennium Grade 1. Why was I unaffected? Isn't it good to be unaffected?" He countered. "Yes, but it feels too strange." Dai Yunhan gently stroked her head. "There's no need to feel strange. Just know that I will always treat you exceptionally well." Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a swell of emotion and playfully complained, "Husband, you make me feel like a useless person. Isn't it splendid to be my special little useless one?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head vigorously, seemingly teasing him. "It is, but you're spoiling me. How will we compete for the throne against my sister and the others?" "Who said I wanted the throne?" Dai Yunhan scolded dismissively. "You don't desire the throne?" Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, recalling how Prince Davis had fought fiercely for it. Dai Yunhan nodded. "What is so great about the throne? In my heart, sharing daily meals with my wife is what truly matters." Hearing such heartfelt words, Zhu Zhuqing felt tears of gratitude well up in her eyes. She hadn't anticipated her place in Dai Yunhan's heart to be so significant, enough for him to forsake the throne. Yet, a sense of worry crept in. The throne couldn't simply be relinquished at will. Beyond his own desires, another person's agreement was necessary. The royal rules dictated that if one did not compete, the consequences could be dire. Dai Yunhan chuckled, tightening his embrace around Zhu Zhuqing's waist. "I merely don't wish to pursue the throne. I never said I wouldn't compete for it. In this world, strength is paramount. Once I become a titled Douluo, achieving divinity, what significance would a throne hold? Divinity?" Zhu Zhuqing had never encountered such a concept before. Are there truly deities in this world? "Certainly. Can we become deities?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her excitement palpable. "Yes. As long as I am here, we can attain divinity." Hearing his unwavering conviction ignited a flicker of hope within her. "What are the benefits of being a deity?" she queried. "Immense power, eternal life, and once I become a deity, I can spend every day beside you." Each word brimmed with affection, filling Zhu Zhuqing with sweetness. "If you were to be with me forever, would you ever grow weary?" "Never." "Are you so certain?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. Dai Yunhan smiled. "Of course. Beautiful things are always fleeting. Even if you were stunningly beautiful, I could never tire of you, no matter how long we spent together." "Is that true?" Zhu Zhuqing blushed at his words. Dai Yunhan chuckled. "A man's words may deceive, but the body never lies." With that, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks turned crimson. Dai Yunhan laughed heartily before sweeping her up the stairs. The following day, Dai Yunhan arrived at the base of the Lijichuan, which was situated not far from the Mercenary Guild. This base was a house that Dai Yunhan had purchased, and within just a few short days, the Lijichuan had grown remarkably formidable. After all, with Dai Yunhan's substantial financial backing and the presence of a level 50 Soul King, it naturally attracted many individuals to join. If this momentum continued, it would soon become the second largest mercenary group, second only to the fierce Hawk's Demon Wolf Brigade. He had brought Yi Lingling along because she was concerned about Yi Tianqing's condition. Although she had a degree of trust in Dai Yunhan, he was still her father. She wished to ascertain how Yi Tianqing was faring now. Dai Yunhan had initially planned to wait a few days before bringing her, considering that this was the stage of Yi Tianqing's transformation, which was undoubtedly his most vulnerable moment. However, coincidentally, Yi Tianqing wished to meet him that day, and after deliberation, Dai Yunhan consented. Upon arriving at the base, Huafei noticed Yi Lingling quietly following behind Dai Yunhan and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Wealthy and handsome, it seemed that charming women came easily to him, and he felt a twinge of envy. Dai Yunhan feigned ignorance and inquired, "What does Yi Tianqing want with me?" "He is here to repay a debt." "Repay a debt?" Dai Yunhan was astonished. Had he managed to gather 10,000 gold soul coins so quickly? Not quite. He said he would repay a portion first and then the rest gradually. Primarily, he also wants to see Yi Lingling, Huafei explained. Dai Yunhan sighed in relief, thinking he had feared Yi Tianqing had managed to gather the full amount. It was fortunate he hadn't. He had yet to win Yi Lingling's affection. If Yi Tianqing had managed to gather the money so swiftly, where would he find such an opportunity to woo her again? It was imperative that he not gather the money too quickly. "Very well, let him in," he instructed. Once Huafei exited, Dai Yunhan turned to Yi Lingling and advised, "When he arrives, you must play along with me. Whatever I do or say, just cooperate and do not expose our plan. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Yi Lingling nodded in agreement. She recognized that Dai Yunhan was acting in her father's best interest. Hearing that he had already changed, she felt a flicker of joy. Yet, she remained uncertain about the extent of his transformation, whether it was genuine or merely an act. Consequently, she wished to see for herself. Soon, Yi Tianqing entered. However, the moment he stepped inside, Dai Yunhan abruptly pulled Yi Lingling into his embrace. Startled by the sudden gesture, Yi Lingling instinctively tried to struggle, but Dai Yunhan held her firmly and shot her a glance. Her expression turned anxious upon meeting Dai Yunhan's gaze. She instantly understood his intent. Chapter 77. Is it not proper to be open and above board? However, she did not wish to provoke her father in such a manner, particularly through a face-to-face confrontation, as it would be a significant insult to him. Yet, under Dai Yunhan's formidable strength, she, being merely a support soul master, could not resist. Ultimately, unable to break free, she had no choice but to remain still. Upon entering the room, Yi Tianqing's eyes immediately fell upon the scene of Dai Yunhan holding Yi Lingling. A surge of fury ignited within him, and he clenched his fists, charging toward Dai Yunhan. "Let her go, you scoundrel!" Dai Yunhan, however, remained unruffled, revealing his claws and gripping Yi Lingling's neck. "If you dare to lay a hand on her, I assure you, she will be the first to perish." Yi Tianqing's momentum abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on Dai Yunhan for several seconds in silence, before he hurled a bag of gold soul coins at him. "Let her go." Dai Yunhan caught the bag, scanning its contents with his mental energy and discovering approximately 500 gold soul coins. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You went gambling again? In just 2 days, you amassed 500 gold soul coins?" Dai Yunhan mocked. Yi Tianqing's expression darkened with anger. "I told you, I will never gamble again." Observing him closely, Dai Yunhan noted the unsteady footing, the heavy breathing, and the pallor of his complexion, indicating that he was severely injured. "You are hurt. That's none of your concern." Before he could finish his retort, Yi Tianqing collapsed to one knee, coughing violently and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Father!" Yi Lingling immediately rushed to check on him. In her concern, she appeared to forget their earlier plan entirely. However, Dai Yunhan restrained her. Fortunately, as a support soul master, he could easily subdue her. Yet, the struggle and Dai Yunhan's dominance only intensified Yi Tianqing's perception of the situation as blatant bullying, especially considering it was happening right before his eyes. "Let her go. I'll fight you." Yi Tianqing could no longer tolerate such humiliation, disregarding his injuries as he attempted to strike Dai Yunhan. However, before he could close the distance, a formidable wave of soul power sent him reeling. This scene only deepened Yi Lingling's turmoil. To prevent her from losing her composure and ruining their plan, Dai Yunhan swiftly leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Do not act impulsively. Calm yourself. We cannot afford to let our efforts go to waste." Hearing this, Yi Lingling's struggles diminished significantly. Dai Yunhan exhaled in relief. Yet he tightened his hold on her. He feared the worst. "My dear father-in-law, you have sustained such grievous injuries in just 2 days. At this rate, you may not even gather the money before you are no longer among us. I don't need your concern. Just release my daughter." Yi Tianqing struggled to rise, blood staining his face, an alarming sight that even Chu Tian found unbearable. However, he understood that merely confronting a gambler was insufficient to effect genuine change. Perhaps he was sincere now, but once Yi Lingling was released, how long could he maintain that resolve? No one could guarantee it, not even Yi Tianqing himself. Thus, Dai Yunhan's task was to help Yi Tianqing confront his own heart. "Rest assured, my esteemed father-in-law, as long as you repay the debt in full, I shall return your daughter to you." However, before that, as he spoke, Dai Yunhan suddenly leaned closer, inhaling deeply near Yi Lingling's neck, revealing an expression of obsession. Though it was all an act, he found it undeniably exhilarating, even confessing to himself that he felt somewhat perverse. "I must admit, Lingling indeed has a delightful fragrance. I hesitate to part with her." With that, Dai Yunhan tossed the 500 gold soul coins back to him. "You may keep these 500 gold soul coins. Consider it as if you have already repaid that amount. You can gamble with them if you wish. And if you lose, feel free to seek me out again. I have no other demands. I merely wish to enjoy some time with Yi Lingling. Should she depart too soon, it would be difficult for me to bear." Yi Tianqing did not refuse the 500 gold soul coins this time, as it was not an insignificant sum. Once he accepted it, as long as he did not spend it, he could repay Dai Yunhan on the next occasion, effectively reducing the debt by 500 gold soul coins. Enduring excruciating pain, he gazed at Yi Lingling with a mix of regret and sorrow, utterly ashamed. He suddenly slapped himself across the face, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Lingling, I am so sorry." Yi Lingling remained silent. Her silence spoke volumes. Dai Yunhan found the atmosphere unbearable and urged him to leave quickly, insisting that he should go earn some money. "It's early in the morning, and I haven't even done my exercises yet." With that, he lifted Yi Lingling in a possessive embrace and leered, "My little beauty, I lost to you yesterday, but today, even if I break my back, I shall never surrender." He chuckled heartily and retreated to the back room. Yi Tianqing, overhearing this exchange, felt his face flush an unsightly shade of purple, his gaze sharp as a sword, wishing he could pierce Dai Yunhan with a single strike. His teeth clenched tightly. He trembled like a volcano on the verge of eruption. However, he was helpless to unleash his fury, knowing that the architect of this chaos was none other than himself. In the back room, Yi Lingling furrowed her brow at Dai Yunhan, asking, "How much longer do you intend to hold me? You can put me down now, can't you? Don't be so stingy. My arms are getting tired too. Consider it a consolation for my weary hands. And let me hold you a little longer," Dai Yunhan boldly replied, refusing to release her. As long as she did not struggle, it indicated her enjoyment of his embrace. Underestimating Dai Yunhan's audacity, Yi Lingling, noticing he still held on, shot a cold glare and pinched his side. Lacking any real attack strategy, this was her most potent form of resistance. Dai Yunhan yelped in pain and promptly set her down. "Do you realize that pinching my side comes with consequences? This is my wife's exclusive territory. Now that you've pinched it, how will you compensate? Serves you right for taking advantage of me," Yi Lingling retorted, turning to walk away. Yet, after taking a couple of steps, she turned back to warn, "If you dare take advantage of me again in such a chaotic moment, don't blame me for being rude." Earlier, when Dai Yunhan had held her, his hands had not been respectful. She needed to issue him a warning. However, she clearly underestimated both her own strength and Dai Yunhan's audacity. "Let us be clear, that was not secretly taking advantage of you. I did it openly." Chapter 78. Seeking Xueqinghe. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Yet, you actually want it next time? I thought that would be the end of it. But I am an honest man. I can fulfill your wish. Get lost." Yi Lingling was quite annoyed. She suddenly realized that being in the hands of the fierce hawk and in Dai Yunhan's grasp seemed to yield the same outcome. One was a fierce and rapid attack, while the other was a slow simmer. Yet, the final result was identical, being devoured. Dai Yunhan dropped his playful demeanor, saying, "You should go treat your father. I will conduct a simple test on him. If he passes, this matter will conclude." "What kind of test?" Yi Lingling asked, feeling a twinge of fear. The word test conjured images of Dai Yunhan's perverse antics, his lewdness, and his earlier behavior. Next time, it won't be all fun and games, will it? She felt a surge of anxiety. Dai Yunhan reassured her. Do not pry too much. You might jeopardize the plan. Rest assured, it will not pose a threat to his life. With that, he exited the room to find Hua Fei. Yi Lingling, momentary sitting aside hervordius, sat out Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing's injuries appeared grave, necessitating immediate treatment. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan found Hua Fei and shared his plan. During this time, gather a group of people to build a rapport with Yi Tianqing, subtly guiding him towards gambling. Why do that? Isn't he trying to change? Gambling would undo all his progress. Hua Fei questioned, perplexed. Dai Yunhan explained, his current transformation stems largely from hatred. Without that hatred, would he still resist gambling? There's no certainty. Thus, we must test his resolve. The method should be simple enough for you to grasp. Hua Fei smiled, confident in his abilities. So, what is your plan? I'll find a few people to undertake tasks with him, earning his trust. These individuals will be avid gamblers, always winning, and will share some tips. Intentionally letting him overhear. If he still resists gambling, I will flaunt my wealth, displaying gold coins before him, enticing him. What if he can endure such temptation without succumbing to gambling? Hua Fei pondered, at a loss for a solution. Dai Yunhan's expression hardened as he replied. Then you shall rob him, plunging him into despair. In that state, you can send someone to entice him. What a ruthless strategy. Hua Fei's eyes lit up. But isn't that a bit too harsh? What if you end up with Yi Lingling, and Yi Tianqing becomes your father-in-law? No pain, no gain. I have no other choice. After all, Yi Lingling is the woman I desire, and I must take responsibility for her father, Dai Yunhan sighed. Such is the flaw of being broad-minded. Everyone must be accountable. Hua Fei remarked with a hint of envy as he observed Dai Yunhan's demeanor. This was not the first time he'd felt such envy. Dai Yunhan, noticing Hua Fei's expression, teased, if you have sisters or cousins, you could introduce them to me. If it works out, you'll become my brother-in-law, and you'll never have to worry about money. Hua Fei's eyes brightened. Are you serious? Why would I lie? Dai Yunhan casually remarked, surprised to find Hua Fei genuinely considering it. However, observing Hua Fei's less-than-handsome features, Dai Yunhan decided to set some boundaries. If you want to be my brother-in-law, that's fine, but there's a prerequisite. She must be a beauty on par with my wife. That's quite a tall order. I haven't encountered many beauties in my life. Hua Fei replied, slightly disheartened. Don't worry, Dai Yunhan reassured him, patting his shoulder. Everyone has dreams. If you don't have a biological sister, you can always adopt a few god sisters. Please, don't underestimate me. Just because I haven't seen many doesn't mean I haven't seen any. Hua Fei retorted. Oh, I am intrigued. I look forward to hearing good news from you, my future brother-in-law. With a hearty laugh, Dai Yunhan took his leave. After departing, he contemplated returning to the academy, but realized there was little for him to do. Everyone was busy with their training, and he would be alone. He decided to linger outside for a while. However, being alone soon became tiresome. Without female companionship, even the most entertaining activities lost their charm. He reflected on his current soul power level, realizing he had fallen significantly behind Zhu Zhuqing. If her strength surpassed his by too great a margin in the future, he would find it challenging to approach her. Thus, he resolved to enhance his own strength. Yet, the path to improvement was not an easy one. His relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had reached a bottleneck, making it difficult to advance. Meanwhile, the situations with Douluo and Yi Lingling were ongoing. While the rewards were promising, progress was slow. After much contemplation, he concluded that if quality was insufficient, he would have to compensate with quantity. After all, does quantity not lead to qualitative change? In the bustling city of Tiando, his potential targets were numerous. At present, the most opportune course of action would be to approach Qian Ruxue. The mere thought of sharing a bed with her ignited a smile on Dai Yunhan's lips. Without hesitation, he made his way to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, within the palace, Xue Qinghe was engrossed in affairs at the prince's residence when a servant announced, Your Highness, the fourth prince of the Xingluo Empire, Dai Yunhan, seeks an audience. What would he possibly want? Xue Qinghe pondered, recalling their recent drunken escapade and the scandalous fact that they had shared a bed. A shiver ran down his spine. How could the illustrious daughter of the Spirit Hall's Pope find herself in such a compromising situation with a man? It was utterly disgraceful. Decline him. Inform him that I am preoccupied with urgent matters. But Your Highness, I can assist you with any pressing issues, came Dai Yunhan's voice, cutting through the tension. Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. How did you gain entry? Dai Yunhan waved the prince's token in his hand. This token is quite effective. They dared not stop me. Xue Qinghe felt a pang of regret for granting him such a privilege. What brings you here, fourth prince? As the host, it was unbecoming not to extend some hospitality, particularly to a royal. However, Dai Yunhan seemed devoid of decorum. Your Highness, I haven't had breakfast and am rather famished. It is now noon. If you seek breakfast, I fear you have arrived too late. I intentionally skipped breakfast to make room for lunch, Dai Yunhan replied, taking a seat and pouring himself a cup of tea. After a sip, he remarked, this is quite splendid. You there, hurry and summon the kitchen for some food. The maid hesitated, glancing at Xue Qinghe, who was equally taken aback by Dai Yunhan's audacity. How could a prince possess such brazen disregard? Serve a meal, Xue Qinghe ordered. It was inappropriate to dismiss a guest, especially a prince, from dining. Such behavior would be contrary to royal etiquette. Soon, a modest yet nutritious spread was laid before them. Dai Yunhan devoured the food without restraint. But he felt something was missing. Your Highness, how can a meal be complete without wine? Fetch the finest wine from your collection. Xue Qinghe firmly declined. I have a personal rule against drinking at lunch. However, should the fourth prince wish to partake, he is welcome to do so. Dai Yunhan waved his hand dismissively. A drink is best shared with a friend. Drinking alone is rather dull. Since you choose not to indulge, we shall save it for dinner. Are you planning to stay for dinner as well? Of course. But considering your wife is at home, it may not be entirely appropriate for you to be out. Xue Qinghe added, the rivalry among princes is quite fierce. Be mindful of Zhu Zhuqing, for her talents are commendable. At this, Dai Yunhan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of anxiety. Your Highness speaks wisely. I had nearly forgotten that matter. Xue Qinghe felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking he had thwarted Dai Yunhan's dinner plans. Yet the next moment, Dai Yunhan called out to the maid, go, summon my wife. Xue Qinghe thought to himself, is he not being excessively brazen? Seeing Dai Yunhan's amused expression only fueled his irritation. Following their meal, Dai Yunhan showed no intention of taking his leave. His purpose was to linger and engage Xue Qinghe. He sought to ensnare her while she remained innocent. Xue Qinghe, sensing Dai Yunhan's intentions, busied himself with his affairs, hoping to deter him. However, Dai Yunhan was relentless, insisting on dessert and leisurely perusing a comic book while occupying the chair beside Xue Qinghe. The comic was insipid, filled with tales of soul masters' triumphs, failing to capture Dai Yunhan's interest. Yet he persisted, finding ways to remain near Xue Qinghe. Eventually, Xue Qinghe opened a memorial, only to have his expression darken. These corrupt officials are infuriating. They were entrusted with disaster relief, yet feasted upon the resources themselves. Some of my guards, arrest these scoundrels and execute them all. Wait, Dai Yunhan interjected calmly, still absorbed in his reading. Xue Qinghe's fury surged, suppressing his outrage as he turned to Dai Yunhan. Do you have something to say, fourth prince? Dai Yunhan unhurriedly set down the comic. Have you considered that executing these corrupt officials leaves no one to facilitate disaster relief? Of course, I would appoint another set of officials, Xue Qinghe retorted. And if those officials are corrupt as well, then they too shall be executed. And if they remain corrupt, then they shall meet the same fate. I refuse to believe that not a single official can be found who is not corrupt. Dai Yunhan chuckled softly. In government, who is ever truly uncorrupted? If your highness seeks an incorruptible official for disaster relief, why not appoint one from the start? Xue Qinghe was momentarily speechless. Dai Yunhan continued. This is because your highness does not know who is uncorrupted. Xue Qinghe huffed. If I knew who was uncorrupted, I would have appointed them long ago instead of trial and error. Thus, since your highness is aware of existing corruption, why continue executing officials one after another? By the time you find an incorruptible one, those suffering from the disasters may already be dead from starvation. Xue Qinghe paused, contemplating the implications. The reassignment of officials involved complex procedures and lengthy delays. The time taken to relay messages and transport supplies could cost lives. Time was of the essence in a crisis. It could not be squandered. Thus, the notion of executing corrupt officials was evidently impractical. Then what do you propose? Xue Qinghe asked. Should we allow them to exploit the national calamity for gain? Dai Yunhan replied, "First, we must secure the officials. If the officials themselves cannot survive, how can they aid the people? Are you suggesting we permit their corruption?" Dai Yunhan smiled and posed a question. "What is your primary concern now?" "It is disaster relief, not the execution of corrupt officials. All matters can be addressed once relief is secured. Your responsibility is to ensure the survival of the people. Corrupt officials, however greedy, can be dealt with later." Xue Qinghe was taken aback by Dai Yunhan's astuteness. He possessed an extraordinary political acumen. It seemed he had underestimated him. With such remarkable talent and intellect, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. Xue Qinghe rescinded his earlier orders, instructing the messenger to withdraw. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe ceased attending to his affairs and engaged in casual conversation with Dai Yunhan, discussing a myriad of topics, from the trivial to the profound. He sought to ascertain whether Dai Yunhan possessed any extraordinary qualities beyond what he had already observed. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that Dai Yunhan's thoughts were remarkably distinct, offering unique insights and analyzing the essence of matters from unconventional perspectives. Furthermore, Dai Yunhan articulated ideas regarding governance that transcended conventional norms, concepts that Xue Qinghe had never encountered before, and which even seemed advanced yet paradoxically outdated. As their dialogue continued, Xue Qinghe became increasingly aware of Dai Yunhan's formidable intellect. Not only did he possess intriguing thoughts on statecraft, but he also exhibited an impressive understanding of diverse subjects. Every topic Xue Qinghe casually introduced was met with Dai Yunhan's eloquent discourse, and he effortlessly answered queries while providing astute and incisive recommendations. Even on matters pertaining to women, Dai Yunhan displayed an alarming depth of knowledge, resembling a veritable repository of wisdom. This revelation left Xue Qinghe in a state of cold sweat, as he realized that Dai Yunhan's vast knowledge was cultivated through diligent study, bolstered by the intellectual legacy of the Xingluo Empire and the formidable experience of the Spirit Hall. Yet, how could someone nearly a decade his junior possess such wisdom? Moreover, Xue Qinghe noted that Dai Yunhan's knowledge was complemented by an enviable perspective on life. Many of the terms and concepts Dai Yunhan employed were entirely foreign to him, igniting a profound curiosity within Xue Qinghe even as he grew increasingly wary of Dai Yunhan's capabilities. Ding! The system detected a flicker of affection from the goddess Qian Rinxue towards the host, rewarding all the books of Earth. The system's voice resonated, finally bringing a hint of satisfaction to Dai Yunhan's weary visage. His efforts had borne fruit, as he had elicited a modicum of fondness from Qian Rinxue. Once affection was established, the subsequent matters would surely become more manageable. After taking a sip of tea, he realized the pot was empty. Glancing outside, he noticed the sky had darkened without his awareness. He and Xue Qinghe had conversed for an unexpectedly long duration. Indeed, time spent in the company of a beautiful woman always seemed fleeting. "Qinghe, it's time for dinner. I'm quite hungry," Dai Yunhan remarked. "Wait, I have a question about the gaokao you mentioned earlier." "Qinghe, I said it's dark. We should eat," Dai Yunhan insisted, pressing Xue Qinghe's head to look outside. Xue Qinghe, finally realizing the time, agreed. "All right, let us dine." Soon, the meal was served. As they ate, Dai Yunhan produced a bottle of white liquor. "Qinghe, let's share a drink." No, I appreciate the fourth princess sentiment, but I shall refrain from drinking that." Xue Qinghe felt a surge of trepidation at the sight of the liquor, knowing full well he could not handle it. Yet Dai Yunhan, undeterred by Xue Qinghe's hesitance, pressed on. "Don't you wish to know more about the gaokao question?" "I do," Xue Qinghe admitted. "Then let's drink." Xue Qinghe hesitated. Though he had only shared a drink with Dai Yunhan once, he sensed that Dai Yunhan would not allow it to be merely one drink. Once the drinking commenced, the outcome would surely echo that fateful night. However, the allure of Dai Yunhan's intriguing insights was too compelling to resist. Just as he wavered, Dai Yunhan suddenly produced a book, The Comprehensive Mirror to Aid in Government, in its translated form. He placed it before Xue Qinghe and casually flipped to a page. "Qinghe, what do you think of this book?" Curiosity piqued, Xue Qinghe leaned in to look. Initially, he assumed it to be another trivial read, but upon closer inspection, he found himself utterly captivated. The ideas within mirrored those articulated by Dai Yunhan. Eager to delve deeper, he prepared to continue reading, only for Dai Yunhan to abruptly close the book. Xue Qinghe's interest was ignited, and the sudden interruption left him anxious. Fourth Prince, what book is that? Where can I acquire a copy? Xinghe, could you refrain from calling me Fourth Prince? It feels rather distant, Dai Yunhan replied, aware that he had hooked his prey. Of course, Yunhan, Xinghe responded, pleased. Where did you acquire that book? May I see it again? I purchased it from an old man for a copper soul coin. It is the only copy on the continent. If you wish to see it, you must accompany me for a drink. Dai Yunhan declared, pouring another glass of white liquor. Xinghe gazed at the enticing liquor, torn between indecision, drink or abstain. Ultimately, curiosity won out. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. The mere glimpse of the book had enthralled him to the point of desperation. Upon seeing him drink, Dai Yunhan chuckled heartily and reopened the book for him, though he did not relinquish it. Immediately, he poured another drink. As soon as the book was opened, Xinghe leaned closer, his eyes sparkling with excitement and astonishment as he absorbed the content. Soon, he finished reading a passage but found it insufficient and intended to start anew. Yet, Dai Yunhan once more closed the book and offered him a drink. 1 cup for each page you read, Dai Yunhan stipulated. Xinghe regarded the thick tome and then glanced at the cup, feeling overwhelmed. Even if he drank to the point of oblivion, he knew he could not finish it in one night. Yunhan, could you lend me the book for a while? I would fulfill any request you have in exchange. He implored. Really? A gentleman's word is his bond, Dai Yunhan replied, sensing the opportunity. Excellent. Then let us drink. Dai Yunhan raised his glass, prompting Xinghe to flush with embarrassment. Must we drink? You just cited the phrase about a gentleman's word, and now you're reneging? Xinghe felt the sting of humiliation at his own words, realizing he had spoken too hastily. All right, I shall drink with you. However, I must be allowed to copy the book. Not a problem, Dai Yunhan declared, raising his glass in agreement. Thus, the two plunged into a spirited contest of endurance. Half an hour later, Xinghe lay sprawled on the bed, sound asleep, while Dai Yunhan unabashedly settled beside him. To foster a sense of camaraderie, he entwined his limbs around Xinghe like an octopus. This scene left the maidservants preparing to attend to the prince's needs in a state of dismay. What were they to do? The two were now sleeping together. I have not encountered such a situation either. Previously, His Highness the Crown Prince would always require warmth in bed. How can one provide warmth under these circumstances? Perhaps we could each take turns? But then again, this is the Crown Prince of another nation. One misstep could cost us our heads. What should we do then? Perhaps we should consult the responsible official. Chapter 81. A brief inspection the following day. When Dai Yunhan awoke, Xinghe was no longer in the room. He paused for a moment, reflecting on whether he had indeed shared a bed with Xinghe the previous night. Ultimately, after sifting through his memories, he confirmed that they had, indeed, slept together. He recalled waking briefly due to a pressing need to relieve himself, during which Xinghe had still been by his side. In a moment of daring, he had even taken the opportunity to touch him. To Dai Yunhan's surprise, he found Xinghe to be quite flat. He had not anticipated that the disguise skill of that angelic soul bone would be so formidable. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as long as they had shared the same bed. That was sufficient. It seemed that Xinghe had awakened before him. He wondered how Xinghe felt upon discovering that he had slept beside him. Dai Yunhan was filled with curiosity, though regrettably, he would likely never know the answer. However, this opportunity for sleep had opened the door for many more. The number of books in his system's repository was innumerable, and if he were to read one book per night, it would take an eternity to finish them all. By that time, he would likely have ascended to divinity. After rising, the maid had prepared breakfast. Dai Yunhan inquired about the whereabouts of His Highness the Crown Prince. Reporting to the fourth prince, His Highness the Crown Prince has gone to court early this morning. The court typically convened around 6 in the morning. It was now 9 o'clock, which explained the absence of the Crown Prince. Do you know when he will return? That is uncertain. Sometimes it lasts an hour or two, and other times it could be a full day. Very well then. Dai Yunhan had intended to observe the Crown Prince's reaction upon his return. However, upon hearing it might take a day, he decided against waiting. If he stayed away too long, Zhu Zhuqing would likely grow anxious. I shall take my leave. When His Highness returns, please convey to him that I will seek him out again in the future. Yes, fourth prince. After finishing breakfast, Dai Yunhan departed the palace. Once outside, he made his way back to the dormitory to alleviate Zhu Zhuqing's worries. Indeed, when he entered, he was met with Zhu Zhuqing rushing into his embrace. Her eyes read, "Where have you been? I was so worried about you," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Dai Yunhan felt a bit sheepish and scratched his head. I went to the palace to find His Highness the Crown Prince and forgot to send someone to inform you. I will be more mindful next time. You're lying. You reek of alcohol. Ah, yes, I went to drink with His Highness, hence the smell. That hardly counts as lying, does it? Why do you always seek him out for drinks? We are citizens of the Xingluo Empire. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her sentence, Dai Yunhan interjected. What matters in the future will be addressed in due time. For now, we must focus on our own affairs. My friendship with His Highness does not pose a problem. Very well, Zhu Zhuqing relented, closing her mouth obediently. Dai Yunhan's thoughts were always clear, and she trusted he would make sound decisions. Leaning against him, her worries finally began to subside. Suddenly, she caught a scent in the air and looked at Dai Yunhan suspiciously. Wait a moment, you smell fragrant. You definitely weren't with His Highness. That scent belongs to a woman. Have you been with someone else? Dai Yunhan was taken aback. How could Zhu Qing's sense of smell be so acute? Why couldn't he detect it? Was it the aroma from Shui Qinghe's bed or that of Yi Lingling? Regardless, he needed to deflect her suspicions for the time being. He had yet to resolve matters with Douluo Yan, and he certainly did not wish for Zhu Qing to become upset over another woman. No, you must be mistaken, Dai Yunhan said, pinching her nose while subtly masking the scent. Yet Zhu Qing was adamant. I cannot be mistaken. After absorbing the soul bone, my mental acuity has greatly increased. The scent on you is undoubtedly that of a woman. Moreover, there is a hint of familiarity. It must belong to someone I know. But it is not Douluo Yan. Are you courting another woman? I truly am not, Dai Yunhan insisted, refusing to admit anything. The truth about the woman would eventually surface. But now is not the time. You refuse to admit it, do you? Zhu Qing warned. I have nothing to confess. How can I admit something that isn't true? Very well. Do you dare to let me investigate? What is there to fear? You may examine me as you wish. Dai Yunhan was uncertain of her methods, but he was not afraid of any scrutiny. Seeing Dai Yunhan's obstinate demeanor, Zhu Qing decided to go all in, her face turning a shade of crimson as she crouched down. The next moment, Dai Yunhan's eyes widened in shock. This was quite an unconventional examination. Half an hour later, Zhu Qing, satisfied, declared, You truly have not been with another woman, but that does not mean you can deceive me. With that, her expression softened. In truth, I do not mind you being with other women, but I must know who they are, whether they genuinely care for you, and if they harbor ulterior motives. Do you understand? I understand, Zhu Qing, Dai Yunhan replied, touched. With a wife like you, what more could a husband desire? Ah, so you admit it, Zhu Qing exclaimed triumphantly, pointing a finger at him. Dai Yunhan was momentarily dumbfounded. So that was her intention all along. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, What do you mean by admit? I thought you were referring to Douluo Yan. This unexpected retort caught Zhu Qing off guard. She was aware of Dai Yunhan's quick reflexes, but had not anticipated this level of swiftness. Nevertheless, once a woman sets her mind to uncovering a matter, there is little she cannot find. So you do have feelings for Douluo Yan then? Just a smidgen, he confessed. Just last time, you claimed you had no thoughts about her. Zhu Qing feigned anger. Dai Yunhan was baffled. When had he ever said he had no feelings for her? All right, my dear. Do not be upset. I promise you will always hold the top spot in my heart. How does one soothe an angry wife? Naturally, with a kiss. What? You say she won't allow you to kiss her? Whether she allows it or not. I shall kiss her regardless. Thus, after 3 minutes of struggle and 9 minutes of kissing, Zhu Qing finally calmed down. Of course, her anger had been feigned all along. With a playful grin, Dai Yunhan asked, Are you hungry, my dear? Let us go out for a meal. I believe you are the one who is truly hungry, she retorted. If I were hungry, it would not be for food, but for you. How improper. Seeing Zhu Qing blush, Dai Yunhan laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around her waist as they made their way toward the door. However, as soon as he opened the door, they were met with the sight of a slender, graceful woman standing outside. The sudden opening of the door startled her as well. This woman was none other than Douluo Yan, who had been waiting just outside. Chapter 82. Just half an hour. Douluo Yan was currently in high spirits, for she had just overheard the conversation between Dai Yunhan and Zhu Qing. The night before, she had come to find Dai Yunhan, but he had not been home, and Zhu Qing had no idea of his whereabouts either. She and Zhu Zhuqing were both deeply concerned. The moment she woke up in the morning, she hurried over. However, Dai Yunhan had yet to return. She contemplated waiting in the villa, yet her relationship with Zhu Zhuqing was not particularly amicable, making her hesitant to enter. Fortunately, the dormitory where she resided offered a clear view of Dai Yunhan's vicinity. Upon spotting Dai Yunhan's return, she rushed over, only to feel an overwhelming embarrassment as she reached the doorstep and overheard Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing engaged in an intimate act. In broad daylight, right at the entrance. It was truly shameless. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself rooted to the spot, unable to move and inexplicably eager to listen further, nearly pressing her ear against the door. After an excruciating half-hour of shyness, she finally calmed her racing heart. Just as she prepared to knock again, she was startled to hear Zhu Zhuqing ask Dai Yunhan if she liked Douluo. Instantly, she froze, as she too was curious about the answer. When she resolved to live with Dai Yunhan and give it a try, she realized a crucial point. Her previous mental preparations had all been one-sided. She had forgotten a fundamental premise, whether Dai Yunhan reciprocated her feelings. If Dai Yunhan did favor her, then she had the right to pursue her attempts. If not, would her efforts instead incite disdain? Thus, she had become increasingly cautious of late. Yet within that caution lay a hint of audacity. For she discovered her feelings for Dai Yunhan were deepening. The longer they were apart, the more intolerable her longing became. She recognized that she had fallen deeply. The most terrifying aspect remained that she still did not know Dai Yunhan's stance. Consequently, when she heard that question, she was momentarily taken aback. Anticipation and anxiety mingled. Excitement and fear intertwined. At that moment, her heart raced to its peak. Upon hearing Dai Yunhan's affirmative response, her face flushed crimson, and she felt as if she were floating. She had received the answer she longed for. "Are you looking for me?" Dai Yunhan asked, bemused by Douluo's adorably foolish demeanor. "Yes," Douluo replied, nodding without hesitation. Previously, she might have offered a more subtle response to such a question, but now, understanding that Dai Yunhan also harbored feelings for her, she felt no need to conceal her heart any longer. Though it was but a small acknowledgement, she wanted to boldly reveal her affections to Dai Yunhan. Moreover, it seemed that Zhu Zhuqing was no longer a concern. "How long have you been here?" Dai Yunhan inquired again. "Not long. Just about half an hour," Douluo replied, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face. Indeed, upon hearing this duration, both Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing's faces turned awkward. Half an hour? This meant that everything they had just done at the door had been heard loud and clear by her. Zhu Zhuqing, filled with embarrassment and anger, swiftly grabbed Dai Yunhan's waist and twisted it sharply. Dai Yunhan winced in pain, donning a mask of suffering, yet could only suppress his discomfort. He quickly seized Zhu Zhuqing's rebellious hand and said, "Have you eaten? Shall we go out for a meal together?" "Sure," Douluo replied with a sweet smile, a hint of pride in her expression. Clearly, witnessing Dai Yunhan's embarrassment brought her joy. Thus, the three of them set off to Tianshang Renjian for lunch. During the meal, Douluo maintained a facade of normalcy. Although she had come to realize that Dai Yunhan had feelings for her, Zhu Zhuqing's presence necessitated that she temper her openness, lest she diminish Dai Yunhan's regard for her or provoke Zhu Zhuqing's discontent once more. She was acutely aware of Zhu Zhuqing's significant standing in Dai Yunhan's heart. Even if she was willing to assist in caring for Dai Yunhan, she knew she could never hold the same importance in his eyes as Zhu Zhuqing did. After lunch, they returned to school, at which point Qin Ming approached Douluo. "Douluo, everyone else is training in preparation for the upcoming practice match in over a month. Why aren't you participating?" Qin Ming asked. Ever since the team members were selected, Douluo had scarcely attended training, especially in recent days, when she had not shown up at all. "Teacher Qin Ming, I don't need to participate in training, do I? My abilities far exceed theirs. The training holds little significance, especially with just over a month left," Douluo replied, her tone exuding a sense of arrogance. Despite her compliance in front of Dai Yunhan, she generally regarded others with disdain. Particularly after her martial spirit evolved into the Medusa Queen, her haughty demeanor became even more pronounced. Now, her level had reached 42, while the strongest member of her team, Yu Qianheng, was only 36, a considerable gap. Rather than practice, she preferred to spend time with Dai Yunhan. Qin Ming was displeased upon hearing her words. "Douluo, there are always those more gifted than you in this world. While you have been fortunate enough to evolve your martial spirit into a top-tier one, your current abilities remain quite inadequate to support your arrogance. Not to mention the talents of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan by your side. Even the talents from other academies, such as Feng Xiaodian, Huowu, and Shueyuer, are not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall, which has dominated championships for years, boasts a generation of talents that far surpass yours. Therefore, instead of being haughty, you should focus on diligent training to become a true powerhouse. Qin Ming's heartfelt admonition struck Dugu Yin as harsh, yet she could not deny the validity of his words. However, having just begun to grasp Dai Yunhan's affections, she was reluctant to squander this opportunity by engaging in arduous training. Would Dai Yunhan still harbor feelings for her a month later if she did? She could not guarantee it. Thus, she felt disinclined to train. At that moment, Dai Yunhan interjected, "Dugu Yin," he'd teacher Qin Ming's advice. Many possess great talent in this world, yet only those who truly grow can be deemed geniuses. Chapter 83. Entering the Moon Pavilion, your martial spirit's evolution grants you a significant advantage. Thus, you must strive to train diligently to fully harness your potential. Despite her inner conflict, Dugu Yin hesitated to respond. Before she could finish, Dai Yunhan interrupted her again. "Your grandfather entrusted you to my care. Shouldn't you listen to me?" "All right," Dugu Yin conceded, unable to defy Dai Yunhan's wishes. Of course, it was not fear that compelled her compliance, but rather a desire not to disappoint him. Seeing Dugu Yin persuaded, Qin Ming expressed gratitude to Dai Yunhan, saying, "Honestly, if you were from the Tiando Empire, I would gladly share everything I know with you. Alas, there is nothing to lament. What is destined will come to pass, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced." Qin Ming's eyes brightened, his spirit stirred. He was truly impressed by the fourth prince's understanding. "You flatter me," Dai Yunhan humbly replied. Subsequently, Dugu Yin accompanied Qin Ming back. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, deeming there was nothing amiss, and decided to stroll through the streets. It had been quite a while since they had last enjoyed a shopping excursion together. Hand in hand, the handsome couple naturally attracted many admiring gazes. Some were envious, others filled with jealousy, and some harbored resentment. Dai Yunhan relished the attention, regardless of its nature, as it instilled within him a sense of pride. After all, it was a rarity to have such a beautiful and graceful wife. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's waist, drawing even more attention from onlookers. Zhu Zhuqing felt a shiver, sensing Dai Yunhan's intentions. She subtly twisted at his waist, leaning comfortably against him. She, too, enjoyed being the center of attention. However, in the next moment, she shot him a warning look, signaling him to be mindful of his actions, for they were in public, and his hand should not venture too low. Dai Yunhan chuckled awkwardly, apologizing for his habits. Given their limited time for outings, their embraces typically occurred at home, where they were free from prying eyes, allowing his hands to wander to his favorite places. Now, in public, he was still adjusting to the change. Zhu Zhuqing shot him an exasperated glance, her cheeks slightly flushed. "How about we find a room?" Dai Yunhan's heart raced at her suggestion, especially upon seeing her cheeks flushed like a tipsy maiden. Since their last intimate encounter, it seemed she had awakened to a new world of desires. Each night, she would eagerly seek his assistance. On several occasions, he had nearly succumbed to the temptation of taking her right then and there. But during the day, he felt it was inappropriate. Such delightful experiences should be reserved for the enchanting nights. Upon hearing his thoughts, Zhu Zhuqing huffed and quickened her pace, distancing herself from him. Dai Yunhan, bewildered, hurried after her. All right, we can go." Now you want to go?" "It's too late," Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her earlier opportunity now gone. "Did you think I would simply give in? Even though I am your wife, it is not as if you can have me whenever you wish." As she spoke, she turned away. Dai Yunhan was taken aback by her capriciousness, preparing to concede when suddenly a melodious tune filled the air. The music was exquisite and elegant, akin to the tranquil sounds of nature, soothing to the ears. Remarkably, it felt as though it cleansed the soul, leaving their hearts refreshed. "What kind of music is this?" "It's beautiful," Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her irritation dissipating as the melody washed over her. Dai Yunhan looked toward the source of the music, Moon Pavilion. A jolt of recognition surged through him. It was indeed the Moon Pavilion. The name conjured thoughts of Tang Yuehua, the woman without a soul ring. Surely, such enchanting music was her performance. With this thought, Dai Yunhan resolved to enter, as Tang Yuehua was a renowned beauty of Douluo continent. and it would be a missed opportunity not to pay a visit. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by numerous distinguished women of varying ages, all sharing an air of nobility. As Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing stepped in, the women regarded them with curious expressions. "Good day, esteemed guests. How may we assist you?" inquired the charming receptionist, a woman of striking elegance. Dai Yunhan glanced around, noting that there was not a single unattractive face in the Moon Pavilion. Truly a paradise for men. Recalling the rumors from his days watching Douluo continent that Tang Yuehua favored the Snow Knight Emperor, he speculated that this place might be part of the emperor's harem. How enviable. However, he dismissed the rumor, knowing that with the Luo Empire's backing from the Haotian sect, Tang Yuehua would not be entangled with the Snow Knight Emperor. Otherwise, the Moon Pavilion would not remain operational. "Hello, I heard a most beautiful melody emanating from your pavilion. Was it played by your esteemed master?" Dai Yunhan inquired. "Indeed, it was. May I meet your master?" "I'm afraid the master is currently occupied with teaching and cannot meet with guests." This was a polite refusal, implying that a meeting was not feasible. If everyone could meet Tang Yuehua, what would be the purpose of the Moon Pavilion? Dai Yunhan understood that he would not meet her, so he added, "We have come with the intention of joining the Moon Pavilion for study. Is that possible?" The receptionist assessed their attire and surmised they were likely nobles, responding, "The registration period has already passed. May I ask where you are from?" This indicated a potential opportunity, contingent on their status. If they were of significant standing, entry would be granted. Otherwise, they would need to adhere to the established rules. Dai Yunhan promptly produced his identity token. "I am the fourth prince of the Luo Empire, and this is my fiancée." The receptionist's expression shifted to one of surprise. "The fourth prince of the Luo Empire? What brings you to the Heaven-Do Empire?" She examined the token. Though discerning, I could not ascertain its authenticity. "Please hold on a moment." She then summoned someone to fetch the master, recognizing the importance of Dai Yunhan's status. Shortly after, a woman clad in a flowing silver gown emerged, appearing to be in her late 20s. She exuded a gentle demeanor, reminiscent of water, and had an approachable aura. Her eyes were strikingly perceptive, as if they could see through the world. Unlike others, she displayed no fluctuation of soul power. Dai Yunhan knew instantly that this was Tang Yuehua. "Greetings, master." Tang Yuehua, taken aback, noted that this young man, whom she had never met, recognized her as the master at first glance. "Greetings, your highness, the fourth prince." She returned the greeting, having verified the authenticity of his token, aware that her family covertly supported the Luo Empire, and thus had some knowledge of the royal matters. "Please come inside," Tang Yuehua invited, aware that Dai Yunhan's unique status warranted privacy. They entered a reception room, where Tang Yuehua had tea prepared before inquiring. "Your highness wishes to join the Moon Pavilion for study?" "Yes. However, the customs of the Moon Pavilion adhere to those of the Heaven-Do Empire, which may be somewhat inconvenient for you, your highness." "It's quite all right. Experiencing different customs and traditions will only enrich my understanding. Have you made up your mind?" "Your highness the fourth prince?" Tang Yuehua confirmed for the final time. Dai Yunhan insisted on entering the Yuexian for his studies, and she had no authority to decline. "I have made my decision." "Very well," Tang Yuehua replied, producing a form for him to complete. After he filled it out, she continued, "We have a class this afternoon. Will your highness begin today, or shall we wait until next week? By the way, our courses are not fixed. We will notify you each weekend regarding the following week's schedule. Today's lesson is the last of this week." "Then let us begin today," Dai Yunhan replied. It was Friday, and if he waited until next week, he would have to delay for another 2 days. "All right, please follow me." With that, Tang Yuehua led the two of them to the classroom. Today's lesson was music theory. A grand piano sat before each student, and the class was not large, comprising both boys and girls, all clearly from affluent backgrounds. After all, the expense of a piano was not something an ordinary person could afford. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces of Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing enter, curious glances were exchanged. Most of the girls focused their attention on Dai Yunhan, who was strikingly handsome, instantly captivating their hearts. However, a few cast jealous looks at Zhu Zhuqing. The boys, naturally, directed their gazes toward Zhu Zhuqing, whose alluring figure, complemented by her beauty, made her the very embodiment of an ideal. As for Dai Yunhan, those who glanced his way were envious. Tang Yuehua stepped to the center, gesturing for silence before announcing, "Today, We welcome two new students. Applause erupted immediately. She turned to Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Would you both kindly introduce yourselves?" Dai Yunhan nodded and stepped forward first. "Hello everyone, I am Dai Yunhan, male, age 12. After his introduction, Zhu Zhuqing followed suit. "Hello everyone, I am Zhu Zhuqing, female, also 12 years of age." Since the focus of this institution was on etiquette, there was no need to discuss soul power or martial spirits. Such topics were irrelevant as they were not engaged in combat. Thus, their introductions were succinct. Following their introductions, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Why is she so much taller than him, even though they're the same age? So this handsome lad is just a young boy? I wonder what his connection is to Zhu Zhuqing. I feel like he looks at me with a hint of affection. Oh my, what a beautiful name, Zhu Zhuqing. It truly reflects her serene demeanor. Surely, they have no relation? Regardless, I'll pursue one of them first. The whispers continued. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted Dai Yunhan. "Young brother, that's not how one introduces themselves. While you need not discuss hobbies, surely you can showcase a talent." At this prompt, others chimed in enthusiastically. "Yes, Junior. We are all expected to perform a talent. You wouldn't be lacking, would you?" "What nonsense. Dai Yunhan is only 12. How could he possibly know anything? He clearly understands nothing." Laughter ensued. "Oh, and Zhuqing, you must also perform. If you need help, I can teach you." They were eager to see Dai Yunhan falter, given his handsome appearance. Listening to their banter, a cold smile flickered in Dai Yunhan's eyes. Was this what they called elite education? It seemed no different from the ways of bandits and landlords. It was no surprise. Those of higher status often became more depraved as societal restrictions faded. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua raised her hand, signaling for silence, then disregarded their words, addressing Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, "Please find a seat." Yet, Dai Yunhan remained motionless. "Since everyone is so eager to see my performance, allow me to present a brief piece." Though he had encountered music in this world, having been raised in a royal family where such skills were mandatory, his interest was minimal, as the music here paled in comparison to what he had known. After having experienced exquisite melodies, the music of this realm felt like an affront to his ears. Thus, he had only skimmed the surface of this world's music, lacking any desire to delve deeper. Still, this did not imply he was devoid of skill. "Dai Yunhan, don't boast. There are so many eyes upon you," they taunted. "You're young. Not knowing is excusable. Indeed, everyone here is a master. They can discern elegance from mediocrity in an instant. I believe Zhu Zhuqing is quite talented. Her hands seem crafted for music. Perhaps she should perform instead?" The jeers continued, a mix of admiration and derision. However, Dai Yunhan responded not with words, but with action. He approached a piano, lightly touching the keys to test the sound. Reflecting on the memories swirling in his mind, he pondered what piece to play for these arrogant individuals. Upon witnessing Dai Yunhan seat himself and begin to test the notes, the room fell silent. Chapter 85. Disinterest in female companionship. Could this fellow truly possess talent? They held their breath, not daring to make a sound. In their minds, regardless of whether Dai Yunhan could play, when he sat before the piano, they felt compelled to exhibit the respect deemed appropriate. This was not merely respect for Dai Yunhan, but for Tang Yuehua and the rituals of the empire itself. Before long, Dai Yunhan settled upon a piece, one that would resonate with this crowd. It was Charge of the Brave against the Enemy. Although it was not a traditional piano composition, that mattered little. He merely needed to convey the spirit of the music. The mere melody would suffice to reveal the stark disparities between them. His fingers struck the keys, and as the first note resonated, the expressions of all present froze. They had never encountered such a powerful opening before. Primarily trained in royal compositions, they seldom encountered music with such martial fervor. It was evident from the outset that this piece was extraordinary. Tang Yuehua's demeanor shifted, her expression turning serious. As the music flowed, a sense of solemnity and fury began to fill the room. The young students, influenced by the piece's intensity, wore grave expressions. As the composition progressed, all other sounds faded, leaving only the weighty echoes of Dai Yunhan's performance. They found themselves holding their breath, not out of fear, but because they realized they could not utter a sound beneath the music's potent force. The atmosphere felt as heavy as a battlefield. This realization instilled a sense of fear within them. What kind of music was this? They looked to Dai Yunhan and perceived, behind him, a vision of countless soldiers, perfectly aligned, wielding crimson blades, their fierce roars resonating with an undeniable authority that pierced the soul. Suddenly, those individuals sprang into action, a throng of fearless soldiers. They raised their long blades, aiming for their throats. Then, without mercy, they struck down. A voice of terror erupted abruptly. Everyone turned to see a male student collapsed on the ground. He was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale, and between his legs, a yellow stain had appeared. It was urine. This fellow had been so frightened that he had wet himself. Dai Yunhan, having completed her performance, cast a cold smirk at the terrified male student. Only those with wavering minds and malevolent hearts would be so frightened by the resonant and righteous melody. The majority, upon hearing this piece, would be filled with fervent passion and tears of emotion. Beside her, Tang Yuehua was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes trembled as memories of the Haotian sect flooded her mind. In its prime, the Haotian sect, too, had faced perilous circumstances akin to the sentiments expressed in this melody. Unfortunately, it had not made the same resolute choices as the protagonist of this piece. This composition, while tragic, was undeniably stirring. What is the name of this piece? Tang Yuehua inquired, her gaze towards Dai Yunhan having subtly shifted. Ding! Detected that the goddess Tang Yuehua has developed a fondness for the host, rewarding top-tier musical talent, mastery of all instruments, and the ability to perform any composition. Dai Yunhan glanced at Tang Yuehua in astonishment, surprised that she had so easily developed a fondness for him. However, he understood that this sentiment was merely a superficial admiration, not the deep affection that might exist between men and women. Yet it mattered not, for this slight inclination was sufficient. His gaze lingered on Tang Yuehua once more. She was in the prime of her enchanting beauty, exuding an inexplicable allure. As the piece concluded, Zhu Zhuqing took the stage to perform. Her rendition was merely competent, yet it surpassed that of most, and coupled with her striking beauty, she received enthusiastic applause. Well, as you can see, Dai Yunhan's musical talent is exceptionally high. I hope everyone learns from him diligently. Now, let us commence with the lesson. Tang Yuehua announced, and thus the class began. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing found a spot, seated themselves, and began to absorb the lecture. Approximately an hour later, the class concluded. This was the final lesson of the week, and, as the session came to a close, everyone began to pack their belongings in preparation to return to their residences. At this moment, several audacious girls approached Dai Yunhan. Hello, I am Wang Ya, the daughter of a duke of the empire. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you? Wang Ya extended her hand with polite formality. Dai Yunhan turned to her, noting her sweet appearance, her round face, bright eyes, and pearly smile, epitomizing the quintessential girl next door. However, her figure was strikingly voluptuous, exaggeratedly curvaceous. Just taking a couple of casual steps caused her to sway uncontrollably. The phrase "a few steps taken" and her bosom sways aptly described her. Dai Yunhan could not help but linger a moment longer in the presence of her allure before extending his hand. Hello, I am Dai Yunhan. I greatly enjoy making friends. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain shot through his waist. It was Zhu Zhuqing's warning. However, I am not particularly fond of making female friends. Dai Yunhan quickly amended, retracting his hand immediately. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing discreetly relaxed her grip, then tenderly massaged the area she had just pinched. Wang Ya, who had been smiling, was taken aback by Dai Yunhan's sudden shift in demeanor. Yet, upon regaining her composure, a flicker of irritation crossed her face. If you do not wish to be acquainted, you need not pretend. To say it outright, to show interest, and then retract your hand at the last moment. What does that mean? Such behavior is simply insulting. Have I offended you in any way? Wang Ya huffed, marking Dai Yunhan in her mind with disdain before departing. The other observing girls, witnessing Dai Yunhan's lack of charm, swiftly altered their attitudes toward him. Regardless of his handsome appearance, who would be fond of such repugnant behavior? Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this scene, felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. While I am not at your side, you may flirt as you wish. But with me around, not a single one shall succeed, even a mere dogtail weed. Chapter 86. Displaying affection after the girls left, a few boys approached. Hello, I am Wang Feng, the son of a duke of the empire. May I have the pleasure of befriending you? The same line of approach. Wang Feng and Wang, you must share the same father. or at least the same mother. However, Wang Feng's interest was not in Dai Yunhan, but rather in Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Wang Feng and promptly declined. Hello, I'm not particularly in need of friends. Unlike Dai Yunhan, the notorious flirt, Zhu Zhuqing was wholeheartedly devoted and would not grant anyone an opportunity. Yet, Wang Feng was not one to give up easily. He tousled his hair, revealing a prized ornament on his hand, and said, Your accent suggests you are not from Tiando City, are you? Out in the world, one must rely on friends. The more friends, the more pathways open. My family is one of the 3 great dukes of the Tiando Empire, the Duke of Greenlight. I have some influence in Tiando City. If you're ever in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. Saying this, Wang Feng produced a token and offered it to Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not even glance at it, displaying her disinterest. Instead, she affectionately linked her arm with Dai Yunhan's, pressing closer to him. Thank you for your kindness, but I doubt I will ever seek assistance from anyone else, as I possess a powerful fiancé. The mere mention of fiancé altered the expressions of those present, all revealing disappointment and regret. Not only the boys, but the girls too cast glances at Dai Yunhan, filled with wistfulness. If only they had encountered him sooner. Alas, how unfortunate to have been outpaced by another. Yet, a small number of girls seemed unfazed, their gazes towards Dai Yunhan brimming with fervor. The boys, aside from feelings of regret, were left with only jealousy. Wang Feng's expression shifted momentarily before regaining composure. No matter, fate brings us together. I feel an immediate affinity with you, young lady. Should you wish, you may come to find me at any time. He then turned to Dai Yunhan, remarking, Brother Dai is truly fortunate to have encountered such an exceptional fiancé. However, I observe that you are still quite young, with extraordinary talent. The world can be treacherous, so do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting the loss of something precious due to your own folly. Wang Feng's words bore a veneer of politeness, yet they were laced with veiled affront. On the surface, they seemed to express genuine concern for Dai Yunhan, but everyone present understood the underlying implications. Clearly, one is interested in another's lady and thus issues a warning to Dai Yunhan. Furthermore, during their initial meeting, one does not even know the other, yet issues a threat. To claim there are no ulterior motives would be utterly incredulous. Dai Yunhan, not one to be trifled with, can easily discern the underlying meaning in his words. Confronted by someone with designs on Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Yunhan has never been one to let such provocation slide. With a cold smirk, he extends a hand and swiftly strikes towards Wang Feng's face. A formidable aura accompanies this movement, creating an almost palpable sense of impending violence, as if he intends to deliver a crushing blow to Wang Feng. The onlookers gasp in astonishment, their eyes widening at Dai Yunhan's audacity. Could it be that he, in a fit of rage, intends to strike Wang Feng? After all, Wang Feng is the son of a duke, and Dai Yunhan risks severe repercussions. Moreover, this is Yuxian, where the sovereign has expressly forbidden all forms of violence. Violators face the potential of losing their titles, or, in the gravest scenarios, execution. Does he truly dare to act? Wang Feng, facing Dai Yunhan, feels the weight of that fierce aura and instinctively recoils. However, upon witnessing Dai Yunhan's mocking gaze and recalling the rules of Yuxian, he straightens his posture and forces himself to remain composed. He cannot believe that Dai Yunhan would actually dare to strike him here. Indeed, Wang Feng's intuition proves correct. Dai Yunhan's hand halts just an inch from his face. A wave of relief washes over Wang Feng, realizing that Dai Yunhan does not possess the courage to follow through. He is merely a paper tiger. A smug smile spreads across his face. The other spectators also exhale in relief, grateful that a confrontation has been averted, for Dai Yunhan could face execution, and Zhu Zhuqing, as his fiancée, would share the same fate. They find themselves somewhat disappointed. They had anticipated a thrilling spectacle, believing Dai Yunhan might truly confront Wang Feng. Such is human nature. When the weak provoke the strong, the initial reaction is concern, upon realizing it was not a genuine provocation. Disappointment follows at the missed opportunity for drama. Dai Yunhan's hand remains poised before Wang Feng, who smirks arrogantly, remaining silent as he waits to see what tricks Dai Yunhan may have left. His previous inaction has seemingly established his dominance over Dai Yunhan in terms of presence. He feels Zhu Zhuqing's gaze upon him, and he straightens his neck, reveling in the thought that she must see that her man is utterly inept, while he is her best option. In this world, power and pedigree reign supreme. Suddenly, Dai Yunhan's hand moves, his fingers wiggling in a gesture that seems to grasp at the air. Wang Feng is perplexed. What does this signify? Is he so enraged that he has lost his composure? Or does he not dare to confront him directly, opting instead to strike at nothingness? What a fool. Musical talent is of little consequence. Only true strength holds value. He begins to envision Zhu Zhuqing dismissing Dai Yunhan and returning to him alone. His arrogance swells even further. Yet, at that moment, Dai Yunhan's hand moves again, this time more slowly, almost as if in deliberate mockery. He traces a half-circle in the air before continuing on his path. Wang Feng's eyes remain fixated on Dai Yunhan's hand, desperate to discern his intentions. Is this man truly as foolish as he seems? Dai Yunhan's hand glides past Wang Feng's eyes, then his chest, and finally comes to rest on Zhu Zhuqing's waist. His fingers make contact, melding seamlessly with her exquisite curves. Wang Feng is left speechless, his eyes wide with a tumult of emotions. Confusion, bewilderment, and doubt intermingle with a profound fury. How dare Dai Yunhan flaunt his affection? This is intolerable. The noble demeanor Wang Feng had maintained crumbles, and he can no longer contain his outrage. But just as his anger reaches its peak, Dai Yunhan yanks Zhu Zhuqing closer, eliciting a soft gasp from her as she leans against his shoulder, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet the display is far from over. Dai Yunhan's hand ventures lower, tracing the dramatic curve of her waist. Zhu Zhuqing, though scandalized, does not resist, instead burying her face shyly into his chest, playing along with the charade. Dai Yunhan casts a triumphant glance at Wang Feng, a smirk playing on his lips, though he does not hold his head high in the eyes of the crowd. He is more regal than any rooster. As for Wang Feng, his dignity has now evaporated, and he finds himself akin to an enraged turkey, where looks capable of killing. Dai Yunhan would surely be a goner. With a scoff, Wang Feng storms away, utterly humiliated. The spectators are left envious, their admiration for Dai Yunhan now tinged with jealousy. A masterstroke, Dai Yunhan has effortlessly countered Wang Feng's aggression without uttering a single word, leaving him utterly defeated. In the aftermath of this spectacle, it becomes evident to all that the bond between Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing runs deep. Some individuals relinquish their aspirations, while others bury their desires, biding their time for a future opportunity. A select few, however, begin plotting ways to create their own chances. As the crowd disperses, Zhu Zhuqing shyly extricates herself from Dai Yunhan's embrace, playfully twisting his waist. If you dare to act so brazenly in front of so many again, I shall not let you off lightly. Dai Yunhan feigns innocence. What have I done? I was merely declaring my claim, affirming that I am yours, to keep those fluttering butterflies at bay. Moreover, to ward off those undesirable pests, this flower belongs to me. And you could have simply stated so. Zhu Zhuqing retorts. In front of all these people, you could kiss or embrace me, and I would accept it. But to squeeze my backside is pushing it too far. The very thought sends a shiver down her spine. Dai Yunhan, resigned, replies, "What can I say? It has already happened. How about you return the favor?" As he grasps her small hand and places it on his rear, Zhu Zhuqing reacts with an exasperated slap. "How did I never realize you could be so mischievous?" Dai Yunhan chuckles, unfazed by the playful punishment, feeling only a sense of delight. "You didn't overlook it. Rather, you simply enjoy my wickedness." "Nonsense." Zhu Zhuqing dismisses his claims. Unconvinced, however, she found merit in Dai Yunhan's words and inquired, "Pray tell, why is it that I am fond of your flaws?" Dai Yunhan chuckled softly, responding, "The reason is quite simple. My flaws are reserved solely for you." With that, he playfully slapped her petite backside, laughing heartily as he dashed away. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. A glance around revealed numerous eyes cast in her direction. In a fit of anger, her martial soul manifested, and she lunged toward Dai Yunhan. Upon their return to the dormitory, Dai Yan awaited them at the entrance. Surprised to see her, Dai Yunhan asked, "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be practicing?" "Indeed, Teacher Qin has arranged a month of intensive training for us, so I'll come to savor one last meal tonight." "I didn't expect my culinary skills would hold you so captivated," he teased. "Hee hee, I never imagined you." A grown man could cook so delightfully, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Having eavesdropped on Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing's previous conversation, her spirits had lifted considerably. She sensed that Dai Yunhan harbored a slight affection for her. After enduring several days of solitude, she resolved not to act haughty. Dai Yunhan opened the door, inviting Zhu Zhuqing inside, and asked, "Your grandfather has requested that I look after you. What would you like to eat tonight?" Steamed lamb, braised bear paw, venison tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, assorted delicacies, smoked chicken belly, steamed 8 treasure pork, glutinous rice stuffed duck, canned wild chicken, canned quail. Are you reciting a menu? Zhu Zhuqing giggled. Well, whatever you cook, I'll eat, she added without a care. Dai Yunhan rolled his eyes. What a ridiculous question. What else would I cook for you? Tying on an apron, he entered the kitchen, where Zhu Zhuqing dutifully joined him. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing decided to assist as well. Although Dai Yunhan did not require her help, she stubbornly lingered in the kitchen, refusing to leave. "Hand me the scallions, please." "Here you go," Zhu Zhuqing replied, presenting a handful of chives. Dai Yunhan sighed. "You can't even distinguish between vegetables? You're just making things more complicated. You could teach me." "I don't believe you knew everything from birth," Zhu Zhuqing insisted, refusing to budge. Eventually, Dai Yunhan relented, allowing her to stay. "Pass me the sesame oil." "Here." Zhu Zhuqing handed him a bottle of pepper oil. "Sister, you may not recognize oil, but surely you can read?" Dai Yunhan remarked. "I believe this dish would taste better with sesame oil," Zhu Zhuqing sheepishly admitted. "Fine, I was just a bit distracted," she confessed. "Hand me the pork belly." Zhu Zhuqing passed him a plate of chicken. "How'd you manage to get that right?" Dai Yunhan asked in astonishment. "I don't know, it just felt like it," she replied, leaving him in disbelief. Finally, with Zhu Zhuqing's hindrance, what should have taken an hour to prepare stretched into 2.5 hours before the meal was ready. The three sat down at the table. "What about the wine from last time? With such a lavish spread, how can we not have a drink?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly suggested. Dai Yunhan was surprised. "You drink liquor? Is that a problem?" She countered. Dai Yunhan grimaced. "Let's skip the strong stuff. You should stick to fruit wine. I brewed it myself." From his spatial ring, he produced a fruit wine he had crafted. The world was rich with fruit varieties, and the concentrated juices made for exquisite wine. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated to drink the fruit wine due to its low toxicity, but upon catching a whiff of its unique aroma, she consented. "What kind of fruit wine is this?" "Just from a scent, it seems delightful," she inquired. Dai Yunhan beamed. "This is made from special fruits harvested from the Stardow forest, brewed with the finest royal rock candy and my white liquor. Of course, it's delicious." As he poured her a generous glass, he filled one for himself and Zhu Zhuqing as well. "Cheers!" The three clinked their glasses, savoring the sweet fruit wine. One sip brought a look of satisfaction to Zhu Zhuqing's face. "I seriously suspect being a prince is merely your side gig. Cooking, brewing, detoxifying. And alchemy. How do you excel in everything?" she exclaimed in awe. Dai Yunhan chuckled. "I possess a multitude of skills." "What else can you do?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, a variety of things," he teased. "Such as?" She pressed eagerly. "Well, let us say I'm skilled in deception, trickery, thievery, indulgence, and gambling." He replied with a grin. "You can do those as well?" Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, realizing these were not exactly virtuous pursuits. "Is that not acceptable? You are a prince, after all. Engaging in such activities seems unbecoming of your station," she remarked. Dai Yunhan shrugged. "I merely aim to demonstrate my versatility. It doesn't imply I must engage in all of them." Zhu Zhuqing mentally lamented and glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Has he always been like this? Zhu Zhuqing empathized with her feelings, sensing an unspoken camaraderie. What he has shown is merely a glimpse. Should you regret this meal, it's not too late to reconsider. She hinted, subtly advising Zhu Zhuqing. If you acknowledge that you were blind to fall for Dai Yunhan, now would be the time to withdraw. Zhu Zhuqing caught on, but chose not to respond, instead raising her wine glass and declaring cheers. The three toasted, and, after drinking, Zhu Zhuqing felt her face begin to flush. Although it was fruit wine, the base liquor was Dai Yunhan's white liquor, which, while lower in proof, was still significantly stronger than ordinary fruit wine. Consequently, she became slightly tipsy after just a couple of sips. Zhu Zhuqing was in a similar state, her aversion to alcohol resulting in her becoming lightheaded quickly. As they chatted and dined, Zhu Zhuqing seemed intent on getting herself inebriated, continually urging more drinks. Dai Yunhan was unfazed, possessing a high tolerance for alcohol. However, Zhu Zhuqing struggled. her tolerance was even lower than Zhu Yan's. And soon she was too dizzy to continue eating. Unable to do anything else, Dai Yunhan carried her to bed, allowing her to rest. He then descended to tidy up. "Let me help you," Zhu Yan offered, still retaining a shred of clarity. Though she could barely stand, she insisted on assisting him with the dishes. Dai Yunhan steadied her, saying, "You needn't bother. If you're drunk, I can escort you home to rest." "You're the one who's drunk. I'm perfectly fine," Zhu Yan declared, waving her hand dismissively, an age-old claim of inebriated individuals. "I'll wash," she insisted, moving behind Dai Yunhan and wrapping her arms around his waist. Resting her head against his back, Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, intending to seat her on the sofa to rest before escorting her home. Yet she clung tightly, refusing to let go. "Don't move. Let me hold you," Zhu Yan murmured, her voice laced with longing. Dai Yunhan, sensing her vulnerability, chose to remain still. Zhu Yan chuckled softly. "Look, as I embrace you now, it is unlike when I was cooking earlier, burdening you. Moreover, this bowl can be considered as washed by both of us, giving me a sense of participation. Am I not clever?" Dai Yunhan felt a surge of amusement in her heart. To articulate laziness and taking advantage so eloquently was a skill she thought only she possessed. Yet here was Zhu Yan equally adept. "Indeed, you're quite clever." Dai Yunhan allowed her to hold him and offered her a compliment while continuing his dishwashing endeavor. Zhu Yan remained nestled in his embrace, a contented smile gracing her face. Soon, Dai Yunhan completed his task. "All right, you seem quite intoxicated. Let me escort you home." He turned to steady her, preparing to lead her back. However, as he turned her around, she suddenly lunged into his arms, pressing her soft, fragrant lips against his. Dai Yunhan was taken aback, completely unprepared for such an abrupt occurrence. Nevertheless, he did not resist this sweet assault. He accepted her advances without objection. Yet, he had clearly underestimated Zhu Yan's fervor. Her onslaught was more vigorous than he had anticipated. She boldly reached out, taking his hand and guiding him toward enlightenment. Dai Yunhan's heart raced, secretly marveling at Zhu Yan's audacity. Physically, she was smaller than Zhu Zhuqing, yet her courage was anything but diminutive. After a brief period of passivity, Dai Yunhan, as the man, quickly seized the initiative. Zhu Yan's assault faltered, and she began to yield in his embrace. The battle was concluded. Zhu Yan's cheeks flushed, a haze of intoxication mingling with the warmth of burgeoning affection as she gazed at Dai Yunhan, filled with desire and satisfaction. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to unfasten her clothing. Dai Yunhan, startled, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Zhu Yan's eyes sparkled with fervent fire. "I've already removed my skirt. What do you think I'm doing?" With that, she pressed closer to him. Dai Yunhan quickly restrained her. "Have you lost your mind? This is the kitchen." The kitchen boasted large glass windows, allowing anyone outside to witness the unfolding events. "Then let's go upstairs," Zhu Yan suggested. "Zhu Qing is upstairs. Then to the restroom." "The restroom is too small. What do you propose? Are you not a man?" Zhu Yan's expression turned melancholic, the fiery spark in her eyes dimming slightly. Soon after, tears welled in her eyes. "Do you not like me?" "Of course, I like you," Dai Yunhan replied without hesitation. "If I did not, I would have sent you away long ago. Then why do you reject me?" Zhu Yan's eyes brightened, and the flames rekindled, though still subdued, lacking the earlier fervor. Dai Yunhan sighed. "Your grandfather entrusted me with your care. If I were to take you to bed, what would happen when he returns? Would I not be in grave trouble? Why do you fear him? I am willing. He is your grandfather. Of course, you are not afraid." Dai Yunhan explained. "Though you are willing, do you not remember last time? Were it not for my immunity to toxins, I might have met a dire fate at his hands. Your grandfather is quite autocratic and does not heed explanations, hence my apprehension." His reasoning was merely an excuse. Was he afraid of Douluo? To some extent, yes. However, if he were to win over his granddaughter, Dai Yunhan was confident that Douluo would not harm him and might even be pleased. Why did he say this? The answer was simple. He wanted to reserve his first time for Zhu Zhuqing, for she held the most significance in his heart. Yet he could not voice this thought, for it would surely hurt Zhu Yan. If she were to harden her heart and withdraw from him, he would suffer a great loss. Upon hearing Dai Yunhan's explanation, Zhu Yan felt a wave of guilt wash over her. He was right. Her previous plea to her grandfather had failed to sway him, and ultimately, it was her willingness to sacrifice herself that had spared Dai Yunhan. If something were to transpire between them, given Douluo Bo's temperament, he might indeed take drastic measures. Although she had previously sought her grandfather's assistance in allowing Dai Yunhan to care for her and had confessed her feelings for him, her grandfather's attitude had shifted but was still far from enthusiastic. Thus, Douluo hesitated. Observing her uncertainty, Dai Yunhan felt a sense of relief and assisted her in redonning her clothing. However, after she was dressed, Douluo unexpectedly crouched down. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "It was I who stirred your discomfort. Naturally, I must help alleviate it." After a considerable time, Douluo leaned happily against Dai Yunhan, who held her contentedly in his embrace. "So, compared to Zhu Zhuqing, whom do you believe is better?" "Zhu Zhuqing is gentle as water, while you are fiery as flame. Both possess their own merits." Smooth-toned, Douluo huffed playfully. Yet, she did not press further, knowing such inquiries bore no true answers. It was akin to the dilemma of saving a wife or a mother from drowning. Even if there were an answer, it would likely be disingenuous. Nonetheless, a woman's innate sense of comparison compelled her to ask, "Then, who possesses a better figure, me or her?" "You both have your unique charms." Dai Yunhan offered an assessment, but Douluo remained unsatisfied. "You still haven't declared whose is superior." After a moment's contemplation, he chuckled and, employing a playful gesture, said, "At this moment, you are the best." Douluo, caught off guard by his compliment, flushed momentarily, but soon transformed her shyness into assertiveness. Ding! It was detected that the goddess Douluo's favor for the host had deepened, resulting in a level increase in soul power. In the days that followed, Douluo engaged in intensive training in preparation for a competition over a month away. As for Dai Yunhan, in the absence of pressing matters, he would leisurely wander around the academy each day, observing the execution of Yi Tianqing's plans by Hua Fei. If nothing significant arose, he would visit the palace to drink with Xue Qinghe. After being tricked once, Xue Qinghe naturally refrained from indulging Dai Yunhan. However, Dai Yunhan had his ways of persuading him. By presenting an ancient tome on governance, he would promise to gift it to Xue Qinghe if he agreed to share a drink. Initially reluctant, Xue Qinghe relented after Dai Yunhan read enticing excerpts aloud. Thus, they found themselves sharing a bed. To swiftly cultivate their bond, Dai Yunhan would occasionally shed his clothing, testing Xue Qinghe's boundaries. As long as Xue Qinghe did not react excessively, Dai Yunhan successfully lowered his defenses. When the day arrived for them to be completely open with each other, he anticipated that Xue Qinghe would not react too dramatically. Another mundane day passed. Dai Yunhan returned to Hua Fei's camp, where it appeared that Yi Tianqing had genuinely undergone a transformation based on the daily reports. He undertakes tasks with remarkable frequency, specifically seeking out those with high rewards, which allows him to amass wealth swiftly. However, such assignments carry significant risks. Yi Lingling has frequently left school to provide him with medical treatment. Dai Yunhan initially wished to prevent her from doing so, fearing that her frequent outings might raise suspicions in Yi Tianqing. After all, he currently plays the role of the antagonist, and it would be implausible for a villain to exhibit such leniency towards Yi Lingling. Yet, each time Yi Tianqing is injured, he sustains grave wounds, and Yi Lingling feels an urgent need to treat him personally. Dai Yunhan finds himself powerless in this situation, as Yi Lingling is the woman he wishes to pursue. Thus, he must indulge her. In the room, Dai Yunhan teased Yi Lingling while awaiting a report from Hua Fei. Suddenly, Hua Fei's anxious voice broke through. "Captain, it's bad news. Yi Tianqing has been taken." "Taken?" Dai Yunhan exclaimed, rising abruptly. Who on earth would stir trouble by capturing Yi Tianqing? Beside him, Yi Lingling also inquired urgently, "Who captured him?" "It was the leader of the Demon Wolf Brigade, Lai Xiao." "Why did he take Yi Tianqing?" Dai Yunhan pressed. Hua Fei explained, "There was a conflict over a task. Yi Tianqing assisted someone in hunting a soul beast and encountered members of the Demon Wolf Brigade, both sides vying for the same beast. Yi Tianqing, unwilling to relinquish the high-paying task, clashed with them. He won, but the Demon Wolf Brigade did not let him go. They captured him as soon as he completed the task." Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan grasped the situation. Just as he prepared to speak, Yi Lingling interjected. "Where's my father now?" "He is at the headquarters of the Demon Wolf Brigade." The headquarters of the Demon Wolf Brigade is no safe haven. It is akin to a prison for outsiders. Many who have crossed the brigade have never returned alive. Even those who do find their lives as sole masters irrevocably shattered. Yi Lingling's face turned pale with panic as she cast a pleading look at Dai Yunhan. Please save my father. Dai Yunhan did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, glancing at Huafei. Huafei seemed to anticipate his question and responded directly. Captain, if we were to mount a rescue, we must deliberate carefully. The Demon Wolf Brigade is the most powerful mercenary group. Acting recklessly could lead to severe losses. Chapter 90. Rescue. Huafei's perspective differed from Dai Yunhan's. While Dai Yunhan founded the mercenary group primarily for sport, Huafei had invested genuine emotions in it. He was reluctant to witness sacrifices. Observing Dai Yunhan's hesitation, Yi Lingling grew frantic, grasping his arm. Please save my father. The Demon Wolf Brigade headquarters is perilous. If we delay, my father may lose his life. As Dai Yunhan pondered, Yi Lingling's anxiety escalated. A sudden determination flickered in her eyes. Dai Yunhan, if you agree to save my father, I will comply with any condition you said, even to be your woman. Are you serious? Dai Yunhan responded. Seeing his swift reaction, Yi Lingling felt a flicker of resentment. She suspected he had intentionally provoked her into making such a declaration. Yet, her irritation quickly faded, replaced by a sense of resignation. As an adult, she understood that in the adult world, no one acts kindly without a motive. Their goodwill invariably comes at a price. Although she looked down upon Dai Yunhan's opportunism, she was willing to accept it as it represented a chance to rescue her father. In moments of despair, even the willingness to be exploited may not yield any assistance, which is the true horror. She did not blame Dai Yunhan. Rather, she lamented her own lack of power to protect her father and questioned the fairness of fate for endowing her with a healing soul. Unbeknownst to her, Dai Yunhan had not intended to exploit her vulnerability. Rather, he was contemplating the best method to rescue Yi Tiancheng. After much deliberation, he resolved to take the most direct approach. Let us go. We're heading to the Demon Wolf Brigade headquarters now. Yi Lingling réjouit, responding éagerly. Huafei's expression changed. Captain, are you truly going to do this? Dai Yunhan understood his concern and replied, This matter is personal. You need not involve yourselves. I will handle it alone. With that, Dai Yunhan set off towards the Demon Wolf Brigade. Yi Lingling felt confused as to why Dai Yunhan did not want his team to assist. Their involvement would significantly increase their chances of success. However, she refrained from questioning further, inexplicably trusting Dai Yunhan. Soon, they arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Wolf Brigade, where two guards obstructed their entry. Dai Yunhan did not attempt to force his way in. Instead, he stated, I'm the captain of Elijichuan and wish to see Lai Xiao of the Demon Wolf Brigade. You are the captain of Elijichuan? The guards, recognizing the recent rise of Elijichuan to become the second largest mercenary group in a matter of days, treated the self-proclaimed captain with respect. Dai Yunhan produced his captain's badge, which the guards recognized immediately. Please hold on a moment. One guard entered to report to Lai Xiao. Before long, the guard returned. Our captain requests your presence. Dai Yunhan nodded and followed him inside. They soon arrived in the main hall, where Lai Xiao, initially puzzled as to why the captain of the Elijichuan sought him, became tense upon seeing Dai Yunhan. You are the captain of Elijichuan? Lai Xiao asked, astonished. Indeed, that is correct, Dai Yunhan affirmed. Lai Xiao furrowed his brow, questioning Dai Yunhan's identity. He was associated with the royal family and now led the Elijichuan. What could he possibly want? Could it be that the royal family intended to suppress him and support the Elijichuan? However, upon noticing Yi Lingling beside Dai Yunhan, he began to understand. You have come for Yi Tiancheng? Yes. Where is he? Dai Yunhan inquired. Lai Xiao responded, he is confined by me. That fool dared to snatch a soul ring from us and severely injured two of my brothers. Did he think that his level 50 soul power would render him invincible? Dai Yunhan frowned and said, release him. Lai Xiao looked at him in surprise before comprehending his implication. On what grounds? He injured my brother and stole our task. You expect me to release him just because you say so? If you release him, I will compensate for all damages. You will compensate? Lai Xiao laughed heartily. You can cover the monetary losses, but what about my brother's injuries? What about their mental anguish? Can any of that be remedied with money? Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan realized that Lai Xiao was intentionally trying to make things difficult for him. The sole intersection between himself and the other lay in Yi Lingling. Presumably, it was due to his previous interference with his affairs that he harbored resentment. Thus, he bluntly stated, "Release Yi Tiansheng, and you may dictate your terms." I have long awaited your words. If you hand over the woman beside you, I shall set Yi Tiansheng free. Absolutely not. Dai Yunhan rejected without hesitation. Lai Xiao let out a disdainful laugh. What? Have you changed your mind so swiftly? You just declared that the terms were yours to set. And now you falter at the first condition? With a cold expression, Dai Yunhan asserted, "She is my woman. I care not. I prefer those you have already toyed with. This way, no training is required," Lai Xiao replied lewdly, his gaze brazenly roaming over Yi Lingling. It seemed genuine. It could also be a deliberate provocation aimed at Dai Yunhan. Regardless, it was evident that Dai Yunhan was indeed furious. "This is your final opportunity. Aside from her, you may propose any other conditions. I desire no other conditions. I only want her. If you can grant this, I shall release Yi Tiansheng. Should you fail, I will end his life this instant." "You dare." Before Dai Yunhan could respond, Yi Lingling could no longer contain herself. Lai Xiao laughed heartily. "What is there that I would not dare? Yi Tiansheng acted unjustly first, seizing my soul beast and injuring my comrades. Capturing him is entirely reasonable. Even if you are from the prince's manor, I am unafraid." At that moment, Lai Xiao held dominion over Dali, and even though Dai Yunhan hailed from the prince's manor, any action taken would require careful consideration. After all, the prince's manor symbolized royal authority, and disregarding the truth of the matter to act capriciously would earn public scorn. This was also the reason Lai Xiao dared to confront Dai Yunhan boldly. Additionally, he had recently made a breakthrough, having ascended to the rank of Soul Saint.